Chapter 1 The Servants of Duke's Mansion. In the Qin Kingdom, within the prefecture of Jinzhou, there lies fishing yard of Duke of Lu's mansion. On the weathered brick walls, several old fishing nets are drying in the sun, while at the corner of the wall, several young individuals glean servant at ear crotch. They watch with Schadenfreude ahead of them, winking in the Jinjakother. Xinyan, you little bastard, how dare you be audacious? Within the yard, a middle-aged man dressed in the Tario Fastward is frantically shouting at Yanwen. The red, gold and silver eye fish is a congenital elixir necessary for a Yuri and ladies martial arts training. How dare you steal Indiat, Yuri is king for trouble. Saying this, here I Shizwapan starts slashing you tap the Unman before him with fury. If it weren't for the potent effects of his spiritual fish that could do out, you might have actually succeeded in deceiving Jeveryon. The steward becomes increasingly enraged as she speaks, and suddenly kicks Xinyan hard with his foot. Steward Lu, the red, gold and silver eye fish is the inla medicine if that can't cure my cod poison illness. How can he notiate it? Xinyan's arid with fury, roaring at Steward Lu, with murderous intent clearly visible in his gaze. He's the son of fisherman from Jinzhou Bay when he was a child, has suddenly fainted while playing at the shore. Upon waking up, the black mole appeared on his chest, and since then his body has been plagued by the cold poison illness. To treat this illness, his parents tirelessly studied everything they had to seek medical treatment for him, but ultimately they could not cure a thessid and onset of the cold poison illness. Later, an old physician lamented that perhaps unlike the red, gold and silver eye fish from Jinzhou Bay can cure Xinyan's cold poison illness. The physician's diagnosis left Xinyan's parents completely disparate. The red, gold and silver eyed fish. This is a specialty of Jinzhou Bay industry coveted by Vrioni in Qian Kingdom. Any fisherman living on the shores of Jinzhou Bay, even a 3-year-old child, knows the preciousness of red, gold and silver eyed fish. The spiritual fish appears only on every 3 or 4 years. It is rumored that before Jinzhou Bay belonged to Qian Kingdom, every time a red, gold and silver eyed fish appeared, likewise accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. After Qian Kingdom conquered Jinzhou Bay, the first order issued by the founding emperor of Qian Kingdom was aimed at the red, gold and silver eyed fish. And Yanuho presents a red, gold and silver eyed fish will be rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold and a noble title. There is on with red, gold and silver eyed fish is a precious isn't unlike how type can cure variety and incurable diseases, due to the type can strengthen the body and prolong life of the consumer. If consumed by martial artists, it can further consolidate their foundation and enhance their martial prowess rapidly. Such a precious congenital elixir is eagerly anticipate Devon beyond Yun, the young lady of Duke's mansion. This congenital elixir that can help her consolidate her foundation and increase her potential may not even be qualified for consumption on Seaverreef. Xinyan, born into a fishing family, works at Duke's mansion be going fishing at sea to provide seafood for the kitchen. Yesterday, when he went fishing, he happened to catch a red, gold and silver eyed fish. Upon catching the spiritual fish, Xinyan was naturally overjoyed. Understanding the preciousness of red, gold and silver eyed fish, he did not bring it back to young mansion but secretly went ashore, cuffle fought the fish, and cooked fish soup himself. He had to eat flawlessly, but unexpectedly, the red, gold and silver eyed fish had extraordinary effects. After eating it, fainted before he could have up. The servants in the mansion did not turn into seafood, so the kitchen servants naturally went to the fishing yard to search for it. After a search, they found Xinyan unconscious and the remaining half of her red, gold and silver eyed fish. Steward Lu was furious. To catch a red, gold and silver eyed fish and not consider the needs of the noble people in the mansion, but instead secretly consume it on self is this an act of rebellion? Especially in Kethy servant who caught red, gold and silver eyed fish was under his supervision. If Xinyan had obediently handed red, gold and silver eyed fish to him, the steward of the outer mansion would surely receive immense credit. Not only would he have the opportunity to be promoted as the steward of the outer mansion, but even becoming a retainer of Duke Hiner mansion was not impossible. Butel of this was ruined by Xinyan. Now, not only is there no credit, but he is also implicated. After reporting the matter, he was directly reprimanded by the noble people in the mansion for incompetence. If it weren't for his brother Hoya steward in Niner mansion, he would have already been demoted to common servant. Even so, it is impossible for him to advance further in the short term, and he may advance for further consequences. How cold henneth Xinyan facing such ups and downs in life? You little bastard, how dare you out back, watch me whoop you out of death today. Saying this, steward lay away Shizwapan continues to lash out at Xinyan's body with fury. Pat, pat, pat. Thwip levis thick blood stains in Xinyan's body, but they reach his teeth and refuses to make a sound. This is the 17th time steward Leo has laid a hand and mess inside at the mansion. He holds unto themi morio fa steward Leo has believed him over the years, onady, when Harris up, he will repay him 100-fold. Steward Lu, Lefio continue whipping him, the Unman will be beaten to the F-Bio, the noble people in the mansion will come to Clara Fithimeter, Ifio kill him no, won't he have it take the blame for him? John Kin just right, steward, you'll sockna that Xinyan's temperus lickethus, when his stubborn, his stubbornasanox, if I really be thin to death, y'all have it bear the blame from the mansion, why doit? Seeing steward Lu frantic liviating Xinyan as if possessed, the other servants were watching the spectacle real so startled. Thee must not kill Xinyan, otherwise, the mansion may take off iron geronthum. If it weren't for Duke's kindness, this little bastard would have starved to death long ago. How could he have the opportunity to serve the mansion? Instead of thinking of serving the mansion, he commits a kagravison. The noble people will definitely not leave him easily. Upon hearing these words, the once emotionless and expressionless Xinyan, how was kneeling on the ground, revealed boundless hatred in his eyes. As a fisherman soon suffering from a terminal illness, although his family life Isporana suffers from the cold poison illness day and night, Xinyan does not blame heaven or fate. Instead, he's very optimistic. Bootwenth Dukoflu Yangze, Weiss appointed Bethine Peror to govern prefecture of Jinzhou, everything changed. When Yangze first Duke office have forcibly conscripted civilians to build Duke's mansion in just Alfair, over half of the civilians in prefecture of Jinzhou door were injured, including Shenyan's parents. After Duke's mansion was completed, the Yang family went even further, filling the mansion with children from the prefecture of Jinzhou to trained him as servants. Since then, Shenyan Hawazing see an optimistic upward-looking fisherman-child, become servant in Thiang mansion, bullied by everyone. This of killing his father, mother, and enslaving himself, in steward Lias mouth, has actually become Yobun? If his disposition had not already been tempered to be extremely resilient, he will have a shed to fight steward Lu with his moment. However, evenso, his inner injury most out, and this intention to kill steward Leus overflowing from ishist. You dog, just wait. Even if I will take you to hell with. Chapter 2 Humans fall short of beasts, whether it be the steward Lu or those from the Yang residents. Shenyan harbored an intense desire to flay their skin and consume their flesh. Yet, he was merely a sickly servant afflicted with a terminal illness, and the only course of action available to him was to drag Lu down with him to a shared demise. Although Lu held the title of steward, his status was only marginally superior to that of a lowly servant like Shenyan, tasked solely with the menial duty of managing the other servants in the fishing yard. Within the Duke's estate, apart from flaunting his authority before the subservient, he was compelled to lower his head and feign humility in the presence of his superiors, perhaps in a bid to find equilibrium. Whenever Shenyan and the other servants committed trivial transgressions, Lu would seize the opportunity to unleash his wrath, subjecting the fishing yard servants to merciless torment. Shenyan had resolved that once the officials arrived to investigate the matter, he would drag Lu down with him, ensuring they both faced the consequences together. Before long, a cacophony erupted outside the fishing yard. The assembled individuals turned their heads to see a haughty maid striding towards them, flanked by several brawny men. It is Miss Mingyue. Upon recognizing her, Lu, his face awash with anxiety, scampered forward, wearing a fawning smile. The visitor, named Mingyue, was the personal maid of Miss Yang Yun, the esteemed daughter of the Yang household rumored to be a prodigy in martial arts. Yang Yun held a position of immense influence within the estate. Even Duke Yangze consulted her on important matters. Consequently, Mingyue's standing had risen dramatically, and even the young masters dared not offend her lightly. Are you the steward of the fishing yard? Mingyue inquired, arching an eyebrow as she scrutinized Lu. Indeed, that is me, Lu replied, bowing and scraping. Is he the servant who dared to consume the golden-eyed silverfish? Yang Yun nodded, approaching Shenyan with deliberate steps, and directed her inquiry towards Lu. That would be him, this little scoundrel Shenyan. He caught the golden-eyed silverfish but failed to pay his respects to the young lady, choosing instead to indulge himself. He deserves a fate worse than death. Lu, akin to a sycophant, vehemently denounced Shenyan before Mingyue. Crack, upon hearing Lu's words, Mingyue stepped beside Shenyan and seized him by the throat. Shenyan felt a jolt of pain as he was hoisted off the ground by a mere maid. The rumors within the estate were indeed true. The young lady possessed formidable martial prowess, for how else could a maid exert such strength? Shenyan found no inclination to evade, instead his thoughts fixated on confirming the young lady's prowess. His reluctance to dodge stemmed from the realization that, as a gravely ill servant, evasion was futile. Furthermore, he understood the nature of the powerful, of those close to them were often petty and vindictive. To provoke Mingyue could spell disaster. Bang! With a display of strength, Mingyue slammed Shenyan to the ground. You audacious fool, do you not value your life? She scolded, delivering a kick that sent him rolling several times. Why did you not present the golden-eyed silverfish to the young lady first? Ignoring the grimace of pain etched on Shenyan's face, Mingyue's tone remained icy as she interrogated him. I am afflicted with a chill toxin, and only the golden-eyed silverfish can cure it, Shenyan gasped, suppressing his discomfort and responding truthfully. This was common knowledge among the fishing yard staff. He could not conceal it, so honesty was his best course. As a servant, you must always consider your master's interests. This is the rule of our Yang household. Mingyue's expression was stern as she spoke, her words measured. You are well aware of our household's regulations. There are penalties for transgressions and rewards for merits. This statement served as both a warning to Shenyan and a reminder to the other servants, who, under Mingyue's gaze, lowered their heads in trepidation, acknowledging her authority. Having chastised the fishing yard's laborers, Mingyue turned her attention back to Shenyan, her voice laced with confusion. The young lady has stated that the half fish you consumed contained only a fraction of its essence. Most of it remains in the pot. Thus, your merits surpass your faults, and I shall grant you a blood ginseng pill to aid in completely eradicating the chill toxin. The moment these words left her lips, the servants exchanged bewildered glances. Was it possible that Shenyan's theft of half a golden-eyed silverfish could lead to an assessment of greater merit than fault? Shenyan himself stood in a daze. He had expected to meet his end, yet now the young lady not only refrained from punishing him but intended to reward him instead. Seemingly anticipating the fishing yard's collective confusion, Mingyue paid no mind to their reactions. Instead, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of her mouth as she regarded Shenyan with the same contempt one might reserve for an insect. Capturing the golden-eyed silverfish is commendable, while consuming it without permission is a transgression. With a brief pause, Mingyue retrieved a porcelain vial from her sleeve and tossed it at Shenyan. To strike you is a punishment. To bestow upon you the blood ginseng pill is a reward. However, the potency of the pill is significant. Since the essence of the golden-eyed silverfish within you has not yet been fully absorbed, it would be prudent to wait several days before consuming it, lest you meet a tragic end. Casting a lingering glance at the vial she had flung, her voice held a hint of reluctant greed as she inquired, "Xinyan, do you accept the young lady's judgment?" Upon hearing her words, Xinyan carefully stowed the vial close to his person, then stood and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young lady, for your magnanimity." Xinyan is deeply grateful and fully compliant. Though baffled by Yang Yun's seemingly nonsensical decision, both Xinyan and the other servants displayed expressions of utmost respect, daring not to voice dissent. Did they wish to oppose the young lady and jeopardize their lives, with the reward given and punishment levied? Mingyue's countenance turned frosty upon witnessing Xinyan tuck the jade vial away. Indeed, such greed was to be expected, no wonder he dared to pilfer the goldenite silverfish. In contrast to other perceptive servants who would typically present their rewards, Xinyan boldly claimed the prize for himself, utterly oblivious to the dangers he courted. Yet, despite her simmering resentment, Mingyue's task was not yet complete. Her previously stern expression darkened further as she declared in a frigid tone, "The young lady has decreed that from this day forth, Xinyan of the fishing yard shall be solely responsible for the capture of goldenite silverfish in Jinzhou Bay. You have 3 years to present another goldenite silverfish. Should you fail, you shall be stewed, and the essence of the spirit fish shall be extracted anew." The chilling words that spilled from the fair and graceful lips of Mingyue sent shivers down the spines of all present in the fishing yard. Meanwhile, Xinyan's countenance transformed into one of sheer horror. To be tasked with recapturing a goldenite silverfish, the young lady was not granting him clemency, she was forcing him into a perilous predicament. In an ordinary household, even a dog bringing back a piece of meat would be met with praise for an extended period. However, within the Yang residence, it seemed that the expectation was to drive a person to their very limits. Chapter 3 of The Source of Cold Poison and the Mysterious Black Spot. What of the young lady from the Yang family, a martial arts prodigy? She is merely a demon clad in human skin. Xinyan gritted his teeth, his heart seething with hatred that soared to the heavens. However, the powerful Yang Yan reigned supreme in the duke's residence. Her words carried more weight than the edicts of the sovereign. Xinyan had no path but to acquiesce. The young man understood. He clenched his jaw tightly, feeling an inexhaustible fury swelling within him, yearning to incinerate everything. Yet, he could only nod in agreement, for only through compliance could he hope for revenge. To perish would render everything futile. How splendid, this little wretch is finally destined for misfortune. At that moment, Steward Lu's heart soared with joy, believing Xinyan had stumbled upon a stroke of bad luck, thinking that in 3 years he would be boiled by the young lady. Imagining Xinyan simmering in a pot of broth sent shivers of excitement coursing through Steward Lu. However, in the next instant, he felt as if struck by lightning, for Mingyue's gaze fell upon him. "The young lady has commanded that as the steward of the outer residence, you have failed to fulfill your duties, resulting in such a grievous oversight." With a sharp rebuke, Mingyue regarded the trembling Steward Lu and commanded a burly man beside her, "Give him 10 lashes, so he remembers today's lesson. Should there be a next time, he shall be dispatched to Blackstone Mountain to toil in the mines." Blackstone Mountain was a notorious mine in Jinzhou, rumored that none who were sent there ever returned alive. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Steward Lu's forehead. He wished to protest but dared not utter a word. The hulking man beside Mingyue snatched the whip from Steward Lu's hand with a sinister grin, and then unleashed a flurry of lashes upon him. Crack, 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 the whip lashed against Steward Lu's slightly ornate attire, tearing it to shreds, leaving a crisscross of bloody welts that was a sight to behold. The scene terrified the other servants, who fell to their knees, not daring to breathe. Yet, Xinyan felt no sense of relief, firstly, for the whip was not wielded by his own hand, and secondly, in his heart, he believed that only by personally slaying Steward Lu could he truly quench his vengeance. "Steward Lu, you must assist Xinyan in presenting another golden silverite fish within 3 years. Should you fail to exert your utmost efforts, do not expect to remain in the outer residence." Mingyue's words brimmed with threats, her demeanor suggesting a desire to eradicate Steward Lu entirely. "I shall certainly give it my all and urge Xinyan to fish diligently," Steward Lu stammered, trembling. "Remember your words, do not say you were not forewarned." Mingyue huffed coldly, waving her hand as she departed with several burly men in tow. "Miss Mingyue is indeed the right-hand woman of the young lady, adeptly managing affairs." One of the burly men trailing behind Mingyue sported a smile of flattery, such is the nature of our grand estate. To manage these servants, one must wield both grace and authority. Mingyue evidently relished the praise, a slight smile gracing her lips. On most days, the young lady is preoccupied with her training. As her confidant, I must alleviate her burdens. As Mingyue departed amidst her entourage, the previously quivering servants hurriedly approached Steward Lu to attend to him. Once he was helped to his feet, bloodied and battered, Steward Lu limped over to Xinyan, seething, "It is all your fault, you little wretch. Were it not for your blunder, I would not have suffered this agony." After cursing, Steward Lu recalled Mingyue's earlier words and found himself wavering. Mingyue had instructed him to oversee Xinyan's fishing endeavors diligently. If he were to take revenge in secret, would she not perceive his lack of effort? As a steward eager to ascend the ranks, Steward Lu was all too familiar with the thoughts of the nobility. The grievances among servants held little weight to the elite, but any delay in their affairs would be of grave consequence. Thus, even with his simmering hatred for Xinyan, he dared not punish him immediately. However, a thought crossed his mind: if not today, there would always be another opportunity to find a reason to punish him in the coming days. As long as he did not incapacitate Xinyan to the point where he could not fish, Mingyue would likely not hold him accountable. With this in mind, a malicious intent ignited within Steward Lu, and he delivered a harsh kick to Xinyan, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall dwell in the sea. If you fail to find the golden silverite fish within 3 years, prepare to be turned into a pot of broth." After speaking, he gasped at the searing pain coursing through him. His gaze fell upon Xinyan's chest, where a precious blood ginseng pill lay concealed. However, this was bestowed by the young lady, and as the steward of the outer residence, he dared not compel Xinyan to relinquish it. Observing Steward Lu's countenance, a clever servant's eyes sparkled with a thought, and he leaned in to whisper, "Steward, Mingyue has not ventured far. Later, I can assist you in acquiring that spirit medicine." Though the words were not fully articulated, Steward Lu understood the implication and nodded approvingly. The servant rejoiced and continued to flatter, "Steward, you are injured. Do not let your temper worsen your condition. Perhaps you should return to rest and recuperate." Listening to the servant's words, Steward Lu felt his wounds throb more acutely. He grunted twice and nodded. "Why are you still standing there? Support me." After venting his emotions, he directed his ire at Shen once more. "You little wretch, what are you still doing here? Hurry and go fish." With that, he was helped away by two servants, grumbling as he retreated to his quarters. At present, Shen had committed a grave error and incurred the wrath of Steward Lu, leaving the other servants in the courtyard too fearful to engage with him. In a short while, the courtyard was deserted. Yet, Shen remained rooted in place, awaiting the black spot upon his chest to heal him. The black spot on his chest was Shen greatest reliance for survival in the Duke's residence, and it harbored his most profound secret. Whenever he sustained superficial injuries, a warm current would surge forth from the black spot, gradually mending his wounds. However, this healing came at a price. Shortly after each treatment, he would inevitably suffer a resurgence of cold poison. After years of treatment, Shen had discerned the peculiarities of the black spot. The medicines he ingested and the food he consumed contained the energy required by the black spot, which would immediately be siphoned away once it entered his stomach. Throughout the years, he had contemplated eradicating this black spot, yet even if he endured the pain to excise the skin from his chest, the black spot would remain. Thus, he understood that the so-called cold poison affliction was indeed caused by this black spot. Chapter 4 of the Divine Seal of the Celestial Emperor. Yet, what does it matter if he has uncovered the truth? He is merely a lowly servant within the Yang residence, fortunate to have survived for so many years, and how could he possibly grasp the root of his affliction? Resignation is his only recourse. However, a glimmer of hope now flickers in Shen heart. Although he has not consumed an entire red gold silver pupil fish, he has still absorbed the medicinal properties of a substantial portion of it. Now that the black mark on his chest has released a warm current to heal his injuries, will the cold poison re-emerge? With these doubts lingering in his mind, Shen awaited the healing warmth transmitted by the black mark on his chest before he picked up the fishing net hanging on the wall and stepped outside. After about an hour's journey, he arrived at the dock. He untied the ropes of the fishing boat and set off towards the waters where he had previously caught the red gold silver pupil fish. The vast expanse of Jinzhou Bay lay before him, waves surging upon the surface of the sea. The fishing boat piloted by Shen seemed like a mere speck in the boundless ocean, utterly insignificant. No resurgence. Shen was overwhelmed with excitement, bouncing around on the fishing boat. In the past, after the black mark had treated him, the cold poison would recur within an hour. Yet now, an hour had passed, and the cold poison had not manifested. It seemed the old physician had indeed spoken the truth. The red gold silver pupil fish could cure his cold poison. Could it be that the medicinal essence the black mark required was already sufficient? If that is the case, then he could no longer afford to delay consuming the blood ginseng pill. He must eradicate the cold poison once and for all. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly retrieved the porcelain vial containing the blood ginseng pill from his bosom. When the cold poison flared up, his entire body would be enshrouded in a thin layer of frost, a sensation akin to being submerged in ice and snow, one he desperately wished to avoid experiencing again. As he opened the vial, a warm wave surged forth, invigorating Shen. Gulp, he swiftly extracted a thumb-sized, crimson pill from within and swallowed it whole. Mingyue had advised him against taking the blood ginseng pill prematurely to prevent the essence of the red gold silver pupil fish from overwhelming his body, but Shen understood that the so-called essence had likely been entirely absorbed by the black mark on his chest. His impatience to consume the blood ginseng pill stemmed from a hope that, just as Miss Yong Yun had claimed, this miraculous elixir could indeed cure his cold poison and prevent any recurrence. Moreover, he was acutely aware that, as a mere servant within the Yang residence, he could hardly hope to retain such a precious remedy. Upon swallowing the blood ginseng pill, a torrent of heat coursed through him, eliciting a contented sigh. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically. The black mark on his chest had, as before, siphoned away the warmth entirely. How could this be? Had the essence of the red gold silver pupil fish not filled the black mark? Shen face darkened, and a profound sense of disappointment washed over him. If I continue to consume it this way, I fear I may soon be undone by the cold poison. With a helpless sigh, he rubbed the black mark on his chest, forcing a bitter smile. Just then, the black mark on his chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The sea surrounding the fishing boat churned violently as powerful energies converged from all directions, flooding into Shen's body. He felt as if every fiber of his being were being simultaneously boiled and torn apart, the intense agony drawing forth a piercing scream from his lips. Yet, as he cried out, he was abruptly aware that his consciousness had detached from his body, transporting him to an infinite expanse of starry sky. In this celestial realm, brilliant stars erupted like fireworks, scattering into cosmic dust. Towering figures, resembling ancient deities, bled profusely, their lifeless forms drifting through the void. At the zenith of this starry expanse, countless colossal silhouettes engaged in an indescribable battle, their clash sending a palace, akin to a celestial dome, tumbling into the abyss. As the palace descended, its pavilions and towers scattered in all directions, vanishing without a trace. From the highest point of the palace, a radiant light shot forth like a shooting star. It pierced through innumerable figures, igniting countless stars, and traversed countless realms before finally alighting gently upon a vast ocean. This ocean was Jinzhou Bay. That shooting star was the very black mark upon my chest. Shenyan's spirit jolted, and he finally comprehended the origins of the black mark on his chest. Just then, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself inexplicably back on the fishing boat. Soon, an unpleasant odor wafted toward him. He was horrified to discover that a layer of foul, putrid blood had coated his body without his awareness. He hurriedly washed himself, and only after cleansing the dark, malodorous blood did he sit at the bow of the boat, reflecting on the astonishing scene he had just witnessed. Is this what the mythological tales describe as the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering? Shen Yan sighed, the spectacle akin to the obliteration of the universe, leaving him in a state of rapture. Why has my body become so robust? He marveled. Just as he was about to inspect whether the black mark on his chest had changed, he suddenly realized that his once emaciated frame had transformed into a figure of remarkable strength. Not only that, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, and his mind had become astonishingly clear, allowing him to grasp concepts that had previously eluded him. The I Ching has refined my essence, allowing for a rebirth. Could it be that the black mark has undergone an unknown transformation, leading to my metamorphosis? Has it finally absorbed enough essence to begin nurturing me in return? Just as Shen Yan pondered this, an inexplicable torrent of information flooded into his mind, the divine seal of the Celestial Emperor. A myriad of chaotic details surged into his consciousness, causing him to grimace in pain. He recalled the colossal palace he had glimpsed in the unknown starry sky. It was the stronghold of a power known as the Celestial Court. The so-called divine seal of the Celestial Emperor was a treasure belonging to the ruler of the Celestial Court. However, for reasons unknown, the Celestial Court had met its demise, and the divine seal had traversed countless worlds to arrive at Jinzhou Bay. Falling into Shen Yan's possession, these fragments of information were disjointed and lacked many critical clues, yet one particular piece sparked Shen Yan's keen interest. After refining the divine seal of the Celestial Emperor, the bearer would gain its blessings. Within the cosmos, there exist 5 celestial entities of the gods of heaven, earth, humans, and spirits. Among them, the heavenly immortals hold the highest rank, while the ghostly immortals occupy the lowest. However, mortals aspiring to ascend to immortality may choose to become earth immortals, celestial immortals, or ghostly immortals. The heavenly immortals, exalted and aloof, have existed since the dawn of creation. Only by transcending through the other 4 paths can a mortal gain the qualification to ascend to the rank of a heavenly immortal. Chapter 5, The Celestial Abode of Earth Immortals, The Art of Water Manipulation. Among the ranks of earth immortals, celestial immortals, human immortals, and ghost immortals, the earth immortals cultivate blessed lands, the celestial immortals nurture incense offerings, the human immortals practice the path of enlightenment, and the ghost immortals delve into the cycles of reincarnation. The original heavenly emperor of the Celestial Court attained enlightenment as an earth immortal, and thus, the legacy he left behind was naturally that of the earth immortal. After refining the heavenly emperor's seal, the host would gain the blessings of the blessed land. This blessed land is a realm formed by the convergence of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, within which the host can harness the elemental laws. However, the heavenly emperor's seal has only been partially restored, and the blessed land that Shen Yan has acquired spans merely a radius of 1 yard around him. Moreover, as the heavenly emperor's seal condenses the 5 elements to create this blessed land, only the water element possesses sufficient spiritual energy, resulting in an imbalance of the elemental forces within the blessed land, which only generates the laws of water. Nevertheless, even with just the laws of water, Shen Yan has gained the ability to manipulate water. To utilize the other elemental laws of the blessed land, it is imperative to restore the corresponding attributes to maintain balance among the 5 elements. Despite this, Shen Yan's heart swells with excitement. Now, as the host of the heavenly emperor's seal, he can effortlessly control all sources of water within a radius of 1 yard around his body. Whether it be seawater, rainwater, or even mist, he can manipulate them with ease. In addition to the blessings of the blessed land, Shen Yan discovers another unique function of the heavenly emperor's seal. As long as there is sufficient innate purple energy, the heavenly emperor's seal can not only heal his injuries when he is wounded but also accelerate his cultivation speed. This explains why he has experienced rapid healing whenever he has been injured over the years. Is this what the storyteller referred to as a fortuitous encounter? But what exactly is innate purple energy, and how can it be obtained? Shen Yan's spirit is invigorated, and as he contemplates the myriad legends from those stories, his body involuntarily trembles. If the information in his mind is true, then he possesses the means to escape the fate of servitude. However, the heavenly emperor's seal, after traversing endless time and space, has become severely damaged. To restore itself, the heavenly emperor's seal absorbs a rare substance known as innate purple energy from within his body, which has led to his affliction with a cold poison. Currently, the heavenly emperor's seal has only restored its most basic capabilities, granting him the ability to manipulate water. If it could be fully restored, wouldn't he then be able to ascend to immortality? In a short span of time, Shen Yan undergoes a profound transformation. If it were not for the lingering changes within his body, he might have believed it was all merely a dream. The heavenly emperor's seal is my sole opportunity to alter my destiny and exact revenge upon the Young family. A glint of determination flashes in Shen Yan's eyes. The enmity of his parents' murder and the resentment of his own enslavement are memories he shall never forget. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yan contemplates. The paramount task now is to thoroughly comprehend the water manipulation art of the blessed land. It will mark the beginning of my revenge. Without hesitation, Shen Yan focuses his intent, and in the next moment, he discovers that the seawater within a radius of 1 yard around him responds to his will as if it were an extension of his own body. A gentle movement of his arm sends the previously tranquil water's surface into a frenzy, nearly capsizing the fishing boat beneath his feet. Testing the waters, he excitedly strips down to his undergarments and plunges into the sea. Upon entering the water, Shen Yan immediately realizes that he can breathe freely, as if he were on land. Furthermore, he finds himself able to walk freely in the water. The more he experiments with his water manipulation abilities, the more he understands the necessity of keeping this secret closely guarded. With such a skill, venturing into the ocean will no longer be perilous. Instead, it will yield boundless precious resources. The Jinzhou Bay, stretching over 1,000 miles, teems with an abundance of marine life, and the seabed is a treasure trove of rare and exotic wonders. However, whether it be marine produce or extraordinary treasures, they require fishermen to risk their lives to procure at the sea, while nurturing countless fishermen also claims many lives each year. As the adage goes, even the best swimmers may drown, and no matter how skilled a fisherman is, accidents can still occur. Yet now, having acquired the Heavenly Emperor's seal, all waters under heaven are under his control, allowing him to cast aside any fears of maritime dangers. As long as he proceeds with caution, everything within Jinzhou Bay will be at his disposal. With this thought, he silently resolves to keep the secrets of the Heavenly Emperor's seal hidden forever. Having survived in the treacherous Duke's manor, he fully understands the perils of human treachery. Though still young, he comprehends the truth that a man without guilt may suffer for his wealth. Should others discover his extraordinary abilities, his days of peace would be irrevocably shattered. After living in the Yang Manor for 6 years, Shen Yan has witnessed the disappearance of numerous servants, and he is all too familiar with the malevolence of human nature. Observing that the day is still young, Shen Yan decides to further familiarize himself with his water manipulation abilities. The seawater, the mist on the surface, and the droplets splashing from the waves all become his playthings. After a considerable period of experimentation, as the daylight begins to fade, he recalls that he must procure a red gold silverite fish within 3 years, so he steers the fishing boat, riding the waves, and meanders through Jinzhou Bay. To him, Jinzhou Bay now feels like his own backyard. As the fishing boat glides across the water's surface, fish leap from the depths, only to be guided back into the sea by Shen Yan's manipulation of the water. While searching for the elusive red gold silverite fish, he simultaneously hones his water manipulation skills. Now that he possesses the means for revenge, it is time to set that plan into motion. Shen Yan gazes at a fish thrashing in the waves, a faint smirk gracing his lips. First, he must catch a red gold silverite fish to appease the young family's eldest daughter, but before that, he must deal with the matter of Steward Liu. Thoughts swirl in his mind as his fingers tap rhythmically on the boat's edge, his gaze sharpening with resolve. This man has always been at odds with him, having made multiple attempts on his life in the past. Now that he has been embroiled in this situation, his anger will undoubtedly escalate. As he recalls the places on his body that had been whipped, his murderous intent intensifies. Steward Liu is a man of insatiable greed, often resorting to beating or berating his subordinates, and regularly pilfering their wages. Shen Yan has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. In the past, due to his limited strength, he could do nothing against Liu, but now, eliminating him would be a trivial endeavor. Mingyue has demanded a red gold silverite fish within 3 years. With this rationale, Steward Liu will surely drive him to madness in his pursuit, even resorting to trivial matters to humiliate him. The saying goes, a thief cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. It is indeed better to strike first than to suffer the consequences later. As the adage states, revenge should not be delayed. Allowing him to live is a lingering threat. Today, I shall end his life. Chapter 6, The Heart Must Be Pierced. Now that I have mastered the art of water manipulation, it would not pose much difficulty to eliminate Steward Liu in the manor. However, such an act would surely raise alarms and alert those in the shadows. Instead, it would be far wiser to catch a goldenite fish in Jinzhou Bay, enticing him to accompany me out to sea, thus ensuring that no one would be the wiser. The weather over Jinzhou Bay is notoriously unpredictable, and fishermen perish there daily. Who would care if a mere junior steward from the Yang household were to go missing? With a plan firmly set in his mind, Shen Yan summoned the waters to propel the fishing boat towards the shore. As he journeyed, he realized his strength had indeed surged significantly. In the past, he would have been left breathless and exhausted, yet now he felt invigorated and tireless. Upon returning to the Yang Manor, the sky had already darkened entirely. The events of the day had been extraordinarily bizarre. Although his body brimmed with energy, his spirit felt somewhat overwhelmed, prompting him to seek rest. However, he had not ventured far when he suddenly halted, sensing a faint warmth emanating from the Heavenly Emperor's seal upon his chest, alerting him to an approaching malice. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor's seal possesses such a function? He was taken aback by the myriad capabilities it seemed to hold, filling him with unexpected delight, yet, he quickly stifled his joy. The pressing matter at hand was to confront the malevolent presence ahead. This was within the Yang Manor. Although it was merely the outer estate, it was implausible that a petty thief would dare to ambush him here. Thus, the individual up ahead must surely be someone from the Yang household. Had they set their eyes on the blood ginseng pill bestowed by Miss Yang, as a mere servant, he possessed nothing of value save for that very pill, which he had already consumed. Ah, this fellow is quite astute. Since he has noticed me, let us reveal ourselves, came a somewhat hoarse voice from around the corner as Shen Yan abruptly came to a stop. He looked up to see 3 individuals emerging from the shadows, all of whom were fellow servants from his courtyard. Jiang Qing, what are you up to? Shen Yan inquired nonchalantly, though his gaze discreetly flickered towards a nearby water vat. The Yang Manor, being vast and grand, had installed massive water vats every 10 paces to prevent fires and ensure rapid extinguishment. The vat to his left was merely a yard away, and he could effortlessly manipulate the water within. What do you mean, what am I doing? Surely you know the answer. Hand over the blood ginseng pill that the young lady bestowed upon you, Jiang Qing sneered, gesturing to his 2 companions as they advanced menacingly towards Shen Yan. As anticipated, his assumptions had proven correct. Shen Yan remained calm, addressing them, that is a precious elixir gifted by the young lady. Do you truly dare to seize it by force? The trio erupted in laughter, with Jiang Qing cracking his neck and loosening his joints, the sound of popping bones echoing as he stepped forward dismissively. We would never dare to rob the young lady's gift, but isn't it true that you persuaded Steward Liu to offer it willingly due to your own incompetence? The other 2 servants crossed their arms, grinning with malicious delight. And what if I refuse? Xinyan's expression remained as serene as water, fully aware that Jiang Qing sought to curry favor with Steward Liu, hence the attempt to forcibly acquire the blood ginseng pill. Given the current circumstances, a peaceful resolution seemed utterly impossible. One side must yield, however. The pill had already been consumed, and he could not produce it. Furthermore, even if it were still in his possession, he would not easily capitulate. With the Heavenly Emperor's seal in hand, what was the point of bowing to mere underlings? Refuse, we are merely assisting Steward Liu. Hand over the blood ginseng pill now, and we shall pretend this never happened. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Jiang Qing's facade of friendliness faded, his tone turning icy. Just the three of you? Xinyan suddenly smiled, beckoning provocatively at the trio. You insolent wretch. Do not think that your stubborn demeanor will grant you leniency. If I do not beat you until you call me grandfather today, I shall not bear the surname Jiang. Jiang Qing was taken aback by Xinyan's audacity to provoke him in a one-on-three confrontation. His anger flared, and he lunged forward, delivering a swift kick at Xinyan. Call you grandfather? You think you are worthy? A flash of rage crossed Xinyan's face, yet his days of servility had merely been a means to endure humiliation in hopes of one day avenging himself. Now, with the Heavenly Emperor's seal at his disposal, why would he bow down again unless absolutely necessary? Facing the furious Jiang Qing, Xinyan felt no fear. His body had been transformed by the Heavenly Emperor's seal, his strength rivaling that of a natural-born warrior. Dealing with a mere servant was a trivial matter. In an instant, he struck, seizing Jiang Qing's ankle with his left hand while his right transformed into a blade, descending from above. With a sharp crack, Jiang Qing's left leg was cleanly severed, the stark white bone piercing through the skin, rendering the sight utterly gruesome. In a mere exchange, the sycophant seeking to curry favor with Steward Liu had fallen victim to Xinyan, reduced to a cripple. Ah! Jiang Qing shrieked, curling into a ball, the earlier bravado extinguished. Not good. The two servants trailing Jiang Qing were taken aback, hesitating to assist, paralyzed by the brutality they had just witnessed. Nevertheless, Xinyan showed no intention of sparing Jiang Qing. He yanked the severed leg, dragging him to the ground before stomping down upon his chest. Crack, crack, crack. With three successive blows, the immense force shattered Jiang Qing's ribcage, blood spewed forth from his mouth as he collapsed into unconsciousness. A mere laborer dares to act so arrogantly before me, Xinyan scoffed disdainfully, kicking the unconscious Jiang Qing aside, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he turned towards the remaining two servants. Come now, the blood ginseng pill is on me. Is it not what you desire? Step forward and take it. Witnessing Xinyan's ruthlessness, the two remaining servants stood frozen in fear. The once reticent Xinyan, who had appeared as stubborn as a mule, had transformed into a figure of sheer savagery. Are you deaf or mute? I commanded you to come. Taking advantage of their shock, Xinyan surged forward, seizing their hair and yanking them closer. As fellow servants, they too were victims of oppression within the Yang manor, and their physical prowess was hardly formidable. However, with the enhancements granted by the Heavenly Emperor's seal, Xinyan's strength was nearly on par with that of a natural-born deity, making the confrontation with these three servants a mere exercise in cruelty. Though lacking combat experience, the pent-up fury within him had morphed into an unquenchable blaze, and upon its release, his every movement radiated with a fierce intensity. Chapter 7, The Mixed Element Technique, Trouble Approaches. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, let go, you little bastard. The two servants emitted piercing screams, their scalps nearly torn from their heads by Xinyan's brutal grip, as they struggled helplessly while hurling curses. Dare to curse again, Xinyan forcefully hurled the two to the ground, crushing one servant's face beneath his foot, applying sudden pressure. Blood mixed with saliva and teeth erupted forth, the servant's face nearly flattened under Xinyan's foot, gasping for air as the breaths became increasingly shallow. Xinyan furrowed his brow, noticing that the other servant had soiled himself in fear. A stench wafting through the air. Jiang Qing lay unconscious, oblivious to his fate, and witnessing his companion's impending demise, the last servant, paralyzed by Xinyan's ruthlessness, lost control of his bowels. Drag them back for me, and inform Manager Liu that if he dares provoke me again, I shall eliminate him alongside them. Xinyan squatted down, disregarding their terror and the surrounding foul odor, and patted the servant's face, saying, Do not think that just because he is the manager, I will shy away from dealing with him. If angered, I shall annihilate his entire family. After uttering these words, Xinyan strode away. Previously, he had planned to discreetly lure Manager Liu to the sea to settle matters, but now that the facade had been shattered, he saw no reason to maintain pretense. Although Manager Liu was shameless, he was not devoid of cunning. Given the mission assigned to him by Mingyue, he would not dare act without the capability to venture out to sea. Returning to the fishery courtyard, Xinyan entered his chamber. The Yang residence was vast and affluent, and to assert their status, even the lowest servants had their own rooms. Though small in size, it was more than they could have aspired to, for they were but a group of individuals whose very lives belonged to the Yang household. Seated on the bed, reliving the earlier scene, Xinyan fully grasped the transformation brought about by the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal. The exhilaration of unbridled ambition and clarity of thought was incomparable to any wealth or glory. Only through strength, through personal power, could one ensure protection from oppression, enduring through eternity. Martial training. Henceforth, I must train, Xinyan resolved within himself, recognizing that only formidable strength could elevate him above others. Presently, although endowed with immense power, he could not fully harness it. Only through rigorous training could he gain complete mastery over his own abilities. Within the Yang estate, there existed a cultivation method known even to the servants, the mixed element technique. However, while many were aware of it, few possessed the capability to practice it, for one must not only lay a solid foundation from a young age but also engage in dietary supplements and medicinal baths during training, often requiring several physicians to monitor progress to prevent any mishaps that could jeopardize one's health. Once mastered, the mixed element technique could not only enhance one's strength but also grant perfect control over the body and fortify the will. Thus, even among the noble youths of the Qian kingdom, despite having ample resources for cultivation, many opted against the mixed element technique due to an inability to endure hardship. Yet, Xinyan harbored no such reservations, possessing the art of water manipulation, all innate spiritual entities within the Jinzhou Bay were at his disposal, ample for his cultivation needs. Should complications arise during training, the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal could heal him, allowing him to continue. As Xinyan contemplated his forthcoming path of cultivation, Manager Lu wore a grim expression, glaring at the two lifeless subordinates, his countenance exceedingly dark. That little bastard Xinyan, does he wish to rebel? How dare he commit murder within the estate? As the manager, he was obliged to bow low before the nobles, yet he wielded the power of life and death over servants like Xinyan. Now, with 3 subordinates sent to procure spiritual herbs for him, only to be brutally slain by Xinyan, how could he not be infuriated? Manager, that little brat Xinyan has inexplicably turned exceedingly cruel. What if our remaining servants recall how he dispatched Zhang Qing and the other companion with just a few blows? One of the servants shuddered, hastily advising, slap. Manager Lu, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by rage and struck out with a hand. He is merely a servant of the estate, while I am the manager. Let me see if this little bastard truly desires to revolt. Fuming, he left a final remark as he stormed toward Xinyan's chamber. Thud, 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 the rapid footsteps drew Xinyan's attention, causing him to frown and glance out the window. Bang, 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 the door was pounded violently, and Manager Lu's voice turned shrill with fury. Xinyan, get out here. Xinyan's expression turned cold. It seemed the fate of the 2 servants had failed to intimidate Manager Lu. Unfazed, he opened the door and regarded Lu, whose face was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, with an icy tone. What, do you wish to experience the sensation of being crushed to pieces? Upon hearing these words, Manager Lu's expression shifted dramatically. His rage suppressed his rationality, and he lunged forward, hand raised to strike Xinyan. Slap. Xinyan caught his hand and twisted it forcefully, causing Lu's face to redden like a pig's liver, yet he continued to stubbornly protest. Xinyan, you, a mere servant, dare to lay hands on the manager? The estate will not let you off lightly. Bang, unfazed by Lu's threats, Xinyan delivered a powerful kick to Lu's chest, sending him flying, and narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, whether the estate spares me is my concern, but if the young lady learns that you sought to seize her bestowed spiritual herbs, what fate awaits you then? Xinyan's heart surged with murderous intent, yet he understood that he could not openly kill Manager Lu. In the past, he might have chosen to perish alongside Lu, but now, Lu was merely an ant in his eyes, who would choose to perish with an ant. While it was not uncommon for servants to fight to the death among themselves, should a servant kill a manager, it would be deemed insubordination, an act unforgivable by the estate. Today you dare to kill the manager, tomorrow will you not seek to slay the master? The day after, will you not rebel? Thus, the estate had always maintained a policy of merciless retribution against insubordination. Without exception, this was the very reason Manager Lu felt emboldened to oppress Xinyan. Yet now, with Xinyan invoking the young lady's name, he found himself momentarily hesitant. Should he seize the blood ginseng pill, even if Xinyan reported it to the young lady, Lu could claim that it was willingly offered by Xinyan. The nobles of the estate would undoubtedly disbelieve that the blood ginseng pill was voluntarily surrendered by Xinyan, but they would not make a fuss. At most, they might issue a few reprimands. After all, the nobles had witnessed similar scenarios far too often, and they were often more adept at cunningly seizing treasures than Manager Lu. However, if a scandal erupted within the estate due to his failure to seize the blood ginseng pill, it would reflect poorly on him as the manager, leading to inevitable consequences from the young lady. Chapter 8, The Pursuit of Martial Arts. Delving into the abyss, after much contemplation, although Manager Lu felt a deep sense of reluctance, he found himself at a loss on how to contend with Xinyan. Firstly, Xinyan had effortlessly faced 3 opponents without sustaining any injuries, even managing to kill 2 of them, which made the situation exceedingly precarious for Lu. He was uncertain whether he might share the same fate. Secondly, in the future, he would still require Xinyan's assistance in capturing the rare Qijin Yintong fish. If he were to eliminate him, Miss Mingyue would undoubtedly hold him accountable, leading to severe reprimands that could jeopardize his position as manager. Those who recognize the times are wise, Lu thought to himself. Today, I am in a good mood. I shall overlook the matter of Zhang Qing and the others stealing my spiritual herbs. However, if you persist in your entanglements, do not blame me if I resort to drastic measures. Upon hearing these words, Lu's expression darkened, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he retorted stubbornly, "Humph, we shall see. Do not forget that within 3 years, you are still required to surrender a Qijin Yintong fish. If you fail to do so, prepare to meet your doom. That is of no concern to you. If you have nothing further to say, then be gone." Having already torn the veil of civility, Xinyan showed no inclination to offer Lu any semblance of courtesy, directly commanding him to leave. Infuriated, Lu's chest heaved with rage, for today, Xinyan had thoroughly trampled upon his dignity. Nevertheless, for the sake of his standing within the manor, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Just wait. You will pay for this. With a face ashen with fury, Lu turned and departed. Xinyan, returning to his quarters, quietly slipped out after nightfall, making his way to the seaside. The night was serene, with a thin veil of mist covering the surface of the sea. He found a massive stone, rounded by the waves and weighing around 100 pounds, and embraced it with both arms, lifting it with great effort. Feeling the strain on his limbs and body, he took a deep breath and gradually lowered himself into a squat. Once he reached his limit, he rose again, and after acclimating to the pressure, he began to walk slowly while still holding the stone aloft. After a considerable time, holding his breath, he ventured further into the ocean. He did not employ the water manipulation technique, allowing the sea to envelop him until it submerged him completely, sealing all his pores to retain his strength. This was the essence of the Hunyuan cultivation method, to close oneself off with the flowing water, tempering one's strength and will. This method of cultivation, if one could endure it, would rapidly enhance and allow mastery over one's power, though it was also perilous and highly taxing on physical stamina. However, after merely a stick of incense's worth of time, Xinyan found himself unable to continue. He manipulated the water to support the stone above his head and surfaced, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Whew! Following the prolonged exhalation, Xinyan involuntarily shivered, and a wave of hunger surged within him. Come! He waved gently, and a shrimp, measuring about an arm's length, was delivered to his hand by the water. With a swift motion, he peeled the shell, and conjured a mist to cleanse the shrimp meat before devouring it eagerly. Following this method, after consuming several fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams, Xinyan took a brief respite before resuming his training. Once, twice, thrice each time exhausted, the Heavenly Emperor's divine mark on his chest would release a warm current, revitalizing his body. However, he understood that the innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine mark was not boundless. He must capture spiritual fish and herbs to replenish it, or else it would not be long before the innate purple energy within the mark was completely depleted. After a night of cultivation, as dawn broke with the first light of day, Xinyan hurriedly returned to the young manor, washed up, and fell into a deep slumber. The previous day's actions, where he had slain 2 servants, instilled a profound fear in everyone within the fishing institute. Thus, he enjoyed an uninterrupted sleep, awakening only when the sun was high in the sky, feeling invigorated. After a hearty meal in the kitchen, he leisurely made his way towards the seaside. He still had the task of capturing a Qijin Intong fish. Although everyone knew that the likelihood of him successfully catching another was nearly non-existent, he still had to maintain appearances. Arriving at Jinju Bay, observing the bustling fishermen, Xinyan steered his fishing boat into the depths. The daylight was not suitable for martial practice, so he resolved to dive into the depths of the ocean in search of innate spiritual treasures, hoping to replenish the innate purple energy in the Heavenly Emperor's divine mark. After an hour of sailing, with no one in sight, Xinyan anchored the boat beside a rocky outcrop and plunged into the water. As he entered the water, a gentle warmth surged within him, and the sea, which once filled him with trepidation, began to feel welcoming. The water manipulation technique had indeed proven invaluable. Without it, even with the Heavenly Emperor's divine mark, he would have found it challenging to replenish the innate purple energy. The deeper he dove, the less pressure he felt from the surrounding waters. Descending to the ocean floor, the light grew dim, yet Xinyan remained calm, experiencing a peculiar sense of wonder. The juxtaposition of fear and familiarity in the darkness disoriented his senses, but after a while, he began to adapt. Upon reaching the seabed for the first time, he found it to be unexpectedly tranquil, devoid of the various perilous sea creatures he had imagined. This is merely Jinju Bay, not the East China Sea. Such a serene scene is to be expected, Xinyan mused internally, yet he did not dare let his guard down. Despite possessing the water manipulation technique, he was not invincible. Should a dangerous sea beast lurk in the shadows, he might not have time to react. Silently searching the depths, Xinyan encountered a variety of strange marine life until suddenly, his eyes brightened. Not far ahead, amidst the coral reefs, he spotted a strand of silver-leaved seaweed swaying with the currents, emanating waves of innate purple energy. A spiritual herb. Xinyan hurried towards the seaweed, but just as he was about to draw near, his body suddenly froze. Beside the silver seaweed coiled a sea serpent, its girth comparable to a wrist, radiating innate purple energy as it flicked its forked tongue over the seaweed. A guardian of the spiritual herb? In tales told by storytellers, rare treasures are often protected by fierce beasts, and Xinyan instantly realized that this seaweed was indeed a spiritual herb. I possess the water manipulation technique. Dealing with a sea serpent in the ocean should not pose a problem. Licking his lips, Xinyan noticed that the sea serpent had not detected his presence. With a slight shift in thought, a current of water surged forth, crashing into the serpent's body. The serpent, engrossed in its task of licking the spiritual herb, was momentarily stunned. It raised its head, spotting Xinyan's sudden approach towards the herb. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Enraged, the sea serpent arched its body and shot towards Xinyan like a bolt from a crossbow. However, in the next moment, the serpent's body tightened, ensnared by an invisible force that bound it. The seawater could indeed be used as a binding rope. Chapter 9, The Undersea Spirit Herb. Yang Fu's Yang Yun, Xinyan smiled faintly. Moments ago, he had manipulated a stream of water to ensnare a sea serpent. What if he transformed the seawater into a solid wall? Would the sea serpent be able to penetrate it? To validate his hypothesis, he conjured a wall of water between himself and the serpent. He released the water binding the serpent, allowing it to charge at him. Indeed, upon sensing the mysterious restraint vanish, the sea serpent launched another attack at Xinyan. However, in the next moment, he observed its head deforming before his eyes, and a ripple appeared on the water wall. The serpent did not breach the water barrier. Instead, it was stunned by the impact, its body slumping down to the ocean floor. This technique proved effective. The art of water manipulation was not merely about controlling the flow but also about shaping it, allowing it to transform at his will. Although Xinyan was uncertain how the art functioned, he had nonetheless found his answer. Yet, the wall's defensive capabilities were limited, and he would need to practice diligently to strengthen it, ensuring that he would no longer need to worry about ambushes beneath the waves. Surrounded by a barrier of water, Xinyan approached the silver spirit herb and gently uprooted it. Grasping the herb, he focused his intent, and the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal emitted a powerful suction, swiftly extracting the innate purple chi from the silver herb. As the innate purple chi dissipated, the silver herb gradually morphed into a black water plant, eventually crumbling and melding into the ocean. The innate purple chi was found to be threefold that of the red gold silverite fish. This spirit herb possessed remarkable efficacy. Xinyan's spirit soared. This single herb's innate purple chi would suffice to sustain his cultivation for the foreseeable future. However, he did not neglect the sea serpent. He beckoned, and the water brought the serpent into his grasp. He then attempted to absorb the innate purple chi from within the serpent, only to be met with disappointment as the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal remained unresponsive. Was it that the sea serpent lacked innate purple chi, or was the seal incapable of drawing chi from a living creature? Xinyan pondered, considering that the latter was more probable, given the serpent's daily indulgence in the silver herb, its surface radiating distinct waves of innate purple chi. He resolved to experiment further. After a brief period, having located a spirit herb rich in innate purple chi in the sea serpent, Xinyan manipulated the seawater to swiftly ascend to the surface. By now, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and he hastily found a fishing vessel, leisurely making his way to the shore. The residence of the Duke of Lu sprawled over 1,000 acres, exuding opulence, with pavilions, towers, water pavilions, and jade bridges adorning the landscape. Inside the main hall of the inner court, Duke Yangzhe of Lu sat across from his eldest daughter, Yang Yun, their expressions grave. Yuner, you are currently at the late stage of chi refinement. When do you expect to achieve perfection in chi refinement and become a true disciple of the Yuxian sect? The eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Yun, was known for her elusive nature, with the family publicly claiming she was devoted to martial training. In truth, she had long been enrolled in the Yuxian sect, but to guard against potential sabotage from rivals, she remained discreet. Father, with the assistance of half a red gold silverite fish, I will achieve perfection in chi refinement within 3 years and become a true disciple of the sect, Yang Yun replied. The cultivation path is divided into 4 major realms: chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and completion. Yang Yun had entered the Yuxian sect at the age of 8, and after 10 years of refining her chi, she was now on the cusp of perfection. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhe was overjoyed, standing up in excitement, his body trembling with elation. Wonderful! Wonderful! As long as you achieve perfection in chi refinement and attain true disciple status in the Yuxian sect, our family's position will be secured. I shall no longer worry about that old sovereign using our family as a pawn. Yang Yun frowned at her father's words. But father, what of the sovereign's decree? As a cultivator, Yang Yun was indifferent to mundane conflicts. Yet, the Yang residence was her birthplace and a source of resources for her cultivation, thus she regarded it with great importance. Yang Zhe nodded, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. A few days ago, that old codger issued a decree stating that all innate spiritual items within Jinzhou Bay must be surrendered. None may be privately retained. He has evidently discovered the resources we have been withholding for your cultivation. With that, he slammed his palm on the table, seething with anger. Why should he demand everything from our young family to cultivate his own disciples? Is he trying to cut off your path to immortality? Yang Yun fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of light flashing in her star-like eyes. The Qian Kingdom is a mortal realm under the jurisdiction of the Yuxian sect, where spiritual energy is sparse. All innate spiritual items produced within the country are roughly accounted for within the sect. The sovereign's ability to manipulate matters here is severely limited. Only in Jinzhou Bay, connected to the East Sea, does the output of innate spiritual items remain unpredictable. It is only natural that the sovereign would wish to maintain tight control over Jinzhou Bay in order to cultivate his disciples. The Yuxian sect is an overseas sect of cultivation. The Qin Kingdom is merely a small nation in this world, and the sovereign's appointments are governed by the Yuxian sect. Therefore, the sovereign has no right to partake in the innate spiritual items produced within the kingdom. They must be surrendered to the Yuxian sect. However, Jinzhou Bay is different. It connects to the ocean and can produce all manner of innate spiritual items, making it impossible to estimate the yield. Thus, the sovereign naturally wishes to place royal offspring in charge of this treasure trove. Unfortunately, the Yuxian sect would not permit it and ultimately dispatched Yang Zhe, a duke, to oversee it. Disciples of the Yuxian sect, even those merely at the late stage of chi refinement, hold a status that can surpass that of the sovereign in the Qian Kingdom. When encountering these inner disciples, the sovereign must show them courtesy, or he risks incurring their wrath. As a mortal emperor, the sovereign naturally desires to cultivate his own sect of practitioners. While innate spiritual items are precious, Jinzhou Bay can yield some every year. Regrettably, the old sovereign has kept a tight grip on it, leaving behind only scraps over the past 7 or 8 years. Duke Yangzhe sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. With a gentle smile, Yang Yun looked at him with bright eyes and reassured, Father, do not worry. Are innate spiritual items truly so easily acquired? The fish, shrimp, and shellfish produced in Jinzhou Bay, while considered innate spiritual items, cannot possibly compare to the red gold silverite fish. We only need to endure a few more years. Once I attain true disciple status, I will naturally report to the sect that all yields from Jinzhou Bay will be under the control of our Yang family. Yang Zhe nodded firmly, gazing at his daughter with hope. Wonderful! With the innate spiritual items from Jinzhou Bay to aid you, you will surely advance further along the path of immortality. At that time, even the sovereign's position may not be beyond your reach. However, Yang Yun paid little heed to her father's words. To her, the fleeting nature of mortal power was merely a passing concern. In these years, Father, be cautious and do not allow outsiders to seize any leverage against us. Chapter 10. Rapid cultivation and the commencement of revenge. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhe gathered his thoughts, his expression turning grave as he replied, "There is no need for further elaboration, I comprehend fully." Noticing her father's serious demeanor, Yang Yin felt a sense of relief. However, in an effort to emphasize the importance of the matter, she paused momentarily before continuing, "Once I achieve perfection in Qi refinement, I shall elevate one member of our family to join the Yuxian sect as an outer disciple. The choice of candidate shall rest with you, father, should fortune favor us in the future, there may even be a chance for true inheritance." Yang Zhe, upon hearing this, shuddered slightly, incredulity etched on his face as he asked, "You can still bring someone into the sect?" Yang Yin nodded, elucidating, "Such privileges are reserved for disciples of true inheritance. Since you aspire to supplant the current ruler, you must seize this opportunity. If our Yang family produces another disciple of the Yuxian sect, we may very well have a fighting chance in the mundane conflicts ahead." At this moment, Yang Zhe was overwhelmed with disbelief and excitement. Nevertheless, having never doubted his eldest daughter's words throughout the years, he began contemplating who to select to accompany Yang Yun to the Yuxian sect. Unbeknownst to Xinyan, who remained oblivious to the changes within the Yang residence, he returned to the estate after completing his tasks. Instead of departing the kitchen, he proceeded to prepare a pot of snake soup by gutting the sea serpent. As the rich broth touched his lips, a familiar wave of warmth coursed through his body. He focused the Heavenly Emperor's seal to absorb the innate purple energy, soon discovering that the seal had accumulated an amount equivalent to 2 adult golden-eyed silver fish. With 6 portions of innate purple energy at his disposal, he deemed it sufficient for a considerable time. Xinyan regarded the innate purple energy sourced from a single adult golden-eyed silver fish as 1 portion, thereby clarifying how much innate purple energy resided within the Heavenly Emperor's seal. After cleaning up, he returned to his room to rest. When the moon reached its zenith, he skillfully exited his quarters to the seaside to continue his cultivation of the primordial unity technique. Clap, 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 Xinyan's entire being radiated heat as he relentlessly struck the rocks by the shore. His hands became blurred, with his bones faintly visible beneath the skin, yet, despite the excruciating pain, he persisted in his fervent assault on the stones. Once his hands could no longer muster strength, he resorted to rubbing his shoulders and back against the rocks, continuing even as his body became a patchwork of injuries. When not a single unscathed part remained, he unleashed a flurry of kicks against the rocks, his legs swelling and skin splitting under the strain. Only after reaching the brink of exhaustion did he utilize the Heavenly Emperor's seal to restore himself, subsequently resuming his relentless training. Furthermore, Xinyan covertly studied the combat techniques employed by the young masters within the Yang estate, diligently practicing by the sea day after day. Thunderous might. Bull demon splits the mountain, dragon elephant breaks the army. His self-inflicted torment gradually strengthened Xinyan's physique. Every inch of his body, every limb, was honed to perfection, allowing him to wield any force with masterful control. However, such rigorous training exacted a tremendous toll. While he could rely on the Heavenly Emperor's seal to mend his physical wounds, the psychological torment nearly drove him to madness. Yet, the blazing fire of vengeance within him propelled his arduous pursuit of strength, compelling him to endure this inhumane ordeal. Unlike others practicing the primordial unity technique, who approached their training with utmost caution, dressed in finery, well-fed, and aided by skilled physicians, resting for 3 days after a single day of training, Xinyan trained without pause, teetering between life and death. Had it not been for the innate purple energy provided by the Heavenly Emperor's seal, he would have long since perished. This fervent training persisted for an entire 6 months, during which Xinyan underwent a remarkable transformation. His physique, once round and pale from the Heavenly Emperor's seal's modification, had evolved into a bronze hue, his muscles defined yet not overly pronounced. Moreover, his mental fortitude solidified immensely, a mere glance from him instilling fear in the estate's servants. Most importantly, under the enhancement of the Heavenly Emperor's seal, Xinyan's primordial unity technique finally reached a pinnacle of mastery. After 6 months of relentless effort, he achieved great success, mastering 3 combat techniques with exceptional skill. This frenzied training had consumed less than 1 portion of innate purple energy, revealing the extraordinary value of the innate spiritual treasures within the ocean. Initially, Xinyan believed the 6 portions of innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's seal would be insufficient to complete his training in the primordial unity technique. However, to his surprise, upon achieving mastery, he had only expended a little more than half a portion, leaving him astounded. This, however, proved fortuitous, as the remaining innate purple energy could be allocated to other techniques. Having reached a plateau in his training, it was time to contemplate vengeance. Although of humble origins, Xinyan understood the balance required in the path of cultivation. After dedicating himself to rigorous training for half a year, he had become akin to a taut string on a musical instrument, and if he continued without respite, he might snap. Thus, he resolved to pursue both vengeance and further cultivation, while also seeking other techniques to enhance his capabilities. With this thought in mind, he recalled the steward Lu, who had been evading him recently, and a flicker of inspiration sparked within him. Let my revenge commence with steward Lu. Once he is dealt with, I shall turn my attention to the true members of the Yang family. As he steered the fishing boat with the waves, Xinyan's mind churned with plans. Armed with deadly resolve and the mastery of the primordial unity technique, taking on the Yang estate was no longer a distant fantasy. The Yang family bore the weight of his parents' murders and the enslavement of his freedom. Unless he eradicated them entirely, the flames of his resentment would never be extinguished. Having endured repression for far too long, Xinyan's newfound strength ignited a torrent of hatred within him, as boundless as the waters of the celestial river. Resolute in his decision, he manipulated the currents of water, cautiously advancing forward. Over the past 6 months, he had traversed the entirety of Jincheng Bay under the guise of searching for golden-eyed silver fish, ultimately discovering only a few spiritual herbs and 3 or 4 marine creatures imbued with innate purple energy. Among them were 2 golden-eyed silver fish previously, with ample innate purple energy at his disposal. He had no need to exhaust the waters now. With the intent to eliminate Steward Lu, he was compelled to embark on a fishing expedition. Harnessing his mastery of water manipulation, Xinyan swiftly arrived at the waters where the golden-eyed silver fish thrived, effortlessly capturing one dot with this golden-eyed silver fish. He had the perfect bait to lure Steward Lu out to sea. Muttering to himself, he contemplated. Fishermen say that golden-eyed silverfish possess the bloodline of the Sea Dragon King. Consuming them not only fortifies and enhances one's strength but also extends the lifespan of ordinary folk. Given the Yang family's resources, it is likely that Miss Yang Yun has consumed more than one. Her strength may well surpass mine. I must tread carefully in my quest for revenge. Haste could prove disastrous. Chapter 11. The Allure of Greed. Xinyan, of course, could not have anticipated that despite Yang Yun's esteemed position, she was not entitled to indulge in the exquisite delicacy of the golden silver-eyed fish. With merely 6 months remaining, if he could not bring down the Yang family within that time frame, he intended to present the golden silver-eyed fish to Mingyu, thereby elevating his own status and gradually uncovering Yang Yun's true strength to plan for the future. Upon returning to the shore, Xinyan, holding the golden silver-eyed fish, pondered his vengeance and soon arrived at the outer estate of the Yang family. Collecting his thoughts, he approached the door of Steward Lu's chamber and, with an air of triumph, declared, "Steward Lu, I have successfully captured the golden silver-eyed fish. I can now report to Miss Mingyu." Meanwhile, within the room, Steward Lu was reclining on his bed, contemplating how to deal with Xinyan. Although his position as the steward of the outer estate was not particularly high, he had often managed to pocket a portion of the monthly allowances meant for the servants, exerting a degree of authority over them. While this lifestyle was not one of immense wealth, it was relatively comfortable. However, 6 months prior, Xinyan's abrupt change of heart had caused Lu to lose face among the fishermen of the estate, a humiliation he could not forget and vowed to avenge. Steward Lu had been meticulously plotting his revenge against Xinyan day and night, but he was taken aback when he heard the news of Xinyan's capture of the golden silver-eyed fish. Although he was aware of the fish's rarity, he had not comprehended the true extent of its value until he had conducted further inquiries. His heart sank when he learned that even a duke would have no opportunity to taste the golden silver-eyed fish due to the sovereign's decree. Had he been able to seize the fish from Xinyan and present it to the duke, he would likely have secured a position as the steward of the inner estate, rather than facing his current predicament. Upon hearing Xinyan's words, Lu was initially overcome with elation, only to be swiftly followed by disbelief. The golden silverite fish was exceedingly rare. How could this lowly wretch have captured one, let alone 2? Enraged, he shouted, "You insolent brat, instead of boasting, you should focus on catching more common fish to make amends. Do you truly think you have the time to waste on your old steward?" Taken aback by Lu's reaction, Xinyan paused. He had anticipated various responses from Lu but had not expected him to doubt the truth of his claim. However, understanding the exquisite nature of the golden silverite fish, he soon grasped Lu's incredulity. With unwavering determination, he dismissed the insults, knowing he would soon send Lu to feed the fish, rendering any argument unnecessary. "I truly captured the golden silverite fish. Were it not for the estate's rules, I would have already presented it to Miss Mingyu myself, rather than notifying you." The Yang estate had strict regulations against reporting matters beyond 1's rank, which explained Xinyan's words. Lu, still reclining on his bed, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that this boy had once again stumbled upon a stroke of fortune? With this thought, he hastily donned his clothing and opened the door, and upon seeing the golden silverite fish, he stood frozen in place. "Is this truly the golden silverite fish? You little scoundrel, how on earth did you manage to catch one?" In disbelief, he glanced at Xinyan, astonished by the boy's incredible luck. How long had it taken millions of fishermen in Jinzhou to catch just a single golden silverite fish? Yet, Xinyan had managed to capture 2, an utterly astonishing feat. However, this fortunate turn of events could work to Lu's advantage, for Mingyu had a task at hand, and failing to procure a golden silverite fish could implicate him as well. With the fish now in hand, he might be able to redeem himself and even advance further. Today was merely a stroke of luck. I encountered a school of golden silverite fish on my return. Unfortunately, these fish are quite elusive, and it took all my effort to catch just one, Xinyan remarked, feigning disappointment. Lu was left dumbfounded by Xinyan's words. A school of golden silverite fish. Greed flooded his mind. If he could capture an entire school and present it to the young lady, would it not lead to a life of wealth and prestige? Unable to contain himself, Lu sprang up from his bed, ignoring the pain in his body, and hurriedly asked Xinyan, "Is it truly a school of golden silverite fish? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Seeing Lu's interest piqued, Xinyan smirked internally while maintaining an expression of regret. "I certainly did not misidentify it. This spirit fish is as red as coal, capable of staining the sea a deep crimson. How could I possibly be mistaken?" As Lu absorbed Xinyan's unwavering confidence, his greed intensified. Sensing Lu's overwhelming desire, Xinyan fanned the flames, pressing further. "Surely this spirit fish is sufficient to fulfill the task set by Miss Mingyu?" Upon hearing Xinyan's concern, Lu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing he was dealing with a foolish subordinate. The determination Xinyan had displayed over the past 6 months had likely been coerced by Mingyu, and now, having caught a spirit fish, the pressure had lifted, revealing his true nature. It seemed the simpleton still did not grasp the true value of the golden silverite fish, otherwise, he would not have asked such a foolish question. Yet this worked to Lu's advantage. Once Xinyan led him to the waters where the spirit fish resided, he could easily eliminate him and claim the entire school for himself. "Well, you make a valid point. Given how long this has dragged on, one spirit fish may not suffice to quell Miss Mingyu's ire. We must catch a few more," Lu declared, feigning concern. Xinyan replied, "But the golden silverite fish is an innate spirit being, not something that can be summoned at will." Where shall we find another? Realizing Xinyan had taken the bait, Lu smirked, contemplating his next move. Did you not mention earlier that you discovered a school of gold and silverite fish? Why not take me back there now and see if they still remain? What nonsensical talk is this? It is night now. What if a storm arises at sea? We may both. Xinyan feigned reluctance, employing a tactic of feigned capture. I am not afraid. Why should you be? Lu interrupted, pretending to be angry. Now that we have an opportunity to curry favor with our superiors, do you not understand the importance of seizing it? Do you wish to remain a subordinate for life? Xinyan, upon hearing this, feigned hesitation, allowing a hint of eagerness to cross his face. But venturing out to fish at night is indeed perilous. Perhaps we should summon a few more people for assistance? Lu, incensed, could scarcely contain his frustration at Xinyan's incessant objections. However, knowing only Xinyan was aware of the location of the gold and silverite fish, he could only respond dismissively, if I call you foolish, you will not accept it. Adding more people only means sharing the credit. Do you not wish to become a steward? Upon hearing Lu's words, Xinyan feigned excitement, exclaiming, a school of gold and silverite fish could elevate me to the position of steward? How could that be possible? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Lu, internally deriding Xinyan's foolishness and ignorance, thought to himself how truly dim-witted the boy was, destined to remain a subordinate for life. Chapter 12. A relaxed slaughter, a prosperous year. However, in an effort to reassure Xinyan, he explained, the gold and silver pupil fish is a primordial spiritual creature that the young lady specifically requested. If we manage to bring back a whole nest, wouldn't that be a significant achievement? When the time comes, with just a casual command from the young lady, won't you and I soar to great heights? A sinister smile flickered across his face as he added, speaking of which, I must admit I'm rather fortunate to have your assistance, my young friend. Should such opportunities arise in the future, do remember to call upon me. Upon hearing the steward Lu's words, Xinyan realized that Lu had completely taken the bait. He quickly responded, previously, I was young and ignorant, and I inadvertently offended you, esteemed sir. Fortunately, your magnanimity is such that you not only harbor no resentment but also wish to elevate me. In the future, I shall undoubtedly look up to you and repay your kindness with utmost diligence. If that little wretch had been so agreeable earlier, I wouldn't have had to endure those 10 lashes. Now he seeks to curry favor. It's too late. Lu, the steward, dismissed Xinyan's flattery with disdain, yet he nodded in agreement. The two, each harboring ulterior motives, made their way to the shore under the moonlight, embarking on a fishing boat towards the depths of the sea. Steward Lu, we've arrived, came Xinyan's voice, filled with excitement. We've found it, right here, the gold and silver pupil fish. Excellent, excellent. With the gold and silver pupil fish, I will finally be able to serve as the steward in the inner court. Upon hearing this, Lu the steward rushed out of the cabin, his excitement palpable. As he observed Xinyan at the bow, gazing around without a care for the danger behind him, a cruel smile crept onto his lips as he grasped the steel fork and stealthily approached. Out of the corner of his eye, Xinyan caught a glimpse of Lu's menacing gaze, and he chuckled softly before turning around, seizing the fork. Steward Lu, what are you planning? We mustn't use the fork on the gold and silver pupil fish, it would diminish its value. Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to kill Xinyan, yet now found his steel fork firmly grasped. With an awkward smile, he said, I see, thank you for the reminder, I shall return the fork. He tugged at the fork, but Xinyan's grip remained steadfast. What's the matter? Lu's heart sank, though he maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Steward Lu, let us drop the act. I am sending you on your way right now. Suddenly, Xinyan bared his teeth, his face illuminated by a radiant smile in the moonlight. Without hesitation, he wrenched the fork away and plunged it viciously into Lu's abdomen. Witnessing this, Lu's eyes reflected sheer disbelief and confusion. Wasn't it I who intended to kill this little wretch? Why am I suddenly under attack? Before his mind could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain in his chest forced a horrified scream from his lips. Observing the wailing Lu, Xinyan's smile remained intact. It turned out that the steward was even more pathetic than us lowly servants. After all, it was merely a steel fork that pierced him. Was such a reaction truly necessary? As the excruciating pain coursed through him, Lu finally grasped the gravity of his situation, spitting blood as he cursed, you little bastard, dare you lay hands on me, do you not fear the repercussions from the manner? Upon hearing Lu's foul language, Xinyan's smile vanished. If you relish cursing so much, then I shall grant you the pleasure of a thorough tirade. A cruel glint appeared in his eyes as he withdrew the fork and, aiming it once more at Lu's abdomen, plunged it down again. Keep cursing, and do not stop. Xinyan, by killing me, you cannot escape. Spare me, and I promise not to seek revenge. At this moment, fear finally gripped Lu. He dared not curse further, for Xinyan's indifferent gaze made it clear that he was intent on murder. Steward Lu, Xinyan declared, as the saying goes, people die for wealth, birds die for food. If you hadn't coveted that nest of gold and silver pupil fish, you wouldn't have met such an end. With that, he withdrew the fork, speaking nonchalantly, do not think that I am oblivious to your intentions. You had already resolved to kill me, hadn't you? I merely took the initiative. Without allowing Lu a moment to respond, he thrust the fork into his lower abdomen once more, piercing deeply. With a splatter, blood gushed from Lu's abdomen, and he stared in disbelief at Xinyan. You the manner will not let you off. A mere external steward, who would care if he died? Xinyan scoffed coldly, twisting the fork, causing Lu to feel as though the world were tumbling around him, nearly rendering him unconscious. I said earlier, enjoy your cursing, why have you ceased? At this point, Lu was in such agony that he could no longer articulate words, trembling as he pointed feebly at Xinyan. Since you no longer wish to curse, what use is your mouth? At this, under Lu's horrified gaze, Xinyan forcefully lifted the fork, targeting Lu's tongue and yanking it out with ferocity. Lu could only moan in agony, his mouth awash with blood, rendered speechless as he howled in torment. From the moment I entered the Yang Manor, you struck me 17 times. I have kept count. Xinyan leisurely discarded Lu's severed tongue into the water, his tone devoid of emotion. Now that you are in my grasp, I shall not exact excessive revenge, merely 17 thrusts. As his words fell, and under Lu's pained and despondent gaze, the fork pierced Lu's left foot. 1. Lu continued to wail, yet Xinyan remained unmoved, withdrawing the fork and plunging it into Lu's right foot. 2. Then, amidst Lu's agonized screams, Xinyan filled his body with holes. 17. Having fulfilled his promise to Lu, Xinyan discarded the fork, observing Lu, who was now barely clinging to life and could no longer vocalize. He shook his head, relaxed his muscles, and with a sense of clarity, declared, Steward Lu, farewell, in your next life, strive to be a good person. With that, he kicked Lu's lifeless body into the air and, with a powerful fist, struck down upon it, exclaiming, with the force of thunder. The tremendous impact crushed Lu's bones in an instant. Blood erupted from Lu's mouth. This villain, who had once wielded power in the fishing yard, finally met his demise at Xinyan's hands. With a splash, Lu's corpse sank into the sea. Manipulating the waters, Xinyan allowed the tide to engulf Lu's body, speaking calmly, once you reach the underworld, do not rush to reincarnate, wait for me to send the entire Yang family down, so you can guide your masters. As he rinsed the blood from the fishing boat with the seawater, his expression remained placid. After killing Lu, he felt none of the anticipated joy. Perhaps Lu was merely an insignificant insect to him now. How could one feel happiness in crushing an ant, even if that ant had once stung them? Chapter 13 The Jade Immortal Sect, Stealthy Investigations. To put it bluntly, you are nothing more than a lowly servant in the Yang residence, your life worth less than dirt, with merely a trifling title concerning external affairs. You have gone madly assisting the estate in oppressing your own kind. How utterly pitiable. Xinyan sighed, remarking, to me, Steward Lu is merely an ant, but does that mean I am also considered an ant in the eyes of others? Despite having obtained the divine seal of the Heavenly Emperor, he remained an ordinary man. He would bleed if wounded and perish if beheaded. Having suddenly stumbled upon fortune, he felt a sense of complacency, yet he knew he must remain vigilant. After quietly admonishing himself, Xinyan navigated the waters, propelling the fishing boat toward the shore. Reclining in bed, Xinyan indulged in a refreshing sleep. The following day, with the sun well above the horizon, he stretched languidly. Killing Steward Lu had alleviated a portion of the accumulated resentment from years past. Next, he would turn his attention to the Yang residence, beginning with several of the young masters within. Over the past 6 months, he had occasionally conducted covert investigations into the whereabouts of the young ladies and gentlemen of the estate, hoping to swiftly eliminate them when they were alone. However, he had discovered that these young masters and misses were always accompanied by guards, making it difficult to strike. Today, he planned to continue his inquiries, seeking those whose bodyguards were not particularly formidable, so he could enact his vengeance. Yet, as he stepped outside, he was taken aback to find the estate adorned with festive decorations. A thick layer of silk draped over the once unembellished stone floors. Every visible structure had been bedecked with various celebratory ornaments. The hurried passers-by, be they stewards or servants, wore expressions of unrestrained joy. What occasion was being celebrated in the estate? Grabbing a nearby servant, Xinyan questioned in a low voice. The Yang residence had hosted celebrations before, but never to such an extravagant degree. It is said that the eldest young lady has ascended to immortality, and the Lord is celebrating. Hurry to the treasury. Today, everyone is to be awarded 10 taels of silver. The eldest young lady, Yang Yun, has ascended to immortality. Is it truly possible to attain immortality through martial cultivation? Xinyan was left utterly perplexed. All along, Yang Yun had been regarded as a martial arts master within the estate. How had she suddenly become an immortal? Releasing his grip on the servant, Xinyan silently traversed between the inner and outer residences, gathering information. It was a day of great joy within the estate, and everyone was busy and beaming, naturally less cautious about the presence of a mere servant. Is it true? Does this world truly have immortals? Of course. Our young lady has been taken as an apprentice by an immortal. An old saying goes, when one ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Perhaps we too could ascend together? Even the emperor has sent envoys to confer the title of royal kin upon the eldest young lady. The young family is destined for greater heights. Soon, Xinyan pieced together the fragments of conversation among the members of the Yang residence, gaining a clearer understanding of the day's momentous occasion. The eldest young lady, Yang Yun, was not only a martial arts expert but also a disciple of the immortal sect. She had devoted herself to arduous training from a young age, later encountering a great opportunity, being noticed by an immortal from overseas, and brought back to the celestial mountain to cultivate the path of immortality. Now, having achieved remarkable progress, her status within the sect had risen significantly. Upon her return to the Yang family, even the emperor was compelled to kneel in congratulations. I always suspected that Yang Yun was no ordinary woman, but I never imagined she was an immortal cultivator. Xinyan's heart ignited with fervor. After obtaining the divine seal of the Heavenly Emperor, he had contemplated the existence of immortal beings akin to those in the heavenly realm. However, possessing such a treasured artifact yet lacking the means to protect himself, he was reluctant to engage with immortal cultivators prematurely. But now, the situation had changed. Yang Yun had illuminated a path forward for him. Once he fulfilled his quest for vengeance, he could seek opportunities to enter the sect and cultivate. With the young residents in a jubilant mood, the guards were less vigilant than usual, providing the perfect opportunity to observe the newly ascended young lady. Xinyan felt a stirring within him, a decision made. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Duke's residence, a festive atmosphere prevailed as Yang Yun and Yang Zhe presided over the gathering, surrounded by family and friends. Yuner, is it not somewhat inappropriate for the Emperor's envoy to kneel while delivering the edict? Yang Zhe, having witnessed the kneeling eunuch proclaiming the decree, was taken aback, even as a high-ranking official himself. The status of the immortal sect truly commanded unparalleled respect, even the Emperor must bow his head. Pay it no mind, Yang Yun shook her head, wishing to distance herself from mundane matters. She swiftly redirected the conversation. Father, what progress have you made regarding selecting someone to accompany me back to the sect? Upon hearing this, Yang Ze's spirit lifted, his smile broadening. There are some old relatives at home who wish to send someone with you to the Jade Immortal sect. Additionally, some high-ranking officials have sought connections to make requests I cannot decline. Perhaps you could take them all. Yang Yun's brows furrowed, interrupting him with a wave of her hand. Father, there is only one quota for outer disciples at the Jade Immortal sect. If you wish for my younger siblings to accompany me, they can only go as servants, and even then, the quota is limited to 5. Let them serve as servants? Yang Ze's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his daughter. These individuals are descendants of the nobility of the Qian kingdom. How can they be reduced to such a lowly status? With a weary sigh, Yang Yun's frustration became palpable, and faint sparks of lightning flickered around her. This is the regulation of the Jade Immortal sect. Though I am a true disciple, I cannot make exceptions. Father, please contemplate this carefully and select suitable candidates to accompany me back to the sect. Pausing briefly, she continued, moreover, having attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, I was granted a breaking through pill by my master, which has already stirred discontent among some disciples in the sect. If I were to violate further rules, I fear I would only invite more scrutiny. With that, she disregarded her father's indecision and the sycophants within the hall, rising to depart. The cultivation site bestowed by the sect was located on Jingyun Island, nestled between Jinzhou Bay and the East Sea, where an elder and 2 true disciples resided. It seemed that even as a true disciple, she would not be free from turmoil. As she walked, Yang Yun exuded an imposing presence, and all the servants along her path regarded her with reverence, as if she were truly a celestial being. Suddenly, Yang Yun's brows furrowed as she turned to look in the distance, sensing a malicious gaze upon her. As the eldest lady of the Duke's residence, she was acutely aware of the estate's undercurrents, yet, the fact that someone could provoke a reaction from her, a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, indicated that the one who had been watching her was far from ordinary. Chapter 14 A covert clash, how intriguing. A faint smile danced upon Yang Yun's lips, yet a glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes. Are there spies within the sect who regard me as a rival? Or perhaps agents from the Qian kingdom, or even individuals from other nobility? After pondering for a moment and yielding no answers, she shook her head and continued towards her private quarters. Meanwhile, in a nearby water tank, Xinyan remained concealed and motionless, the intense malice emanating from the Heavenly Emperor's seal still palpable. Of this woman, Yang Yun, is exceedingly cautious. Indeed, after a brief interval, Yang Yun's figure reappeared at the same spot. The servants in the vicinity, taken aback by her sudden appearance, hurriedly bowed, yet Yang Yun paid them no heed, her brows furrowed in uncertainty. Is this merely my illusion? After a considerable time, she departed once more. As darkness encroached, the young residents erupted in jubilant celebration, evidently still reveling in festivities, yet, Xinyan remained hidden within the water tank, while Yang Yun resorted to her old tactics. To confirm her suspicions, she executed a series of 3 consecutive loops. Were it not for the reminder from the Heavenly Emperor's seal, even with Xinyan using the water manipulation technique to create a reflective surface to spy on Yang Yun, he would likely have been discovered long ago. The aura surrounding this woman, flickering like thunder, is it a unique power of those who cultivate immortality. With the assistance of the Heavenly Emperor's seal, Xinyan, although not a practitioner of the immortal path, possessed keen perceptiveness. While others in the Yang residence failed to sense the terrifying aura enveloping Yang Yun, Xinyan grasped it with clarity. However, her aura was unstable, likely akin to his own recent breakthrough in the Hunyuan technique, rendering her unable to master herself perfectly. It seems the servants have mistaken her breakthrough for a transcendent ascension. With this realization, Xinyan exhaled in relief. As long as she had not genuinely reached the status of a senior, there remained hope for vengeance. However, as long as this woman lives, my heart cannot find peace. Even if she is of the immortal path, she must be eliminated. Xinyan's heart hardened with resolve. Strength is inconsequential, for with the Heavenly Emperor's seal in hand, he would eventually catch up. Through previous encounters, Xinyan had confirmed that Yang Yun was meticulous and suspicious. The moment she harbored even the slightest doubt, she would eradicate any threats. Faced with such an opponent, Xinyan dared not let his guard down. The optimal course of action was to eliminate her. It was only with the onset of night, and the absence of any lingering sense of crisis from the Heavenly Emperor's seal, that Xinyan emerged from the water tank and made his way to his quarters. He had resolved to bide his time, waiting for Yang Yun to depart the Yang residence before taking action. Perhaps by entrusting the red gold silverite fish to Mingwei, he might gain an opportunity to approach Yang Yun. As he returned to his room, Xinyan gazed at the luminous moon overhead, contemplatively reflecting. With Yang Yun having emerged from the Yang family, he held little regard for the other young masters and ladies. Even for Duke Yang Zhe of the Lu Kingdom, as long as Xinyan was resolute, he can undoubtedly bring about his demise. Once the celebrations for Yang Yun concluded, the Duke's residence returned to a state of tranquility. Xinyan, under the pretense of searching for the red gold silverite fish, often vanished for 10 days or half a month, leaving the fisherman unperturbed. His true intention was, of course, to procure the red gold silverite fish to draw closer to Yang Yun. Setting sail into the sea, he waited until the sky darkened before carrying the red gold silverite fish towards the inner residence. After a series of formalities, Xinyan finally encountered Mingyue. You truly managed to find the red gold silverite fish? Mingyue exclaimed, astonished at the innate spiritual object in Xinyan's possession. She had hardly expected him to catch another red gold silverite fish, as such innate treasures from the Jinzhou Bay were exceedingly rare, with the Yang residents fortunate to secure even one in a year. Even so, such innate treasures were meant to be offered to the royal family of the Qian kingdom, and the duke's residents could hardly keep it. The reason the young lady had assigned an impossible task was merely to uphold the so-called rules of the esteemed individuals residing there. For the nobility of the residents, it was not a matter of wanting to kill you, rather, it was that you failed to accomplish the task, necessitating your demise. This pretense of false compassion served two purposes. To alleviate her own boredom and to convey a misleading impression to the servants that the nobility would not kill without cause. Although the surviving servants were astute and would not easily fall for such tricks, they would deceive whoever they could. Mingyue was well aware of the nobility's antics, and the fact that Xinyan, whom she had initially regarded as a personal pawn, had completed the task without a sound left her wide-eyed in disbelief. You flatter me, Mingyue. It was merely good fortune. I too did not anticipate capturing another red gold silverite fish in the same location. Xinyan humbly replied, then inquired, Mingyue, you mentioned that if I were to find the red gold silverite fish within a year, I would be spared. Upon hearing Xinyan's words, Mingyue couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by the presence of such a Navi servant in the residence. Perhaps it was true that fools had their fortunes. This servant named Xinyan was able to repeatedly capture the red gold silverite fish, and perhaps that was precisely why. Rest assured, since you have already presented a red gold silverite fish, you have certainly passed the test. Mingyue leisurely fiddled with the red gold silverite fish before her expression shifted as she looked at Xinyan pointedly. What of that steward from the outer residence? I recall instructing him to assist you in your tasks, did I not? Mingyue, being the intimate confidant of the young lady, showed no signs of embarrassment when speaking such deceptive words. Initially, she had asked Steward Lu to keep an eye on him, yet now it was framed as collaboration, showcasing her remarkable skill in changing narratives. The reason for her inquiry was undoubtedly her suspicion that Xinyan, after capturing the red gold silverite fish, had come to find her in secret, sidestepping Steward Lu. If that were the case, she would have misjudged him, mistaking someone intent on claiming credit for a naive simpleton. The rules of the residence were paramount. Should Xinyan bypass Steward Lu to approach her, he would be violating the residence's regulations. In that case, it would be fitting to deal with both him and Lu, especially since this fool had neglected to present the blood ginseng pill to her. With this thought, her gaze towards Xinyan shifted ominously. I am not certain where Steward Lu has gone. After I captured the red gold silverite fish, I intended to seek him out, but the fisherman informed me that he has not been seen for a day. Xinyan, keenly aware of the suspicion evident on Mingyue's face, quickly deduced her thoughts. However, he remained unperturbed, adopting a demeanor of feigned helplessness as he cautiously addressed Mingyue. A mere servant who spent his days at sea could hardly be expected to keep track of Steward Lu's whereabouts, let alone know of his fate. Disappeared? The Jinzhou residence is under the Yang family's domain. Who could cause him to vanish? I suspect he simply ran off. Chapter 15 Yang Yun's decision. Mingyue's expression suddenly shifted as her brows shot up in anger. Good. Who would have thought there was such a bold steward in the mansion, one who, instead of seeking to atone for his sins, chooses to flee in fear of punishment? It seems he no longer wishes to live. From Mingyue's perspective, half a year had passed without a whisper of news regarding the goldenite silverfish. It was evident that Steward Lu had vanished out of fear of being implicated by Xinyan in facing the mansion's wrath. After all, for a mere servant to catch a goldenite silverfish within a year was nothing short of a pipe dream. Since misfortune was inevitable, it would be wiser to escape at the earliest opportunity. Mingyue couldn't help but conjure an elaborate drama in her mind, developing a sense of disdain for Steward Lu. The fools in the fishing yard seemed to come and go in droves. Why did he choose to flee the very day before Xinyan captured the goldenite silverfish? The more she contemplated, the more absurd it appeared, prompting Mingyue to immediately dispatch someone to track down Steward Lu's whereabouts. However, considering that the mansion was preparing for the young lady's celebration banquet, it would be unwise to stir up trouble, so after a moment of brooding, she finally waved her hand. The goldenite silverfish shall remain. Your transgression of consuming the spirit fish ends here. Pausing slightly, she fixed her gaze on Xinyan, observing him for a moment before continuing. As for the matter of Steward Lu, you need not concern yourself with it. Since you have presented the goldenite silverfish today, you shall henceforth become the steward of the fishing yard. Upon hearing this, Xinyan's face lit up with joy, repeatedly bowing to Mingyue. Thank you, Miss Mingyue. I shall serve diligently in the future, sparing you any further trouble. Satisfied with Xinyan's words, Mingyue nodded. For the next few days, remain at the fishing yard in peace. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall seek you out. Then I shall not delay Miss Mingyue any longer. I take my leave. Departing from Mingyue's courtyard, Xinyan cast his gaze toward a palace being constructed not far away, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. It seemed this palace was being built by the Emperor Qian for the unconventional royal, Yang Yun. After Xinyan left, Mingyue pondered for a moment before finally taking the goldenite silverfish to the room of the young lady, Yang Yun. There was no urgency in pursuing a runaway steward. The priority was to inform the young lady that she had once again procured a goldenite silverfish. Yang Yun's original chamber was fortified with defensive formations, and without her consent, even Yang Zhe could not enter unless he breached the array. Inside, Yang Yun sat cross-legged on a cushion, meditating and regulating her breath. Outside the formation, Mingyue's respectful voice rang out, "Young miss, Mingyue has urgent matters to discuss." Yang Yun furrowed her brow. What could be so pressing at this hour? Nevertheless, as Mingyue had grown up alongside her, she understood the gravity of situations and assumed it must indeed be something important. "Young miss, the servant who found the goldenite silverfish half a year ago has presented another one today." Upon hearing this, Yang Yun stood frozen in place. Another goldenite silverfish? When had they become so easily caught? Where were the spirit fish? She quickly exited her chamber and dispelled the formation. Upon seeing Yang Yun, Mingyue knelt on the ground, raising the goldenite silverfish with both hands. Indeed, it was the goldenite silverfish, yet after a brief moment, she rose, her face alight with excitement. It was known that even within the Jade Immortal sect, such innate spiritual entities were rare. A true disciple like her, at the peak of chi refining, would only be allocated a similar innate spiritual entity once every decade. Moreover, judging by the innate purple aura of this goldenite silverfish, it surpassed the previous one. Was this caught by the mansion itself, or was it illicitly retained from the tributes offered to the Jade Immortal sect? Yang Yun suddenly inquired. If it was indeed caught by the mansion, it would rightfully belong to her. Given her current status, even Emperor Qian would not dare to contest it. However, if it had been taken from the tributes, that would constitute a grave offense. Esteemed young miss, this goldenite silverfish was caught by the servant who previously consumed the spirit fish without permission. Yang Yun was taken aback, her curiosity piqued. Is it that fellow who devoured half a spirit fish? Indeed. At this, Yang Yun's eyes brightened. A servant capable of consecutively catching goldenite silverfish might possess a streak of fortune. As this thought crossed her mind, Yang Yun's gaze flickered, fixating on the goldenite silverfish, her lips curling into a slight smile. Summon my father. In her heart, she turned over the implications. She needed to replace one of the candidates previously discussed with her father regarding those who would join her in the immortal sect. Shortly thereafter, Yang Zhe hurried into Yang Yun's courtyard, following Mingyue. Yuner, you summoned me at such a late hour. Is there an urgent matter? Yang Yun had recently ascended to true disciple status, and the young family had enjoyed a surge in prestige, and numerous dignitaries and noble families had sent valuable gifts, enough to make him beam with delight. Especially those who knew Yang Yun could bring people into the immortal sect were particularly generous, seeking a place for a servant. Yes, there is something I must discuss with father. I need to replace one of the names on the list for entering the Jade Immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhe grew anxious, exclaiming, replace someone? Wasn't it already agreed upon? I have accepted gifts for this. Changing now would be a breach of trust. Father. Yang Yun interjected firmly, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. I gather disciples to aid my cultivation. If there are talents among our family or friends, I shall not hesitate to nurture them. However, the situation is different now. The individual I wish to replace is of great significance to me. He has procured innate spiritual entities twice, and thus he undoubtedly carries a touch of luck. As she spoke, a peculiar gleam shone in her eyes. Such a person, had he not been restrained by our Yang family, would have likely soared to great heights by now. If he can dedicate himself to seeking innate spiritual entities for me, my cultivation will surely progress by leaps and bounds. Therefore, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Father, please attend to it promptly. Seeing Yang Yun's resolute stance, Yang Zhe realized he could not change his daughter's mind and sighed in resignation. It seemed he would have to go back on his word and cancel the previously promised spot. The thought of returning a precious gift pained him. Opportunities like this might never come again in his lifetime. Yet, as he considered the prosperity brought to the family by his daughter, he concluded that as long as he could aid Yuner in enhancing her cultivation, offending a noble was a trivial matter. After all, Yang Yun was ultimately his daughter, and her advancement was of utmost importance. Very well, let it be as you wish. Yang Zhe nodded helplessly, but he soon furrowed his brow and inquired, you mentioned that servant possesses some luck. If he achieves success in the future, could it pose a threat to you? Chapter 16 of the Change of Candidates, Xinyan's Opportunity. A soft chuckle escaped Yang Yun's lips, her radiant smile blooming like a garden in full blossom. Father, you are overthinking. That servant's fortune merely aligns with a few innate spiritual items, while an ordinary person might accumulate wealth through sheer luck. Now that he has fallen into my hands, can he truly rise again? At this point, her expression turned icy, sending a chill through the room for both present. He has joined me at the Jade Immortal sect. If I can procure a few more innate spiritual items, perhaps I could cultivate him. Yet, if he exhausts his fortune on just 2 spirit fish, wasting my precious opportunity, then let him remain a mere herb servant within the sect. Yang Zhe nodded, understanding that his daughter had already devised a strategy. Since your mind is made up, I shall say no more. The young family does not harbor idlers. If he can become your aide, that would be optimal. If not, he is but a worthless life. Yang Yun gently nodded, a glimmer of hope appearing on her composed face. There are rumors within the Jade Immortal sect that the sect's true disciple is a person of extraordinary fortune. If this servant can possess even a fraction of that fortune, I might have a chance to enter the vast Sea Immortal sect and become a progenitor of the grand sect. Excitement flickered in her eyes. If she could ascend to such heights, her path of cultivation would surely be smooth. Thus, Mingyue, inform that servant to accompany the young lady to Quiet Cloud Island in 3 days. Mingyue nodded in acknowledgement and turned towards the fishing quarters. Me? Accompany the young lady to the immortal gate? Xinyan found it hard to believe as he watched Mingyue's envious gaze. Initially, he had intended to get close to Mingyue by catching the crimson gold silver pupil fish to extract information about Yang Yun, never expecting the outcome would directly entangle him with the young lady herself. Indeed, in 3 days, the young lady commands you to accompany her to the Jade Immortal sect. Do not forget. With that, Mingyue swiftly departed, fearing her jealousy might overwhelm her. After diligently serving the young lady for over a decade, she was infuriated that the young lady would take this servant instead of her. Even if he managed to catch the crimson gold silver pupil fish, it was merely a stroke of luck. Could he possibly replicate it in the future? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Xinyan. However, no matter how furious she was, the decision made by Yang Yun was beyond her power to alter. If she dared to sabotage it, Yang Yun would not let her off easily. Even having grown up together, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. As she watched Mingyue's retreating figure, Xinyan found himself momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. She wants me to constantly seek the crimson gold silver pupil fish for her. Yang Yun undoubtedly valued his ability to catch these fish. Her regard for the possession of innate spiritual items infused with primordial purple energy made him wonder if there were no means to search for such items within the immortal sect. Or perhaps, with Yang Yun's status, she lacked the privilege to access innate spiritual items. This thought made Xinyan appreciate the water manipulation technique even more. Regardless of the reason, the water manipulation technique was undoubtedly invaluable. Otherwise, with Yang Yun standing in the Qian nation, if innate spiritual items were truly easy to find, why would she place such importance on his fishing skills? He also came to understand that the secret of the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal must never be revealed. The celebrations within the Yang residence continued, while Xinyan remained steadfast in his training by the sea. This time, he chose not to practice the primordial skill but focused on the application of the water manipulation technique. He experimented with various methods such as water arrows, water prisons, water walls, and water shields, each providing support in combat. Moreover, he discovered that the effect of the water manipulation technique on mist was less potent than that on water, yet he made a significant discovery. He could control blood. One day, while gutting fish, he realized he could manipulate their blood, which exhilarated him. To test this newfound ability on a person, he seized an opportunity when a servant was nearby and attempted to control the servant's blood. Although the effect was minimal, Xinyan could distinctly feel he had indeed exerted control over the servant's blood. If my water manipulation technique progresses further, enhancing the range of control over water and even the blood within the human body, would I not become invincible? The more he contemplated, the more fervent his desire to enhance his water manipulation technique became. Unfortunately, despite his diligent training, the improvement of the technique remained marginal. Ultimately, he concluded that the only way to enhance the water manipulation technique was through perseverance. However, circumstances had shifted. While martial arts training had previously limited the enhancement of the water manipulation technique, after glimpsing the lightning on Yang Yun, Xinyan was convinced that the immortal sect must possess spells to enhance one's water control abilities. If he could learn such spells, he could discreetly eliminate everyone within the Yang residence. Most importantly, once he entered the immortal sect, he could devise a plan to hunt Yang Yun, she in the light, he in the shadows. With the advantage of deceit, he would stand a significant chance of eliminating her. By annihilating the Yang family and killing Yang Yun, Xinyan could avenge his grievances, restore his heart's peace, and achieve clarity of thought. At this point, his vendetta had transcended the simple desire for revenge against those who had imprisoned him. It now encompassed a deeper grudge against the obstruction of his path. The news of the young lady's attention toward him had spread throughout the residence, ensuring that no foolish individuals dared to provoke him. Thus, he continued his training until the dead of night, returning to his quarters with lingering satisfaction. The following evening, shortly after Xinyan lay down, a cacophony erupted outside. He hastily rose and opened the door, only to find it was once again Yang Yun's personal maid, Mingyue. Mingyue, what is happening? Do not ask, just come with me, Mingyue urged, her demeanor fraught with urgency. The young lady had intended to take you to the Jade Immortal sect tomorrow, but for some reason, the time has been moved up. Are we leaving now? Xinyan was taken aback. Yes, right now. Do not waste time, gather your belongings. Since it is the young lady's decision, you must comply without question. Mingyue reprimanded him with impatience. Xinyan nodded. As a servant of the residence, he naturally possessed no valuable possessions. He quickly packed 2 garments and the meager savings of scattered silver he had accumulated. Following Mingyue as they exited, though he bore the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, he remained an ordinary man. Now, with the opportunity to gain Yang Yun's favor by providing her with the crimson gold silver pupil fish, he eagerly anticipated entering the immortal sect. Despite the midnight hour, the atmosphere within the residence was abuzz with activity, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility, evidently bustling with preparations for the young lady's departure. The Yang residence was vast, and after walking for quite some time, Mingyue led Xinyan to a grand plaza. Chapter 17. A desire to kill Yang Yun. The square was surrounded by towering stone sculptures of lions, tigers, dragons, phoenixes, cheetahs, and black tortoises, each a testament to the profound heritage of the Duke's mansion. Within the square, a striking woman donned in a flowing white gown appeared ethereal and captivating. The sight of this extraordinary beast reminded Xinyan of the day he concealed the golden-eyed silverfin fish from its gaze. Gazing upon the woman before him, as serene as a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, Xinyan harbored no impure thoughts, for in his eyes, she emanated an overwhelming pressure that tightened his heart. Compared to a few days prior, the fleeting thunder that once surrounded her had vanished, yet she appeared more imposing than ever. Could it be that she had mastered her own power? As Xin Yan pondered, Yang Yun's gaze fell upon him. You are the one who captured 2 goldenite silverfin fish consecutively? Her cold voice caught Xin Yan off guard. Indeed, it is I. What is your name? In response to the young lady, I am Xin Yan. Shen Yan? Yang Yun fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Your ability to catch 2 such innate spiritual creatures speaks of your fortuitousness. Henceforth, your primary task will be to search for innate spiritual treasures for me. As long as you perform your duties diligently, I shall not hesitate to reward you. Her words elicited envious gazes from the servants working around the square. This Xin Yan, appearing rather ordinary, was unexpectedly favored by the young lady, provoking feelings of envy and resentment among them. However, for Xin Yan, as Yang Yun spoke, he felt a slight warmth emanating from the heavenly Emperor's divine seal on his chest, instantly sensing Yang Yun's intense malice. This vile woman harbored ill intentions. Was she planning to use me for concocting human elixirs? There had long been ominous rumors among the servants of the Yang household, suggesting that some esteemed individuals delighted in consuming hearts and drinking blood. Some even went so far as to capture people for alchemical purposes or to refine their skills. The servants firmly believed these rumors, as many who had committed no wrongs often vanished without a trace. Moreover, Mingyue had previously voiced her intent to cook Xin Yan. Thank you, young lady, for your patronage. To serve you is a lifelong blessing for me. He flattered with his words, feigning joy while maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, for he recognized that this foolish woman was inviting disaster. I shall uncover your secrets, set fire to the Yang mansion, eliminate all the men, and sell the women to the pleasure quarters, allowing you to experience a fate worse than death. Just focus on your duties, Yang Yun concluded, dismissing Xin Yan as merely a treasure-seeking boy, to be drained of usefulness and left to fend for himself. She strode forward, her entourage of steward servants flocking behind her. Although Xin Yan retained his status as a servant, he was under the special care of the young lady, thus exempt from labor, dutifully trailing behind the group toward the sea. The Jade Immortal sect, an overseas sect of immortals, naturally resided amidst the ocean. As a cultivator, Yang Yun required no boat for her solitary journey to the Jade Immortal sect. However, since her designated place of cultivation was the tranquil Yan Island, situated between the East Sea and Jinzhou Bay, and accompanied by 6 mortals, a large vessel was essential. By the Jinzhou Bay, the esteemed members of the Yang household stood on the shore, exuberantly sending Yang Yun off amidst the adoration. Yang Yun, in her long white dress, appeared ethereal, as if she belonged to a realm beyond mortals. Father, rest assured, my 4th brother will be well under my care at the Jade Immortal sect. After reassuring Yang Zhe, Yang Yun turned her gaze toward the ocean, her bright eyes flashing with determination. As I journey to Yan Island, I am certain many will await to witness my misfortune, yet I, Yang Yun, am not one to shy away from challenges. On board. Yang Yun decisively rejected Yang Zhe's suggestion to send escorts. As a fully accomplished chi refinement practitioner, how could these mortal guards possibly protect her should peril arise? Rather, it would likely be she who would safeguard them. Following Yang Yun, Xin Yan obediently took his place at the rear. There were 7 individuals on the vessel, with Yang Yun, as the true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, assuming the role of the Pillar of Strength. Among the remaining 6, aside from Xin Yan, all hailed from families of nobility. Their roles had already been predetermined, 1 as an outer disciple and 5 as miscellaneous servants. Among them, Yang Lai, Yang Yun's younger brother, was naturally granted the status of outer disciple by her. Once you enter the Jade Immortal sect, your previous identities will be but a fleeting memory. Within the sect, distinctions exist between miscellaneous servants, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Should you wish to survive, do not provoke those of higher status, otherwise, even I may not be able to save you. Standing on the deck, Yang Yun sternly articulated the rules of the Jade Immortal sect. From this moment forth, the 5 miscellaneous disciples shall take control of the ship as we set sail for Yan Island. Upon her utterance, the other 4 hurriedly stepped forward, clumsily attempting to maneuver the vessel. Having been cherished as family treasures, they had never before experienced the art of sailing, causing a chaotic flurry. Xin Yan, teach them how to navigate the ship. Yang Yun's expression hardened. She had previously informed the families of these miscellaneous disciples to prepare them for sailing, yet it appeared none had truly learned. These individuals now held no value for cultivation. It would be best to let them fend for themselves upon reaching the Jade Immortal sect. As Yang Yun remained their sole support within the sect, her first request met with such disregard ignited her dissatisfaction. In an instant, Yang Yun sealed the fates of the 4 noble youths. Yes, young lady. Xin Yan respectfully accepted the command, then addressed the bewildered 4. Follow me. They promptly complied. Chosen by their families to attend the Jade Immortal sect, they were no fools. Yet now, being instructed by a mere servant left them reluctant, though they dared not voice their dissent. Gentlemen, this is the sail. With the wind at our backs, raising the sail will increase our speed. This is the anchor. Should we encounter fierce winds or waves, we can drop the anchor to stabilize the vessel. Xin Yan assigned tasks to the group, then took the helm, steering in the direction indicated by Yang Yun. Take me to the location where you captured the golden-eyed silverfin fish. Just as Xin Yan focused intently on sailing, Yang Yun appeared by his side unexpectedly, issuing her command. Xin Yan's heart stirred. This woman was far greedier than he had anticipated, or perhaps the rarity of the golden-eyed silverfin fish exceeded even his expectations. Yes, he replied respectfully, inwardly contemplating whether he could employ the same tactics again, setting Yang Yun and Steward Lu up as an underwater couple. While mulling over this, Xin Yan assessed whether he stood a chance in confronting Yang Yun. Chapter 18 The Power of Immortal Path, the Jade Immortal Courtyard. I have merely attained mastery in the martial ways primordial unity, along with the art of water manipulation, while Yang Yun is a master of the Immortal Path. In a fair fight, she could easily take my life in the blink of an eye. However, the sea is my domain. I thrive in its depths like a fish in water, enabling me not only to navigate freely but also to wield the ocean as my ally. Should this woman fall into the sea, I might still have a chance to counterattack. Soon, I shall conjure a tempest to cast her into the depths. If she can withstand the raging waves, I need not rush to confront her. If she cannot endure, then I shall eliminate her first. Although entering the immortal sect is my desire, revenge is my greatest aspiration. Xinyan pondered silently. Manager Lu, I truly hold you in high regard. Presenting such a beautiful woman for your union is a testament to our acquaintance. He steered the ship deeper into Jinzhou Bay. Why.to be prudent, I should seek some innate spiritual treasures from the sea floor. After all, if I were to be left in a pitiful state by the tempest without perishing, this woman might seek retribution against me. With innate spiritual treasures in hand, Yang Yun would surely regard me with renewed esteem, not only sparing me trouble but perhaps valuing me even more. Yet, I must not allow her to savor victory. A single fry of the golden silverite fish will suffice. After more than half a year of arduous training, Xinyan has expanded his control over the water flow to a radius of 4 zhang. Furthermore, over the past 6 months, he has mastered the locations of all innate spiritual treasures within Jinzhou Bay, making the search for a fry of the golden silverite fish a trivial matter. Half an hour later, Xinyan successfully located a fry of the golden silverite fish. After ensnaring the fry in seawater, he discreetly employed the art of water manipulation to incite a furious swell in the depths of Jinzhou Bay. Before long, a colossal wave surged towards them. Xinyan feigned terror and shouted, "The waves are rising, quickly, drop the anchor." He clung tightly to the ship's helm, observing Yang Yun while secretly intensifying the water flow to exacerbate the waves. Yet, in the face of the towering wave, Yang Yun remained utterly composed. She raised her hand gently, and from her sleeve shot forth a silver-white ribbon, which transformed in midair into 6 ropes that bound the 6 mortals aboard the ship in place. After executing this, she lightly pressed her foot down, and the jade-colored boots she wore shimmered. In the next moment, her body soared into the sky. This woman can fly. In an instant, Xinyan was rendered speechless, a sense of defeat swelling within him. Faced with an adversary capable of flight, the ocean, his ace in the hole, no longer posed a threat to Yang Yun. Fortunately, Xinyan soon discerned the peculiar nature of Yang Yun's boots. She was not flying per se, but rather leaping to great heights. He continued to observe, as Yang Yun ascended to the highest point, surpassing the waves. Suddenly, the massive wave crashed against the ship, drenching it thoroughly and soaking the 6 individuals on board. The arrival of the wave was indeed strange. Abruptly, Yang Yun's voice reached his ears. When he focused, he realized that, at some point, she had pulled all 6 individuals down onto the deck, and the ropes that had bound them had vanished without a trace. "Thank you, miss, for saving our lives," they all expressed their gratitude, and Xinyan wiped the seawater from his face, gradually extinguishing his thoughts of killing Yang Yun in Jinzhou Bay. If he could retreat into the sea and manipulate the water, he might still have a chance to leave her behind. However, if Yang Yun possessed other extraordinary treasures that could aid her escape, his secret would be exposed. Thus, to eliminate Yang Yun, he must not act hastily. 1 strike must suffice, lest he invite endless troubles. "Thank you, Lady Yang, thank you, Wang Yunxiu, thank you, Lady Yang," the others chimed in, with Yang Lai, Yang Yun's brother, expressing his own relief. Although Jinzhou Bay is an inland sea, its waters are unpredictable. Remember today's lesson and do not recklessly venture into the sea, lest you lose your lives. Yang Yun nodded, seemingly indifferent to their gratitude. "Elder sister, I caught a fry of the golden silverite fish right here last time." "There is indeed a fry of the golden silverite fish beneath the sea," Xinyan remarked, eager to hasten his quest. Since he could not kill Yang Yun, he would give her the fry and quickly reach the Jade Immortal Sect to learn the methods of immortal cultivation, and only then consider how to deal with Yang Yun. "Is it truly here?" Yang Yun furrowed her brow, revealing that there seemed to be nothing distinctive about the place. Nevertheless, she extended her consciousness into the sea, and in the next instant, a flicker of surprise crossed her frosty visage. There truly is a golden silverite fish. Using the white ribbon from her sleeve, she sent it into the water, and with a delicate flick of her finger, a fry of the golden silverite fish, about the thickness of her thumb, appeared in her hand. Though merely a fry, it was enough to confirm Xinyan's considerable fortune. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Yun finally declared, "Indeed, while a single fry may seem insignificant, I said, rewards must be given for merit. I shall grant you this profound Yuan heavy water technique as a reward." Saying this, she produced a thumb-sized, lustrous jade stone from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Xinyan. "Thank you for the generous gift, lady." Xinyan was taken aback that a fry of the golden silverite fish had earned him a cultivation technique. However, he wondered how to utilize the jade stone. Seemingly reading his confusion, Yang Yun explained calmly, "This is a jade slip that records the techniques of the immortal path. Place it against your forehead, and then let your mind settle within. You will be able to see the detailed contents of the technique." Her explanation was clear, evidently intended for others as well. "I understand," Xinyan nodded, accepting the jade slip. Now was not the time to study techniques. Reaching the Jade Immortal Sect was his foremost priority. "You are now my disciples within the Jade Immortal Sect. The titles you previously used are no longer applicable. Simply address me as senior sister from now on." Upon hearing Xinyan's words, Yang Yun frowned and clarified, "Though you are merely mortals, you are still disciples of the Jade Immortal Sect. When meeting disciples in the Qi refinement stage, refer to them as senior brothers or sisters. When encountering those who have attained the peak of Qi refinement, call them senior uncles or senior sisters." "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister." I shall serve you faithfully and without hesitation, Xin Yan replied with utmost respect. The others also bowed in gratitude, and even Yang Lai, Yang Yan's brother, was not surprised. Xin Yan, however, took note of Yang Yan's mention of the Qi refinement stage and the peak of Qi refinement, realizing that these two realms were classifications of strength among cultivators. Chapter 19 The unwavering loyalty of Xin Yan. Xin Yan was increasingly eager to enter the Jade Immortal sect and gain a profound understanding of the path of cultivation. Satisfied, Yang Yan nodded. She was not surprised by the performance of the others, for there were no fools among them, and they naturally understood the importance of seeking a powerful ally. I am weary. You may take the helm, Yang Yan instructed, then sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat, gazing serenely ahead. Xin Yan and the others, not daring to be remiss, quickly divided the tasks of steering the vessel as they headed towards Silent Cloud Island. As dawn began to break, Yang Yun, who was seated at the bow, suddenly rose and declared, "Ahead lies Silent Cloud Island." She pointed toward the expanse of the sea, yet Xin Yan could only see an endless stretch of water, failing to discern the island Yang Yun spoke of. Senior sister, forgive my lack of insight. Where is Silent Cloud Island? Xin Yan began to inquire, but before he could finish, Yang Yun produced a jade token from her sleeve and gently pressed it towards the horizon. In an instant, Xin Yan beheld a magnificent island appearing abruptly before him. The island was lush with towering trees, and at its pinnacle stood a series of palatial structures. The grandeur of the Yang family's inner court had previously left Xin Yan in awe, yet the palaces on this island far surpassed that, being at least tenfold more magnificent and resplendent. However, for Xin Yan at present, these palaces on Silent Cloud Island seemed rather ordinary compared to the supreme halls of the heavenly realm, akin to the stars of the Zhou constellation. The sights before him resembled mere thatched cottages of the countryside. Is this the abode of the predecessors? The Jade Immortal sect. This is indeed the Jade Immortal sect. I have finally arrived at a sect of the immortal path. The others were equally astonished, but what mattered most to Xin Yan was the opportunity to learn the techniques of immortality here. Indeed, this is the Jade Immortal sect's annex, Silent Cloud Island. Steady the ship, there is no need to advance further, Yang Yan stated. At that moment, Xin Yan noticed several clusters of white lights suddenly shooting forth from the island. As they drew nearer, he realized these so-called lights were, in fact, ethereal cranes of extraordinary grace. These cranes had wings that shimmered like golden feathers and talons resembling iron hooks, unmistakably a rare breed of celestial beings. What captivated Xin Yan the most was that several individuals clad in white robes were perched atop these cranes. He gazed enviously at the scene. To soar through the skies on the backs of cranes must be a most leisurely and carefree existence. As the cranes approached, the gusts from their flapping wings stirred the sea around the fishing boat into towering waves. Who bears the Jade Immortal sect's token and approaches? A young Taoist riding one of the cranes called out from a distance. You must be one of the welcoming disciples under senior brother Yu Qing. Is this how he teaches you to host guests? Yang Yan's voice rang out from the fishing boat. Though soft, it carried an air of authority. Ah, it is the newly promoted true disciple, senior sister Yang Yun. I, Sun Mingxua, pay my respects to you. Upon seeing Yang Yun, the young Taoist who had previously spoken instantly changed his demeanor, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to senior sister Yang Yun. The other young Taoists following Sun Mingxua also wore expressions of reverence. After all, she was a true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, her status far exceeding theirs. No wonder some outsiders often claim that the Jade Immortal sect exudes an imposing presence. It seems the fault lies with you welcoming disciples. The group bowed their heads, yet Yang Yan's tone shifted. In the next moment, she waved her long sleeves, and beams of white silk shot forth, striking down upon the young Taoists atop the cranes. Today, let this serve as a lesson, lest you bring calamity upon the Jade Immortal sect in the future. As her words fell, the white silk, like a streak of silver light, swiftly descended upon the faces of the young Taoists, leaving behind crimson marks. Senior sister Yang Yun, Yu Qing is also a true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect. Do you not fear his retribution for your brazen actions against us? Sun Mingxua shouted in anger. Having been inexplicably struck by Yang Yun, however, he did not dare retaliate against Yang Yun. Firstly, he was merely at the mid-stage of Qi refining, not a match for her who had reached perfection in that stage. Secondly, he was merely an outer disciple. To lay hands upon a true disciple of the sect would result in dire consequences dictated by the sect's regulations. Retribution? I am a true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, wielding the power of life and death over you outer disciples. Yang Yun maintained her frigid demeanor, yet her final words sent chills through those present. I used my true disciple's token to unlock the sect's restrictions. If Yu Qing does not confront me personally, it is evident he does not regard me, a true disciple, with any seriousness. I shall settle this debt with him in due time. As her words echoed, the white silk in her grasp sliced through the air, whistling menacingly toward Sun Mingxua. It was evident that Yang Yun's intention was to assert her dominance through lethal means, signaling her seriousness. Standing behind Yang Yun, Xin Yan observed the unfolding drama keenly. It was abundantly clear that the Jade Immortal sect, much like the Yang residence, was rife with overt and covert struggles for power. As the newly promoted true disciple, Yang Yun was being suppressed by the seasoned true disciple Yu Qing, and in retaliation, she sought to assert her authority over a few outer disciples. Indeed, in any hierarchy, those of lower status were easily cast aside as expendable pawns, even among those of the immortal realm. As Xin Yan pondered this, he suddenly noticed a golden light flashing from Silent Cloud Island. The golden light moved with astonishing speed, reaching Sun Mingxua in the blink of an eye, colliding with the white silk in Yang Yun's hand and sending it flying away. As the golden light dissipated, Xin Yan finally discerned that it was a golden flying sword, nearly a finger's length in size. Senior Sister Yang Yun, these outer disciples are merely a bit arrogant. There is no need to be so enraged. Allowing them to perish beneath the strings of your silk is to bestow upon them far too much honor. A long sigh accompanied the words of a middle-aged man with a striking brow and piercing eyes as he strode across the waves. Yu Qing, do you think you can stop me from killing those I wish to? Yang Yun retorted defiantly, not pausing her actions. She raised her sleeves again, and a string of azure silk shot forth, piercing the forehead of an outer disciple standing behind Sun Mingxua. Yang Yun, you! Taken by surprise, one welcoming disciple fell victim to this sudden violence, igniting a fierce rage within Yu Qing. Sister, be cautious. Upon encountering Yu Qing for the first time, Xinyan sensed his emotions through the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal. Disdain, anger, and a trace of fear. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to shield Yang Yun, intent on establishing himself as a paragon of loyalty. After all, among those who had come together, Yang Lai was Yang Yun's younger brother while the others were also related to her by blood. Although he possessed the ability to seek out innate spiritual treasures, that was a long-term endeavor, and it would not yield immediate results to provide Yang Yun with a plethora of such treasures. Therefore, to gain an advantage, he needed to earn Yang Yun's favorable regard. Xinyan's actions took Yang Yun by surprise. She had not anticipated that this servant-born disciple would exhibit such unwavering loyalty. Chapter 20 of the Silent Clouds of Xian Island. For types of disciples, the other 5 individuals accompanying Yang Yun were utterly astonished. Did Xinyan truly have no fear of death? However, given the current situation, they could only watch as Yu Qing and Yang Yun faced off against one another. As anticipated by Xinyan, Yu Qing seemed inclined to strike, yet hesitated, which prompted a quiet disdain from Xinyan. If you intend to suppress Yang Yun, you ought to have acted decisively from the very beginning, deploying your full strength rather than sending a few outer disciples to flaunt their prowess. Now, faced with humiliation, you must either confront Yang Yun directly to reclaim your dignity or humbly acknowledge your defeat and depart. To neither fight nor flee now is merely to invite ridicule. Yu Qing, when I joined the sect, you were already a true disciple in the early stages of foundation establishment. Now I have also succeeded in my foundation establishment and stand as a true disciple. I wonder when you shall advance to the mid-stage and become a sect steward. With a firm stride into the water, Yang Yun proclaimed with unwavering resolve, if you are not satisfied, let us duel on the arena. I wish to see if you, the so-called true disciple of Silent Cloud Island, can truly surpass me. If you refuse, then take your people and leave. The arena was a place for disciples of equal standing within the Yu Xian sect to resolve their disputes. Yet, once on the arena, only one disciple could emerge alive. Thus, unless there were deep-seated enmities, few were willing to venture there. Yang Yun's challenge, however, only intensified Yu Qing's trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing withdrew his golden flying sword with a flourish of his sleeve, seething, I shall report this matter to the elders of the sect, you shall wait. With that, he turned to leave, and the few disciples riding cranes exchanged glances before they too took flight. Xinyan, your loyalty in protecting your master has earned you this crane, Yang Yun declared, utilizing the azure silk string to bind the deceased master's crane. From the fallen disciple, she retrieved a small, ink-colored jade token and a palm-sized beast controlling pouch, tossing them to Xinyan. This is the command token for the crane and the pouch to store it. By applying your blood to the token, you can control the crane. The sight stirred envy among the other 5, and Yang Lai stepped forward to voice his grievance. Sister, he is but a mere servant. He is unworthy of this crane. It would be better suited for me. At his words, Yang Yun spun around, her eyes blazing as she glared at Yang Lai. Silence, this is Yu Xian sect. Your previous status holds no weight here. After surveying the discontented faces of the other servant disciples, she coldly continued, loyal disciples are far more dependable than mere siblings. If you wish to cultivate peacefully within the Yu Xian sect, then curb your arrogance. I shall warn you once more, within the Yu Xian sect, you shall refer to me as senior sister. With Yang Yun's admonishment silencing the others, Xinyan quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude. Xinyan, ride the crane with me, she commanded. Binding the other 5 with azure silk, she allowed Xinyan to ride the crane, clearly having developed a favorable impression of him and intending to nurture his potential. As they soared towards Silent Cloud Island, Xinyan couldn't help but marvel at Yang Yun's domineering nature. Whether dealing with foes or kin, she was unyieldingly severe. He pondered whether this disposition was cultivated in the Duke's residence or simply her innate character. After witnessing the confrontation between Yang Yun and Yu Qing, Xinyan's wariness of her reached new heights. With a woman like her in the Yang residence, uprooting their influence would not be an easy task. Silent Cloud Island was adorned with towering peaks, each summit boasting palatial structures, with pine trees and waterfalls gracing the landscape, a true celestial ambience. Upon arriving on Silent Cloud Island, Xinyan was dazzled by the sights of fields brimming with spiritual herbs and ginseng were abundant, and tigers and leopards roamed freely amongst them. Groups of disciples clad in Taoist robes rushed along winding paths. Yunxiu Peak. Following closely behind Yang Yun, they reached a mountain where the grand characters at the summit confirmed they had arrived at the right place. The palace appeared somewhat ancient, not newly constructed, yet the plaque was undoubtedly newly crafted, Yunxiu Palace. The presence of the character cloud at the peak further underscored Yang Yun's status. This Yunxiu Peak is my domain. It is tended to by others, ensuring that your needs for food and shelter are met, Yang Yun stated as they entered the main hall at the pinnacle. She set down the 5 and took a seat, lightly tapping her fingers. Yang Lai is an outer disciple and may accompany me in my cultivation. As for you all, pausing to assess the anxious expressions of the others, Yang Yun turned to Xinyan. Xinyan, I shall assign you but one task each year, procure for me a piece of innate spiritual matter. Whether it be spiritual herbs or spiritual fish, as long as it contains the innate purple qi, you shall have fulfilled your obligation. For Yang Yun, the ginseng and spiritual herbs cultivated on Silent Cloud Island, while infused with the essence of heaven and earth, had become of little use. Only these treasures, favored by the heavens, could elevate her cultivation. Of course, meditative practices could also enhance her abilities, but such methods were too slow for her liking. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and not disappoint my senior sister, Xinyan responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their envy and jealousy towards Xinyan, searching for an innate spiritual item every 6 months. Such a task was beyond their capabilities, yet they remained unaware that Xinyan's ascension to Yuxian sect was predicated on his capture of 3 goldenite silverfin fish within just 6 months. Yang Lai glared at Xinyan with palpable resentment. This fellow's fortune was indeed remarkable, and his sister seemed to favor him even more than her own brother. Once I cultivate my powers and become a practitioner, I shall ensure that Xinyan receives a severe lesson, Yang Lai silently vowed, while Yang Yun addressed the other 4, saying, Xian Jun, Zhou Lang, Zhou Jishuan, Chen Chen, in light of our familial ties, you shall henceforth be responsible for cultivating the spiritual herbs on the mountainside. Having resolved to abandon these individuals, she deemed them unworthy of her investment, lacking both Xinyan's loyalty and fortune, and certainly not brotherly like Yang Lai. Yes, senior sister, the 4 responded respectfully, entirely oblivious to the fact that their prospects on Silent Cloud Island had become exceedingly bleak. After issuing her commands, Yang Yun raised her hand, unleashing 6 beams of white light from her sleeve. This is the token of Yunxiu Peak. Possessing it will grant you unhindered access to most areas of Silent Cloud Island. Xinyan caught the token, discovering it to be a pearly white insignia inscribed with a robust character for Yun. Thank you for your generous gift, senior sister, he expressed gratefully. After a round of thanks from the others, Yang Yun instructed her maid, Mingyu, please arrange their accommodations and provisions for today. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else. With a wave, she dismissed them. You may leave now. Familiarize yourselves with Yuxian sect, and return to see me once everything is in order. Understood, the 5 nodded respectfully before following Mingyu out of the main hall. Chapter 21, The Distinction of Status. Gazing at the 5 servant disciples before her, Mingyu declared, Xinyan has a special mission, thus he shall reside in the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. As for the 4 of you, your task is to cultivate spiritual herbs, and you will be accommodated in the apothecary's lodge. Mingyu proceeded with a brisk and decisive demeanor, elaborating as she walked, your daily needs within Yunxiu Peak will be tended to by others. I cannot oversee Xinyan's affairs. Upon your arrival at your lodgings, guidance on how to cultivate spiritual herbs will be provided. After a brief pause, she continued, regarding your cultivation, you may go to the Law Transmission Peak to study independently. Since you were brought here by the Peak Master, you are exempt from contributions for learning the fundamental techniques. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a secluded palace. Mingyu continued, Xinyan, this is the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. You may choose an empty room. There are plenty of disciples on the peak eager to accumulate contributions. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire with them. I must escort these 4 to the apothecary's lodge, so I shall take my leave. Having concluded her remarks, the woman strode away with an unwavering gaze, as if Xinyan were some unsightly object, unwilling to linger even for a moment. However, Xinyan was indifferent, offering a word of thanks before entering the Tranquil Heart Pavilion to select a room and sit cross-legged. The myriad unforeseen events of the past few days had shattered his previously tranquil existence, and he needed to regain his composure. Now that he had arrived at the Yuxian sect, his immediate priority was to expedite his cultivation, striving for early success in qi refinement. Nevertheless, it was equally imperative to comprehend the foundational rules and basic information regarding survival within the Yuxian sect. Mingyu, that woman, seemed to be in a peculiar frenzy, displaying a distinct lack of regard for him, neglecting to explain even the most fundamental aspects. Stepping out of the Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Xinyan casually beckoned a resting servant disciple, saying, come here and enlighten me about the matters concerning our Yuxian sect and Jingyun Island. The disciple, clearly reluctant to engage with Xinyan, replied, brother, I still have pressing tasks at hand. Perhaps you could consult someone else? Xinyan's expression darkened, shall I summon the Peak Master to issue a command personally? He leveraged his association with Yang Yun, confident that this ordinary servant disciple would not dare to offend him. After all, he was a trusted confidant of Yang Yun, even if it was a relationship rife with ulterior motives. Ah, brother, that was merely a jest, let me share what I know, the disciple quickly capitulated. Through this brother's account, Xinyan swiftly gleaned the circumstances surrounding the Yuxian sect and Jingyun Island. In this realm, the cultivation levels were categorized into qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul stages, each major level further subdivided into early, middle, late, and perfected stages. He was informed that within the Yuxian sect's branch on Jingyun Island, an elder at the late foundation establishment stage presided. Furthermore, within the Yuxian sect, status was intrinsically linked to strength. Disciples were classified as qi refinement practitioners, while elders were those at the foundation establishment stage. As for the core formation and nascent soul stages, this brother was uncertain if the Yuxian sect housed any cultivators of those tiers. Among the qi refinement disciples, there existed distinctions between servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. The so-called servant disciples were typically ordinary mortals or external martial experts, some being descendants of formal disciples. Servants primarily engaged in the most menial tasks within the sect, such as attending to formal disciples, cultivating spiritual herbs like Ganoderma and ginseng, and constructing palaces. Outer disciples, on the other hand, were required to cultivate sufficient magical power and accumulate adequate resources to secure their place within the sect's walls. Disciples like Yan Lai, who bore the title of outer disciple, were often not officially registered. Only those who had cultivated magical energy were entitled to call themselves Yuxian disciples. Inner disciples were exclusively those who had reached the late stages of qi refinement, typically undertaking sect missions to exchange for cultivation resources, aspiring to attain perfected qi refinement and subsequently establish their foundations. True disciples not only required perfected qi refinement but also needed to be accepted into the sect by foundation establishment elders. On Jingyun Island, the highest authority belonged to the rumored late foundation establishment elder, followed by 3 true disciples who had achieved perfected qi refinement. Servant disciples wishing to ascend to outer discipleship must accumulate sufficient contributions to exchange for cultivation techniques. If their talents were adequate, upon becoming cultivators, servant disciples would attain the status of outer disciples. There were numerous means to accumulate merit, such as cultivating spiritual herbs, mining, constructing palaces, and foraging for food, among others. As the saying goes, one must learn to crawl before they can walk. Only by establishing a solid foundation can one traverse the path of immortality for the long haul, regardless of their status, be it servant disciples, outer or inner disciples, true disciples, or even elders. Power struggles within the sect were unceasing, both overt and covert. For instance, the previous true disciple, Yu Qing, acted preemptively to prevent Yang Yun from encroaching upon his interests on Jingyun Island. Yang Yun's counterattack was equally a statement of authority. As a newly appointed true disciple, she undoubtedly faced considerable dissent from a faction of sect disciples. By subduing the old true disciple Yu Qing, her position would naturally gain solidity. This pattern prevailed whether in the mundane world or the realm of cultivation. Through the brother's narration, Xinyan's understanding of the Yuxian sect deepened. What intrigued him most was the fact that newly initiated disciples were entitled to receive a storage pouch upon entry, a means to store their belongings. At this revelation, Xinyan mused, no wonder Yang Yun is always able to produce items at will. It appears she possesses such a storage pouch akin to the mythical Shumi. After further inquiries regarding the locations for learning techniques and methods of riding celestial cranes, Xinyan finally released the disciple. The urgent task at hand was to become a cultivator, and to do so, he must possess cultivation techniques. Previously, Yang Yun had bestowed upon him a jade slip, claiming it contained the method for refining Xian Yuan heavy water. Now was the perfect moment to examine it. Upon returning to the Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Xinyan retrieved the jade slip, pressing it against his forehead. Soon, a method of cultivation materialized within his mind. However, he discovered that it was not a conventional cultivation technique but rather a method to purify ordinary water into Xian Yuan heavy water. 1 drop extracted from 1,000 pounds of seawater wielded unparalleled might in combat. A smile graced his lips. This technique is exceptionally suited to me. If I can refine a substantial amount of Xian Yuan heavy water and employ it with my water manipulation technique, it would undoubtedly become my trump card. Stowing the jade slip, Xinyan then took out the beast control bag and the celestial crane command token that Yang Yun had seized. How remarkable! As a mere servant disciple, I have acquired a celestial crane upon entry. Who would believe it? Gently caressing the beast control bag, Xinyan retrieved a token the size of a fingernail. This jade token served as the means by which the Yuxian sect commanded these celestial cranes, said to harbor a fragment of a crane's soul within. Xinyan bit his finger, following Yang Yun's instructions to smear his blood upon the jade token. In the next moment, he found himself in a profound communion with the celestial crane before him. The path of blood refinement was indeed mysterious, allowing one to control the soul of a celestial crane. Such methods were likely far from orthodox. Chapter 22 The Peak of Transmission. Such methods of subjugating others can only be employed on lowly creatures like the celestial crane. If applied to cultivators, the Jade Celestial sect would no longer be a sect of the celestial path, but rather a grand sect of demonic practices. Muttering this thought, he had no intention of granting this celestial crane its freedom. Having just embarked on his journey into the celestial realm, he could not afford to overlook even the slightest assistance. How could he possibly relinquish a crane capable of flight? He felt grateful to the anonymous senior brother who had bestowed upon him this celestial crane. With a sly grin, Xinyan mounted the crane, preparing to head towards the peak of transmission on Quiet Cloud Island. Just then, he furrowed his brow, channeling his vital energy to listen intently to the hushed whispers of several disciples nearby. So this is one of the menial workers brought back by the Peak Master? It is truly astonishing that he has been rewarded with a celestial crane. A mere newcomer has managed to acquire a celestial crane. What extraordinary fortune! You are unaware, aren't you? I have heard that the new Peak Master demands he provide a piece of innate spiritual material each year. If he can accomplish such a feat, then obtaining a mere celestial crane would be a trivial matter. Indeed, if innate spiritual materials were so easily found, we wouldn't have to toil to accumulate contributions. Whether this fellow is fortunate or unfortunate remains uncertain. Enough of this chatter. Let us focus on accumulating contributions and strive for early advancement to outer disciples. The menial disciples on cloud-viewing peak gazed at Xinyan atop the celestial crane, filled with various emotions of envy and resentment. However, upon hearing the tasks assigned by Yang Yun, their ambitions were quickly extinguished. Xinyan also grasped why Mingyue showed him no regard. It seemed she considered him a mere ghost, devoid of any value for interaction. Shaking his head, Xinyan paid no heed to the words of these lowly workers. Such trivial matters, aside from hindering his cultivation progress, serves no other purpose. The pressing concern was to comprehend the methods of cultivation in this world and the fundamental circumstances of the Jade Celestial sect. With the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal in hand and the resources of Jinzhou Bei at his disposal, his cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate rapidly. The peak of transmission is the heart of the Jade Celestial sect. It is not only a place of teachings but also the repository for the disciples' names. Currently, Xinyan was merely a menial disciple and did not possess the qualification to be inscribed in the Jade Register. However, there was no issue in learning the techniques of the Qi refinement stage or delving into the treasures of knowledge housed within the peak of transmission. The celestial crane weaves between the mountains, and soon Xinyan beheld a peak with its summit carved away. The peak of transmission has arrived. Clutching the token given by Yang Yun, Xinyan leaped down from the crane, gazing in awe at the magnificent transmission pavilion before him. The flow of people was sparse, yet the atmosphere was profoundly solemn, with numerous cultivators clad in the garb of outer disciples patrolling the vicinity. Entering the transmission pavilion, the first level introduced the fundamental aspects of the cultivation world via jade slips. Xinyan chose not to immediately study the techniques but instead perused the jade slips recording information about the cultivation realm. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. Xinyan spent a full half-month on the first level of the transmission pavilion. During this time, he gathered an ample understanding of the information he needed before preparing to ascend to the second level to learn the Qi refinement techniques of the Jade Celestial sect. You wish to learn the methods of Qi refinement? Yet, I do not see your name among those promoted from menial to outer disciples. Within the peak of transmission, a mid-stage outer disciple of Qi refinement regarded Xinyan with curiosity. I am here on the recommendation of the peak master of Cloud Viewing Peak. Here is my token. I kindly ask for your perusal, senior brother. Xinyan courteously offered Yang Yun's token. Cloud Viewing Peak, recommended by the newly promoted true disciple, Yang Yun? The transmission disciple was taken aback, swiftly taking the token and verifying its authenticity before hastily inquiring, which Qi refinement technique does this junior brother wish to learn? As a sect of the Celestial Path, the Jade Celestial sect possesses countless Qi refinement techniques, hence the inquiry from the transmission disciple. I wish to learn the water elemental technique. I would be most grateful for your assistance, senior brother. The water elemental technique, while it cultivates pure and harmonious spiritual power, its level of difficulty is substantial. It seems junior brother possesses a resilient disposition. The transmission disciple chuckled, quickly retrieving a jade slip to hand to Xinyan. You overpraise me. I am merely drawn to the balanced nature of the water-based techniques. Xinyan replied with a gentle smile, accepting the jade slip into his hands. As he infused his consciousness into it and memorized the water elemental technique, he returned it promptly. The transmission disciple stored the jade slip carefully, and both harbored intentions of befriending one another, thus they began to engage in amiable conversation. After a while, Xinyan rose to take his leave. Junior brother Xinyan, take care. Should you have the time in the future, do visit the peak of transmission again? Thank you, senior brother Yin Shang. If the opportunity arises, do not hesitate to find me at the Tranquil Heart Pavilion on Cloud Viewing Peak. Certainly, certainly. The transmission disciple, Yin Shang, warmly escorted Xinyan to the door, his envy piqued upon seeing him ride the celestial crane. A mere menial disciple possessing a celestial crane, clearly relying on the privilege of a true disciple, was remarkable indeed. After bidding farewell to Yin Shang, Xinyan rode the crane back to Cloud Viewing Peak. Over the past half-month, Yang Yun had not sought him out even once. It seemed she was either preoccupied with power struggles or engrossed in intensive meditation. Xinyan relished the freedom and lack of constraints, flying his crane into the sea each night to search for the whereabouts of innate spiritual materials. The ocean was rich with innate spiritual materials, many of which Xinyan could not name, but with the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, he could sense the presence of any innate spiritual material nearby. Guiding the celestial crane towards the sea, he halted at the edge of the protective barriers of Quiet Cloud Island, leaping onto a rock to sit cross-legged and close his eyes. The water elemental technique is a fundamental cultivation method primarily aimed at enabling cultivators to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draw it into their bodies, a process known as drawing Qi into the body. After drawing the spiritual energy into himself, extracting its essence while discarding the dross is referred to as refining essence into Qi. Following the guidance of the water elemental technique, Xinyan began to slowly sense the spiritual energy in the atmosphere. However, at that moment, a surge of heat suddenly emanated from the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal located at his chest, quickly enveloping Xinyan's limbs and bones, autonomously circulating along the pathway outlined by the water elemental technique. This so-called refining essence into Qi turned out to be the extraction of the innate purple energy from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In that instant, Xinyan experienced a profound enlightenment regarding the essence of cultivation. No wonder the Emperor Qian, despite being a sovereign, sought after innate spiritual materials relentlessly. No wonder Yang Yun, upon learning of his extraordinary fortune in capturing 3 gold and silver pupil fish within half a year, immediately ushered him into the realm of immortals. It turned out that what they all desired was the innate purple energy contained within the innate spiritual materials, used to enhance their own cultivation. With this realization, Xinyan's heart ignited with fervor. With the assistance of the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, would not his cultivation speed be exponentially swifter than that of others? While others toiled tirelessly to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to extract the innate purple energy, he could directly cultivate with the innate purple energy. Today, he shall become a cultivator. Chapter 23, Refining Qi, suppressing the fervent emotions bubbling within him. Xinyan followed the route of spiritual energy as recorded in the water element technique, guiding the innate purple Qi to circulate within his body. Before long, this innate purple Qi, akin to his previous cultivation of the primordial skill, completed a full cycle within him and ultimately returned to his dantian, transforming into a sphere of pure magical power. Moreover, the true Qi cultivated from the primordial skill was enveloped by this magical power, gradually devoured, and eventually vanished without a trace. Using merely half a portion of innate purple Qi, he had already entered the early stage of Qi refinement. Xinyan clenched his fists tightly, astonished that it required only half a portion of innate purple chi to achieve this stage. Was it that the water element technique was inadequate, or had the primordial skill squandered too much innate purple chi? Or perhaps the primordial skill hadn't actually consumed the innate purple chi, but rather that the chi expended was solely utilized to mend his body. Xinyan pondered silently, but soon cast these thoughts aside. He was now a cultivator, no longer needing to concern himself with martial arts techniques. The range of his water control technique had expanded to 10 zhang, and as he progressed as a cultivator, his water control technique had indeed strengthened. Closing his eyes to sense the changes within, Xinyan suddenly pointed a finger water wall technique. In the next instant, a trace of magical power vanished from his dantian, and a massive water wall materialized before him. It was even more solid and larger than before. Such was the transformation brought about by cultivation, indeed remarkable. Like a child with a newfound toy, Xinyan experimented repeatedly, reveling in the experience. The water element technique indicated that an average disciple required around 3 years to reach the chi refinement stage. This suggested that merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would take 3 years to gather half a portion of innate purple chi. After some calculation, Xinyan couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Transitioning from the early to the mid-stage of chi refinement would demand an additional 5 years, implying that at most, 1 portion of innate purple chi would be consumed. With this in mind, Xinyan naturally chose to continue his cultivation. Drawing out a portion of innate purple chi from the divine seal of the Celestial Emperor, he once again assumed a meditative posture. After the duration of a stick of incense, he opened his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, as long as there was sufficient innate purple chi, even upon reaching the consummate stage of chi refinement, he could effortlessly attain mastery. Unfortunately, the water element technique only provided methods for the early and mid stages of chi refinement. The subsequent techniques required contributions to obtain. There was no need to rush. He must not rush. Transitioning from an ordinary person to the mid-stage of chi refinement within a single day would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Containing his excitement, Xinyan quickly recognized a potential danger. He must conceal his cultivation level, for if discovered, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Perched upon a rocky outcrop, Xinyan contemplated how to ensure no one could discern his cultivation level. Soon, a thought struck him. When he practiced the primordial skill, Yang Yun hadn't noticed. Perhaps she wouldn't detect his status as a cultivator either. However, to be safe, Xinyan decided to channel the magical power he had cultivated into the divine seal of the Celestial Emperor. As far as Xinyan knew, aside from the consummate stage of chi refinement, where a cultivator could maintain an unending flow of magical power, even late-stage cultivators must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish their magical power after depleting it. While infusing his magical power into the divine seal of the Celestial Emperor would be wasteful, it would effectively conceal his cultivation level. Should anyone attempt to ambush him, Xinyan could readily draw upon the innate purple chi within the divine seal to convert it into magical power. Thus resolved, Xinyan poured all of his magical power into the divine seal of the Celestial Emperor, instantly feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. After adjusting to this sensation for a time, he finally shook off the fatigue. Concealing his cultivation level, Xinyan, like an ordinary person, rode the celestial crane back to the tranquil heart abode. As time passed, Xinyan adhered to a routine of early rising and late returns, spending his days either in cultivation or searching for innate spiritual entities within the confines of the restrictions of Dingyun Island. Over the course of 2 months, he successfully replenished the innate purple chi within the divine seal to 10 portions, while only a scant few innate spiritual entities with low concentrations of innate purple chi remained within the confines. Now lacking the subsequent techniques of the water element technique, he had no choice but to focus his efforts on refining the mysterious heavy water. Meanwhile, on the golden stream peak of Jinmiao Peak, another true disciple of Dingyun Island, Yu Qing, was plotting against Yang Yun alongside several other outer disciples, including Sun Mingxua, who had previously sought to intimidate her. While they dared not confront Yang Yun directly, they showed no fear of targeting the miscellaneous disciple she had brought from outside. With Xinyan being their chosen target, the motive behind their actions was not only to embarrass Yang Yun but also due to the fact that the celestial crane of Jinmiao Peak had fallen into Xinyan's hands. Junior Sister Su, have you clarified the identity of the opponent? Sun Mingxua inquired. Senior brother Sun, I have ascertained that the individual Yang Yun brought back is named Xinyan, currently just a miscellaneous disciple, replied a female cultivator beside Sun Mingxua excitedly. A mere miscellaneous disciple dares to bloodily refine our Jinmiao Peak's celestial crane and brazenly rides it around the island. Clearly, he has no respect for us, Sun Mingxua said darkly, then turned to another disciple. Junior brother Liang, have you tracked Xinyan's movements? Junior brother Liang nodded, stating, though Xinyan is merely a miscellaneous disciple, he relies on Yang Yun's backing and has never performed any menial tasks on Yunqiu Peak. After a brief pause, he sneered dismissively, that brat rides the celestial crane daily between Yunqiu Peak and Jinju Bay. We need not act against him on the island. Once he reaches Jinju Bay, I alone can eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingxua visibly relaxed. The rules of the Yuxian sect strictly forbade disciples from engaging in mutual slaughter. Any disputes were to be settled in the duel arena, otherwise, if discovered, the punishment could range from the loss of cultivation and expulsion from the sect to outright execution. This matter needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. As far as I know, Yang Yun has been in seclusion for intensive cultivation recently, evidently solidifying her realm, Sun Mingxua said, a glint of resolution flashing in his eyes. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their utmost effort. Today, we three shall act together. After all, who knows whether that brat possesses any protective means bestowed by Yang Yun. Senior brother Sun speaks wisely. Junior sister Su and junior brother Liang exchanged apprehensive glances, their respect for Sun Mingxua evident. If Xinyan truly bore protective measures from Yang Yun, their singular efforts might very well lead to failure. Should Shen Yan escape to report to Yang Yun, they would not only face dire consequences but might also suffer severe repercussions. After all, they were all mid-stage Qi refinement disciples, and confronting a miscellaneous disciple potentially endowed with Yang Yun's concealed protection was not without its risks. Chapter 24 of the Assault of Jin Miao Peak. On a moonless night, with the wind howling ominously, a night of murder and arson unfolded. Shen Yan, riding upon a celestial crane, continued his unyielding endeavor to refine seawater into profound elemental heavy water. Each droplet of this heavy water bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and within his dantian, he had amassed a staggering 10 droplets of this potent substance. Such formidable prowess allowed Shen Yan to crush even the inner disciples at the late stage of Qi refinement with the sheer weight of the profound elemental heavy water. Dismounting from the celestial crane, he allowed it to forage and frolic, but at that moment, his brow furrowed as he sensed several auras swiftly approaching from a distance. At last, I have found you. 3 celestial cranes halted not far in front of Shen Yan, their leader, Sun Mingxua, grinning malevolently as he gazed upon Shen Yan. Sun Mingxua of Jin Miao Peak, what do you intend to do? Shen Yan inquired coldly, observing the trio before him. Naturally, he had taken it upon himself to gather intelligence regarding Yu Qing, who was vying with Yang Yun. Prior to Yang Yun's ascension to true inheritance, there were only 2 true disciples on Jingyun Island. Yu Qing and another who was devoted solely to arduous cultivation, shunning worldly affairs. The elder overseeing Jingyun Island was also immersed in solitary practice, thus, the power on the island had inevitably gravitated towards Yu Qing. Over the years, Yu Qing had exploited his status as a true disciple to amass resources in preparation for his foundation establishment. However, with Yang Yun's sudden emergence and her being granted a peak of her own, she naturally became a thorn in Yu Qing's side. After suffering a setback at Yang Yun's hands, Yu Qing had remained relatively subdued. It seemed he was still contemplating how to deal with Yang Yun, while his disciples had turned their sights toward Shen Yan. Boy, return the crane's jade token to me. A sinister laugh echoed as Liang Shidi approached Shen Yan from behind, his entire being enveloped in magical energy, resembling a ravenous tiger fixating on its prey. The crane was bestowed by the Peak Master. Do you not fear repercussions? Shen Yan retorted, unfazed by the trio, harboring no inclination to show weakness. One must not perpetually don the guise of a submissive, lest they become one in truth. Much like a pig masquerading as a tiger, if one indulges in such deception, they may ultimately devolve into a foolish swine, ripe for slaughter. It is right and just to reveal one's fangs at appropriate moments. Yang Yun is the master of Yunxiu Peak, not the master of Jin Miao Peak, Shen Yan asserted. Sun Mingxua snorted dismissively, instructing Liang Shidi, do not waste time, he is merely a lowly servant disciple, unworthy of our words. Beside him, Su Shimi giggled, covering her mouth as she chimed in, you brought this upon yourself by associating with the wrong crowd. A newly appointed true disciple cannot possibly contend with our master. Today, we shall eliminate you to avenge Brother Chen. Enough talk, kill him, Sun Mingxua urged impatiently. Liang Shidi, obedient to his command, unsheathed a flying sword without hesitation, directing it towards Shen Yan. It appeared that the disciples of Jin Miao Peak were all practitioners of the flying sword technique. Realizing this, Shen Yan was not one to remain idle. With a flicker of thought, a barrier of crashing waves rose before him. You have become a cultivator? So soon? The sudden appearance of the waves astonished the 3. Liang Shidi's flying sword lunged towards Shen Yan, only to be effortlessly thwarted by the surging waters, making no headway whatsoever. Yet Shen Yan would not grant them the luxury of reaction. He wielded the art of water manipulation, sending the waves crashing towards the trio. Die! Shen Yan bellowed, as the profound elemental heavy water materialized above their heads, descending upon them with lethal intent. The trio, mere mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, stood no chance against the oppressive weight of the 1,000-pound heavy water. In the blink of an eye, they were overwhelmed and plunged into the depths of the sea. Their bones shattered under the weight of the heavy water, rendering them powerless to resurface. Faced with the immense pressure of the ocean, their magical energy was swiftly depleted, and they lost consciousness in an instant. Is this all? Shen Yan scoffed, disdainful of the 3 outer disciples who dared to confront him upon the open sea, effectively sealing their own fate. Drawing the unconscious trio from the depths, he began to search their bodies. 4 bottles of Qi nourishing pills, 7 talismans, 8 spirit stones, and 3 swords of varying hues, so these were 3 impoverished wretches. Shen Yan grimaced, was this all the worth of the followers of a true disciple? With that thought, he delivered a kick to Sun Mingxua's chest, rousing him from his stupor. Poof! The force of Shen Yan's kick said, do you not fear repercussions from the sect for killing me? Without responding to his inquiry, Shen Yan flashed a grin, casually toying with the flying sword in his hand, and posed, what is your relationship with Yang Yun? How did she grant you Qi nourishing pills? To Shen Yan's surprise, instead of revealing his murderous intent, Sun Mingxua inquired about Shen Yan's cultivation level. The Qi nourishing pill was a rare elixir that enabled a mortal to swiftly sense the world's vital energies and successfully refine Qi. That is of no concern to you, Shen Yan replied, his expression darkening as he demanded, answer my question. I am a true disciple of Jin Miao Peak. What if I kill a mere servant? What of it if it is discovered? Sun Mingxua maintained his obstinate demeanor. I need not hear it from you, your motives are clear, it is all for revenge against Yang Yun. The disciples of Jin Miao Peak possess such little ambition, unwilling to confront Yang Yun directly, yet resorting to underhanded tactics against a lowly servant disciple like me, truly disgraceful. Shen Yan scoffed, fully aware of Sun Mingxua and his companion's intentions. Humph. Slaying you is merely a means to vent my frustrations. I will eventually become a true disciple and successfully establish my foundation. At that time, when I surpass Yang Yun, I shall undoubtedly trample her beneath my feet to relieve my pent-up anger. A flash of rage contorted Sun Mingshua's features as he spoke vehemently. Like Yang Yun, he hailed from the Qian kingdom, a scion of nobility, raised in an environment of privilege and authority. After being sent to the Jade Immortal sect, he became a trusted confidant of Yu Qing, which only bolstered his arrogance on Jingyun Island, where none dared to provoke him. Now, faced with Yang Yun's open humiliation, how could he not harbor hatred? Yet, Yang Yun was a true disciple. Should he confront her directly, by the rules, she could slay him without fear of repercussions. Thus, after much contemplation, he set his sights on the group of disciples brought in by Yang Yun. Upon investigation, he discovered that Yang Lai was Yang Yun's own brother, while the other four were also influential figures in the Qian kingdom. Any harm to them would surely send unfavorable repercussions back to him. Consequently, Sun Mingshua and his companions settled on Shen Yan as their target for venting their wrath. Chapter 25 Murder in the Sea. A servant-born disciple, an inconspicuous figure, fortuitously captured the illustrious golden silverite fish, earning Yang Yun's favorable regard, ultimately leading him to the tranquil shores of Dingyun Island. Compared to the others, the advantages of eliminating Shen Yan were significantly greater. Firstly, it would not adversely affect the internal families of the Qian kingdom, and secondly, it would sever Yang Yun's channel for acquiring innate spiritual objects. Thus, the three of them conspired and directly launched an ambush on Shen Yan. However, they could hardly anticipate that within a mere 2 months, Shen Yan had already ascended to the realm of a cultivator. Moreover, his strength was astonishingly unexpected, wielding formidable artifacts such as the profound Yuan heavy water. Not only did he stand his ground against 3 adversaries, but he also effortlessly executed a counterattack. Is your rapid ascension to a cultivator due to the golden silverite fish you consumed? At that moment, Sun Mingshu's pupils widened with shock. Shen Yan had indeed consumed the fish, which had cured his cold poison. Previously, he had assumed that after more than half a year, the innate purple aura within the fish must have dissipated completely. Yet now, it seemed evident that this servant-born disciple harbored secrets. Otherwise, an ordinary person could not possibly retain the innate purple aura within their body for such an extended period. I would say Jin Miao Peak, at the very least, is a genuine place of cultivation. Its disciples should not be overly foolish. Shen Yan's praise tacitly acknowledged Sun Mingshu's suspicions. Shen Yan, you were brought to Jingyun Island by Yang Yun, thus you need not accumulate contributions to ascend to an outer sect disciple. Gazing at Shen Yan before him, Sun Mingshu's greed surged. No wonder Yang Yun valued this youth so highly. He possessed extraordinary fortune. Therefore, he continued, our previous attempt to ambush you was indeed misguided. I now concede. As long as you spare me, feel free to propose any conditions. He was eager to return to Jingyun Island to report to Yu Qing that this young man harbored secrets. Within 2 months, he had become a cultivator, could manipulate the sea with such finesse, and possessed a water-based artifact. If Yu Qing were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be intrigued, for artifacts of such nature were exceedingly precious. However, to Sun Mingshu's astonishment, Shen Yan made no demands. Instead, his expression turned cold as he directed his flying sword towards the unconscious Sushimi, ruthlessly bringing it down upon her neck. Those who kill are invariably hunted in return. I have no interest in what you possess, Sun Shixiang. I hope you will be more discerning in your next life. Sun Mingshu's eyes widened in rage as he witnessed Shen Yan murder Sushimi before him. Did Shen Yan intend to eliminate him as well? Overwhelmed with terror, Sun Mingshu struggled desperately to rise, but the profound Yuan heavy water had already crushed his bones, rendering him utterly immobile. Shen Yan, by killing us here, you have severed ties with Jin Miao Peak. Are you not afraid of Yu Qing pursuing this matter? Upon hearing Sun Mingshu's words, Shen Yan almost burst into laughter. You come to kill me, and I cannot retaliate? Sun Mingshu fell silent, but after a moment, he shouted, you were merely feigning weakness. Had we known of your formidable strength, we would never have dared to provoke you. Shen Yan dismissed Sun Mingshu's justification with disdain. So, it is acceptable for you to bully the weak? Disgusted by this cowardly figure before him, Shen Yan ceased his discourse and stepped down heavily upon Sun Mingshu's leg, crushing it with force. The current Shen Yan was no longer the frail fisherman of yore. He could now kick with sufficient force to slay a cow. Sun Mingshu, a mere outer sect disciple, grimaced in pain as his bones shattered beneath Shen Yan's weight. Men like you, even if you do not perish by my hand today, will surely meet their end by others in the future. Shaking his head, Shen Yan observed the pallid and anguished face of Sun Mingshu and continued, as for incurring Yu Qing's wrath, you and your comrades came to ambush me secretly. I doubt you reported this to him. Even if you did, so what? With his timid demeanor, would he dare confront Yin Shofeng over my death? In that instant, Shen Yan commanded his flying sword, severing Sun Mingshu's head in a single stroke. Moreover, even if he sought to kill me, what is he but a mere true disciple? Should I fear him? That night, the 3 outer sect disciples who came to eliminate Shen Yan lay dead at his hands. Today, Sun Mingshu and his companions could attempt to assassinate me. Tomorrow, others may likewise seek to strike. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the hearts of men. A mere handful of gold and silver can drive some desperate souls to take risks. It is entirely possible that someone might believe I possess innate spiritual objects and try to cut me off. As he methodically disposed of the corpses, Shen Yan contemplated silently the news of my ascension to the status of a cultivator should be disseminated. Though 2 months is a brief span, my consumption of the gold and silverite fish provides a justifiable excuse. After ensuring the scene was impeccably cleared, Shen Yan summoned a celestial crane and traversed the periphery of Jingyun Island's restrictions, disappearing into the distance. After a while, he stored the celestial crane in his beast pouch and submerged himself in the water. At present, the innate purple aura within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal had dwindled to but a single fragment, and fortuitously, there lay a sea clam imbued with innate purple aura nearby. The depths of the ocean remained as eerily silent as ever, yet, as Shen Yan traversed the seabed, he felt an undeniable sense of caution. My Hanyuan skill has also reached a consummate stage, rendering my physique considerably stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Now that I have become a cultivator, my cultivation has reached the mid-stage of chi refinement. Effortlessly defeating the guards of the Yang residence should be within my capabilities. Perhaps I shall attempt a surprise attack today? Though it may not slay Yan Yun, I could certainly take down a few of the young lords of the Yang residence. As Shen Yan searched for spiritual objects, his mind raced with erratic thoughts. Wait, why do I feel such restlessness? Suddenly, Shen Yan realized that he had developed an insatiable thirst for bloodshed, surpassing even his own desire for life. Damn it! What is happening? Ah! In an instant, Shen Yan let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding water to ripple in response to his voice, spreading outwards. Suddenly, Shen Yan's pupils constricted. He noticed a figure lying silently on the ground beside a nearby reef. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to involuntarily step back. This was the depths of Jinju Bay, where it was rare to encounter even a solitary fish, let alone a human presence. The sudden appearance of a figure sent waves of fear coursing through him. However, he quickly steadied himself, taking a deep breath as he approached the figure. It must merely be a corpse. After all, we are hundreds of feet underwater, and I descended here only through the use of the water control technique granted by my blessed land. How could there be a living person? As he drew closer, he confirmed that the figure was indeed a corpse. The body lay partially buried in the seabed silt, its garments long decayed and tattered. As the ripples stirred by Shen Yan passed over it, they dissolved into ash and mingled with the seawater. Yet, upon breaking free from the tattered garments, Shen Yan's gaze fell upon the visage of the corpse, and he involuntarily shuddered. Chapter 26, The Eccentric Corpse. Before me lies a body, its skin exuding an eerie crimson hue, as if it has been submerged in water for an eternity. This strange, sanguine skin is adorned with fine, white, downy hairs, evoking an unsettling dread that stirs within my heart. After a moment of steeling my nerves, I reassure myself it is merely a corpse, likely having languished at the ocean's depths for many years. Yet its survival over such a span suggests it may possess some hidden treasure. Wetting my lips, I cautiously advance, retrieving a flying sword from my storage pouch to prod the body. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming force emanates from the sword, and my internal energy surges forth like a deluge, flowing into the white-haired corpse. What is happening? I struggle against this force, my body involuntarily retreating. Suddenly, an ancient and mysterious voice resonates in my ears, nearly causing me to lose my balance. 140 years, a full 140 years, at last, someone has come. The corpse can speak? This terrifying revelation sends a chill down my spine, raising goosebumps all over me. Concurrently, an acute sense of danger pulsates from within the Heavenly Emperor's seal, compelling me to ascend directly to the water's surface. Young man, do not be so hasty to leave, the peculiar voice calls out again, and I feel a tremendous pull drawing me downward. Yet, despite its strength, it cannot restrain one who commands the art of water manipulation like myself. The voice sounds puzzled, seemingly questioning why I have not been dragged down. I also sense that its power is waning, the threat from the Heavenly Emperor's seal dissipating until only a faint remnant remains. Can I confront this corpse? A thought strikes me. If it cannot hold me back, and the seal's danger is diminishing, perhaps I should uncover the truth behind this body. The Jinzhou Bay is my domain. Allowing such a creature to roam the ocean floor poses a significant threat to me, thus, I resolve to halt my ascent, turning cautiously to inquire, Who are you? Gazing at the bizarre corpse, I feel a mix of trepidation and curiosity. This old man? I am an elder of the Qinglian sword sect, who, 140 years ago, met with a great calamity and ultimately perished. In my desperation, my soul took refuge within this puppet. Had you not arrived to awaken me, my spirit would have surely faded into oblivion? 140 years, upon hearing the elder's account of time, I am engulfed by a sense of the vastness of history. 140 years is longer than the founding of the Qian kingdom. Could this venerable person have been a foundation establishment cultivator, or perhaps a core formation master? In an instant, I recall the tales I heard within the Yang Manor, of a world where not only martial artists exist, but also celestial beings of great renown. However, these celestial beings are exalted and far removed from the reach of mere mortals, particularly one of my lowly status in the Yang Manor. Indeed, but I am not a core formation cultivator. Merely a humble foundation establishment practitioner, the corpse replies with a sigh. A foundation establishment practitioner trapped within a puppet? My spirit lifts with intrigue. The art of puppetry, akin to the crafting of artifacts in alchemy, belongs to the myriad disciplines of cultivation. However, unlike the widely known arts of artifact forging, alchemy, and talisman crafting, puppetry is exceedingly rare and immensely challenging. Despite my considerable time on Jingyun Island, I have never encountered it. The ability to possess a puppet, and to house one's soul within it, must be an extraordinary skill. Could this be the legendary ghostly immortal? A thought crosses my mind, recalling the various insights I had received regarding the Tao of Immortality within the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Perhaps this elder possesses knowledge about the so-called Earth Immortals, Celestial Immortals, Human Immortals, and Ghost Immortals? Esteemed elder, to house your soul within a puppet, may I inquire which path you cultivate? Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Human Immortal, or Ghost Immortal? My eagerness to learn about the ways of cultivation surges forth. What nonsense is this? Cultivation is simply cultivation. What do Earth Immortals and Ghost Immortals have to do with it? The corpse's voice reflects confusion, before it suddenly realizes you must be referring to some idle gossip from the marketplace. In truth, we practitioners do not adhere to such divisions. I am taken aback. These insights are recorded within the Heavenly Emperor's seal, and given its unique nature, they cannot be false. Either the corpse speaks untruths, or it lacks the understanding to know better. After a moment's contemplation, I conclude that it is more likely that the corpse is simply uninformed, as such knowledge bears little significance to conceal. You speak wisely. My folly is evident. Today, with your assistance, I may find liberation.to repay you. I can grant you one wish. The notion of having a wish granted fills me with exuberance, my tone brimming with delight. Yet, deep within, I remain skeptical. The malevolent force I sensed earlier when I prodded it with my sword makes it clear that this elder of the Qinglian sword sect is not to be trusted. Perhaps he was once a noble figure 140 years ago, but after languishing at the ocean's depths for so long, he can no longer be considered virtuous. Humph. As an elder of the Qinglian sword sect, do you think I would deceive you? The corpse snorts disdainfully, clearly irked by my skepticism. I would not dare, I respond with a forced smile, hesitating before adding, esteemed elder, my talent for cultivation is woefully inadequate. Might you assist me in enhancing my abilities? You wish to elevate your cultivation? The corpse's voice hesitates for a moment, as if pondering my request. After a brief pause, it continues, your aptitude is indeed lacking. Aspiring to foundation establishment will be an arduous challenge. However, your kindness towards me shall not go unrewarded. Since you desire to establish your foundation, then become my disciple. For over a century, though the puppet has bound me, it has also safeguarded my soul. Now that I take you as my disciple, I shall impart the teachings of the Qinglian sword sect to you. Thank you, master, I exclaim, elated. However, the process of imparting my essence and refining your marrow will deplete my remaining true essence, leaving me with little strength. Without a foundation for my soul, I shall undoubtedly perish. The voice of the elder of the Qinglian sword sect echoes in my ears. You must carry forth the legacy of the Qinglian sword sect. Do not let me down. Master, is there truly no way to remedy this? I feign concern, realizing that had it not been for the earlier malevolence, I might have genuinely believed him. At this moment, I am convinced that this ancient specter is merely fishing for my trust. Chapter 27 Possession and Counterattack. The cycle of life and death is the decree of heaven. How can it be altered by human effort? The voice of the elder from the Qinglian sword sect carried a hint of melancholy. I understand now, master, please rest assured, I shall ensure the legacy of the Qinglian sword sect endures. Xinyan continued to feign compliance with the old ghost. The elder of the Qinglian sword sect sighed deeply, his tone turning somewhat desolate. Come closer, for within the Qinglian sword sect lies a secret art to enhance your innate constitution. I shall elevate your potential now. Upon hearing this, Xinyan heightened his vigilance to the utmost. The old ghost's true intentions were laid bare. He advanced slowly, fully concentrating on his water manipulation technique, prepared to retaliate should the old ghost harbor any ill intent. Do not resist. Accept my infusion of true essence. Suddenly, the elder, who had been lying in the mud, sprang to life, his arm shooting forth over a yard to firmly grasp Xinyan's shoulder. Xinyan was horrified. Despite his careful calculations, he had not anticipated the old ghost's arm could extend so far. Just as he was about to fight back, a searing pain erupted throughout his body, as if his flesh were being torn apart, overwhelming him with agony. Cursed be this fate. Accompanying the torment was a terrifying wave of energy crashing into his mind, nearly shattering his consciousness. This old ghost seeks to possess me. The act of possession entails devouring another's consciousness, usurping their physical body, and completely supplanting them. Xinyan was filled with dread and hastily summoned the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, desperately extracting the innate purple chi within to defend himself. Yet, the excruciating sensation persisted, leaving him in a state of torment, forced to grit his teeth and endure. You, a mere mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, how could you possess such an abundance of innate purple chi? The elder's voice echoed with shock and fury. He had lain dormant at the seabed for over a century, finally encountering a chi refinement practitioner with the fortune to reach such depths. To ensure a foolproof possession, he had deceitfully lured Xinyan closer. However, the moment his spirit attempted to enter Xinyan's body, it was met with an insurmountable barrier of innate purple chi, rendering him unable to breach Xinyan's consciousness. Not only that, but he found himself unable to withdraw. At this moment, Xinyan's body was suffused with innate purple chi, trapping him firmly, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Ah, old ghost, you cannot enter? Xinyan's consciousness had now detached from his body and entered his own sea of awareness. He observed the sphere of light ensnared by innate purple chi ahead and taunted, your physical form is destroyed, all that remains is your decayed spirit. For 140 years, you have languished in the confines of this puppet, deprived of sunlight, all for this moment. Why do you not enter? Both were ensconced within the sea of awareness, capable of sifting through each other's memories. However, Xinyan's consciousness was safeguarded by the innate purple chi, preventing the elder from accessing his memories. The body indeed belonged to the elder of the Qinglian sword sect, named Su Daoqing. 140 years prior, the Qinglian sword sect had encountered a catastrophic disaster. As a late-stage foundation establishment elder, he had narrowly escaped, but not without sustaining grievous injuries, ultimately plummeting into the sea. In a desperate bid for survival, he had chosen to inhabit a puppet, hoping to escape the depths, yet, he had underestimated the ocean's pressure. The puppet's power was insufficient to liberate him, and thus he remained trapped for a full century and a half. Xinyan's appearance sparked a glimmer of hope for his escape now, with his time running short. If he could not swiftly possess Xinyan, even if he managed to leave, he would soon meet his demise. Consequently, he began to deceive Xinyan under the pretense of accepting him as a disciple, intending to seize his body directly. Alas, despite his meticulous planning, he had not foreseen that Xinyan possessed the Once this was accomplished, Xinyan collapsed onto the seabed, drenched in cold sweat. The peril had been immense. Had it not been for the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, he would have surely perished. However, fortune favors the bold. Though Su Daoqing perished, he left behind a wealth of treasures. Xinyan approached Su Daoqing's corpse and, after a thorough search, unearthed a palm-sized exquisite cloth bag. A storage pouch. This is an essential item for cultivators, seemingly diminutive yet containing vast space within. Infusing his internal energy into it, Xinyan quickly discovered a 3-foot square area. Within this space lay few items. A small sword of dull luster, several square jade stones, 2 pieces of beast hide, 3 tokens, and a collection of lustrous jade stones, along with a few miscellaneous magical artifacts. The low-grade spiritual weapon, the Qingling sword, and 4 jade slips, which recorded the Qinglian sword song for cultivation from qi refinement to foundation establishment, a second-tier alchemy technique, a first-tier weapon forging technique, and a first-tier talisman crafting technique. As for the beast hides, one was a deed for the Qinglian sword sect's market, while the other was for the Xiaolan Mountain market. The final tokens included the identity token of the Qinglian sword sect elder, a VIP token for the Xiaolan Mountain market, and lastly, a token for the ghost market. Xinyan gleaned this information from Su Daoqing's memories. Unfortunately, much of Su Daoqing's spirit had been obliterated by the innate purple qi, leaving Xinyan with only a vague understanding. The Xiaolan Mountain market was a trading hub established by several immortal families within the southern territory of the Qian kingdom, though this was over a century ago, and its current existence was uncertain. As for the Qingling sword, it was Su Daoqing's lifebound flying sword. In the realm of cultivation, treasures are categorized into magical artifacts, spiritual weapons, and divine artifacts, with spiritual weapons designated for foundation establishment practitioners. However, many newly initiated foundation establishment cultivators lack spiritual weapons and continue to wield magical artifacts. Divine artifacts are utilized by core formation and nascent soul practitioners, while legendary spiritual treasures are seldom seen, even by most nascent soul cultivators. As for the jade stones, they serve as the universal currency within the cultivation world. Spiritual stones. After examining each item, a peculiar expression crossed Xinyan's face. 140 years prior, the Qinglian sword sect suffered a calamitous downfall, leaving the sect utterly decimated. Clearly, the sect's tokens were now rendered obsolete. The deed for Xiaolan Mountain, however, was worth investigating. As for the alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting techniques, they seemed far too distant for him at present. The immediate priority was to cultivate the Qinglian sword song and acquire the means of a practitioner. The old ghost possesses quite a treasure trove. Chapter 28 Changes on Silent Cloud Island. A faint smile graced Xinyan's lips as he stored away the items left by Su Daoqing into his storage bag. After erasing all traces, he returned to Yunqiu Peak. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed. During this period, Xinyan refrained from venturing outside and instead lingered within Yunqiu Peak and Xuanfa Peak. In his interactions with senior brother Yan over these 3 months, Xinyan uncovered that within the Yuxian sect, there existed a secret technique capable of condensing water into ice. As an overseas immortal sect, the Yuxian sect exhibited a peculiar phenomenon. Surprisingly few disciples were inclined to cultivate water-attributed techniques. Upon further inquiry, Xinyan learned that while practicing water techniques above the ocean indeed led to rapid progress, there was a significant drawback. Ordinary qi refinement disciples had no opportunity to enter or exit the restrictions on Silent Cloud Island. Only individuals like Sun Mingshu, who had obtained the permission of true disciples, were qualified to unlock the restrictions and come and go freely. This resulted in the restricted waters of Silent Cloud Island being relatively ample, yet with many disciples vying for limited resources. Although the water-attributed spiritual energy appeared abundant, the share for each individual was even less than that of other elemental energies. Previously, senior brother Yan had also advised Xinyan that cultivating the water elemental technique in the early stages of qi refinement would undoubtedly be slow. Although Xinyan had Yang Yan backing him, she was too preoccupied with her own cultivation to spare any attention to assist Xinyan. Nevertheless, Xinyan feigned disinterest in conflict as a pretext to dismiss the suggestion. The secret technique he coveted was named the ice condensation technique. Regrettably, the exchange for this technique required a considerable amount of contributions, and as Xinyan had no tasks on Silent Cloud Island, he naturally could not accrue any contributions. However, he remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. The maximum amount of mystic heavy water he could manipulate at the qi refinement stage was merely 49 drops. He planned to diligently refine the mystic heavy water, and when the time was ripe, he would find a suitable innate spiritual object to present to Yang Yun in exchange for contributions. Thereafter, he would exchange for the water elemental technique and the ice condensation technique, smoothly advancing to the mid-qi refinement stage. By then, even Yang Yun would not be his opponent. Xinyan harbored grand ambitions. He did not wish to abandon his thirst for vengeance against those who had wronged him in his quest for immortality, thus he was eager to annihilate the Yang family. Yang Yun indeed represented the greatest obstacle in his path, and overcoming this hurdle had become Xinyan's primary objective in recent days. According to his understanding, the gap between late qi refinement and perfect qi refinement was not merely a matter of the quantity of magical power. Rather, it involved the transformation of a portion of the magical power within the dantian of perfected qi refinement cultivators into the true essence of foundation establishment cultivators. Qi refinement practitioners inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing innate purple energy to accumulate magical power within their dantian, subsequently transcending their mortal coil. Conversely, perfected qi refinement practitioners compressed their magical power, converting the gaseous magical power in their dantian into liquid true essence. The use of true essence, whether for casting spells or manipulating magical artifacts, far surpassed the potency of magical power. Moreover, perfected qi refinement cultivators could envelop themselves with true essence for protection, akin to how Xinyan manipulated seawater to form a shield. Unless one could shatter the true essence shield in a single strike, it would be nearly impossible to harm a perfected qi refinement cultivator in the slightest. Thus, Xinyan ultimately set his sights on the mystic heavy water, a secret treasure weighing 1,000 pounds per drop. With 49 drops, not even a perfected qi refinement cultivator, let alone a foundation establishment practitioner, would withstand such force. As the sun rose and set, time flew by. It was now early summer. With the morning dew thick and rich, Xinyan refined another drop of mystic heavy water and swiftly galloped towards Silent Cloud Island on a celestial crane. Soaring high above, he gazed down at the bustling disciples below, reflecting on how, with the Heavenly Emperor's seal in his possession, he was now in a position that those hurried individuals could only envy. Upon returning to the tranquil heart pavilion to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy, he did so merely to present it fade to the outside world. Having achieved mastery in the mixed element technique, while it bore little practical use for one endowed with magical power, it nonetheless served to temper his will and enhance his self-control, a practice Xinyan refused to abandon. Besides the mixed element technique, his water elemental technique had also reached an impasse. As for the Qinglian sword zone, the cultivation method of the Qinglian sword sect, Xinyan had temporarily refrained from practicing it, as pursuing this path required one to possess a flying sword. Though he had acquired 3 flying swords after slaying Sun Mingshu and his companions, none of them possessed water attributes, and their crafting materials were varied. Thus, Xinyan was reluctant to adopt them as his life sword. Therefore, he resolved to continue cultivating the water elemental technique to advance to the late Qi refinement stage. To exchange for the cultivation methods of the late Qi refinement stage, contributions from the sect were necessary, so he intended to seek some from Yang Yun. Additionally, his mystic heavy water had reached 40 drops, and it would not be long before he reached the limits of a Qi refinement practitioner. Miss Mingyu, I request an audience with Sister Yang. I would be grateful if you could convey my message. Standing before the main hall of Yunshou Palace, Xinyan waited for a moment before hastily greeting the hurried Mingyu. Mingyu paused, her bright eyes scrutinizing Xinyan for a moment before suddenly realizing, it is you. She regarded Xinyan with surprise, exclaiming, Xinyan, there is not much time left before the 1-year deadline set by the Peak Master. Are you not concerned that the Peak Master will hold you accountable for not seeking innate spiritual objects? Hearing this, Xinyan chuckled inwardly. This woman was skillfully probing for information about his progress in searching for innate spiritual objects. Nevertheless, this matter could not ultimately be concealed, as he needed to rely on innate spiritual objects to exchange for contributions from Yang Yun. Thus, he replied directly, thank you for your concern, Miss Mingyu. I have been tirelessly searching in the ocean for several months and have finally discovered an innate spiritual object. As he spoke, he produced a wooden box, opening it to reveal a spirit herb, the thickness of a chopstick and a dull grayish-blue color. He handed it to Mingyu, saying, I would appreciate it if you could inform the Peak Master that I discovered a cleansing dust herb in the sea last night and have come to present it. The cleansing dust herb, the weakest of the innate spiritual herbs he had found in the ocean, nonetheless astonished Mingyu, leaving her agape. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that Xinyan had indeed managed to locate a spiritual herb. I will go inform the Peak Master immediately. Mingyu, not daring to delay, recognized the urgency, especially with the 2 true disciples on Silent Cloud. The Peak Master, Yang Yun, would undoubtedly benefit from any assistance she could provide. Peak Master, Xinyan presents a cleansing dust herb for your review. Inside the quiet chamber of the main hall, Yang Yun was meditating and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when she heard Mingyu's voice from outside, instantly filled with delight. Not long after her conflict with Yu Qing had confronted her, accusing her of bullying the weak and secretly harming the 3 outer disciples who had previously blocked her path. Yang Yun was entirely unaware of the deaths of those 3 outer disciples and thus would not acknowledge any wrongdoing, leading to a standoff that nearly escalated to a duel. Eventually, the situation even drew the attention of the reclusive Foundation establishment elder, who intervened to quell the turmoil. Chapter 29 of The Unexpected Joy of Yang Yun. As a result, the relationship between Yun Xiufeng and Jin Miaofeng became exceedingly strained, leading to more than one clash between the 2 sides. Particularly tragic was the fate of those whom Yang Yun had brought from the Qian kingdom. Apart from her younger brother, Yang Lai, the quartet of Qian Jun, Zhou Lang, Zhou Jishuan, and Chen Chen all perished in the fray against Jin Miaofeng. Even Yang Lai himself narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Had it not been for the protective talisman bestowed upon him by Yang Yun, he would have met a grim end long ago. Thus, Yang Yun was filled with pent-up frustration, yet constrained by the presence of the elders. She, as a newly initiated true disciple, could not take action against the ordinary disciples, and so was compelled to endure the taunts of Jin Miaofeng. Now, however, Xinyan had indeed not disappointed her, procuring a spirit herb within less than a year. Bring it to me at once, Yang Yun commanded. Rising hurriedly, Mingyu entered the quiet chamber, presenting a wooden box. As Yang Yun sensed the rich innate purple aura emanating from within the box, the burdensome emotions that had plagued her for days finally began to dissipate. Indeed, it is the Qingchen grass. Just this single specimen can save me a year of arduous cultivation. When she had departed from the Yang manor, her father, Yang Zhe, had promised to provide her with innate spiritual items for her training, yet the time had proven too short, and not a single piece had reached her hands to this day. Thus, Xinyan's acquisition of this spirit herb was akin to a timely gift from the heavens, greatly aiding her. With this herb, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. If, in the next 2 years, Xinyan could procure 2 more innate spiritual items for her, she would be able to obtain a foundation establishment pill from her master and embark on the journey of foundation establishment. Once she achieved the foundation establishment stage, it would indeed be a time of reckoning for you, Yu Qing. Let Xinyan in, she instructed Mingyu after a considerable time had passed, managing to suppress her elation at obtaining the innate spiritual item. When Xinyan entered the room and offered his respects, Yang Yun scrutinized him closely before nodding. You are indeed a remarkable individual, having acquired 3 innate spiritual items. Not only do you possess great fortune, but you have also become a cultivator in less than a year. It seems you have successfully refined the innate purple aura of the Qi Jining Tong fish within you. Fortune. Xinyan felt a stir within his heart upon hearing this. What did Yang Yun mean by fortune? Did she believe that his acquisition of these innate spiritual items was merely due to luck? Suppressing this thought, he promptly replied, the Peak Master sees clearly. After obtaining the cultivation methods in the transmission hall, I found my progress to be astoundingly swift. A month ago, I completely refined the innate purple aura of the Qi Jining Tong fish and finally became a cultivator. At this moment, he presented himself as being in the early stage of Qi refinement, and Yang Yun's assertion that he had just become a cultivator indicated that she had not discerned his true level of cultivation. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yun with profound respect. All of this is due to the opportunities bestowed by the Peak Master. Had you not brought me to Jingyun Island, even with the innate purple aura of the Qi Jining Tong fish within me, I would not have been able to refine it. He bowed earnestly, as if ready to brave any peril for her. Should the Peak Master require anything in the future, Xinyan would risk his life without hesitation. Yang Yun chuckled lightly at this, responding nonchalantly, why would I want you dead? In the future, you shall merely gather innate spiritual items for me. Understood, Xinyan replied with utmost respect, though inwardly he chuckled to himself, thinking, once I destroy your entire Yang manor, you will wish for my demise. However, he did not let any of this show on his face. Instead, he inquired eagerly, Peak Master, I wonder if the Qingqing grass will be of any use to you? This was not mere small talk, it was a subtle reminder to Yang Yun that he had made a significant contribution and deserved a reward. Indeed, Yang Yun's attention was drawn back to him by his words. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, the Qingqing grass is indeed of great use to me. Now that you have made such a significant contribution, I naturally must reward you. After a prolonged pause, she produced a palm-sized flying sword from her storage bag. This is the Luyun sword, a mid-grade water attribute magical artifact. When I advanced to the late stage of Qi refinement, my master specially bestowed it upon me. However, as I am not a sword cultivator and its attributes do not align with my own, I shall give it to you today. With that, she extended the petite white sword towards Xinyan. Thank you, miss. Xinyan quickly accepted the Luyun sword, and the moment it touched his hand, a refreshing chill invigorated him. The Luyun sword was indeed a water-type flying sword, perfectly suited for his use. He deliberately referred to Yang Yun as Miss rather than Peak Master, intending to present himself as someone with less depth while simultaneously fostering a sense of closeness with her. Since you have made a contribution, I naturally must reward you. Yang Yun waved her hand, regaining her previous icy and authoritative demeanor. However, do not forget my mission. The search for innate spiritual items remains our top priority. Upon hearing Yang Yun address the matter at hand, Xinyan promptly stowed the Luyun sword in his storage bag, lamenting, Peak Master, it is not that I lack diligence, but I am merely in the early stage of Qi refinement, and there are defensive restrictions surrounding Jingyun Island. The areas I can search are exceedingly limited. I found the Qingqing grass in a crevice between some rocks. He feigned frustration, his tone tinged with complaint. Moreover, Jin Miaofeng has been inexplicably troubling me, leaving me with little energy to search for innate spiritual items. Rest assured, I will address the matter with Yu Qing regarding Jin Miaofeng. You need not concern yourself with it, Yang Yun replied, her expression darkening at the thought of Jin Miaofeng's brazen behavior, which had begun to impede her quest for innate spiritual items, something she could no longer tolerate. Yet, she maintained an air of control in front of Xinyan and instead broached the subject of his cultivation level. Let me see how far you've progressed. Stepping forward, she suddenly grasped Xinyan's shoulder, catching him off guard. In the next moment, Yang Yun's true essence surged through Xinyan's shoulder, circulating through his meridians. The powerful true essence forced Xinyan's own mana into a corner, rendering him immobile. Xinyan's heart sank. He feared that his concealed cultivation would be unveiled by this woman. However, to his surprise, Yang Yun's face lit up with astonishment. I didn't expect the innate purple aura of the Qi Jining Tong fish within you to be so abundant. It seems you are not far from breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. A sigh of relief washed over Xinyan. It appeared that his method of channeling energy into the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal was indeed effective. Yang Yun, a cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement, had failed to uncover his hidden cultivation, and thus he no longer had to worry about being discovered in the future. Peak Master, please discern, the water elemental technique I acquired in the transmission hall lacks a subsequent volume, so I shamelessly request that the Peak Master grant me the contribution to exchange for the follow-up techniques. It was indeed my oversight. Your cultivation advancement will greatly assist in the search for innate spiritual items. I shall not refuse your request. Yang Yun nodded. She then retrieved a silver receipt from her storage bag. Here are 100 contribution points, sufficient for you to exchange for the cultivation techniques of the mid and late stages of Qi refinement. Thank you, Peak Master. Chapter 30 of the subsequent cultivation techniques. Xinyan promptly accepted it and solemnly stored it in his storage bag. The reward slip is a universal currency in the realm of cultivation, aside from spirit stones, and is categorized into copper, silver, and gold. This reward slip can be utilized not only within the Jade Immortal sect but is also recognized in other sects that adhere to the same system. A mere servant disciple within the Jade Immortal sect, after toiling diligently for an entire year, receives a single copper reward slip. 100 copper reward slips can be exchanged for 1 silver reward slip, and 100 silver reward slips can be traded for 1 gold reward slip. Presently, Yang Yun has bestowed upon Xinyan a silver reward slip, a wealth that a servant disciple might not acquire in a lifetime. You may take your leave, but remember to diligently search for innate spiritual materials. Do not let me down. Having resolved Xinyan's matter, Yang Yun was eager to refine the clear dust grass into a medicinal pill to aid in her cultivation, and she urged him to hurry. Farewell, master brother. After bowing once more, Xinyan turned and exited the great hall. Once his back was turned to Yang Yun, his expression darkened suddenly. When Yang Yun spoke of her innate fortune, a wave of overwhelming malice enveloped him, making him acutely aware that Yang Yun must harbor ulterior motives regarding him. As Yang Yun gazed at Xinyan's departing figure, she silently pondered the information she had heard within the sacred grounds of the Jade Immortal sect. The path of humanity is to diminish what is lacking and to offer what is in abundance. Since birth, individuals have been divided into various ranks. Some are born with unique physiques, others possess extraordinary destinies, some carry innate fortunes, while others stumble upon rare treasures. If they do not perish prematurely, those with such exceptional encounters are destined to soar to great heights in the future. Xinyan had only been on the island for a little over half a year and had already succeeded in refining his qi, soon to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. It seems I have underestimated his fortune. Reflecting quietly, Yang Yun recalled the methods to deal with those endowed with innate fortunes. Human medicine. After leaving the main hall, Xinyan immediately released a celestial crane from his beast pouch and headed towards the law transmission pavilion. Through deliberate socializing over the past 6 months, he and Yin Shang had become close friends who shared everything, so when Xinyan visited, he could easily locate him even if Yin Shang was not on duty. I say, the myriad birds are singing on the law transmission peak today. It turns out that junior brother Shin has come to visit. Welcome, welcome. Although it was not Yin Shang's turn to be on duty, he promptly emerged from his quarters to greet Xinyan with playful banter. If Brother Yin continues with such jest, I may not return in the future, Xinyan replied with hearty laughter. After exchanging pleasantries, the two took their seats on a stone bench outside the door. Did you come today to procure sufficient merits from sect leader Yan? Yin Shang shifted from jesting to serious matters. Brother Yan is indeed perceptive, Xinyan replied, giving a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. Then why are you here seeking me instead of heading to the law transmission pavilion to exchange for cultivation techniques? You must have something to inquire about, Yin Shang suggested. Retrieving a platter of fruits from his storage bag, he bit into a peach and savored it before asking, what is it that you wish to know? Indeed, I seek to inquire about the concept of fortune, Xinyan confessed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yin Shang's expression changed instantly. He set down the peach and asked earnestly, why does junior brother suddenly inquire about fortune? Xinyan scratched his head, not concealing anything, and spoke candidly. To be frank, since last year, I have consecutively obtained 3 innate spiritual materials. The sect leader praised my innate fortune but did not elaborate, leaving me anxious and contemplative. After much thought, I realized that only you could elucidate this for me. 3 innate spiritual materials? Yin Shang looked at Xinyan in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. You have indeed found another innate spiritual material for Sister Yang? Xinyan nodded in affirmation but refrained from providing further details. Yin Shang pondered for a moment, then said after a long pause, the notion of fortune has existed since ancient times. It generally refers to a person's exceptional luck. Some are born with treasures, some find money on the street, and others casually acquire various rare and precious items. Hearing this, Xinyan felt a jolt in his heart. Could the matter of the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal be exposed? However, Yin Shang continued, taking another bite of the peach, such individuals in the realm of cultivation are referred to as those endowed with innate fortune, but what? Xinyan inquired eagerly. However, as far as I know, junior brother comes from humble origins. If you truly possessed innate fortune, you would have been discovered by the cultivators long ago. Why endure over a decade of suffering in the mortal realm? Upon hearing this, Xinyan could not help but agree wholeheartedly. The Heavenly Emperor's divine seal had only absorbed a fraction of his innate purple qi after more than a decade of effort, yet, on the other hand, obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal could also be considered a stroke of fortune, right? I am unsure of that. I would appreciate it if Brother Yen could explain my situation. Feel free to speak candidly, he said, somewhat uncertain about his own circumstances. I am but a qi refinement cultivator, how could I comprehend such matters? Yin Sheng candidly shook his head. Though I may not understand, I do recognize that fortune is not a formless river or a rootless tree. You, junior brother, having been a servant, yet one day catching the goldenite fish, is indeed extraordinary fortune. At this juncture, he cautiously glanced around, lowering his voice, but do not forget, the innate spiritual materials you've acquired are ultimately for someone else's benefit. With that, he raised an eyebrow, implying something deeper. Is there truly such a person endowed with innate fortune in this world? If you do not craft your own plans, you may face a tragic end. At this, Yin Sheng fell silent. Thank you, brother, Shen Yen expressed his sincere gratitude with a respectful bow. Having known Yin Sheng for just over half a year, the depth of his words demonstrated that he regarded Shen Yen as a true friend. The other party was unaware that the innate spiritual materials he had given to Yang Yun were merely a drop in the bucket. However, Brother Yen, searching for innate spiritual materials was a task specifically assigned by the sect leader, and she even exempted me from other labor. If I cannot present innate spiritual materials, I fear, taking a deep breath, Shen Yan's expression turned helpless. Junior brother need not worry too much. As the saying goes, within 10 steps, there must be fragrant grass. Now that Sister Yang and Brother Yuqing are poised to battle for dominance over Quiet Cloud Island, they will undoubtedly be too preoccupied to pay attention to you. Offering words of consolation, Yan Shang shifted the conversation to some news regarding Quiet Cloud Island. Xin Yan ceased to press the issue, and the two engaged in lively dialogue. Thank you for your guidance today, Brother Da. I shall take my leave now. Xin Yan rose and leaped onto the celestial crane, departing towards the law transmission pavilion amid Yan Shang's envious and wistful gaze. Upon arriving at the law transmission pavilion, Xin Yan presented the silver reward slip given to him by Yang Yun. Esteemed brother, I wish to exchange for the water element technique for the mid and late stages of qi refinement. A silver reward slip? The disciple on duty at the law transmission pavilion was taken aback. Silver reward slips are not commonly seen, however. Upon recognizing Xin Yan, he smiled and said, "Ah, it is Junior Brother Shen. It seems you are indeed the most favored disciple of Cloud Show Peak, as Sister Yang has bestowed upon you such a precious reward slip." Chapter 31. The secret of Yang Lai. As the conversation unfolded, the other party accepted the payment and, after searching for a moment among the jade slips on the counter, handed one to Xin Yan. "Junior Brother, please take a look." "Thank you, Senior Brother." "You flatter me," Xin Yan chuckled, placing the jade slip against his forehead to absorb its contents before returning it to the disciple. "May I inquire, Senior Brother, how many payment slips are required to exchange for the ice condensation technique?" The ice condensation technique was a secret art that Xin Yan had learned of from Yan Shang, which, upon cultivation, allowed one to transform water into ice, significantly enhancing combat prowess. 50 copper payment slips. "Are you truly interested in learning this technique, Junior Brother?" asked the disciple. "How chi?" "I indeed wish to give it a try, and I kindly ask you to facilitate the exchange," Xin Yan replied. "Junior Brother, you are too modest. No wonder Senior Brother Yan holds you in such high regard. If someone purchases these secret arts, I too can make a contribution. It is I who should be thanking you," he said with a smile. As they conversed amiably, Xin Yan accepted the 30 copper payment slips offered in change and mounted his crane to depart. High above in the sky, Xin Yan closed his eyes in contemplation, meticulously reviewing the water element technique and the secrets of the ice condensation technique he had just acquired. However, at that moment, the weather abruptly changed, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds swept in from all directions. Such torrential rain in early summer? Xin Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his expression revealing confusion and disbelief. "Return quickly," he urged, patting the crane beneath him as he headed towards the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. Just as he stowed the crane away, rain poured down violently. Upon reaching the entrance of the Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Xin Yan paused, noticing a figure before him, their face grotesquely disfigured as if burned. Clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple, the person regarded Xin Yan with a complex expression. "Senior Brother Yang?" Xin Yan ventured tentatively, observing the figure closely. "It is I," came the hoarse response after a moment of silence. "Have you been in such a hurry these past 6 months?" Xin Yan nodded silently. Yang Lai, under the protection of Yang Yun, had no need to undertake sect missions to ensure his steady cultivation. Unlike him, everything depended on his own efforts, yet, seeing Yang Lai, the younger brother of Yang Yun, Yang Yun was the leader of Yunqiu Peak, a true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect. Seeking innate spiritual herbs on her behalf was the best means of self-protection as he grew stronger. But what was Yang Lai, merely an outer sect disciple who had yet to succeed in qi refinement, daring to press him for answers? "I ask you again, where did you find the pure dust grass? Did you not hear me?" Yang Lai's voice rose in anger, regarding Xin Yan as nothing more than a mere servant in his household. "This matter is under orders from the Peak Master to keep confidential. If you wish to know, go and ask yourself," Xin Yan retorted with a cold laugh, using Yang Yun as a shield. "Very well." Yang Lai laughed in rage, pointing an accusing finger at Xin Yan before turning and storming into the rain. Utterly nonsensical. As he watched Yang Lai's retreating figure, Xin Yan silently contemplated that it was time to take action against him. Having been disfigured by Jinmiao Peak, Yang Lai might soon find himself killed. Losing such an enemy would be a grave mistake. With this thought in mind, he followed without hesitation. Possessing the water manipulation technique, Xin Yan remained dry amidst the rain, yet mindful of the many eyes at Yunqiu Peak, he allowed the rain to drench him. As the downpour intensified, so did the question swirling in his mind. Yang Lai had initially received a personal promise from Yang Yun to study alongside her. Now, having failed to refine his qi, why was he, a mere mortal, braving the rain to venture outside? Curiosity piqued, Xin Yan concealed his presence, minimizing his aura as he trailed behind Yang Lai. Before long, Yang Lai's silhouette emerged in a bamboo grove at the back of Yunqiu Peak, where others were already waiting. "You've come," one of the individuals in the grove smiled upon seeing Yang Lai. Without acknowledging the greeting, Yang Lai, filled with reluctance, inquired, "You previously mentioned you could help me achieve rapid qi refinement. Is that true?" The person's face lit up with a broad grin, their relation undiminished by the pouring rain. "Of course. As long as you complete the task, not only will you achieve qi refinement, but there will be further rewards as well." Yang Lai was not one to easily trust such claims, yet he found himself with no other options. For days, he had endured relentless bullying from the disciples of Jinmiao Peak, and after being rebuffed by Yang Yun, he had ultimately been swayed by an unexpected visitor. The request was simple. Report on Yang Yun's movements for 7 days and periodically drop some stones in certain secret locations on Yunqiu Peak. "You aren't plotting against my sister, are you?" Yang Lai pondered, still somewhat hesitant. "Ha! How could that be? She is a perfected chi refinement cultivator, who would dare to act against a true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, the other quickly refuted. Then what is your true purpose in this? Yang Lai pressed, determined to uncover the truth. Understanding Yang Lai's stance, the individual realized that providing a reasonable explanation was crucial to winning his cooperation. After a moment's contemplation, they replied, "We are after a precious herb located within Yunqiu Peak. The person behind me had an opportunity to break through to perfected chi refinement but was thwarted by your sister's sudden rise, leaving us at a loss now. As the precious herb nears maturity, if we do not harvest it in time, your sister will undoubtedly discover it. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lai's eyes flickered with intensity, clearly weighing the decision of whether to inform his sister of this revelation. However, the other party seemed to have anticipated his hesitation, scoffing. "Yang Lai, do you think that just because your sister has obtained the precious herb, you will share in the benefits?" With a cold laugh, they directly exposed Yang Lai's wounds. Among the 6 who came to the Jade Immortal sect alongside her, the one most favored was not you, but that Xingyan, who seeks an— Am I correct? At the mention of Xingyan's name, Yang Lai's teeth ground together in fury. How dare the mere servant disregard his demands? Yet, the truth was undeniable, and after a long moment of contemplation, he finally conceded, "Indeed." Seeing Yang Lai's acknowledgement, the other chuckled and continued, "But you need not worry. In your sister's eyes, Xingyan is merely a treasure-seeking boy, with no intention of nurturing him." Chapter 32 The enemy of Yang Yun, as if recollecting something, his tone dripped with sarcasm. "Your elder sister is an exceedingly selfish woman. She even disregarded her own kin, not to mention others." Yang Lai, unable to grasp the full meaning, inquired, "Who did she abandon?" "Nothing of consequence," the other party hastily denied, then admonished, "You must keep this matter under wraps. If Yang Yun learns of it, we would merely lose a precious herb, but you would forfeit your chance to seek enlightenment." With that, he tossed a jade vial. "Here are 5 chi-nourishing pills, which, once consumed, will aid you in rapidly condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to absorb innate purple chi. This is also a token of our prior agreement." Yang Lai caught the jade vial, his eyes gleaming with delight. "What of the information I requested? How did your inquiry fare?" Having gained something of worth, Yang Lai's demeanor improved markedly, and he exclaimed with indignation, "I asked Xingyan, but he claimed my elder sister issued a gag order forbidding him from divulging anything to me." "Indeed, that is a plausible scenario," the other acknowledged with a nod. "How shall I contact you in the future?" Yang Lai, wishing to steer clear of further discussion regarding Xingyan, posed a new question. "There is no need for you to reach out. Simply report Yang Yun's movements here every 7 days, and discreetly discard the stone I provided in a secluded location," the other instructed, producing a storage bag and tossing it to Yang Lai. "I must know who you are," Yang Lai pressed, still unwilling to relent. "You may refer to me as brother, and to ease your curiosity, I hail from Yushua Peak." After uttering these words, the individual identifying himself as Brother Chi turned and departed Yushua Peak. A tremor coursed through Xingyan, who had been covertly observing. Among the 3 true disciples of Dingyun Island, the last one who had remained in silent cultivation was indeed the peak master of Yushua Peak. To his astonishment, the other was not the rumored ascetic, but rather a covert observer of the precious herbs of Yunqiu Peak. "Understood." Yang Lai accepted the storage bag, securing it within his robes, then turned to leave. Brother Chi watched as Yang Lai's retreating figure faded from view, his previously warm smile abruptly shifting to a grimace. "Yang Yun, you seized my opportunity to advance to the peak of chi refinement. Now, I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of having your fortune snatched away." Xingyan, witnessing the other's seething expression, felt a flicker of intrigue. This was indeed an adversary of Yang Yun. He had long sought a way to contend with Yang Yun within the confines of the Yuxian sect, if he could leverage the other's strength or subtly provide assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Xingyan formulated a rudimentary plan. Once Brother Chi had departed, he followed in the direction Yang Lai had taken rather than returning directly to Yunqiu Peak. Yang Lai, seizing the opportunity presented by the heavy rain, sought refuge in a concealed cave atop the mountain. "Though this location was hidden, do you not fear encountering someone who might murder you for your treasures?" Xingyan chuckled as he observed Yang Lai open the storage bag, discarding the stone within the cave, then promptly sit cross-legged to meditate, consuming the chi-nourishing pill. Setting aside the question of whether a single pill could facilitate a breakthrough, why opt for a desolate cave instead of the main hall of Yunqiu Peak? After all, Yang Yun would inevitably perceive his progress in cultivation. Yang Lai's actions seemed superfluous. "Allow me to assist you," Xingyan declared nonchalantly as he strode into the cave, a smile gracing his face. "Brother Yang, young Master Yang, why have you ventured out to this remote wilderness instead of cultivating in the main hall?" Xingyan squatted before Yang Lai, startling him from his meditative state. "Xingyan! How did you find yourself here?" Yang Lai gasped in terror, scrambling backward while tightly clutching the storage bag given by Brother Chi. "Of course, I followed our young master to pay a visit to Brother Chi, then accompanied you in," Xingyan replied, feigning indifference, which only exacerbated Yang Lai's panic. What do you intend to do?" Yang Lai stammered, his heart racing. Did Xingyan intend to use this knowledge to coerce him? In response to Yang Lai's palpable distress, Xingyan merely smiled, biding his time before asking with curiosity, "Aren't you afraid of the Peak Master discovering that you have clandestinely associated with Brother Chi from Yushua Peak? What if he decides to end your life?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lai's heart raced with alarm, but he quickly countered, denying any wrongdoing. "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean." "Yushua Peak, Brother Chi, I know nothing of it." "Ha! Xingyan scoffed, unfazed by Yang Lai's vehement denial. He leisurely settled onto a nearby stone, continuing, "Yet you have already consumed the qi-nourishing pill provided by Brother Qi. Although one is insufficient to guarantee your success in qi refinement, I can smell the innate purple qi emanating from the pill from afar. If I were to inform the peak master of today's events, do you think he would not easily discern who is lying?" Yang Lai stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words, but his noble lineage quickly reasserted itself, and he regained composure. "So what? If I report this to my sister, do you think she would believe you over me?" Xingyan nodded, regarding Yang Lai with approval. Indeed, quite astute. However, Xingyan's tone shifted as he continued, "Currently, on Jingyun Island, the visible rivalry lies between Jinmiao Peak and Yunqiu Peak, while Yushua Peak patiently awaits in the shadows. Should the Peak Master and Yu Qing engage in a destructive conflict, Yushua Peak would undoubtedly emerge as the beneficiary. What do you think the Peak Master would do in that scenario?" Although Xingyan rarely focused on matters concerning Jingyun Island, he was not entirely ignorant. As the external stronghold of the Yuxian sect, the highest-ranking elder was naturally one who had achieved the later stages of foundation establishment. This elder, however, only intervened during disputes among the true disciples, remaining aloof from other affairs. Originally, the true disciples of Yushua Peak remained detached from worldly matters, leaving Yang Yun to contend solely with Yu Qing. However, her brother was now secretly aiding someone from Yushua Peak against her. If this information were to surface, even though Yang Lai was her biological brother, he would inevitably face dire consequences. Logically, Yang Lai should have considered the repercussions, but at this moment, his mind was clouded by the desire to become a cultivator and ascend to immortality, utterly disregarding how Yang Yun might respond to his actions. "Humph, that vile woman. If she refuses to assist me in my cultivation, cannot I strive on my own?" Yang Lai retorted, his eyes reddening as he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Well said." Xingyan suddenly praised, leaving the previously indignant Yang Lai momentarily stunned. "What did you just say?" Xingyan spread his hands, a broad smile adorning his face. "I said I admire you greatly. If all the members of the Yang family shared your sentiments, then dealing with her would become significantly easier." Shaking his head in mock regret, Xingyan added, "It is a pity that your father and the rest of your family are utterly subservient to Yang Yun. They would never dare to oppose her." Chapter 33 At the demise of Yang Lai, Mastery of Sorcery. "You intend to confront my elder sister?" Yang Lai gazed at Xingyan in disbelief, his tone rife with skepticism. "Did you not cultivate her with your own hands? Are you perhaps envious that she has seized the innate spiritual treasures you sought?" Xingyan shook his head, refraining from offering an explanation. He fixed his icy gaze upon Yang Lai, a glint of coldness flashing within. "Young master, mere trifles of innate spiritual treasures hold no significance to me." Yang Lai was instantly perplexed, momentarily disregarding the possibility of Xingyan reporting back. He inquired with curiosity, "What, precisely, do you intend to accomplish?" "Merely the annihilation of your Yang residence," Xingyan replied, and before Yang Lai could react, he summoned the mystic water, striking Yang Lai down into a mere pulp. The sudden disappearance of Yang Yun's younger brother atop Yunqiu Peak would surely incite a fierce rivalry between the two true disciples. Upon witnessing the connection between Yang Lai and senior brother Qi, Xingyan had once contemplated disguising Yang Lai, subtly instigating conflict between the true disciples of Yushua Peak and Yang Yun. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Yushua Peak might not adhere to his machinations in confronting Yang Yun. Thus, it was preferable to allow Jinmiao Peak to bear the blame for Yang Lai's demise, igniting a full-scale conflict between Yu Qing and Yang Yun. At that juncture, Yushua Peak would not require his deliberate guidance. In pursuit of the so-called medicinal treasure atop Yunqiu Peak, they would inevitably target Yang Yun with a 2-to-1 advantage, and seasoned true disciples pitted against a newly ascended one, Yang Yun's chances of success would be exceedingly slim. By then, dealing with Yang Yun would be an effortless endeavor. After utilizing the rain to cleanse the scene, Xingyan stored away the items from Yang Lai's spatial pouch, ensuring no traces were left behind before returning to the tranquil heart abode, where he commenced his practice of the subsequent techniques of the water elemental art and the secret arts of the ice condensation technique. 7 days later, all within Yunqiu Peak were made aware of a singular fact: the Peak Master's younger brother, Yang Lai, had vanished. Furthermore, Yang Yun confirmed from the sect's roster of disciples that Yang Lai was indeed deceased. At that moment, all on Jingyun Island comprehended that a vendetta had irrevocably emerged between Jinmiao Peak and Yunqiu Peak. The last quarrel between the two true disciples was ignited by the disappearance of 3 outer disciples from Jinmiao Peak. However, their status paled in comparison to Yang Lai's. Faced with such a situation, even the elders of Jingyun Island found it difficult to intervene, for taking the life of a blood relative of a true disciple was a clear indication of Yu Qing's stance towards Yang Yun. Should they attempt to intervene again, it would appear as favoritism towards Yu Qing, thus leaving the elders in a precarious position should Yang Yun report to the sacred land of Yuxian sect. At Jinmiao Peak, within the true disciple hall of Yu Qing, he glared angrily at the disciples kneeling below him, fury radiating from his countenance. "Who among you has slain Yang Lai? Step forward, or else I shall uncover the truth myself." His cultivation had reached a point of stagnation. Only through obtaining a foundation establishment pill could he break through. In recent days, he had been seeking means to procure such a pill, and once he ascended to the foundation establishment stage, dealing with Yang Yun would be a mere formality. Yet now, all had been ruined by these foolish disciples. Previously, they had disfigured Yang Lai, and now they had gone so far as to take his life. This would inevitably lead Yang Yun to seek vengeance, thwarting his opportunity to secure the foundation establishment pill. However, the disciples exchanged glances, remaining silent, observing their lack of acknowledgement. Yuqing's countenance darkened further. Within the true disciple hall of Yunqiu Peak, Yang Yun sat regally at the head, casting a cold gaze upon Mingyu, who knelt below. Her voice was frigid. Have you identified the murderer of Yang Lai, or has anyone from Jinmiao Peak come forth? Mingyu trembled uncontrollably, stammering, a peak master. There is no one, they are all useless. Yang Yun's voice thundered with fury, her exquisite visage marred by severity, as she hurled her teacup at Mingyu. Continue your investigation. If there are no results within 3 days, or if no one from Jinmiao Peak acknowledges their involvement, inform Yuqing that I will challenge him to the duel platform. Yang Yun was genuinely enraged. She had already taken a step back regarding the previous incident of the 3 missing disciples, having lost 4 of the 6 she brought, and now her own brother had been disfigured. With Yuqing now pushing his luck, she could not afford to retreat any further. Yuqing, unless I strip you of your status as a true disciple this time, I shall no longer bear the surname Yang. With a resounding crash, her palm struck the ground, the power surging forth, causing the tiles of the true disciple hall to shatter. The water elemental art, breakthrough. As the instigator, Shen paid no heed to the unfolding events on Jingyun Island. At this moment, he delved deep into the ocean, utilizing the innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, rapidly advancing the water elemental art, instantaneously becoming a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. Such is the realm of late-stage chi refinement. What sensation accompanies the completion of chi refinement? Contemplating the remaining innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, Shen Yan pondered briefly before deciding to attempt another breakthrough. Water elemental art, continue to break through. However, to his disappointment, the innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal remained inert, evidently insufficient to propel the water elemental art to the 4th tier, thereby elevating him to the level of a perfected chi refinement cultivator. Not enough, Shen Yan did not despair. Instead, he focused his thoughts on the ice condensation technique. Ice condensation technique, breakthrough. In an instant, the innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor. This is the technique of transforming water into ice. With a flick of his fingertip, as his inner power surged, the seawater before Shen Yan morphed into a cluster of azure ice crystals. Alas, the seawater contains salt and other impurities, rendering the ice insufficiently solid. Scanning the ice with his divine sense, Shen Yan immediately detected minute flaws. Mystic water. As Shen Yan's thoughts shifted, grains of crystal clear mystic water began to hover within the ocean. Unlike ordinary seawater, each droplet of mystic water weighed 1,000 pounds. Had Shen Yan not already refined these droplets, even manipulating them would require considerable expenditure of his inner power. Transforming water into ice, as his inner power surged, the mystic water in Shen Yan's grasp underwent a transformation. However, in the next moment, Shen Yan's brow furrowed, his inner power was abruptly diminished by more than half, while the 40 droplets of mystic water had only partially transformed. The maximum amount of mystic water that could be manipulated during the chi refinement stage was 49 droplets, yet transforming them into ice crystals was impossible with the inner power reserves of a chi refinement cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan resolved to reduce the number of droplets to 9. The innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal surged, and Shen Yan's inner power swiftly replenished. He stored away the remaining mystic water, retaining 9 droplets, and with a gesture, he commanded, transform water into ice. In an instant, Shen Yan's inner power dissipated by half, yet the 9 droplets of mystic water joyfully crystallized into perfectly round ice spheres. Chapter 34 of the first step of revenge. First, strike the heart. Is there truly a hidden efficacy? Shen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment after the Xian Yuan heavy water transformed into ice crystals. Had it not been for his mastery as the owner, now that the Xian Yuan heavy water had solidified into impenetrable ice, referring to it as such felt inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan smiled faintly. Let us call it the 1 Yuan mystic ice. As he toyed with the 9 pieces of 1 Yuan mystic ice in his palm, Shen Yan felt invigorated. Having spent nearly a year in the Jade Immortal sect, I finally possess a trump card. With this thought, he flicked his finger lightly, and a piece of 1 Yuan mystic ice shot forth, hurtling towards a nearby sea stone. In the next instant, this stone, weathered by the currents of the sea for countless millennia, was obliterated, its fragments stirring ripples in the water before gradually sinking into silence at the ocean's depths. Could Yang Yan's true Yuan shield withstand such power? After gauging the might of the 1 Yuan mystic ice, Shen Yan mused silently. Previously, Yang Yun had gifted him a flowing cloud sword. It was time to test its prowess. After retrieving the sword and briefly refining it with his magical energy, he directed it towards another sea stone with the intent of piercing it. Swish, the sea stone was penetrated as effortlessly as tofu, yet it remained intact. The 1 Yuan mystic ice commanded power through sheer force, while the flowing cloud sword was razor-sharp. They were incomparable. However, Yang Yun's decision to entrust the flowing cloud sword to him implied that she possessed even superior magical artifacts. Recalling the boots Yang Yun had worn in Jinzhou Bay, Shen Yan's gaze turned solemn. Ultimately, she is a true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, not to be underestimated. He endeavored to heighten his perception of Yang Yun's threat, yet Shen Yan refused to belittle himself. The 1 Yuan mystic ice was not merely the Xian Yuan heavy water solidified into ice, it also bore the water manipulation capabilities endowed by the Celestial Emperor's divine seal. Otherwise, how could a mere chi refining stage cultivator like Shen Yan manifest such a formidable artifact? Thus, Shen Yan remained exceedingly confident in his abilities, and his aspirations soared high to reverse the tide of chi refining and establish a foundation. Now, he was drawing ever closer to that goal, naturally brimming with vigor. With his cultivation breakthrough, enhanced combat prowess, and the addition of the flowing cloud sword and 1 Yuan mystic ice as his trump cards, he could contend even with those at the pinnacle of the chi refining stage, let alone mere equals. However, with Yang Yun and Yuqing locked in rivalry, they would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. As a disciple at the foundation establishment stage, Yang Yun might possess unknown trump cards. It would be prudent to allow her and Yu Qing to engage in a life-and-death struggle while he reaped the benefits. Since he could not ensure Yang Yun's demise at present, Shen Yan turned his attention to the Yang family. While I cannot slay Yang Yun immediately, I can certainly eliminate the entirety of the Yang family in Jinzhou Bay. The longer I delay, the more variables may arise. Thus, I shall first eradicate the Yang clan. With this resolution in mind, Shen Yan prepared to head straight for Jinzhou Prefecture. The Yang Manor, once an insurmountable behemoth to Shen Yan, had now become merely a vassal of a mundane dynasty in his eyes. Yet, even so, he would not underestimate the Yang Manor. True disciples of the Jade Immortal sect wielded unfettered power in the Qian kingdom, implying the existence of qi refining stage cultivators within, possibly in considerable numbers. If that were the case, could the Yang Manor not possess them as well? Although Shen Yan had not spent much time in the Jade Immortal sect, he understood that Yang Yun regarded the Yang Manor with a degree of importance. After all, it served as a channel for her to seek innate spiritual materials, and she would undoubtedly not forsake it, likely dispatching individuals to protect Yang Zhe. A true disciple at the peak of qi refining would command a notable number of qi refining stage disciples. Shen Yan considered all possibilities in the worst light, aiming for absolute certainty. On Silent Cloud Island, Yang Yun openly faced Yu Qing as her opponent while secretly contending with the prying eyes of the Jade Shua Peak. Soon, she would be too preoccupied with her own troubles, presenting the perfect opportunity for him to strike against the Yang family. After making his decision, Shen Yan manipulated the waters to approach the restrictions of Silent Cloud Island. The island's defenses comprised a grand formation, deeply buried beneath the sea's surface, rendering it nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Yet, Shen Yan harbored no worries. He retrieved a jade token from his storage bag and aimed it at the restrictive barrier. In an instant, a ripple surged through the seabed, and moments later, a semi-transparent door materialized before him. Concurrently, in a bedroom atop Jinmiao Peak, Yu Qing's gaze abruptly shifted towards Shen Yan's direction. "Master, what is it?" At that moment, deep into the night, one of the female disciples in Yu Qing's embrace noticed his sudden change in countenance and inquired with curiosity. "Someone has utilized Sun Mingzhu's jade token to breach the island's restrictions." As he spoke, Yu Qing pushed the female disciple aside with his magical energy, hastily dressing before striding towards Shen Yan's position. As the true disciple in charge of Silent Cloud Island, Yu Qing had been its de facto ruler prior to Yang Yun's arrival. All tokens issued to newcomers bore his hidden machinations, thus allowing him to detect Shen Yan's use of Sun Mingzhu's token. However, upon reaching the edge of the barrier, Yu Qing found nothing but emptiness before him. Had the intruder fled immediately after breaching the defenses, his expression darkened. Given the deaths of the three disciples, he had harbored suspicions that Yang Yun had acted in secret against them. Yet, now that someone had utilized a jade token to exit Silent Cloud Island, he began to question his assumptions. Could it be Jade Shua Peak, or was Yang Yun orchestrating a diversion? Unsure of the situation, Yu Qing contemplated briefly before deciding to investigate both avenues. Meanwhile, Shen Yan, having wandered through the sea for some time, confirmed that he had distanced himself from Silent Cloud Island before surfacing and releasing a celestial crane. His magical energy radiated around him, and a droplet of Xian Yuan heavy water transformed into an empty water sphere, enveloping both him and the celestial crane as they headed towards Jinzhou Bay. At dawn, Shen Yan did not rush to exact vengeance upon the Yang Manor. Instead, he paid homage to his parents and visited the site of his former home, now reduced to rubble. Returning to his former haunts, Shen Yan felt a surge of emotion. In just over a year, he had transformed from a mere insignificant servant into a cultivator at the late stage of qi refining. The transience of life was truly unfathomable. As night descended, Yang Zhe was indulging in merriment with a concubine in the Yang Manor when suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly retrieved a talisman from his bosom. "My lord! Come again!" The concubine feigned dissatisfaction, playfully taunting Yang Zhe, yet, he brusquely pushed her aside, hastily donning his robe as he made his way to the rear courtyard. However, just as he stepped outside, a shadow flashed past, causing Yang Zhe to halt abruptly. "Who are you? How dare you invade the Yang Manor at night? Do you not fear for your head?" Panic gripped Yang Zhe's heart as he felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, though he feigned fury on the surface. "Lord Duke, have you forgotten me after a year?" Shen Yan emerged from the shadows, a subtle smile gracing his features. "Shen Yan. It's you?" Yang Zhe hesitated for a moment before finally recognizing the former servant from his household. "Did Juner send you back, you wretched creature? Why do you not kneel before me?" Yang Zhe was consumed with rage and humiliation. In his view, Shen Yan, despite having accompanied Yang Yun to the Jade Immortal sect, remained a mere servant of the Yang family. How audacious for a servant to approach him without announcing himself or bowing. In response to Yang Zhe's furious rebuke, Shen Yan's expression darkened. "You want me to kneel?" With a surge of magical energy, a powerful aura erupted from him, forcing Yang Zhe to stagger backward repeatedly. "Are you attempting to rebel? Did something happen to Yuner on Silent Cloud Island?" "I naturally intend to rebel. Your Yang family constructed a manor, imprisoning my parents and shackling my freedom. Do you think I should not rise against you?" Shen Yan's expression was frigid, his visage twisted in a mask of fury. For nearly a decade, thoughts of revenge had consumed him. The long-suppressed indignation within him was finally liberated, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, a feeling of unparalleled exhilaration. "How dare you? Do you not fear Yuner learning of this?" Yang Zhe's facade crumbled, his voice quivering, yet, in the face of Yang Zhe's threats, Shen Yan showed no hint of the anticipated terror. The icy demeanor remained, for he was now the exalted cultivator, while Yang Zhe stood before him as nothing more than an ant, easily extinguishable. Regrettably, Yuna is currently preoccupied with her own troubles in the Jade Immortal sect and has no time to concern herself with the affairs of the young manor. Shen Yan scoffed, relishing in the palpable anxiety radiating from his adversary. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Zhe shook his head frantically, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Yan, his voice a thunderous roar. Yuna is a true disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, how could she possibly be in peril? Though he spoke defiantly, he could not suppress the seeds of doubt taking root in his heart. If nothing had gone awry for Yang Yun in the Jade Immortal sect, how could Shen Yan, a mere servant, dare to rebel? It is of no consequence for me to share this with you. There are some of my contributions involved as well. Shen Yan relished the moment, leisurely revealing the conflict between Yang Yun and Yu Qing to Yang Zhe, before continuing. On the island, one true disciple openly opposes Yang Yun while another secretly covets her precious elixirs. How long do you think Yang Yun can endure? Impossible, impossible. Yang Zhe staggered backward repeatedly, his expression one of sheer terror, seemingly unable to accept that his once promising daughter was now facing insurmountable challenges within the Jade Immortal sect. I forgot to mention, in order to exacerbate the tensions between Yu Qing and Yang Yun, I also killed your son, Yan Lai. As he observed Yang Zhe's incredulity, Shen Yan delivered another crushing blow. Liar? My liar is dead? Yang Zhe, once vacantly gazing, now had his eyes ablaze with rage, fixating on Shen Yan with a gaze filled with hatred. Indeed, I killed him with my own hands. Shen Yan nodded earnestly, his expression sincere. You must believe me, my lord. Not only did I slay him, but I also ground his bones to dust. He has likely already been reincarnated. Perhaps the meat you consumed yesterday was his reincarnated form. Murder strikes at the heart. Shen Yan's words drove Yang Zhe into a frenzy. I will kill you, I will kill you. Yang Zhe, his eyes crimson with fury, lunged at Shen Yan. Yan Lai had been his most cherished son. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to accompany Yang Yun to the Jade Immortal sect in search of enlightenment. Yet now, everything lay in ruins, and this wretched beast dared to turn against its master. Amidst the tumult of anger and grief, Yang Zhe swung his fists, vowing to tear Shen Yan to shreds. Crack, however, in the next instant, a searing pain shot through his arm, jolting him back to reality. Before him stood a thin wall of water, having intercepted Yang Zhe's fists, shattering both of his arms in the process. Chapter 35 A sudden kill in the late stage of chi refinement. Have you become a cultivator? Yang Zhe gazed at Shen Yan in disbelief upon awakening. In less than a year, he had transformed into a cultivator, surpassing even Yang Yun's rapid progress. It is all thanks to Yang Yun. Without her, how could I have achieved this transformation so swiftly? Shen Yan chuckled softly, his spirits lifted at Yang Zhe's dismal state, showing no urgency to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, this little wretch has turned out to be a talent in cultivation. Is it the will of heaven to bring ruin upon the Yang family? A look of despair crossed Yang Zhe's face as he murmured to himself. Humph. Shen Yan scoffed at Yang Zhe's lamentations. Given the deeds of your Yang family, if heaven truly intended your demise, it would have been accomplished long ago, not postponed until now. I have come today to eradicate every male descendant of the Yang family without leaving a trace, and consign the female members to the educational institutions, turning them into mere servants, to avenge the murder of my father and mother. After his furious declaration, Shen Yan unleashed the flowing cloud sword, gazing at Yang Zhe with murderous intent. This sword was gifted to me by your daughter in gratitude for my efforts. Today, I shall use it to end your life, fulfilling your daughter's filial piety. As the words fell, the flowing cloud sword shot forth, aimed directly at Yang Zhe's forehead. Clang, however, in the next moment, a silver light flashed, and the flowing cloud sword was unexpectedly intercepted by another sword of equal quality just before it reached Yang Zhe. Shen Yan lifted his gaze and discovered a man clad in the robes of the Jade Immortal sect standing not far ahead, quietly observing him. Late stage of chi refinement? Sensing the potent energy emanating from the stranger, Shen Yan's expression turned cold. Yang Yun had indeed arranged for protection at home. Junior brother, let us exercise mercy. You have already slain the direct descendant of the Yang family and crippled the Lord's arms. Would it not be better to cease hostilities here? The newcomer spoke, adopting a tone of earnest persuasion. Yet, Shen Yan showed no respect, channeling his energy to control the flowing cloud sword and directing it once more at Yang Zhe. Clang, another clash of metal echoed as the silver sword once again struck the flowing cloud sword. Do you truly wish to provoke me? Shen Yan questioned coldly. I am merely fulfilling my duty, not seeking conflict with you, junior brother. I am here to complete my task, the other replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. That he had overheard Shen Yan's earlier conversation with Yang Zhe and assessed him to be merely a cultivator of less than a year's experience, at most at the early stage of chi refinement. Such cultivation was trivial in his eyes. Were it not for the superior magic sword in Shen Yan's possession, he would not have wasted his breath engaging in conversation. Moreover, he harbored concerns regarding Shen Yan's mention of Yang Yun's difficulties on Silent Cloud Island. Should Shen Yan ally himself with the other two true disciples, killing him might incite their displeasure. While Shen Yan had grievances with the Yang family, who could say if the true disciples had orchestrated this to eliminate all threats? After all, how could a mere servant disciple gain passage from Silent Cloud Island? Since you insist on protecting the Yang family, then we shall not rest until one of us is dead. After declaring, Shen Yan sent the flowing cloud sword hurtling towards the opponent. Humph, a mere servant disciple dares to strike at senior brother Zhou Shun. Truly, he knows not the meaning of his own mortality. Suddenly, a feminine voice rang out from behind Xinyan, followed by a brilliant flash of blade light. Junior sister Ling Qian, please hold. Zhou Shun, the inner disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, cried out upon witnessing the incoming blade light aimed at Xinyan. He had yet to ascertain whether Xinyan was indeed a true disciple, and should that be the case, killing him would bring considerable trouble. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhou Shun observed a water wall rising behind him, effortlessly blocking Ling Qian's blade light. Could it be that this brat possesses a superior protective magic artifact? A glint of greed flickered in Zhou Shun's eyes. While Ling Qian was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, her cultivation method was primarily focused on aggression. To block her blade light unscathed, it must be a superior protective artifact. Ling Qian, too, felt envy. A mere servant disciple possessing two superior artifacts was simply hard to believe. It is known that even inner disciples like Zhou Shun, at the late stage of qi refinement, possessed only a mid-grade flying sword, while Ling Qian's artifact was of low quality. Senior brother, kill him, and we shall split the artifacts between us. Ling Qian called sweetly, then swung her long knife again, sending dazzling blade light toward Xinyan. Agreed. Zhou Shun immediately acquiesced. A mere early-stage qi refinement servant disciple, no matter how formidable their protective artifact, how much energy could they possibly wield? Surrounding Zhou Shun, energy surged, his aura climbing as he struck Xinyan's flowing cloud sword aside, arcing through the air toward Xinyan. Overestimating oneself. Xinyan's eyes narrowed slightly, showing no fear in the face of the dual onslaught. Xian Yuan Heavy Water Shield. Two droplets of Xian Yuan heavy water transformed into a foot-wide circular shield before him and behind him, effortlessly deflecting the attacks from both sides. You can withstand a single flowing cloud sword, but can you withstand my 9 pieces of 1 yuan ice? With a thought, 9 1 yuan ice shards became invisible in the night. Go! Gently channeling his energy, the 1 yuan ice vanished from before Xinyan, striking Zhou Shun not far away. Puff, in an instant, Zhou Shun appeared as if struck by lightning. The murderous intent and greed vanished from his face, replaced by sheer terror. The immense force propelled his body backward involuntarily. Though the 1 yuan ice appeared no larger than a grain of rice, its weight was equivalent to 1,000 pounds. Under such terrifying force, Zhou Shun, the inner disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, met his demise in the blink of an eye. Boom! The 1 yuan ice, carrying Zhou Shun's lifeless body, crashed heavily against the young family's wall, leaving a trail of ruin in its wake before crashing down to the ground. Zhou Shun's corpse lay mangled, his crimson blood staining the earth. Senior brother Zhou. Ling Qian, who had initially worn an arrogant expression while attempting to seize Xinyan's artifacts, now cried out in terror, instinctively retreating. It appeared these two had engaged in their share of murderous thievery, for they worked together so seamlessly, and now that they dared to obstruct Yang Zhe, he would conveniently eliminate them, acting on behalf of justice. Regaining control of the 1 yuan ice, Xinyan raised his hand, preparing to employ his lethal technique once more. Ling Qian hastily interjected, "Junior brother, spare me, I am willing to serve you as a slave or servant, just please let me go." As she spoke, she deliberately loosened her robe, revealing a glimpse of her fair bosom with a seductive allure. Yet, Xinyan remained indifferent, and the 1 yuan eye struck toward Ling Qian, extinguishing her life in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36, The Death of Yang Zhe, the terrified young manor. Master, it is time to depart. After effortlessly slaying Zhou Shun and Ling Qian, Xinyan turned his gaze towards the astonished Yang Zhe. The ease with which Xinyan dispatched Zhou Shun and his companion left Yang Zhe utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? They were cultivators from the Jade Immortal sect. How could they have been killed so effortlessly? When Yang Yun had introduced the two into the manor, she had distinctly stated that Zhou Shun was an inner disciple of the Jade Immortal sect, having reached the late stage of qi refinement. Although Ling Qian was an outer disciple, her combat prowess was on par with Zhou Shun's. To emphasize their significance, Yang Yun had even mentioned that prior to her advancement to the foundation establishment stage, she might not have triumphed against the two in unison. Yet now, Xinyan had defeated both with a mere glance. Did this not imply that he had surpassed Yang Yun? Heaven seeks to bring about my demise. Yang Zhe was struck dumb with fear. Zhou Shun and his companion were the strongest guards of the Yang Manor. With their deaths, the annihilation of the Yang Manor had become an undeniable certainty, leaving no room for reversal. It was not heaven that sought your end, but I, Xinyan, who shall bring about your ruin. Over the years, how many families in Jinzhou Bay have been driven to ruin by your Yang clan? In their final moments, these individuals cursed the Yang Manor, prophesying that retribution would eventually come, and I am that very retribution. Having spoken, Xinyan unhesitatingly approached Yang Zhe, conjuring a delicate water blade from the Xian Yuan heavy water, and ruthlessly brought it down upon Yang Zhe's neck. Rest assured, I shall sever the heads of all the men of your Yang Manor and present them to Yang Yun as a token of gratitude for permitting my entry into the Jade Immortal sect. As the words fell, blood splattered, and Yang Zhe's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly ahead, unable to close them in death. Do you even deserve to die with your eyes wide open? Xinyan scoffed disdainfully, retrieving a stone box meticulously crafted from sea stone, into which he placed Yang Zhe's head. He then secured Zhou Shun and Ling Qian's storage bags to his waist. These storage bags bore the magical imprint of their owners, and to access them, one must first eliminate these imprints, a laborious endeavor that Xinyan knew he could not undertake without risking the contents being obliterated upon forceful opening. Meanwhile, within the Yang Manor, the tremendous noise from Zhou Shun's demise had awakened many. What is happening? Has the earth turned tumultuous in Jinzhou? It cannot be. Perhaps a noble is simply practicing martial arts. Nonsense. What kind of martial arts could produce such a commotion? It sounds more like thunder. Could it be that someone was struck by lightning? The Yang Manor was now in an uproar, with various members of the household, disciples, stewards, and servants alike gathering to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Observing the situation unfold, Shen Yan decided to remain in place, thus saving himself the trouble of searching for them one by one. However, as he extended his consciousness, sensing the approaching crowd, he detected two individuals radiating with magical energy, causing his expression to harden. More cultivators. He was not afraid of facing many alone, as long as no Foundation establishment cultivators appeared. No matter how numerous they were, it would be in vain. Yet, he did not wish for the swift demise of the Yang Manor to reach Yang Yan's ears so soon. He needed a bit more time to set his plans in motion, but in the next moment, Shen Yan furrowed his brow as the two cultivators in the crowd began to retreat hastily. What is going on? He felt a twinge of curiosity, and subsequently, extracted a few drops of water from a nearby vat, infusing them with his magical energy, directing them to fall upon one of the individuals. Meanwhile, two elderly cultivators, both over 50, were rapidly making their way towards the periphery of the Yang Manor. Old Su, we are honored guests of the Yang Manor. With such a disturbance, it is clear that a cultivator is involved. Are we really going to ignore this? One of them suddenly inquired. Old Phone, if you wish to court death, then go ahead. I, however, am making my escape. The cultivator known as Old Su replied with a look of trepidation, quickening his pace. What do you mean? Clarify. Old Feng's face turned pale as he hurriedly questioned. I saw Zhou Shun's flying sword. Old Su hastily explained, glancing around furtively, lowering his voice, that flying sword was Zhou Shun's prized possession, always kept close and cherished. Yet just now, I noticed that it was stained with blood and flesh, and there was a noticeable chip on the blade, evidence of a fierce struggle. Old Feng was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Old Su. Are you suggesting that Zhou Shun has met with misfortune? Though Old Feng posed the question, he silently acknowledged Old Su's deduction. At the same time, he felt a surge of relief at Old Su's keen observation and decisive judgment. Had it not been for Old Su, would he not have walked straight into danger? Zhou Shun was a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, who had always looked down upon the two of them, both in the early stages. Now that Zhou Shun was dead, the two of them, mere early-stage cultivators, would be courting death if they did not flee. Though the Yang Manor had employed them, it was inconceivable that they would sacrifice their lives for it. The master has been murdered, the master has been murdered. Suddenly, a voice, piercing and filled with terror, rang out through the night, plunging the already chaotic Yang Manor into utter disarray. Where is the head of the master? Where is it? Hurry, hurry, and find it to sew it back on. A flurry of urgent voices filled Shen Yan's ears. The first to arrive were merely servants and stewards. At this moment, Shen Yan concealed himself with his magical energy. As long as he did not reveal himself, even if he stood amidst these people, the ordinary folk would be unable to detect him. More and more individuals arrived, their ranks growing increasingly elevated. Under the direction of an elderly steward, the servants discreetly searched for Yang Zai's head while others carried his body to the main hall, simultaneously dispatching people to notify the young masters and ladies of the Yang Manor, as well as the various matriarchs. Before long, the esteemed members of the Yang Manor gathered in the main hall, the sound of weeping reverberating through the air. Silence! The matriarch of the Yang Manor, her head throbbing from the cacophony, bellowed in anger, causing an immediate hush to fall over the hall. Though the master has perished, the heavens have not yet fallen upon the Yang Manor. We must promptly send a revered guest to the Jade Immortal sect to inform the young lady of her father's demise and submit a memorial to the court to request the continuation of the title. The matriarch methodically orchestrated the proceedings, capturing the attention of the others, who fell silent in awe. However, before the matriarch could make further arrangements, a middle-aged man resembling a steward rushed in, his face etched with urgency. Matriarch, this is dire, the two honored guests are missing. The matriarch's expression darkened, and she could not help but curse, you imbecile. With a swipe of her hand, she knocked a teacup to the ground in frustration, just as a mocking laugh echoed through the room. Ha, no wonder you are the wife of the Duke. Even in the face of your husband's death, you maintain your composure. Who? The matriarch's countenance shifted abruptly, her murderous intent palpable as she searched for the source of the voice. Chapter 37. The fall of the Yang Manor, just one person short. It is I. Shen Yan revealed himself, and his figure instantly materialized in the center of the main hall. It is you. Upon seeing Shen Yan, the previously furious expression of the First Lady suddenly faltered. Shen Yan. At that moment, others began to recognize Shen Yan, the Shen Yan who accompanied Yang Yun on her quest for immortality. How did he return? Could it be that Yun'er sent him back? Yang Yun is an immortal, the Duke was murdered, and she naturally knows. Nonsense. If my sister were aware, would she allow our father to be killed? Enough with the noise. I suspect Yun'er foresaw the passing of our lord and sent Shen Yan to assess the situation. In an instant, upon seeing Shen Yan, everyone involuntarily assumed he was sent by Yang Yun. After all, it had been less than a year since they had all seen her off, and while they were not intimately familiar with Shen Yan, they were aware of his existence. The thought that Shen Yan could have slain the Duke never crossed their minds. A mere servant, under the influence of Yang Yun, how could he possibly rebel? Others fell silent. Shen Yan, you speak. Do you know how the Duke met his end? The First Lady thought likewise, maintaining her lofty demeanor as she issued commands to Shen Yan. I certainly know what transpired, for it was I who killed Yang Zai. As the words fell, everyone in the hall turned to Shen Yan in shock, with a few quick-witted individuals stepping back, seeking to escape silence. How dare a mere servant speak so boldly? Have you lost your senses? It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you will not speak the truth. The First Lady's tone suddenly darkened, her gaze laced with malice. Behold, unfazed by the First Lady's bluster, Shen Yan nonchalantly retrieved a stone box containing Yang Zai's severed head from his storage pouch, opening it and smiling at the First Lady. A fresh head, the blood has yet to dry. Bring me someone, kill him to avenge the Duke, this is treachery, seize him, I shall have him executed by 1,000 cuts. In an instant, the hall erupted into chaos. Some fainted in terror, others wore expressions of indignation, while many clamored for Xinyan's death. These individuals, accustomed to wielding power, naturally felt superior against a mere servant, and although he had just slain the Duke, most felt no fear. Xinyan was unsurprised by their reactions. This world was one that devoured its own, the realm of cultivation consumed lives, and the mortal world did the same. The Yang Manor was merely a small circle of consumption. Upon seeing her husband's head, the First Lady cast a deep glance at Xinyan. Xinyan, you stealthily returned to the Yang Manor and killed the Duke. Are you not afraid of Yuner seeking justice? No wonder you share a bed with Yang Zhe, even your questions are identical. Xinyan chuckled, but he was unwilling to elaborate. I shall not explain the specifics. After you are dead, you may inquire with Yang Zhe. Upon hearing that Xinyan intended to kill them all, a trace of fear finally crossed the First Lady's face. You plan to slaughter everyone in the Yang Manor? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? By the end, her tone carried a hint of pleading. Xinyan remained unmoved by her entreaties, instead expressing curiosity. Your Yang family has committed countless atrocities. How many in Jinzhou have perished under your cruelty without facing divine punishment? Yet, when I seek to eradicate you, I am met with threats of retribution. I am executing heaven's will. As the words left his lips, Xinyan suddenly pointed at a young family member who had stealthily approached the door. In the next moment, that person's body erupted into a spray of blood and flesh, splattering those nearby with gore. The hall was filled with piercing screams, descending into utter chaos, with some even crashing into the wooden bed that housed Yang Ze's corpse. Witnessing a family member reduced to a puddle of flesh, no matter how composed the First Lady tried to be, her pupils involuntarily contracted. Ladies of the household, rest assured, I only kill the male relatives, sparing the women. Addressing the terrified young family members, Xinyan spoke slowly. The women in the manor sighed in relief, but their hearts soon sank. These males were their kin and their support. If they perished, what would become of them? At that moment, a young woman lifted her damp skirt, cautiously glancing at Xinyan, her terrified face streaming with tears. Young Master Xin, please do not kill me. I am not a young family member. I can offer you money, please, will you let me go? She was a relative of the Young family, not a direct member, hence her timid plea. Xinyan regarded the woman, an expression of realization crossing his face. Ah, it is the cousin. I did mention that I do not kill women. Upon hearing this, the cousin felt a wave of relief wash over her. The fates of the others were of no concern to her, as long as she remained unharmed. At that moment, she inwardly cursed the Young family. If it were not for these scoundrels, how could she have been so frightened that she nearly lost control? Now, hearing Xinyan's response, hope flickered in her eyes. So, may I leave? However, the next moment, Xinyan's reply plunged her into despair. No, why not? The cousin's voice turned sharp, tinged with desperation, while other women stared at Xinyan in horror. Why, how I distinctly remember your earlier arrogance in the manor. You were merely a maid who did not bow to you, yet you were furious enough to gouge out her eyes, claiming that if she could not see, her eyes were unnecessary. Did such a thing not occur? Before the cousin could respond, Xinyan turned his gaze to the others. The First Lady, with her benevolent heart, neither strikes nor scolds errant servants, merely assigning them to tend to the garden. The fourth young miss is no better, having raised 30 large dogs that have undoubtedly devoured countless servants, and the seventh young master is even more impressive, requiring all servants in his quarters to have their tongues severed and eardrums pierced, for he detests cacophony. Xinyan recounted the brutal deeds of these nobles in a slow, calm manner, yet, as he spoke, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Trapped by Xinyan's magical restraint, they could only tremble in fear, unable to flee. Bang, 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 pft, pft, pft. With each name Xinyan uttered, the designated male relatives transformed into a splatter of muck, while the women named suffered the severing of their tongues and the gouging of their eyes. Half an hour later, Xinyan's throat parched, and the majority of those in the main hall had been dealt with, leaving only a few who had neither committed great evil nor had deep ties to wrongdoing. Chapter 38. The women of the Yang household were completely taken into the teaching division. With vengeance finally fulfilled, Xinyan felt a refreshing clarity, as the anguish that had long been suppressed within him was finally released. Within the grand hall, the remaining members of the Yang clan were few and far between, trembling like frightened rabbits, their heads bowed in fear. The acrid scent of blood made these once pampered women feel nauseated, and the indistinct murmurs from their kin rendered them too fearful to even glare at Xinyan. In the face of the women from the Yang manor, Xinyan merely regarded them with a detached gaze, akin to that of a deity surveying mortals. After a considerable time had passed, once the vast majority of the young males had perished and the punished women had fallen silent, Xinyan crafted a colossal water prison using the water within the Yang estate, securely trapping the remaining individuals. What he intended to do next was to pursue the two cultivators who had abruptly departed earlier. On this moonless night, the stars shimmered brightly, and with the magical traces they had left behind, Xinyan swiftly caught up to the two cultivators who had stealthily escaped. Where are you two headed? In the span of a tea's brewing time, Xinyan closed in on the pair. With a sweep of his consciousness, he confirmed that both were early-stage qi refinement cultivators, and he immediately stepped forth to obstruct their path. Who are you? The sudden blockade startled the two, but the elder among them, Old Su, quickly transformed his expression into one of terror. Zhou Shun was killed by you? He refrained from employing any tricks of disguise or feigned madness, for the fact that someone could pursue them under the cover of night after merely an hour indicated that they had left behind means of tracking. Deceiving Xinyan would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, Zhou Shun is dead by my hand, as is the woman named Ling Qian, Xinyan affirmed, nodding without the slightest veil of concealment. Moreover, I have dealt with all the males and females of the Yang household. Upon hearing Xing Yan's words, the two men froze in place, and suddenly, Old Feng struck down towards Xing Yan with a palm, swiftly retreating. Seeking death. Xing Yan's gaze turned icy as the flowing cloud sword shot forth, effortlessly shattering Old Feng's palm wind. Just as he was about to pierce them with his sword, Old Su suddenly knelt and pleaded, "Predecessor, spare us, please, spare us." At that moment, Old Feng was also gripped by terror. Upon seeing Xing Yan's flowing cloud sword, he extinguished any thoughts of escape and likewise fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Xing Yan paused, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "Do you two have anything else to say?" Old Su, still kneeling on the ground, spoke with respect, "Predecessor, you have decimated the Yang household overnight, clearly harboring a grudge against them. However, you must be cautious. The eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Yun, is a true disciple of the overseas Jade Immortal sect. Should this news reach her ears, you may find yourself in considerable trouble." Old Su's initial words seemed to pledge loyalty, but in truth, they served as a veiled threat against Xing Yan. With all the Yang household members disposed of, they were the only ones aware of Yang Yun's whereabouts. If they were to be killed here, would they not lose their valuable intelligence? Unfortunately, Old Su could never fathom that Xing Yan was not an enemy of the Yang household. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Understanding the necessity of eradicating threats entirely, Xing Yan was resolute in his decision and summoned a primordial ice to crush the two. "Please, senior, wait." Old Feng suddenly cried out, fearing Xing Yan's swift action. He hastily produced a piece of beast hide from his bosom. "Predecessor, we have a treasure to present, please take a look." Xing Yan cast a puzzled glance at him, accepting the beast hide, only to discover it was a map, depicting the layout of Jinzhou Prefecture, with a prominent red circle marking the location of Tianshan. "A map of Jinzhou Prefecture? What treasure is this?" Xing Yan scoffed. "What you may not know, senior, is that this map pertains to the cave abode of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. My brother and I have served the Yang household for over a decade in search of this elder's cave." Old Su interjected hastily, eager to share the opportunity rather than let Old Feng monopolize it. "Ridiculous. Would a cave abode in Jinzhou Prefecture allow you to take the lead? This is the territory of the Jade Immortal sect. If such a cave abode existed, it would have long been discovered. Do you think you two early-stage Qi refinement disciples would be allowed to explore it?" Xing Yan dismissed their claims entirely. Having extensively studied at the teaching peak of Dingyun Island, he knew well that there were indeed cave abodes and trial grounds left by predecessors in the immortal world, some even with restrictions on the cultivation levels permitted entry. Yet, all these places were claimed by a sect, and individuals like the two before him had no chance of seeking opportunities there. It was naive to think that the members of these sects were all benevolent. "You are unaware, senior, that this cave abode belongs to our ancestor, and due to the peculiarities of our ancestor's cultivation method, it has not been discovered by the Jade Immortal sect." Seeing Xing Yan's skepticism, Old Su and Old Feng grew anxious, hastily explaining. "Is that so?" Xing Yan replied, somewhat convinced. If that were indeed the case, the cave abode might genuinely exist, potentially housing spiritual treasures and cultivation methods left behind by its master. If he could obtain them, it would significantly enhance his own strength. "We swear to the heavens, if this matter is false, we shall surely meet a tragic end." Observing Xing Yan's shift in attitude, Old Feng and Old Su hurriedly swore, desperately hoping to secure their lives. "I may consider sparing you," Xing Yan mused, stroking his chin. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly brightened. "However, before that, you must assist me with a task." The two exchanged glances, each seeing the relief of surviving a calamity reflected in the other's eyes, and they eagerly responded, "Please, senior, command us." Xing Yan recounted his actions within the Yang household in a rather casual manner, causing the two to break into cold sweat upon hearing it. This seemingly unremarkable individual was, in fact, so ruthless. Killing was merely the first step. After the heart was vanquished, he would proceed to torture. Truly inhumane. If he were to employ such methods against them, the thought sent a chill down their spines, obliterating any lingering schemes they had. I had previously declared that all the males of the Yang household would be exterminated, and the women would be sent to the teaching division. With that, Xing Yan's gaze swept across their faces. "I am a man of my word. I wonder if you two would be willing to assist me in sending the women of the Yang household to the teaching division in Jinzhou Prefecture, to let them experience the most terrifying ordeal of the mortal realm?" Old Feng and Old Su exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to acquiesce, ultimately nodding in agreement. Chapter 39 The Cave Abode of Tianshan, the Profound Elemental Heavy Water. Suddenly, two orbs of profound elemental heavy water materialized in Xing Yan's hands and fell directly into the mouths of the two individuals. "Once your tasks are completed, wait for me at the foot of Tianshan, otherwise." Upon finishing his words, Xing Yan gently relinquished his control over the profound elemental heavy water, causing both individuals to experience a violent pang of agony in their abdomens, nearly rendering them unconscious. After allowing them to suffer this brief torment, Xing Yan then continued to manipulate the profound elemental heavy water to prevent any harm from befalling them, subsequently vanishing from the spot. At that moment, Su and Feng were struck with grave concern. They did not believe Xing Yan was merely bluffing. The excruciating pain they had just endured was evidently a mere warning. "Ah, let us obey for now. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance," sighed Old Su, casting a glance at the unwilling Old Feng beside him, shaking his head. "Indeed, we are but fish on the chopping block, left with no choice," Old Feng replied despondently. Meanwhile, Xing Yan stood before the graves of his parents, remaining still for a prolonged period. The faces of his parents, though somewhat blurred in his memory, still brought tears to his eyes. Father, mother, today I have eradicated the Yang residence, and it will not be long before Yang Yun meets her demise at my hands. If you are aware from the netherworld, you can rest easy. After filling the grave with earth once more, Shen Yan silently knelt in reverence before turning to leave, having successfully eliminated Zhou Shan and Ling Qian. The two storage bags and magical artifacts now belong to Shen Yan. Seeking a secluded spot, he retrieved their artifacts for inspection. Zhou Shan's artifact was a silver flying sword, albeit merely a medium-grade artifact, far inferior to Shen Yan's Lu Yun sword. Moreover, the sword bore 3 or 4 noticeable dents, evidently left by the impact of blocking the Lu Yun sword. After placing it into his storage bag, Shen Yan's gaze shifted to Ling Qian's long knife. This long knife was merely a low-grade artifact. However, Shen Yan was astonished to find that the handle was embedded with a medium-grade spirit stone. Spirit stones are a resource in the cultivation world, containing an abundance of natural spiritual energy, which is significantly more accessible to cultivators than the ambient spiritual energy of the world. Within the Jade Immortal sect, a low-ranking servant could receive either a copper payment or a low-grade spirit stone each year, both of which held equivalent value in the cultivation community. The medium-grade spirit stone embedded in Ling Qian's artifact was sufficient to exchange for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Truly extravagant. No wonder Ling Qian, a mere late-stage qi refining cultivator, could undertake the task of guarding the Yang residence alongside Zhou Shan. Aside from using her body to entice Zhou Shan, this long knife was undoubtedly a key asset. Although this long knife was classified as a low-grade artifact, with the assistance of the spirit stone, its power and operation could rival that of a medium-grade artifact. The technique of utilizing spirit stones to provide spiritual energy and unleashing it in an instant piqued Shen Yan's interest. Could he also simulate such a method using the Tian D seal? However, the spiritual energy provided by the spirit stone and the ingenuity supplied by the Tian D seal were fundamentally incomparable. Yet, if he could indeed research this technique, infusing the ingenuity into a primordial ice would undoubtedly amplify its power tenfold. On the afternoon of the second day, Shen Yan arrived at the foot of Tianshushan. Tianshushan is a renowned mountain within Jinzhou Prefecture, celebrated not for its picturesque scenery but for its rich deposits of the finest iron ore in the Qian Kingdom. However, this iron ore is exceptionally difficult to mine, and countless miners have met their demise within the depths of the caves each year. After approximately an hour, 2 distinct auras approached from the distance, and Shen Yan discerned that 2 cultivators were arriving. This esteemed sir, the tasks you assigned have been completed. All the female relatives of the Yang residents have been sent to the teaching division. Upon seeing Shen Yan, Old Feng's face bore a glimmer of hope, evidently wishing that Shen Yan could extract the toxins. Conversely, Old Su remained silent. As a cultivator with decades of experience in the cultivation world, he held little faith that Shen Yan would spare them. It was well understood that even without the ancestral cave abode, merely enslaving 2 cultivators was enough to tempt him. However, to his astonishment, Shen Yan directly commanded, "Open your mouths." Old Feng's expression brightened, and he promptly complied, while Old Su stood in shock, questioning whether the seemingly unremarkable yet powerful elder truly intended to let them go. With trepidation, Old Su opened his mouth, silently hoping that Shen Yan would indeed honor his word. Shen Yan had no intention of breaking his promise. He produced the 2 orbs of profound elemental heavy water from their abdomens, then spoke in a calm tone, "You need not worry about my integrity. You are merely 2 early-stage qi refining cultivators, hardly sufficient to tempt me into dishonor." The ease with which he lifted his control over them stemmed from his aversion to enslaving others and the necessity of searching for the ancestral cave abode. By releasing his control now, he could earn their trust, ensuring their cooperation. Furthermore, Shen Yan's formidable strength meant that if he truly wished to take their lives, he would not need to resort to such methods. "Thank you, Senior Su and Feng," the 2 exclaimed, astonished and grateful as they bowed in appreciation. Waving his hand dismissively, Shen Yan gestured for them to rise. "This matter is trivial now, let us discuss your ancestral cave abode." Upon hearing this, Su and Feng exchanged glances, and Feng stepped forward to explain, "Esteemed Senior, the cultivator who left the cave abode at Tianshushan bore the surname Feng, and he is my ancestor. He had a son and a daughter. I am the direct descendant of the Feng family, while his daughter is the great-great-grandmother of Su Rui." Shen Yan nodded, understanding why they were so certain that the cave abode of the foundational cultivator was located at Tianshushan. They were indeed direct descendants. "Yesterday, I sought you 2 primarily to enlist your assistance in dealing with the female relatives of the Yang residents, and the location of the cave abode was something you voluntarily disclosed to me." Shen Yan elucidated yesterday's events, and before the 2 could respond, he continued, "Rest assured, I am not a greedy person and have no intention of forcibly seizing your ancestors' cave abode." Upon hearing this, Su and Feng both displayed expressions of delight. It was evident that this elder was a person of integrity, adhering to principles in his actions. "Thank you, esteemed senior. However, while we have indeed located the whereabouts of the cave abode, the restrictions upon it remain intact, and with our current cultivation, we are utterly incapable of breaking them to gain entry." Old Feng sighed, recounting the hardships he faced. Meanwhile, Old Su sighed, adding, "Senior, your virtue is well known. We are not concerned that you would covet the relics of our ancestors within the cave abode. However, we find ourselves powerless against the restrictions, and thus we earnestly request your assistance in dispelling them. Any treasures left behind in the cave abode can be chosen at your discretion. If there are any resources for cultivation that you deem unworthy, we kindly ask for your generosity in bestowing a few." Chapter 40. The noble Shen Yan, your eloquence is commendable. Shen Yan cast an appreciative glance at Su Rui. Such a suave individual could thrive whether in the mortal realm or the world of cultivation. In contrast, Uncle Feng appeared considerably less capable. Had it not been for their familial ties, he might have long since been forgotten, lost to obscurity. Yet, regardless of my current assurances, you 2 undoubtedly harbor doubts. It is prudent to enter the cave dwelling first. Tianzhu Mountain, despite its grand name, is merely a modest hill of around 100 zhang, surrounded by elevated terrain with a basin at its center. Over countless years, the relentless passage of time has transformed the basin into a lake, accumulating an abundance of rainwater. At this moment, thousands of miners toiled diligently at the foot of the mountain, while Shen, under the guidance of Su Rui and Uncle Feng, approached the lake's edge. Esteemed senior, our ancestral cave dwelling lies beneath the water, Uncle Feng said, gesturing towards the still surface of the lake and swallowing hard. Old Su and I have ventured beneath the surface multiple times. Remnants of ancient structures lie at the lake's bottom. Though dilapidated, they still retain an air of grandeur, suggesting they were once built by mortals, and thus pose no danger. Su Rui interjected, our ancestor likely chose this location for its proximity to a spiritual vein beneath, but now this lake resembles a stagnant pool, and the spiritual energy has likely dissipated. Shen Yan nodded, acknowledging their reasoning. Through his water control technique, he easily sensed traces of residual magical energy at the lake's bottom. Even if there were no cave dwelling belonging to a Foundation establishment cultivator, remnants of other practitioners likely remained. Let us descend, Shen Yan instructed calmly, stepping into the lake alone. As he submerged, the previously tranquil waters parted around him as if an invisible force repelled the water, preventing it from touching him. Su Rui and Uncle Feng gasped in astonishment. They had assumed Shen Yan to be merely a consummate qi refining practitioner, capable of dispatching Zhou Shan and Ling Qian with ease. However, their perception shifted dramatically, for such a formidable display could not be achieved by a mere qi refining cultivator. It required the true essence of a Foundation establishment practitioner. They surmised that this senior was likely beyond the early stages of Foundation establishment, as such extravagant expenditure of true essence merely to part the waters was exceedingly lavish. Exchanging glances, they both understood each other's thoughts, casting aside any lingering notions of luck. With such profound mastery, the resources required by qi refining practitioners were insignificant in comparison. As a result, they followed closely behind Shen Yan, navigating the familiar path towards the cave dwelling. Shen Yan wielded his water control technique, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the dwelling. A massive slab of blue stone obstructed their way. The two men approached, channeling their magical energy to swiftly move the stone aside, revealing a stone staircase. This senior is indeed remarkable, having carved an entrance beneath the water and constructed a cave within the mountain. Either he was not solely dedicated to cultivation or he had attracted considerable trouble, Shen Yan mused, reflecting that the senior was likely a loose cultivator, given the choice of this location for his dwelling. At the cave's entrance stood a door adorned with the carvings of two ferocious beasts resembling lions and tigers, poised to pounce. However, Shen Yan remained unfazed. He raised his hand, and the Luyun sword shot forth, unleashing a flurry of sword light upon the stone door. Thud, 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 a series of muffled sounds resonated as layers of azure light erupted from the door, effortlessly blocking Shen Yan's flying sword. Clearly, this was a cave of Foundation establishment, with formidable defenses. Unfortunately, time had eroded much of its power, leaving only a fraction of its original strength. Breaking through would not prove overly difficult. Nodding, Shen Yan smiled at the expectant gazes of his companions. Fear not, we shall enter shortly. After retracting the Luyun sword, a primordial ice manifested before him. Following his earlier contemplation, he drew a wisp of spiritual energy from the Tian seal and infused it into the primordial ice, then directed it towards the cave's entrance with force. Boom! A violent tremor sent Su Rui and Uncle Feng tumbling to the ground, while Shen Yan remained calm, continuing to direct the primordial ice against the door. Boom, boom, boom. After more than a dozen strikes, the stone door lay in ruins, the protective azure light shattered alongside it. Let us enter, Shen Yan declared, enveloping himself in a layer of Xian Yuan heavy water shield before stepping into the cave. The cave was modest in size, resembling Shen Yan's own Xingxing chamber within the Yuxian sect. It contained a meditative room for qi cultivation, a furnace room for alchemy and artifact forging, and a study lined with old jade slips, exuding an air of simplicity. Shen Yan felt no disappointment. For a single occupant, especially one carved from the mountain, such a scale was already commendable. He first entered the study, discovering only a few jade slips and some ancient tomes upon the shelves. After ensuring there were no dangers, he began examining the jade slips. Spring wind transformation technique, binding water into threads technique, water bullet technique, water escape technique. These comprised a series of water-based spells, perfectly suited for Shen Yan's cultivation. No wonder this cave was constructed underwater. It seemed the senior was also a practitioner of water-based techniques. Shen Yan smiled inwardly. With these spells alone, his visit today was worthwhile. The spring wind transformation technique could summon rain at will, an essential skill for any practitioner of spiritual cultivation. For Shen Yan, it was particularly advantageous. In combat, he could summon rain and harness the water against his foes, significantly enhancing his strength. The binding water into threads technique was reminiscent of his initial venture into the sea, controlling water serpents, yet this spell was far more exquisite, resulting in greater potency. The water bullet technique, in particular, was of utmost importance to him. It allowed for the condensation of water spheres enveloped in magical energy, capable of shattering mountains and bones alike. For Shen Yan, the water bullet technique would enable him to manipulate Xian Yuan heavy water and primordial ice, amplifying their power manifold. As for the water escape technique, it was an essential means of escape while submerged. Mastering this spell would allow for a significant increase in speed with minimal energy expenditure, making it a crucial skill for evasion or combat. Holding the jade slips, Shen Yan glanced at the two eager men at the entrance. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed the jade slips to them. These are the legacies left by your ancestors. Today, they return to their rightful owners. Thank you, esteemed senior. Chapter 41, The Theory of Spiritual Veins. Su Rue and Uncle Feng eagerly accepted the jade slips, their hearts filled with joy. The esteemed elder before them not only possessed profound cultivation but also exhibited remarkable character. Their chance encounter with such a venerable figure was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, they soon realized that this cave abode could be likened to their ancestral tomb. After tossing the jade slip to the two, Xinyan picked up an ancient tome from the bookshelf. Generally, in the realm of cultivation, jade slips are the primary medium for recording texts, making books a rarity. Yet, upon grasping this volume, Xinyan discerned that its material was of an unknown composition. Its exterior appeared archaic while its inner essence felt refreshingly new. Refining the spirit technique, controlling objects technique, the mere sight of these two secret arts sent a jolt of excitement through Xinyan. He was no longer the novice who had just arrived at Quiet Cloud Island. After wandering around the transmission peak for several days and becoming acquainted with Yin Shang, he had gained a modicum of understanding regarding some extraordinary skills and methods within the cultivation world. The refining the spirit technique was indeed one of those remarkable arts, capable of honing a cultivator's spirit and enhancing their foundational strength, thereby increasing the likelihood of breaking through to higher realms. Although Xinyan had little knowledge of the path of the spirit, it was a well-known fact that a cultivator's success rate in transcending from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage was directly proportional to the strength of their spirit. Moreover, the refining the spirit technique held significant auxiliary benefits for various cultivation arts, as a powerful spirit signified clarity of thought and resilience against fatigue, thereby minimizing the chances of error. He contemplated collecting spiritual materials from the sea, and once he perfected the refining the spirit technique, he would diligently practice array formations, alchemy, and artifact refinement to enhance his own foundational strength. The controlling objects technique was relatively simpler. It was a method exclusive to foundation establishment cultivators for mastering spiritual tools and artifacts. However, should a qi refining cultivator possess a robust spirit, they too would qualify to practice the controlling objects technique. Silently, he stored the ancient text detailing the refining the spirit technique and the controlling objects technique into his storage bag, deeming it unwise to share such knowledge with the two young men, as their current cultivation levels were but in the early stages of qi refining, rendering them ill-prepared for such formidable arts. The principle of a commoner bears the burden of possessing treasures was one they should comprehend. Turning to the eagerly awaiting duo, Xinyan uttered a few words. Su Rue and Uncle Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, yet Xinyan's earlier demeanor had garnered their trust, prompting them to respond promptly. "We are grateful for your consideration, esteemed elder. We shall follow your lead in all matters." Nodding, Xinyan exited the study and made his way to the quiet chamber. Inside, there was nothing but a desk and a meditation cushion, upon which rested 3 jade slips. Upon examining them, Xinyan discovered that all 3 contained insights into the art of formations, a basic understanding of formations, detailed explanation of formations, and true understanding of formations. He had previously encountered the basic understanding of formations while at the transmission pavilion, yet the detailed explanation and true understanding were entirely new to him. Placing the basic understanding of formations against his forehead, Xinyan was astonished to find that the contents recorded within this jade slip were far more comprehensive and detailed than those found within the Jade Immortal sect. This revelation filled him with quiet admiration. It was evident that the senior who had established this cave had delved deeply into the art of formations, otherwise, they would not possess such an exceptional understanding. Furthermore, the presence of 3 jade slips on formation techniques indicated that this chamber was indeed foundational to his existence. After committing the information from the 3 slips to memory, Xinyan addressed the two. "This is a legacy left behind by your ancestors. Should you diligently study it in the future, you may yet revive the glory of your forebears." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Su Rue and Uncle Feng exclaimed in delight, hastily kneeling before the desk to bow repeatedly in gratitude for their ancestors' bequest. They then turned to Xinyan, respectfully kneeling once more to express their appreciation for his care. "This is your ancestors' inheritance, how could I possibly hoard it all for myself?" Xinyan mused, confident that he was not the sort to seize all benefits for himself. His arrival here to gain advantages was also thanks to the information provided by the two. After careful consideration, he retrieved an empty jade slip and inscribed the contents of the refining the spirit technique within it. He then tossed it to Uncle Feng, saying, "The spells documented in the ancient text have been etched into this jade slip. Initially, I had no intention of imparting this secret art to you, but its significant enhancement to formation guidance compelled me to reconsider and leave it for you too." Afterward, Xinyan cautioned, "You must only examine this secret art once you reach the mid-qi refining stage. Begin practicing it only upon reaching the late qi refining stage, otherwise, calamity will surely follow. Remember this well." "We shall heed your instruction, esteemed elder," they replied, bowing once more. Subsequently, Xinyan continued his exploration within the furnace chamber. Having cultivated through the use of spiritual insight, he held no interest in these pills and instead tossed them to the eagerly awaiting duo, continuing his search throughout the cave. "The medicinal properties of these pills have diminished somewhat. It would be prudent for you too to consume some to enhance your spiritual energy." "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder," Su Rue and Uncle Feng replied, overjoyed as they accepted the pills. After identifying those that could bolster their spiritual energy, they promptly ingested them and began meditating. Observing the two immersed in their cultivation, Xinyan resumed his search throughout the cave. After a considerable time, Xinyan stumbled upon a desiccated spiritual spring. Su Rue and Uncle Feng had indeed spoken the truth. This cave was constructed atop a spiritual vein, although it was regrettably not a complete vein but rather a mere spiritual spring. In the world of cultivation, a place known as a spiritual vein featured a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of other locations. Xinyan had gleaned from various jade slips at Transmission Peak that spiritual veins in the cultivation realm were categorized into 4 tiers. A first-tier spiritual vein could sustain 1,000 chi refining cultivators, while a second-tier vein could serve hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators. A third-tier vein, however, could only support a mere 10 or so returning void cultivators in their daily practices. As for the fourth-tier spiritual vein, the jade slips provided no description. With the advancement of one's cultivation, the efficacy of spiritual veins gradually waned, and their numbers were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Every renowned sect, family, or marketplace possessed their own spiritual vein naturally. Some highly skilled solitary cultivators might also occupy certain spiritual veins, yet this did not diminish their value. Quiet Cloud Island housed a first-tier spiritual vein, with the most concentrated area being claimed by an elder of late foundation establishment, while the other three slightly inferior locations were designated for the practices of 3 true disciples. Now that I have broken through to the late chi refining stage, I stand but a step away from perfection. It is time to contemplate the matter of foundation establishment, he reflected. While spiritual veins were beyond his consideration, the prospects of spiritual springs and spiritual eyes were not entirely out of reach. Much like spiritual veins, spiritual springs and spiritual eyes were places of condensed energy, albeit on a much smaller scale, capable of serving only a few chi refining cultivators, rendering them of little use to those at the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 42 The Primordial Earth Magnetism Arcana, the Three Souls Concealment Technique. Nevertheless, even so, the spiritual spring and the spiritual eye are exceedingly precious. After Shinyan achieves the consummation of the chi refinement stage, if he wishes to advance to the foundation establishment stage, possessing a spiritual spring and a spiritual eye as a foundation, coupled with the spirit refining technique to enhance his soul's essence, along with the spiritual mechanisms within the Heavenly Emperor Seal, he could almost directly become a foundation establishment practitioner, without the need to accumulate experience as slowly as those chi refinement experts within the Jade Fairy sect. Although the spiritual spring may be dried up, it remains a rare material for crafting top-tier magical artifacts. Today, I will extract the spiritual eye. Once I master the art of artifact refinement, I might even be able to forge a superior magical instrument. Though there exists a significant disparity between the chi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage, both utilize magical artifacts. Only upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and attaining the void return realm can one wield treasures that surpass magical artifacts. Most loose cultivators at the foundation establishment level may not even possess a single top-tier magical artifact. Initially, Yang Yun was able to casually bestow the Flowing Cloud Sword because, as a disciple of the sect, she was naturally granted a top-tier magical artifact upon reaching foundation establishment. Furthermore, the Flowing Cloud Sword was incongruous with her practice of the Thunder Path, so she gifted it to Shinyan to encourage him to strive further. Without hesitation, Shinyan drew forth the Flowing Cloud Sword and excavated the surrounding rocks of the spring eye entirely. After digging 10 jiang deep, he finally uncovered a piece of translucent jade that sparkled brilliantly yet emitted no trace of spiritual energy. Is this the eye of the spiritual spring? It bears a certain resemblance to my primordial eyes. After placing the spiritual eye into his storage pouch, just as Shinyan was about to fill the large hole, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Beneath the eye of the spiritual spring, a square jade box lay quietly buried in the soil. If it weren't for Shinyan's keen eyesight, he might have overlooked it. Upon retrieving the jade box, Shinyan discovered that it bore no restrictions. When opened, it revealed a jade slip, a token box, and an ancient tome. He took out the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. My name is Fengjun, and I leave this cave dwelling at Jinzhou Tianzhu Mountain for those with fate. In the quiet chamber, the 3 volumes of the Array Path are to be diligently cultivated by the fated ones, and in the future, upon achieving the foundation establishment stage, one may head to Luofu and present the Luofu token to become a disciple of Luofu. The Luofu token? The token of the Luofu immortal sect. Shinyan set down the jade slip and carefully examined the so-called Luofu token, discovering it was neither metal nor iron, yet possessed a hardness beyond measure. After some estimation, he concluded that even the sharpness of the Flowing Cloud Sword would likely fail to cut through this token. A token crafted from such precious materials indeed attests to Luofu's status as one of the 4 great sects alongside the Hanhai sect, showcasing their immense wealth and power. In the realm of cultivation, there are countless sects and families, yet few can rival a grand sect like Luofu, with only the Hanhai immortal sect overseas being comparable to this ancestor of the Feng family, Fengjun, perhaps a disciple of the Luofu immortal sect? A flicker of speculation arose in Shinyan's mind, but if he were a disciple of Luofu, why would he establish a cave dwelling in Jinzhou Bay, a territory governed by the Jade Fairy sect? The jade slip did not provide any further insights, leaving Shinyan with no choice but to set the matter aside. Regardless, this presents a retreat. Once I resolve matters with Yang Yun, should the Jade Fairy sect pursue me, I could seek refuge with Luofu. Although the Jade Fairy sect is not a minor faction, it pales in comparison to the Luofu immortal sect. At this moment, he felt a sense of relief. He had eradicated the Yang family, and his conflict with Yang Yun was one of life and death. Should he become unwelcome within the Jade Fairy sect, his path of cultivation would undoubtedly face further turbulence. Now, with Luofu as a fallback, it felt as though a divine boon had descended upon him. What else is recorded within this tome? A secret technique akin to the spirit refining technique, or something else entirely? Upon opening the ancient tome, 6 large characters greeted his eyes: a primordial earth magnetism arcana. 3 souls concealment technique. It turns out to be a foundational cultivation method for earth element magnetism. Shinyan's eyes widened in astonishment. He never expected the ancestor of the Feng family, Fengjun, to have left behind such a technique. If outsiders were to learn of this, Shinyan would surely find himself pursued by the entire cultivation community. According to Fengjun's introduction, the primordial earth magnetism arcana is comparable to the pinnacle sects in the cultivation world, such as the Hanhai immortal sect and the Luofu immortal sect's foundational techniques. The water element technique that Xinyan practices is said to be a simplified version of the qi refinement content from the foundational methods of the Hanhai Immortal Sect. It is indeed an earth element technique. Xinyan furrowed his brows, contemplating whether he should shift his cultivation method. Now that he has reached the late qi refinement stage, switching methods would necessitate expelling the water element technique from his being and converting all his water element energy into earth element energy. In but a fleeting moment, Xinyan made his decision to transition, possessing the Heavenly Emperor seal. As long as he has sufficient spiritual materials, reverting to the late qi refinement stage would be effortless. Such an opportunity to acquire a supreme foundational technique may never present itself again. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor seal's ability to govern laws is not limited to water manipulation. Once he elevates his cultivation, repairing a portion of the Heavenly Emperor seal will undoubtedly empower him to master other laws. If, at that time, he were to gain mastery over earth element laws and combine them with the primordial earth magnetism arcana, defeating adversaries beyond his level would become entirely feasible. One must always keep a long-term perspective. He then turned his attention to the Three Souls Concealment Technique. The purpose of the Three Souls Concealment Technique is simple. Once mastered, one can transform into the likeness of any desired person. After transformation, one can shield themselves from detection across a major realm. When cultivated to perfection, one could even completely obscure their form, rendering them invisible even to the divine senses of cultivators 2 major realms above them. The prerequisites for practicing the Three Souls Concealment Technique are also quite straightforward. One merely needs to extract the 3 souls of the target and refine them into a phantasm mask. However, mastering the Three Souls Concealment Technique requires a significant consumption of spiritual stones. According to the Jade Slip's estimates, a Qi refinement practitioner would need at least 1,000 spiritual stones, while a foundation establishment practitioner would require a minimum of 10,000 spiritual stones. Indeed, it is a technique of the demonic path, capable of such cruel sorcery, and requiring such an exorbitant amount of spiritual stones. Xinyan silently lamented, setting aside the morally reprehensible act of extracting 3 souls. Even that 1,000 spiritual stones would be beyond the means of an ordinary qi refinement practitioner. Even if they could procure them, they would be reluctant to invest them in such a secret technique, as cultivators prioritize enhancing their realms and combat prowess. Although this identity masking technique holds utility, it pales in comparison to the formidable spells and elixirs that elevate one's cultivation. Nevertheless, for Xinyan, he possesses the Heavenly Emperor seal, and thus has no concerns regarding consumption. Upon releasing his divine sense, he discovered Su Rui and Uncle Feng still engaged in the quiet chamber, refining ammunition, which brought him some relief. After placing the jade slip, token, and tome back into the jade box, Xinyan meticulously filled the pit and, upon confirming its integrity, sauntered back toward the quiet chamber. Chapter 43 Return to Jingyun Island. Half a day later, Su Rui and Uncle Feng finished their cultivation. This place was bequeathed by your ancestors and rightfully belongs to both of you. After a moment of contemplation, Xinyan determined the ownership of the cave dwelling. Both Uncle Feng and Su Rui had anticipated this. Xinyan was the most just elder they had encountered in the realm of cultivation over the years, and they had already surmised that he would not claim this cave for himself. Yet, even so, the two remained in a state of disbelief, eventually kneeling in tears, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, your kindness will be eternally remembered by us. Reflecting on the events of today, they still found it hard to believe that after being pursued by Xinyan, they thought they would meet their demise. When subjected to control, they feared a future of servitude leading to their deaths. Upon arriving at the cave, they assumed they would only receive a meager share of remnants. Little did they expect that this esteemed elder would display such dignity, not hoarding all the gains for himself, but instead making arrangements for their future, leaving them profoundly grateful. Xinyan, however, remained indifferent to their expressions of gratitude, considering these matters trivial. As for whether Su and Feng would divulge his whereabouts, Xinyan harbored no fears. Not only had he been using the celestial serpent breathing technique to disguise his identity, but they were also unaware of his true self. Regarding the affairs of the Yang family, even if they chose silence, Xinyan would personally inform Yang Yun, for how could he cultivate in peace if the old grievances were not resolved? After ensuring their arrangements, Xinyan continued, I have not returned to the Qian kingdom for many years and am curious whether the cultivation families and markets within have changed. Please enlighten me, for I have some old acquaintances to visit. Xinyan's primary aim was to learn about the situation of the cultivation families and the locations of the markets in Qian kingdom from them. He had numerous matters to attend to, which he had been unable to address while at Yuxian sect, and now that he was in Qian kingdom, it was imperative to act swiftly. He had been out of Yuxian sect for nearly 3 days and was anxious to discover the extent of the conflict between Jingmiao Peak and Yunqiu Peak. He hoped fervently that upon his return, Yang Yun would not have already been killed by Yu Qing. Esteemed elder, here is the map of the cultivation world in Qian kingdom. Please accept it. Su Rui respectfully presented a map he retrieved from his storage bag. Thank you. Xinyan accepted the map, scrutinizing it before addressing the two. Now that matters here are settled, I must take my leave. You both may digest your ancestors' legacy before departing. The two nodded. Indeed, esteemed elder, your consideration is appreciated. Xinyan slightly inclined his head, then changed his tone. You must remain vigilant regarding the affairs of the Yang family. I do not wish for any of them to escape, do you understand? Old Feng opened his mouth to respond, but Su Rui had already interjected with a smile. Esteemed elder, you need not worry. I have already shattered the dantians of all the women of the Yang family and have left people to watch over them closely. There will be no unforeseen incidents. Xinyan nodded in satisfaction before departing the cave, preparing to return to Jingyun Island. However, before doing so, he had one more task to accomplish: the crafting of a mask using the Three Souls Concealment Technique. At this moment, the Yang family conveniently had a suitable cultivator available. With this thought in mind, Shen set off resolutely towards the Yang residence. In just a few short days, the once resplendent Yang residence had fallen into disrepair, no longer resonating with the bustling sounds of life from before. A smile crept onto Shen face. The downfall of the Yang family was entirely his doing. It was a pity that Yang Yan remained unaware of the events transpiring within her family. He hoped that when he eventually killed her, he would personally impart this good news to her. After locating Zhou Shun's hiding place, Shen exerted his energy, gently beckoning towards Zhou Shun's corpse with both hands. In the next moment, a vague and indistinct spirit appeared before Shen eyes. Three Souls Concealment Technique. Moments later, a mask as thin as a cicada's wing materialized in Shen hands. He pressed the mask against his face, and in an instant, his figure transformed into that of Zhou Shun. Zhou Shun had accepted a task from Yang Yan while at Yuxian sect and had thus disappeared from Jingyun Island for over a year. However, a cultivator's time differs from that of mortals. A year spent on a mission would not raise any suspicions. Shen felt no qualms about impersonating him. After lifting the Three Souls Concealment Technique's disguise, Shen left the dilapidated Yang residence and went to visit his parents' graves, confirming their condition before flying toward Jingyun Island. Approximately 2 hours later, Shen returned to Jingyun Island. Without delay, he directly made his way back to Yuxian sect. His strength had vastly improved, and he could now breach the restrictions of Jingyun Island without drawing Yu Qing's attention. Therefore, he did not employ the token left by Sun Mingshu, but instead utilized the abilities of the Blessed Land to bypass the island's defenses. After inquiring with an outer disciple, he discovered that the conflict between Yang Yun and Yu Qing was on the verge of eruption. It was said that Yang Yun was even preparing to confront Yu Qing on the duel platform, yet just as tensions escalated, Yang Yun's master, the real person Yu Xan, intervened forcefully, halting the duel agreement between Yang Yun and Yu Qing. Shen was astonished that Yang Yun's master would audaciously intervene. Did she believe Yang Yun could not best Yu Qing, or did she wish for Yang Yun to first break through to the Qi refinement stage to ensure success? After a moment of contemplation, Shen received the information he sought. Ultimately, Jingyun Island was merely an annex of Yuxian sect, and there was only one Qi refinement cultivator on the island, with an overall strength inferior to that of Xiaolan Mountain's market. Shen sat cross-legged on a cushion, took out a pile of spirit stones, and began to channel the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, absorbing the innate purple Qi. The innate purple Qi within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal had been completely depleted, and if not replenished swiftly, Shen's combat power would significantly decline. By early the next day, after consuming nearly half of the spirit stones in his storage bag, he finally replenished the innate purple Qi within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal to 10 portions. However, it could only store 10 portions, greatly limiting his potential. Shen sat on the cushion with a fluctuating expression, deep in thought. He still had no clues regarding the fire and wood elemental innate spiritual materials. After pondering for a long time and dispelling his feelings of frustration, Shen began to practice the divine refinement technique. He had refrained from practicing it previously because he had not yet broken through the 7th meridian, but after his experiences at Qinglian Lake, he had indeed broken through the 7th meridian, reaching the peak of the Qi refinement stage. He merely needed to break through the 8th meridian to attain the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. At that point, the water element technique's cultivation would naturally reach completion, and the golden elemental laws within the Blessed Land would also form spontaneously. The same reasoning applied to the Hunyuan earth magnetism technique. Once the technique reached completion, the earth elemental laws would naturally coalesce. Therefore, he did not rush to break through to a new level but instead focused on cultivating the water element technique and the Hunyuan earth magnetism technique. After the duel at Xiaolan Mountain and Qinglian Lake, Shen had fully realized his own advantages. Chapter 44 of the Hall of Instruction. However, he also discovered his own shortcomings. Aside from when wielding the flowing cloud sword, his cultivation of the water elemental technique could only fully unleash the sword's potential. For other methods, such as the Spirit Talisman of Profound Water and the Primordial Ice, he could only harness a fraction of their capabilities. To master these talismans and artifacts to their fullest extent, he must learn the art of object manipulation. This secret technique is not typically accessible to cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, as it necessitates a level of divine consciousness commensurate with that of a Qi refinement practitioner. However, Shen possessed the divine refinement technique, which enabled him to condense his divine consciousness, granting him the qualification to learn the art of object manipulation ahead of time. The difficulty of cultivating this art is not particularly high. The main requirement lies in the hardness of one's divine consciousness. In the following period, Shen devoted himself daily to arduous training in the divine technique within the tranquil heart abode, striving to refine his divine consciousness to the level of a Qi refinement practitioner. Yet, after a full month, Shen found that while his divine consciousness had indeed become more refined, it still fell short of matching that of a Qi refinement practitioner. There must be some nuances that elude my understanding. Working in isolation will not suffice. It seems I must seek guidance on the instruction. Peak practitioners of Qi refinement who cultivate the art of object manipulation are likely few within the Jade Immortal sect. As a practitioner who appears to be merely at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, my sudden inquiry into such matters will undoubtedly draw unnecessary attention. It appears I must approach the instruction peak under the guise of Zhou Shun. Shen raised his eyebrows, resolving in his heart. Half a month later, atop the instruction peak, Shen made his way toward the Hall of Instruction. This hall opens its doors every 6 months, with lectures delivered by the Qi refinement practitioners of the Jingyu Immortal sect. Although there is only one resident elder at the Tranquil Cloud Island, other Qi refinement elders occasionally come to teach. This practice serves as a means for the Jade Immortal sect to nurture its disciples. After all, while Qi refinement practitioners may possess lower cultivation, each has traversed this stage, and many are talented individuals who may even become core formation practitioners. I hope the elder teaching this session possesses profound expertise in the art of object manipulation. Xinyan murmured to himself as he entered the Hall of Instruction. Externally, the hall is a grand edifice, adorned with intricately carved railings and beams, exuding a sense of majesty, and its area is significantly more expansive than that of the Instruction Pavilion. Besides addressing the queries of inner disciples, the hall also offers one-on-one instruction. After all, even Qi refinement practitioners invariably find themselves lacking in cultivation resources. Ah, junior brother Zhou, long time no see. I never expected you would return to Tranquil Cloud Island. At that moment, Xinyan heard footsteps approaching from behind. Startled by the enthusiastic greeting, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, for his greatest concern had materialized. He had encountered an acquaintance of Zhou Shun. His trepidation did not stem from fear of being seen through regarding his three souls concealment technique, but rather from his unfamiliarity with the individual's identity, which could lead to unintentional slips in conversation and arouse suspicion. With this thought in mind, he heightened his vigilance, yet maintained a smile as he turned to face the speaker. To his relief, it was senior brother Deng. Xinyan exhaled softly. The person addressing him had a long face and a robust build. He indeed recognized him as an inner disciple, not one of the three true inheritors. Fortunately, he was acquainted. Xinyan greeted him in Zhou Shun's voice, and they exchanged polite gestures. This individual, named Deng Yin, had been a disciple for over 20 years and appeared to have at least opened 4 meridians, exuding an impressive aura. Junior brother Zhou, I heard you recently acquired a flying sword and took on a task from senior sister Yang, yet you have returned already. It truly surprises me. Senior brother is too kind. It is merely a medium-grade magical artifact. How could it possibly capture senior brother Deng's discerning eye? Moreover, I have completed senior sister Yang's task, but encountered some difficulties in my cultivation, which is why I returned to seek guidance from the elder. Although Xinyan did not know much about Zhou Shun, he was aware that the latter had been wary of him during their time with his adoptive father, fearing he was dispatched by the true inheritors and entangled with Li Hong, which indicated a lack of integrity. Thus, in the presence of senior brother Deng, Xinyan naturally adopted a demeanor of courteousness, avoiding any suspicion. Isn't this a coincidence? I also have some cultivation questions I wish to discuss with the elder. Shall we go together? After you, senior brother. Xinyan nodded appreciatively and gestured for Zhou Shun to proceed. The two made their way into the Hall of Instruction, with Deng Yin engaging Xinyan in casual conversation along the way. Xinyan responded cautiously, mostly discussing matters outside of Tranquil Cloud Island, and for the time being, did not reveal any flaws. After about the duration of an incense stick, they arrived at the main hall of the instruction hall. At that moment, a number of individuals were already seated upon the meditation cushions. Xinyan surveyed the room and noted approximately 40 disciples present, with only 7 or 8 being late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, while the rest were mid-stage, and none were early-stage. Naturally, the 3 true inheritors at the perfect stage of Qi refinement were absent. Deng Yin and Xinyan naturally took their seats among the meditation cushions. As the others in the hall noticed the two, they all greeted them warmly. The hall was soon filled with calls of Senior Brother Deng, Junior Brother Deng, Senior Brother Zhou, and Junior Brother Zhou. Xinyan mimicked Deng Yin's polite responses, then quietly settled onto the cushion, awaiting the arrival of the teaching elder. The wait was not long. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of a Jade Immortal Sect elder entered the great hall. This elder appeared to be around 40 years of age, though the lifespan of a cultivator far exceeds that of an ordinary person. The aging process varies among cultivators depending on the techniques they practice. Some legendary techniques and elixirs can even allow a cultivator to retain their youth indefinitely. Of course, not every cultivator desires to appear youthful. The art of maintaining one's appearance is predominantly favored by women. The elder before them, however, was not a permanent resident of Tranquil Cloud Island, but rather named Pang Yuan, a practitioner at the early stage of Qi refinement. He had a stocky build, appearing somewhat comical, and lacked any air of authority, yet, all present dared not harbor even a hint of disrespect. Hastily bowing and greeting, Elder Pang surveyed the disciples before him, nodding in satisfaction. He took a seat at the front and closed his eyes to rest. Xinyan was somewhat taken aback. Was this not a session for teaching and imparting knowledge? Disciple seeks guidance from the elder. Of late, I have been practicing my techniques and frequently experience swelling pain in my dantian. I am uncertain if this indicates an issue with my cultivation method. At this moment, a disciple stood up, his expression respectful. Elder Pang opened his eyes and cast a brief glance at him. At the 6th layer of Qi refinement, having opened 1 meridian, and attempting to break through to the 2nd? Indeed. The disciple replied hastily. Chapter 45 of the Method of Controlling Objects. You are far too eager. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has accumulated within your dantian, resulting in a sensation of distension and pain. As he spoke, he pondered for a moment before instructing. In my humble opinion, you should take a break for now and stabilize your 1st meridian before proceeding. Do not be greedy. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I understand, the man replied, his face instantly filled with reverence as he took a seat. As he settled, another individual rose to speak. Xinyan observed the scene, realizing that the so-called imparting of teachings was merely a succession of inquiries, each answered by the elder in turn. However, some disciples' questions occasionally incited Elder Pang's displeasure, resulting in silence on his part. As time passed, more and more disciples concluded their inquiries. Xinyan seized the moment to stand up and respectfully addressed. Disciple Zhou Shun pays his respects to the elder. Recently, I obtained a magical artifact, yet I find myself unable to wield it proficiently. I humbly request the elder's insights. A question regarding artifact control? Elder Pang, who had been silent with his eyes closed, was momentarily stirred. Elder, I have even referenced the techniques of artifact control that are typically accessible only to Qi refining stage cultivators. Yet despite my diligent efforts, I have made no progress. I beseech you for guidance. Oh, you have even attempted artifact control? Upon hearing this, Elder Pang's surprise was evident. He opened his eyes and scrutinized Xinyan thoughtfully. Xinyan's words also attracted the attention of other disciples, yet he remained unfazed, knowing that his possession of a mid-grade flying sword was common knowledge. Your name is Zhou Shun? After a moment's contemplation, Elder Pang retrieved a roster of disciples and inquired suddenly. Indeed, that is I. Xinyan maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he sighed with relief. While the Jade Slip extolled the virtues of the Three Souls concealment technique, claiming that only cultivators of 2 realms higher could see through it, Xinyan had his doubts about its purported efficacy. After all, Elder Pang was a chi refining stage cultivator, and Xinyan was anxious about whether his disguise would hold. Were it not for his reliance on the water principle of his blessed land, he would never have dared to approach the Hall of Instruction. At this moment, seeing that Elder Pang had not discerned his ruse and mistakenly identified him as Zhou Shun, Xinyan felt a weight lift from his chest. Please, take out your flying sword for me to examine. This time, Xinyan hesitated not at all. He had amassed a considerable number of low-grade artifacts within the Qinglian Lake, and a mere mid-grade flying sword was inconsequential, with at least a dozen in his storage bag. A mid-grade flying sword. Elder Pang glanced at the sword, while the other disciples merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. It was evident that most of these disciples regarded a mid-grade flying sword as unremarkable. Firstly, cultivators on the path of the sword immortal were few and far between, and secondly, it was entirely normal for Xinyan, a late-stage chi refining disciple, to possess such an artifact. Elder Pang, I often find myself unable to fully harness the power of the flying sword. Xinyan's words were cut short as the elder interrupted. With your cultivation at the late stage of chi refining, overcoming 2 meridians should pose no difficulty in wielding a mid-grade flying sword. However, as you are not of the sword cultivation lineage, the only way to fully unleash its potential is to follow the path of the sword immortal. This statement was utterly nonsensical. Everyone in the hall was well aware of this truth. Thus, Xinyan continued to press, Elder Pang, is it truly impossible for chi refining stage cultivators to master artifact control? Certainly not, Elder Pang replied with a shake of his head, offering a definitive response. Artifact control does not specify that only chi refining stage cultivators may practice it. Rather, individuals of your lower tier require fortunate circumstances to grasp its essence. Fortunate circumstances, I kindly ask the elder to elucidate. For chi refining stage cultivators to master artifact control, mere diligence is insufficient. A stroke of luck is also necessary. Luck? Xinyan furrowed his brow. Such an abstract concept was elusive and difficult to grasp. Elder, is there truly no alternative? There are other methods, such as ingesting innate spiritual materials to cultivate artifact control through the innate purple energy contained within them. Innate spiritual materials? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Such treasures were so rare that even true disciples required a decade to secure a single share. For those at the late and mid-chi refining stages, it was an unattainable dream. Moreover, even if they were to obtain innate spiritual materials, they would likely exchange them for cultivation resources or breakthroughs, hardly wasting them on mastering artifact control. Upon hearing this, Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. He had previously utilized innate purple energy for artifact control, yet it had proven ineffective. However, he refrained from voicing this, for doing so would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others about his possession of innate spiritual materials. After all, who would continue to inquire if they did not have such treasures in hand? Thus, he feigned a face of despair, muttering, I never expected that one would require innate spiritual materials. How could one utilize them for the practice of artifact control? Elder Pang, who had initially intended to disregard Xinyan, suddenly chuckled upon hearing his words. That statement is misguided. Utilizing the innate purple energy within innate spiritual materials to cultivate artifact control requires the combination with blood refinement techniques, allowing one to fully unleash the artifact's prowess and even enhance its power. However, the rarity of innate purple energy means that few ever attempt it. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Xinyan's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated such a twist of fate. With the application of blood refinement techniques, he could perfectly harness the power of the artifact. Nevertheless, he still maintained a facade of profound disappointment. After expressing his gratitude, Xinyan bowed to Elder Pang before turning to exit the Grand Hall. His action aroused no suspicion among the others, for according to the rules of the Yuxian sect, attendance at the Hall of Instruction was entirely voluntary. No one would force another to attend or remain, as cultivators were all engaged in a struggle against fate, each possessing their own choices. Do not be discouraged, junior brother Zhou, Deng Duan remarked, patting Xinyan on the shoulder. Why should we cultivators seek distant paths when the immediate goal is to break through to the perfected chi refining stage? When the time is right, mastering artifact control will come easily. Deng Duan's comforting words elicited a faint smile from Xinyan. He was not disheartened. In fact, his spirits were quite high. His true desire was to remain and listen for a while longer, for the elder's cultivation experiences were invaluable to him. Learning from his teachings would undoubtedly benefit his future endeavors. However, given that he was using the Three Souls concealment technique to assume Zhou Shun's identity, staying any longer could lead to complications should he be questioned by an acquaintance. After weighing the pros and cons, Xinyan reluctantly decided to depart. Shortly after returning to the tranquil heart abode, he dispelled the Three Souls concealment technique, seated himself in meditation, and commenced his cultivation practice. Chapter 46, The Subtle Mastery of Secret Arts, The Corpse of a Sea Creature. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed following the guidance he had received from the Hall of Law. Xinyan commenced his seclusion once more. Sitting cross-legged upon a mat, he closed his eyes and turned his gaze inward, applying his vital blood to the flowing cloud sword while simultaneously drawing upon the innate purple chi within the Heavenly Emperor's seal to refine it through the art of object control. As time flowed by, Xinyan quickly discerned that his connection with the flowing cloud sword had deepened significantly. Clearly, Elder Pang had not deceived him. The combination of innate purple chi and blood refining techniques could effortlessly resolve the issues of artifact manipulation. Previously, no matter how diligently Xinyan practiced, his progress in the art of object control had been sluggish, even stagnant. Now, equipped with a method of cultivation, his advancement surged forward at an astonishing pace. Moreover, as his mastery over the flowing cloud sword grew increasingly profound, not only did his proficiency in the flying sword technique improve, but his utilization of spirit talismans and the summoning of primordial heavy water also consumed significantly less magical energy while enhancing their potency by a third. The sudden dissolution of this bottleneck instilled within him an ever-growing confidence with each session of cultivation. After a month of relentless effort, having consumed a considerable amount of innate purple chi, Xinyan successfully completed his mastery of the spirit refining technique. His 3 souls and 7 spirits had coalesced into a singular entity, granting him the divine soul typically possessed only by foundational stage cultivators. Concurrently, his consciousness had expanded to encompass 100 zhang, a level comparable to foundational stage practitioners. With the partial mastery of the spirit refining technique, he had finally perfected the art of object control, and now, having achieved proficiency in the art of object control, he found that manipulating magical artifacts felt as effortless as extending his own fingers, and the power of his artifacts and talismans far surpassed their previous capabilities. This extraordinary pace of advancement was beyond what an ordinary chi refining stage cultivator could achieve. Having expended a total of 6 portions of innate purple chi, only a meager fraction remained. It was evident that the spirit refining technique and the art of object control could not be forcibly cultivated by chi refining stage practitioners. Xinyan silently reflected, were it not for the Heavenly Emperor's seal, even with extraordinary talent, he could not have reached such a level. The Heavenly Emperor's seal required 2 mid-grade spirit stones or 300 low-grade spirit stones to absorb a portion of innate purple chi, an expense that would leave even foundational stage cultivators feeling the pinch. Furthermore, while cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, perfect conversion was unattainable. Xinyan could only absorb about 30% of the innate purple chi contained within low-grade spirit stones without the aid of the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Even with mid-grade spirit stones, after absorbing all the spiritual energy within, he could only obtain 50% of the innate purple chi, with the remainder dissipating into the ether. As for high-grade and top-grade spirit stones, Xinyan had never encountered them, but he surmised that only the top-grade spirit stones contained innate purple chi that could be wholly absorbed by cultivators, while high-grade spirit stones could yield at most 70 to 80%. He recalled the sea serpent and the unidentified spiritual herbs he had encountered during his first descent into the depths, which were worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, for Xinyan, cultivating the spirit refining technique and the art of object control as a chi refining stage disciple and advancing the water elemental technique. After all, although the Heavenly Emperor's seal could infinitely absorb spiritual energy, it required him to furnish a substantial quantity of spirit stones or innate spiritual materials. Presently, with less than a portion of innate purple chi remaining within the Heavenly Emperor's seal and his own spirit stones nearly depleted, he had no choice but to emerge from seclusion. To further advance his mastery of the spirit refining technique and the art of object control, he would likely have to wait until he reached the foundational stage. One must not be greedy. With the small success in the art of object control, Xinyan's strength had significantly increased. Not only had his control over magical artifacts improved, but his magical energy had also become more refined due to the continuous use of innate purple chi in cultivating the 2 secret arts. The elevation of a cultivator's realm is typically gauged by the quantity of magical energy. However, given the same amount of magical energy, it is evident that the purer the energy, the greater the cultivator's strength. Thus, Xinyan's consumption of 5 portions of innate purple chi was serendipitous, revealing that innate purple chi not only expedited the enhancement of cultivation and amplified the power of spells but also possessed the effect of refining magical energy. Therefore, he resolved to diligently acquire more resources for cultivation. Henceforth, stepping out of the tranquil heart abode, Xinyan exhaled a breath of turbid air, then retrieved the flowing cloud sword, attempting to fly using the artifact. He recalled how enviously he had watched Sun Mingxua and others riding cranes, marveling at their ability to soar through the skies. Although he had become a cultivator capable of employing wind-walking techniques or using wind talismans to assist in aerial navigation, these were not true flight. Thus, even with Xinyan's composed nature, he now yearned to experience the sensation of flying with an artifact. After guiding the crane out of Quiet Cloud Island, Xinyan sought an uninhabited stretch of sea and subsequently took out the flowing cloud sword. With his magical energy propelling him, he stood upon the flying sword die, and the next moment, the sword moved at his command, transforming into a streak of light that shot forth. Though the speed of flight was not swift, lagging considerably behind the water escape technique and even falling short of riding a crane, it marked his first genuine experience of soaring through the heavens, the very pursuit of a cultivator. Xinyan flew for a full half hour, thoroughly satisfied before reluctantly retracting the flowing cloud sword and diving beneath the waves. He estimated that nearly a year had elapsed since he last delivered spiritual herbs to Yang Yun. Although she had not sent anyone to urge him, Xinyan understood that she must be concerned about his inability to procure spiritual materials. At this moment, as he descended into the depths, his purpose was to search for spiritual materials to present to Yang Yun and to assess her current cultivation level. With the water elemental technique, the art of object control, and the spirit refining technique all cultivated to a minor success, he pondered that although Yang Yun possessed a foundational stage master and might secretly possess special methods, if he were to ambush her, she would undoubtedly be caught off guard. To sever what is not cut leads to chaos. Today, he resolved to seek an innate spiritual object near Yang Yun and then strike decisively. After eliminating Yang Yun, he would turn his attention to the so-called treasure herb atop Yunsho Peak. As Shen Yan searched for spiritual materials, errant thoughts whirled through his mind. Wait, why have I suddenly become so agitated? Yang Yun is one of the 3 true disciples of Quiet Cloud Island. Killing her would undoubtedly attract the attention of the foundational stage elders on the island. What if I were to be cornered by them? Suddenly, Shen Yan realized he had grown somewhat frantic, even losing his rationality, causing a jolt of alarm within him. Awakening from his stupor, he hastily activated the spirit refining technique. In the next moment, his mind became remarkably clear, and he sensed a subtle ripple in the water surrounding him. Following the ripple, Shen Yan's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a figure lying quietly on the ground beside the rocks ahead. A chill ran through his heart, causing his feet to instinctively retreat. Chapter 47 The Elder of the Qinglian Sword Sect. Here lies deep within the East Sea, where the water pressure is immensely formidable. It is not merely a matter of foundation building cultivators, even those in the Qi refinement stage cannot endure the depths for but a fleeting moment. The sudden appearance of a silhouette compels one to exercise utmost caution. However, he soon steadies himself, takes a deep breath, and approaches the figure. It must merely be a corpse, for I have descended here relying on the water laws of my blessed land. How could there be a living soul in such depths? As he draws near, he confirms that the silhouette indeed belongs to a lifeless body. The corpse is half buried in the sediment of the seabed, its garments long since decayed and tattered. The ripples stirred by Shen Yan dissipate into the water like ashes, yet, freed from the tattered clothing's obstruction, upon observing the corpse's form, a shiver runs down Shen Yan's spine. The skin of the corpse bears an eerie crimson hue, reminiscent of something submerged in water. Furthermore, this peculiar skin is covered in fine, white downy hair, instilling a sense of dread and primal fear within him. After calming his racing heart, Shen Yan reassures himself it is merely a corpse, likely having languished in the depths for many years, yet, the fact that it has not decayed after so long suggests it may possess some treasure. Licking his lips, Shen Yan cautiously advances, retrieving a flying sword from his storage pouch to prod the corpse. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming force emanates from the sword, drawing Shen Yan's internal energy towards the white-haired corpse as if a dam had burst. What is happening? Shen Yan struggles against this gravitational pull, his body involuntarily retreating, yet, an ancient and mysterious voice echoes in his ear, startling him almost to the point of losing his balance. 140 years, a full 140 years, at last, someone has arrived, not dead, and with such formidable spiritual awareness. Could it be a core formation cultivator? The chilling realization sends a shiver down Shen Yan's spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. Simultaneously, a sense of imminent danger emanates from the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, causing his scalp to tingle. He dares not linger, controlling the water to ascend directly towards the surface. Young man, do not be so hasty in your departure. The strange voice resounds once more, and Shen Yan is abruptly yanked downward by a powerful suction. However, despite the strength of this force, it cannot retain Shen Yan, who is adept at manipulating water. Ah, the peculiar voice sounds again. Seemingly puzzled by Shen Yan's resistance to being pulled down, Shen Yan distinctly senses that the force is waning, and the sense of crisis from the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal gradually dissipates, leaving only a trace. Can I confront this corpse? A thought crosses his mind. Since the entity cannot detain him and the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal does not sense danger, it would be prudent to uncover the truth behind this corpse. The ocean is his domain, and allowing such a creature to roam the depths poses a significant threat to him. Resolutely, he decides to halt his ascent, turning to cautiously inquire. Who are you? Gazing at the bizarre corpse before him, though still somewhat apprehensive, Shen Yan is filled with curiosity. I am but an old man. I am an elder of the Qinglian Sword Sect, who encountered a great calamity 140 years ago and ultimately perished. In desperation, my spirit has taken refuge in this puppet. Had you not arrived unexpectedly to awaken me, my soul would have surely faded into oblivion in this state of stupor. 140 years, hearing the elder's proclamation of time, a chill runs through Shen Yan's heart. The lifespan of a Qi refinement cultivator is merely 120 years. It is evident that this being cannot be of that stage, thus he must at least be at the foundation establishment level. Might the elder be a foundation establishment cultivator, or perhaps a core formation one? Shen Yan cautiously probes. Indeed, though I am not a core formation cultivator, merely a humble foundation establishment practitioner, the voice of the corpse resonates, followed by a sigh. A foundation establishment cultivator trapped at the seabed? Shen Yan's expression brightens. If he were to encounter a foundation establishment cultivator on the surface, he might not stand a chance, but here, at the ocean floor, against a cultivator imprisoned within a puppet, the odds may not be in favor of his opponent. A puppet, in essence, is an artifact crafted from precious materials through puppet arts, a discipline akin to artifact forging, alchemy, and talisman crafting within the realm of cultivation. However, unlike the widely practiced arts of forging, alchemy, and talismans, puppet arts are rare and exceedingly difficult. Despite having spent considerable time on Jingyun Island, Shen Yan had yet to encounter such a skill. The presence of a puppet and the ability to house his spirit within it speaks of extraordinary means. Elder, was it you who influenced me from the shadows? Shen Yan now feels emboldened. A mere puppet bound to the seabed poses no fear for him, and thus he begins to question without hesitation. I harbor no ill intent, merely wishing to catch your attention. Moreover, it is only with your assistance today that I may find liberation. To repay you, I can grant you a single wish. Grant a single wish. Xinyan's face lights up with astonishment, his tone brimming with excitement, yet, deep down, he remains skeptical. The method by which the corpse absorbed his spiritual energy when he poked it with his flying sword, coupled with the malevolence sensed through the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, convinces him that this elder of the Qinglian sword sect is far from benevolent. Perhaps he was a righteous cultivator 140 years ago, but being submerged at the ocean floor for so long has surely corrupted his nature. I am an elder of the Qinglian sword sect. Could I deceive you? The corpse snorts coldly, seemingly displeased with Xinyan's skepticism. I dare not question, esteemed elder. I beg your forgiveness. Xinyan forces a smile, then hesitantly adds, esteemed elder, my cultivation aptitude is exceedingly poor. I wonder if you could lend me a hand to enhance my prowess, seeking to elevate your cultivation. The corpse's voice momentarily halts, as if in contemplation. Before it resumes, it appears you are of shallow roots. To have become a chi refinement cultivator is already a stroke of fortune. Now, aspiring to foundation establishment is a daunting challenge, yet, owing to your kindness towards me, I shall not break my promise. If you wish to establish a foundation, then become my disciple. For over a century, though bound by this puppet, it has safeguarded my spirit. Now, as I take you as my disciple, I shall impart to you the teachings of the Qinglian sword sect, thus paving your path towards potential foundation establishment in the future. Thank you, esteemed elder. No, thank you, master. Xinyan eagerly climbs the ladder of flattery, his face awash with elation, concealing his true intentions beneath the facade of innocence. Chapter 48. Possession and counterattack. However, the act of extracting the essence from my marrow in the I Ching will require the consumption of my dwindling true energy. In doing so, my remaining strength will surely dissipate, leaving my spirit without a foundation, and I shall undoubtedly perish. The voice of the elder from the Qinglian sword sect echoed in Xinyan's ears. Therefore, you must ensure that the legacy of the Qinglian sword sect is passed on. Do not let me down. Master, is there truly no remedy for this predicament? Xinyan feigned concern. Were it not for the previous malice, he might have genuinely believed him. At this moment, he was convinced that this old spectre was merely fishing for his trust. The cycle of life and death is the will of heaven. How could it be altered by human effort? The elder's voice carried a hint of melancholy. I understand, master, please rest assured. I will undoubtedly carry forth the legacy of the Qinglian sword sect. Xinyan continued to engage in this charade with the old spectre. The elder let out a sigh, his tone growing somewhat desolate. Come closer. Within the Qinglian sword sect lies a secret technique to enhance one's root bone. I shall elevate your root bone now. Upon hearing this, Xinyan heightened his vigilance. The old spectre had revealed his true intentions. He advanced cautiously, concentrating on controlling the water manipulation technique, prepared to retaliate should the old spectre harbor any ill will against him. Do not resist, accept my infusion of true energy. Suddenly, the elder, who had been lying in the mud, sprang into action, his arm extending over a yard to firmly grasp Xinyan's shoulder. Xinyan's heart sank in horror. He had never anticipated the old spectre's arm could stretch so far. Just as he was about to fight back, he felt as though his flesh were being torn apart, an excruciating pain overwhelming him. Damn it, alongside the agony coursing through him came a terrifying aura surging into his mind, nearly scattering his consciousness. This old spectre intends to possess me. The so-called possession involves devouring the opponent's consciousness, invading their body, and completely usurping their existence. Xinyan was filled with dread, urgently activating the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, desperately drawing upon the residual innate purple energy within to defend himself. Nevertheless, the unbearable sensation continued to torment him, leaving him with no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Young one, as merely a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, where do you acquire such an abundance of innate purple energy? The elder's voice was filled with shock and fury. He had lain at the bottom of the sea for over a century, finally encountering a chi refinement cultivator fortunate enough to reach this depth. To ensure a flawless possession, he had deceitfully coaxed Xinyan to approach, yet, as half of his soul entered Xinyan's sea of consciousness, it was abruptly halted by the innate purple energy, rendering him incapable of proceeding. Furthermore, he discovered that he could not withdraw either. Old spectre, why don't you come in? At this moment, Xinyan's consciousness also detached from his body and entered the sea of consciousness, gazing ahead at the elder's soul trapped at the edge, and he taunted. Your physical form is destroyed, all that remains is your decayed spirit. For the past 140 years, you have been confined in this puppet at the bottom of the sea, deprived of sunlight. Was it not for this moment, why do you hesitate to enter? Both were within the sea of consciousness, able to freely browse each other's memories. However, Xinyan's consciousness was safeguarded by the innate purple energy, preventing the elder from perusing his memories. This individual was indeed an elder of the Qinglian sword sect, named Su Daoqing. 140 years prior, the Qinglian sword sect faced a catastrophe. As an elder at the late foundation establishment stage, he narrowly escaped, yet sustained severe injuries and fled to Jinzhou Bay, ultimately plunging into the ocean. He sought to save himself, but his wounds were too grave, and in desperation, he could only fight for survival. Ultimately, he entrusted his soul to a puppet, hoping to escape the depths. Yet, he underestimated the pressure of the sea. The puppet he inhabited possessed merely the strength of a perfected chi refinement cultivator, utterly insufficient to breach the depths, resulting in his imprisonment for a full 140 years. Xinyan's arrival sparked a glimmer of hope for his escape. With his imminent demise approaching, if he could not possess someone quickly, even if he managed to leave, he would soon meet his end. Thus, he began to deceive Xinyan, feigning an apprenticeship to directly usurp his body. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated that Xinyan possessed the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, which thwarted his plans. Let us proceed. After gleaning a portion of the elder's memories, Xinyan exerted himself even more to extract the meager remaining innate purple energy from the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, obliterating the elder's spirit entirely. Whoosh! Following this ordeal, Xinyan collapsed upon the seabed, drenched in cold sweat. The danger he had just faced was immense. Had it not been for the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, he would have already been reduced to nothingness. It appeared that my previous smooth sailing had led me to become overly complacent. I must act with greater caution in the future. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Xinyan smirked. Nevertheless, fortune favors the bold. Although Su Daoqing is dead, he has left me with a wealth of valuable items. Xinyan approached Su Daoqing's corpse and began to search, uncovering a delicate pouch the size of a palm. A storage pouch. Injecting his internal energy into it, he soon discovered a 3-foot square space within. This space contained few items. Aside from a dimly gleaming short sword, there were over 10 pieces of mid-grade spirit stones, a heap of low-grade spirit stones, 2 pieces of beast skin, and a token, along with various other miscellaneous artifacts. The low-grade spiritual weapon, the Qingling sword, and 4 jade slips recorded the cultivation techniques of the Qinglian sword sect, the Qinglian sword song, a first-tier puppet technique, a first-tier refining technique, and a first-tier talisman technique. As for the beast skin, one was a map detailing a location that would soon yield a spiritual spring, while the other was a deed for a marketplace. Xinyan gleaned these details from Su Daoqing's memories, though regrettably, much of Su Daoqing's spirit had been obliterated by the innate purple energy, leaving Xinyan with only a general understanding. The Qingling sword, being a low-grade spiritual weapon, was Su Daoqing's personal flying sword. In the cultivation world, treasures are categorized into artifacts, spiritual weapons, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures, with artifacts used during the Qi refinement stage and spiritual weapons utilized in the foundation establishment stage. Yet, many newly initiated foundation establishment cultivators lack spiritual weapons and continue to wield artifacts. Magical treasures are reserved for those in the core formation and nascent soul stages. As for spiritual treasures, these legendary artifacts are rarely seen, even by most nascent soul cultivators, let alone owned. After examining these items thoroughly, a peculiar expression appeared on Xinyan's face. 140 years ago, the Qinglian sword sect encountered a great calamity, leading to its utter destruction. Having slain Su Daoqing, he felt no concern for retribution from the sect. After all, with the entire sect annihilated, who would have the leisure to avenge a deceased member? Chapter 49. The emergence of the hidden treasure. As for the arts of puppetry, artifact refining, and talisman crafting, they seemed far too distant for him at this moment. Currently, his resources for cultivation were still insufficient, leaving no time to master these myriad skills of immortality. However, the Qinglian sword song was indeed a commendable cultivation technique. As the Shueihua sect specialized in swordsmanship, they possessed a profound understanding of the way of the flying sword. Therefore, Xinyan resolved that his next objective would be to master the Qinglian sword song, thus enhancing his own capabilities. Yet, before that, he needed to present a spiritual herb to Yang Yun. Once again arriving at Yunqiu Peak, Xinyan sought out Mingyu, deliberately displaying a hint of surprise on his face. I have had the pleasure of meeting Miss Mingyu, and I am fortunate to have discovered a piece of innate spiritual material. I humbly request that you convey this to the sect leader. Another piece of innate spiritual material? Mingyu gazed at Xinyan incredulously, her face alight with astonishment. It has hardly been a year, and yet you, Jing'an, have once again found a piece of innate spiritual material for the sect leader. Truly, the sect leader did not err in her judgment of you. Xinyan chuckled, his smile radiant. Miss Mingyu, you flatter me, it is merely a matter of coincidence. Mingyu, however, shook her head. She was well aware of the rarity of innate spiritual materials. The Yuxian sect had only bestowed one upon Yang Yun when she ascended to the rank of true disciple, and that material was far less significant than what Xinyan had found. Nonetheless, as Yang Yun's attendant, she could not afford to be dismissive, especially considering Xinyan had brought the item of utmost importance to Yang Yun. Please wait a moment. Mingyu gracefully entered the inner chamber, yet to Xinyan's surprise, this time, Yang Yun did not meet him inside but instead emerged directly. Have you found a piece of innate spiritual material? Yang Yun inquired eagerly. Observing Yang Yun's demeanor, Xinyan felt a stir in his heart. Her urgency suggested that perhaps she was at a disadvantage in her ongoing contention with Yu Qing. Contemplating this, he maintained a respectful demeanor. Sect leader, this morning, I fortuitously discovered an ink fish while at sea, and I humbly present it to you. This ink fish was something Xinyan had found south of Dingyun Island, containing insufficient innate purple energy to be of great value to him. Even if Yang Yun were to refine all the innate purple energy within it, her cultivation might not significantly improve, hence, he decided to present it. Indeed, it is an innate spiritual material. As Yang Yun accepted the ink fish, her magical energy surged, quickly confirming its authenticity, and her face lit up with delight. With this ink fish, combined with the foundation building pill bestowed by my master, I now have the opportunity to establish my foundation. In her heart, Yang Yun was overjoyed. The recent days had been difficult for her, as she had always held the upper hand over Yu Qing. However, for reasons unknown, the true disciples of Yushua Peak had suddenly allied with Jingmiao Peak, causing her to lose her advantage and be overtaken by Yu Qing. Now that Xinyan had offered her the innate spiritual material, if she could refine it, she would be able to attempt establishing her foundation with the foundation building pill in hand. Once she broke through to that realm, she would be able to suppress both Yu Qing of Jingmiao Peak and the true disciples of Yushua Peak. Xinyan, you have once again rendered a great service. Naturally, this sect leader will not be stingy. Speak, what do you desire? Yang Yun's spirits lifted, and she began to regard Xinyan with greater esteem. Reporting to the sect leader, seeking innate spiritual materials for you is my duty, and you flatter me, Xinyan replied, shaking his head with an expression of selflessness. Currently, Yunqiu Peak is being targeted by the joint efforts of Jingmiao Peak and Yushua Peak. Only by your breakthrough to the foundation building stage can the situation be reversed. Thus, I have exerted myself to procure this innate spiritual material, the ink fish. After a brief pause, Xinyan's expression turned to one of indignation. Jingmiao Peak and Yushua Peak shamelessly pressuring you, and their disciples have also been oppressing those of Yunqiu Peak. We disciples bear witness to this injustice and feel the pain in our hearts, yearning only for you to break through to the foundation stage and eradicate Jin Miao Peak and Yushua Peak in one fell swoop. As soon as Xinyan's words fell, Yan Yan's face broke into a radiant smile. To have such a loyal disciple was undoubtedly immensely satisfying for her. Reflecting on the time when Xinyan first arrived at Dingyun Island and stood fearlessly before Yu Qing, she felt a surge of affection for his talents. Yet, in the next moment, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, recalling her intention to refine Xinyan into a medicinal pill to assist in her breakthrough to the foundation stage, causing her emotions to cool once more. This sect leader has always been clear in matters of reward and punishment. Today, since you have once again accomplished a great feat, a reward is undoubtedly in order. After pondering for a moment, Yan Yan produced a pile of spirit stones from her storage pouch. Here are 100 spirit stones, sufficient for you to cultivate to the mid-stage of qi refinement or even late stage. Upon hearing this, Xinyan did not hesitate to accept the offering, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, sect leader. This is what you rightfully deserve, Yang Yan replied, shaking her head with a smile. With the spirit fish you have brought, I can attempt to establish my foundation within a year's time. I hope you can find me another spirit fish within that span, and if you can indeed achieve this, I shall do my utmost to assist you in attaining the completion of qi refinement. Yang Yan painted a grand vision for Xinyan, and he, of course, had no intention of disappointing her. I am willing to serve the sect leader. A wave of malevolence emanated from Yang Yun. Although Xinyan was unsure of her motivations, he understood that he must hasten his breakthrough to the completion of qi refinement. Otherwise, if Yang Yun succeeded in establishing her foundation, he would have no chance for revenge. Within a year, to become a practitioner at the completion of qi refinement. Upon returning to the tranquil heart abode, Xinyan began his retreat once more. Although he currently stood invincible at the qi refinement stage, his combat techniques remained limited, necessitating further diligence in his cultivation. A month passed. 2 months passed, yet, ultimately, effort bore fruit. After exhausting most of his spirit stones, he finally stepped into the realm of completion in qi refinement. At that moment, Yan Shang from the transmission peak suddenly summoned Xinyan. Upon arriving at Yan Shang's chamber, the two exchanged pleasantries, after which Yan Shang inquired, Xin Junior brother, how much do you know about the Kuei-Shui region? At this question, Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. Before realization dawned, could it be that the secret treasure lies within the Kuei-Shui? Indeed, Yan Shang confirmed. It is said that this sea region was once the domain of an ancient sect, but that sect mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving behind only the sea area, now known as the Kuei-Shui. Yan Shang's gaze turned contemplative, as if recalling memories of 300 years ago. Shui sect was the true master of that sea region. However, when Shui sect suddenly disappeared, everyone within vanished without a trace. Over the years, many cultivators have sought the treasures left behind by Shui sect, ultimately discovering a mysterious location within the Kuei-Shui. The entrance to this mysterious place was uncovered last year, yet for reasons unknown, just as numerous cultivators from the East Sea were preparing to explore it, the entrance suddenly vanished. Chapter 50. The robbers blocked the way. Upon hearing this, Xinyan silently nodded. It appeared that Yan Shang was eager to invite him on a quest to seek the mysterious realm. Noticing Xinyan's silence, Yan Shang continued, I sought you out, junior brother, because I wish for you to accompany me on my journey. If we can locate the mysterious land, I vow by my ancestors and the heavenly Tao that all treasures discovered therein shall belong to you, my friend. I only require a single bellflower grass from within that secret place. Brother, you seem to possess considerable knowledge about this mysterious realm? Xinyan suddenly inquired. My ancestor hailed from the Shui sect, yet the disappearance of that sect was shrouded in enigma, leaving no words behind. Yan Shang paused, his gaze piercing as he looked at Xinyan. Abruptly, he tore open his chest, revealing a dark, swirling pattern etched upon his skin. To be frank, junior brother, my Yan family possesses a unique bloodline that necessitates the bellflower grass, a specialty of the Shui sect, to keep it at bay. If you can procure this for me, I shall offer you a foundation establishment pill in return. Xinyan gazed at Yan Shang's chest, his expression one of astonishment. The sight of the inky vortex made him feel uneasy. However, the prospect of acquiring a foundation establishment pill as part of the exchange piqued his interest. For a qi refinement stage cultivator to ascend to the foundation establishment stage, one could gamble recklessly to force a breakthrough, yet failure would severely damage their foundation, making it nearly impossible to attempt the process again. In contrast, possessing a foundation establishment pill significantly altered the circumstances. Consuming such a pill during the breakthrough not only enhanced the success rate but also mitigated the damage to one's foundation in case of failure, allowing for another opportunity to strive for the foundation establishment stage. Thus, the price of such pills remained exorbitantly high, with a single ordinary foundation establishment pill fetching upwards of 10,000 spirit stones. Yet, even with this high demand, such pills remained elusive, making it a mere fantasy for ordinary qi refinement cultivators to obtain one. Brother, if you possess a foundation establishment pill, why not seek assistance from the elders within the sect? Xinyan, unfazed by the allure of the pill, inquired coolly. Yan Shang let out a wry smile, explaining, the Kuei-Shui region is bound by restrictions, preventing any cultivator above the qi refinement stage from entering, otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your aid. So, it is a realm with cultivation restrictions. In the world of cultivation, it is common to encounter trial grounds or forbidden areas, each imposing various limits, some barring qi refinement cultivators, others foundation establishment, and still others core formation cultivators. The purpose of these restrictions is to prevent those with superior cultivation from entering these secret realms and wreaking havoc on the delicate balance within. I see, but why have you chosen me? I am merely a nascent qi refinement cultivator, Shen Yan replied, maintaining a serious demeanor as he questioned Yan Shang. Strange occurrences often signal hidden motives. The sect is not devoid of full-fledged qi refinement disciples, and their desire for a foundation establishment pill would undoubtedly surpass mine. Additionally, they possess greater cultivation, so Yan Shang must provide a compelling reason for his choice. Junior brother, you have procured a congenital spiritual item for Master Yang Feng, haven't you? Yan Shang suddenly posed an unexpected question. Indeed, Shen Yan confirmed. This matter would inevitably come to light. For those observant, whether it be Yang Yun, Yu Qing, or even the true disciples of Yushua Peak, their every action would be scrutinized. Especially since a foundation establishment elder resides on Jingyun Island, who would certainly notice any changes in Yang Yun's cultivation and deduce the involvement of the congenital spiritual item. While your cultivation may be modest, your fortune is apparent. Compared to the fully realized qi refinement disciples, I have greater faith that you can procure the bellflower grass for me, Yan Shang added, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Moreover, should the true disciples learn that I possess a foundation establishment pill, they would not only pressure me to procure the bellflower grass but would also coerce me into surrendering the pill. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan fell into contemplative silence. The path of cultivation is indeed harsh. Yan Shang's words were crystal clear, and he too was in need of a foundation establishment pill. In that case, junior brother shall humbly comply, Shen Yan said with a respectful gesture, acquiescing to Yan Shang's request. Thank you, junior brother. I have prepared several qi recovery pills and dietary pills for you. All that is required is for you to sign a heart oath, and our transaction will be complete. The heart oath, a covenant ensuring that both cultivators uphold their promises, was a sacred agreement. Yan Shang retrieved a piece of beast hide from his storage bag. After biting his finger to draw blood, he inscribed his name upon it and handed it to Shen Yan. Shen Yan inspected the terms carefully, confirming their validity before signing his name as well. A small token of gratitude, please accept it, junior brother. Yan Shang, having secured the contract, beamed as he presented 2 jade vials and a map. Shen Yan accepted them, discovering they were indeed the qi recovery pills, dietary pills, and a map of the Kuishui Sea region, which he promptly stored away. Your kindness is much appreciated, brother. Now that we have formalized our agreement, I must take my leave and head to the Kuishui Sea. Thank you for your assistance, junior brother. Yan Shang rose and performed a deep bow, watching Shen Yan depart. However, just as Shen Yan stepped beyond the wards of Dingyun Island, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped him from a distance. Are those robbers? Shen Yan's heart raced. He had not anticipated encountering such villains. The term robbers referred to cultivators who resorted to violence for plunder rather than seeking legitimate endeavors. Despite being a derogatory term, robbers were typically formidable, for it took considerable strength to engage in such lawless acts. To dare commit murder outside Dingyun Island, where foundation establishment cultivators were present, these robbers undoubtedly possessed formidable skills. Nevertheless, Shen Yan felt no trepidation. He was currently unrivaled among qi refinement cultivators. Unless faced with an overwhelming number of foes depleting the divine essence within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, no one could hope to vanquish him. Are these robbers lying in wait, or have they been following me? Shen Yan pondered momentarily before feigning ignorance and continuing forward. Ahead, upon the surface of the sea, a young man clad in the attire of Dingyun Island's Jinmiao Peak knelt before a burly cultivator. Beside Deng Yin stood Wu Qi, who had entered the law hall alongside Shen Yan earlier. Wu Qi, does Shen Yan truly possess the pills bestowed by Yang Yun? Deng Yin asked, his expression grave. Wu Qi, a disciple of Jinmiao Peak and once a follower of Sun Mingxua, had fallen short in cultivation and was not brought along when they attempted to ambush Shen Yan. Now, with Sun Mingxua long deceased, he had naturally sought new allies. Senior brother Deng, I have secretly investigated him for half a year. This individual has delivered congenital spiritual items to Yang Yun on 2 occasions. Yang Yun must have rewarded him handsomely, Wu Qi exclaimed. Indeed, senior brother Deng, this person comes and goes at unusual hours, yet manages to continuously acquire congenital spiritual items. It is evident he possesses some hidden treasures. Another individual standing beside Deng Yin chimed in. Chapter 51 Instant Kill. Could it truly be that he is a plump sheep? Deng Yin felt a flicker of temptation. Brother Deng speaks wisely. Wu Qi chuckled and added, moreover, to my knowledge, his cultivation is at most in the early stages of qi refinement. His magical power must be limited, and compared to brother Deng, there is likely an insurmountable gap. Deng Yin remained non-committal to Wu Qi's words, his gaze shifting to another individual nearby. Brother Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Yuhu laughed lightly at brother Deng. Indeed, this lad Shen Yan is merely in the early stages of qi refinement. Moreover, as far as I know, his success in refining qi is largely due to having consumed half of a gold and silverite fish. Yang Yun is the favored disciple of Elder Uxin, so she undoubtedly possesses numerous valuable items. Even a casual gift from her would suffice for Shen Yan to reach the mid-stages of qi refinement. Furthermore, this lad must harbor some secrets. If we capture him, we need not worry about lacking resources to cultivate to the peak of qi refinement. What of his ability to escape? Deng Yin inquired again. Brother Deng, you may not be aware, but this lad possesses only a single celestial crane, and he spends all his time wandering the seas. Where would he find the time to cultivate spells? Zhao Yuhu scoffed. Deng Yin nodded, finally reassured. While a cultivator's energy far surpasses that of a mortal, it is not boundless. Since Shen Yan has dedicated all his efforts to seeking innate spiritual materials, his escapability must be lacking. Observing the contemplative Deng Yin, Zhao Yuhu urged, this person has only recently ascended to the early stages of qi refinement, while brother has honed his skills in the mid-stages for over a decade. Dealing with him should be as effortless as child's play. However, Wu Qi hesitated, saying, brothers, he has the backing of Yang Yan. Zhao Yuhu, hearing this, expressed frustration to Wu Qi. Why are you so dim-witted? Yang Yan may have achieved the peak of Qi refinement, but once Brother Deng ascends to the peak, could he possibly fear her? Wu Qi awkwardly smiled and nodded in agreement. Brother Zhao makes a valid point, but we must proceed with caution. If we frighten him away and alert others, it could spell trouble. Enough chatter. Shen Yan approaches. Let us act swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications. The more Shen Yan sensed the malevolent intent ahead, the more pronounced it became. He quietly circulated his magical power, ready to form a water shield at any moment. Suddenly, a colossal beam of golden light shot toward Shen Yan from thin air. Witnessing this, Shen Yan feigned a slight panic, refraining from summoning the water shield and instead unleashed a diamond talisman. With a flash of spiritual light, a golden circular shield appeared before him, providing protection. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the golden light struck the shield, shattering it completely while the force dissipated into nothingness. Observing this spectacle, Deng Yin's expression broke into a gleeful smile. Indeed, he is a wealthy one, unleashing a high-grade diamond talisman at the outset. After scanning Shen Yan with his consciousness and confirming the opponent was merely in the early stages of Qi refinement, he called out, Brother Zhao, Wu Qi, encircle him, do not let him escape. The realm of cultivation is one governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. These bandits, lacking the myriad skills of an immortal, can only hunt demonic beasts for resources. Who knows how many cultivators perish annually in the East Sea? Demonic beasts are not so easily vanquished. In contrast, it is far more comfortable to be a bandit. One merely needs to identify a target on Quiet Cloud Island, then ambush them midway to amass riches. With Deng Yin's command, the two behind him swiftly surged forward, surrounding Shen Yan completely. Brother Deng, this lad has no experience in combat. We must act quickly lest others seize the opportunity. Zhao Yuhu shouted, leading the charge with a long knife aimed at Shen Yan. As the blade gleamed menacingly, Zhao Yuhu grinned wickedly, seemingly envisioning Shen Yan being cleaved in two. However, Shen Yan remained unperturbed, channeling his magical power to conjure a water curtain before him. Water shield technique. Deng Yin burst into laughter at Shen Yan's countermeasure. A mere early-stage Qi refinement cultivator believes they can withstand a full-force strike from a mid-stage cultivator with just a water shield? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the formidable knife, imbued with immense force, landed upon the water shield, creating only a ripple without any effect. Moreover, Zhao Yuhu felt an immense backlash from the shield, momentarily struggling to maintain his grip on the long knife. Brother Deng, assist me. Zhao Yuhu, seemingly dim-witted, was in fact cunning and malicious. Upon realizing his strike had failed, he retreated to prepare for a joint assault with his companions. However, Shen Yan would not grant him the opportunity. While urging the flowing cloud sword, he molded water into threads and then utilized the ice needle technique to transform them into ice needles, which shot forth at terrifying speed towards Zhao Yuhu. These ice needles were one-time-use magical artifacts, each possessing power comparable to low-grade artifacts, and as they were unleashed, a series of sonic booms echoed through the air. Before the three bandits could react, Zhao Yuhu found himself pierced by the ice needles, shattering his protective gear and instantly transforming him into a pin cushion. The flowing cloud sword, concealed within a flurry of ice needles, struck Zhao Yuhu directly, and with a burst of magical power, he exploded into a mass of flesh in midair. Brother Zhao, Deng Yin gasped in disbelief, struggling to accept that Zhao Yuhu, whom he had regarded as a fledgling, had been instantaneously slain. Yet, at that moment, Wu Qi shouted, Brother Deng, this lad is merely in the early stages of Qi refinement. How many times can he wield such terrifying techniques with his limited magical power? Wu Qi's words immediately alerted Deng Yin to the reality of the situation. Zhao Yuhu was protected by low-grade magical attire, and he himself was a body cultivator. Yet even so, this lad had obliterated him in a single strike. Such techniques could not possibly be sustained by an early-stage Qi refinement cultivator. They must be a manifestation of a fundamentally unique ability. Indeed, even if such a technique could be used a second time, it would be impossible to do so swiftly. With this thought, Deng Yin's expression morphed into a sinister grin. Having been momentarily shaken by Zhao Yuhu's demise, he now resolved to strike at Shen Yan without further ado. A pitch-black, cone-shaped magical artifact shot forth from Deng Yin's hand, withering the flora in its wake, clearly infused with deadly poison. Wu Qi also sprang into action, donning gloves that each bore a needle of poison aimed at Shen Yan, both aimed to eliminate Shen Yan before he could unleash another instant kill technique like he had against Zhao Yuhu. Yet, Shen Yan remained unflustered. Facing their onslaught, he showed no inclination to evade, instead bending his fingers as two more ice needles shot forth. Crack, clang, clang. In an instant, the toxic black cone and the multitude of poison needles were shattered by the ice needles. Deng Yin and Zhao Yuhu stood aghast, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the destruction of their magical artifacts. Chapter 52 The Three Talismans Sect. What manner of strategy is this? Yet, in the next moment, the two suddenly realized, sensing an overwhelming force crashing down upon them like a tidal wave, causing their souls to tremble in terror. No, we must flee. The instant they felt this cataclysmic pressure, both understood how Zhao Yuhu had met his demise. This young man was no mere lamb. He was akin to a fearsome crocodile that devours without leaving a trace. Escape, escape. At this moment, thoughts of murder and plunder vanished from their minds, replaced solely by the urgent desire to flee. Although they had lost a high-grade magic artifact, the soul-shattering spike, along with over 10 low-grade poison needles, they held on to the belief that as long as they preserved their lives, there would be opportunities for resurgence. However, how could Shen Yan allow them to escape? He was already troubled by a shortage of spirit stones, and now these three robbers had delivered themselves to his doorstep. To refuse heaven's gift would surely invite divine retribution. He must graciously accept their goodwill. As his magical energy surged, Shen Yan connected with the innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, channeling it to wield the flowing cloud sword, which surged towards the two with alarming speed. The fierce winds whipped through the mountains, causing the flora and fauna to rustle violently, and the intense impact shattered their protective garments. So this is bad. Deng Yin and Wu Qi were filled with dread, desperately accelerating their internal energy to evade the terrifying assault behind them. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not escape the icy needles, lethal weapons propelled by Xinyan's innate purple energy. In the blink of an eye, they felt as though they were struck by a mountain. Crack, crack. What sound was that? Deng Yin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, followed by a sudden darkness before his external magical energy shattered abruptly. In the next moment, his body, much like Zhao Yuhu's, was reduced to a pile of flesh and blood, falling into the forest below. Witnessing this scene, Wu Qi knelt down suddenly, pleading, "Friend Xin, spare my life, please." At that moment, Wu Qi was filled with dread, realizing Xinyan's terrifying strength, yet Xinyan showed no intention of halting. The flowing cloud sword swiftly severed Wu Qi's neck, decapitating him in one stroke. After eliminating the three, Xinyan hastily gathered their storage bags and damaged artifacts. He was not in a hurry to head to the Kueishu Sea but rather intended to procure some materials for combat. At present, what he needed most to enhance his combat capabilities were, of course, spirit talismans. Ultimately, Xinyan resolved to pay a visit to the Three Talismans sect, which had always maintained a good relationship with the Jade Immortal sect. The Three Talismans sect specialized in talisman crafting, and while talismans could not compare to artifacts, they could be activated instantly and did not consume magical energy, a benefit Xinyan had deeply appreciated. As for what he would exchange for the talismans, alchemical pills were too conspicuous, but fortunately, Xinyan's wealth had significantly increased since then. Utilizing the water escape technique in the vast sea, Xinyan swiftly arrived at the island where the Three Talismans sect was located. Upon reaching the island, he directly approached the sect's entrance. Xinyan did not change out of his Jade Immortal sect attire. After all, the two sects were on good terms, and wearing the Jade Immortal robes would facilitate his dealings. Who goes there? As he neared the island, a sharp voice resounded. Observing two cultivators emerging from the formation, Xinyan clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Zhou Shan from the Jade Immortal sect, here on business." People from the Jade Immortal sect? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two visibly softened, though they remained vigilant. The one on the left executed a spell to discern friend from foe, his gaze fixated on Xinyan, initially easing, then turning to astonishment as he realized Xinyan was a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Xinyan did not conceal his cultivation level, aware that cultivators often had a penchant for opportunism. The two early-stage Qi refinement cultivators immediately donned obsequious expressions. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Xinyan nodded, adopting an air of a seasoned master. "I appreciate your assistance. I have come to purchase some talismans." Although the Three Talismans sect lacked many high-level cultivators, it was a rather unique sect. To be fair, their magical prowess was not formidable, but their expertise in talisman crafting made them a force not to be underestimated. The disciples of the Three Talismans sect were also quite accommodating. If they had surplus talismans, they would sell or exchange them with other cultivators. Low-tier talismans could be obtained with spirit stones or equivalent items. Mid-tier talismans were only sold to allied sects, such as the Jade Immortal sect or certain affiliated families. As for high-tier talismans, their distribution was tightly controlled, and they were not sold to anyone lacking connections. Xinyan had already familiarized himself with the rules of the Three Talismans sect before his arrival. His purpose was to procure talismans, which would bolster his chances of escape should he encounter Qi refinement cultivators. He also hoped to acquire some methods for crafting talismans, aiming to repair talisman artifacts. After all, while the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal could repair talisman artifacts, the energy expenditure was considerable. The two cultivators exchanged glances, and the one on the left spoke. "If that is the case, then Junior Brother Qian will remain on guard here while I escort Senior Brother Zhou into the sect." "Thank you," Xinyan replied with a slight smile, using the wind control technique, which left the two junior cultivators in awe. "You arrived at the perfect time. Today is the Talisman Fair, which should suffice to meet your needs." "The Talisman Fair?" Indeed, the guiding junior cultivator nodded. "Our Three Talismans sect holds a fair once a month, allowing our disciples and visiting friends to exchange and purchase talismans." As he spoke of the sect's pride, the junior cultivator's face flushed with excitement. "While we do have talismans for sale at other times, the variety and quality at the fair are far superior." Xinyan's heart leaped with joy. He had come at just the right moment. As they traveled, the two engaged in casual conversation. Through the junior cultivator's words, Xinyan gleaned much about the Three Talismans sect. The junior cultivator, eager to please a late-stage Qi refinement senior brother, shared everything he knew without reservation. In return, Xinyan casually provided a few pointers that left the junior cultivator exhilarated. Subsequently, he became even more candid, allowing Xinyan to extract further secrets. This was not due to any peculiar inclination of Xinyan to pry into the secrets of other sects, but rather a necessity. Being in a foreign land, albeit an allied sect, was still unfamiliar territory. Gaining deeper insights into their circumstances would be beneficial for his journey. "So, you wish to purchase high-tier talismans," the junior cultivator remarked, his expression devoid of guile. Xinyan revealed a hint of his intentions. "That might prove challenging." "No way?" "Not exactly," Chen Luo pondered for a moment. "There is a way, but the odds are slim. If Elder Yuanfu is present, you should be able to fulfill your wish." "Elder Yuanfu?" Xinyan silently repeated the name. Though his cultivation was considerable, he was not well acquainted with the Eastern Sea's cultivation world. Aside from the cultivators within the Jade Immortal sect, he had little knowledge of others in the Eastern Sea. Chapter 53, Elder Yuanfu. Upon witnessing Xinyan's complete lack of reaction, Chen Luo was both astonished and disheartened. My senior brother has never heard of Elder Yuanfu's name? I have been diligently cultivating within the sect and am not well acquainted with the practitioners of the East Sea. Hearing Xinyan speak thus, Zhen Luo felt a sense of relief. Compared to the Yuxian sect's Kueishui Gate, the Sanfu sect's strength was somewhat inferior. Not only did they lack cultivators in the core formation stage, but even those in the Qi refinement stage were few and far between. Yet, among them were some remarkably powerful cultivators, such as the Elder Yuanfu that Zhen Luo spoke of, the foremost practitioner of the Sanfu sect. Although my Elder Yuanfu was merely at the false core stage, he is certainly capable of engaging in battle with core formation practitioners, Zhen Luo declared. What? Xinyan was taken aback. Even with his composure, he could not hide the astonishment on his face. This Elder Yuanfu could actually battle above his level. The notion of challenging one's rank did not refer to a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner defeating a late-stage one, but rather a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage engaging another of the same stage. Generally speaking, the disparities within the same realm are minimal, differing mainly in the levels of magical power. However, crossing realms is an entirely different matter. Unless one possesses extraordinary abilities, it is virtually impossible. The sheer prowess of Elder Yuanfu, who could challenge those above his level, was indeed remarkable. With admiration etched on his face, Zhen Luo continued, my senior brother has misunderstood. Elder Yuanfu can only contend with core formation practitioners occasionally. Ah, I see, Xinyan nodded, intrigued merely by Elder Yuanfu's capabilities. His true interest lay in acquiring high-level spiritual talismans from him. The vendors at the talisman markets were primarily low-level Qi refinement practitioners, yet, each transaction allowed the Qi refinement practitioners of the Sanfu sect to amass considerable spirit stones. This lucrative income gradually piqued the interest of these practitioners, yet they held their self-respect and hesitated to set up stalls themselves. Consequently, they entrusted their crafted talismans to disciples for sale. However, Elder Yuanfu was different. As the foremost talisman maker of the sect, he held a prestigious status. He was indifferent to matters of faith and would occasionally personally participate in talisman fairs, sometimes even selling high-level talismans. Although, strictly speaking, this violated the Sanfu sect's regulations. Who would dare reprimand the foremost practitioner? Even the sect leader had no means to manage this peculiar elder. Xinyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Elder Yuanfu participates as well? Not necessarily, Zhen Luo replied. Elder Yuanfu was known for his elusive nature, so if Brother Zhou wishes to purchase high-level talismans, he must rely on luck. Xinyan remained silent, pondering the eccentric ways of this esteemed individual. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly an opportunity he would not let slip away. After a brief walk, Zhen Luo produced a token and performed a spell, conjuring a silver light curtain before them. Senior brother, please. Without hesitation, Xinyan stepped into the silver glow. Instantly, his surroundings transformed into a breathtaking scene of pavilions and fragrant blossoms, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Brother, I can only accompany you this far. Thank you for your guidance, junior brother. Senior brother is too polite, Zhen Luo replied respectfully. While he had shared much about the Sanfu sect with Xinyan, such information was not considered secret among allied sects. It was Xinyan's insights on cultivation that proved immensely beneficial to him. As Xinyan continued on his way, he noticed an increasing number of practitioners around him. Besides the disciples of the Sanfu sect, many had come seeking the renowned fair. Unimpeded, Xinyan made his way to the market for trading talismans. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed like a mundane marketplace. Xinyan observed discreetly, taking in the numerous talismans available, albeit at prices considerably higher than those in the markets of the East Sea. Although his wealth was substantial, he was mindful of his expenditures, especially since he could upgrade some low-level talismans himself. Thus, spirit stones could only be spent judiciously. Esteemed friend, this is a mid-level talisman that seals the cloud riding technique. Might you be interested? The prospect of a talisman that enabled one to soar through the skies caught the attention of some, yet upon hearing the price, they hesitated. 20 spirit stones was beyond their means. Xinyan, however, was indifferent. He possessed a celestial crane and could fly using artifacts. Noticing Xinyan's lack of interest, the vendor continued, what talismans do you seek? My master is a Qi refinement practitioner, and his talismans are all available here. Talismans crafted by a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner? Xinyan paused, intrigued. Perhaps he could find what he sought. I require some mid to high-level defensive talismans. Defensive ones, you say? The young vendor scratched his head, contemplating. Yes, of course. He then retrieved a sizable stack of talismans from his storage pouch. So many? Xinyan was initially taken aback, his expression one of surprise. However, upon closer inspection, he could only chuckle wryly. The so-called defensive talismans were predominantly low-level. Ahem, Xinyan coughed awkwardly. I meant mid-level defensive talismans. Mid-level? The young vendor scrutinized Xinyan closely. I do have them, but they are quite expensive. Let me see. The young man then produced 3 talismans from his storage pouch, presenting them to Xinyan with pride. These were crafted by my master himself, authentic mid-level defensive talismans. Xinyan examined them and found that the so-called defensive talismans were mainly mid-level diamond shields and water barriers. How much do they cost? 30 low-grade spirit stones each. Xinyan pondered for a moment. While the price was slightly steep, it was not beyond acceptance. After some negotiation, he ultimately purchased 20 talismans at 25 spirit stones each. After parting with a considerable amount of spirit stones, he tucked the 3 talismans into his robes and continued to browse, searching for other talismans he might need. Along the way, he noted that while there were some mid-level talismans, they were predominantly of the offensive variety. As for high-level talismans, he had yet to come across any. The elder Yuan Fu that Chen Luo mentioned seemed to be absent from today's fair. Talismans for sale. Talismans for sale. A chorus of shouts reached his ears, drawing the attention of surrounding practitioners. Come and buy, these are low-level talismans that can rival high-level ones. Not just the other practitioners, but even Xin Yan was taken aback. It was well known that low-level talismans contained only beginner spells, while high-level talismans encompassed techniques for chi refinement and even core formation. The disparity in their potency was simply incomparable. The vendor, clad in Sanfu sect attire and appearing no older than 17 or 18, introduced himself as Wu Liang. The talismans I sell are extraordinarily special, I encourage everyone to take a look. The crowd of practitioners exchanged incredulous glances, some whispering in disbelief, is this lad a cultivator or just a street performer? What kind of talismans are you selling? Can low-level power truly compare to high-level talismans? Chapter 54 The Purchase of Spirit Talismans. In the face of the situation, a smug expression spread across Wu Liang's face. My younger brother's low-tier talismans are truly extraordinary. Wu Liang retrieved a spirit talisman from his bosom. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This is a water bullet talisman. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the talisman towards a nearby speaker, exclaiming, Go! Initially, the tall, slender man dismissed it as merely a trivial water bullet technique. However, the next moment, his expression shifted drastically. The talisman exploded midair, unleashing a terrifying chill that rushed towards him. A dazzling cold light emanated, and countless ice needles surged forth. Not only he, but the nearby cultivators were also struck with sheer terror. What was merely a beginner's water bullet technique, it was, in fact, a dreadful ice needle art, already mastered to perfection. The ice needles before them numbered at least several dozen. In the face of such formidable ice needles, it was not only the low-tier disciples in the early to mid stages of chi refinement present. Even those who had achieved the peak of chi refinement would likely suffer severe injuries. A sizzle. The skilled man closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, but unexpectedly, something astonishing occurred. The ice needles struck him without inflicting any harm. How could this be? No need to panic, my younger brother just mentioned that this is merely a water bullet technique. Wu Liang chuckled, continuing his explanation. This is precisely what I meant earlier. Though my talismans are low-tier, their visual and auditory effects rival those of high-tier spells. For instance, the water bullet technique may be mistaken for an ice needle talisman, while this fireball technique could be misinterpreted as a ground fire talisman. Quite intriguing. ISNT it. How much for one talisman? 3 spirit stones each. What, 3 spirit stones? The cultivator gasped in astonishment. So expensive, you might as well rob someone. In the face of the cultivator's reproach, Wu Liang appeared quite aggrieved. But this is no ordinary low-tier talisman. A typical low-tier talisman costs at most half a spirit stone. Wu Liang's pricing was indeed somewhat outrageous. As cultivators in the chi refinement stage were generally impoverished, it was unlikely they could afford such a price. As the crowd dispersed, Wu Liang sighed. How many talismans do you possess? Xin Yan suddenly inquired. Although Wu Liang's talismans bore the same power as low-tier ones, if utilized effectively, they could prove to be life-saving treasures. Do you wish to purchase? I have 10 in hand. Only 10? Xin Yan contemplated for a moment, ultimately producing 30 spirit stones to acquire Wu Liang's talismans. As the saying goes, all's fair in war, deceit can turn the tables. With such low-tier talismans capable of deceiving the senses, even when encountering chi refinement cultivators, Xin Yan felt a greater assurance of a safe escape. With a considerable number of spirit stones still in his possession, Xin Yan had no intention of leaving just yet. The spirit herbs needed for chi refinement pills were all located in perilous areas, and to be on the safe side, he aimed to procure whatever he could. As Xin Yan continued onward, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a talisman. The vendor was an elderly man with a head of white hair, likely over 70 years of age. However, the aura he exuded was unmistakably that of a genuine chi refinement cultivator. Could he be the elder Yuan Fu mentioned by Chen Luo? With this thought, Xin Yan's heart raced. On the vendor's stall lay a blue talisman, slightly larger than ordinary spirit talismans. Its surface depicted a vividly lifelike bird with a sharp beak and claws. Although it appeared unremarkable at first glance, Xin Yan, being knowledgeable, recalled the term spirit beast talisman. Elder, how much for this spirit talisman? Xin Yan respectfully bowed. The old man glanced up at him. 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000? Xin Yan was taken aback. Although spirit beast talismans are special talismans, they shouldn't cost that much. Remembering the possibility that the seller was the renowned talisman master Elder Yuan Fu, he cautiously replied, Elder, isn't 2,000 spirit stones a tad excessive? Excessive? The old man scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Xin Yan. Young man, do you even know what this talisman is? A spirit beast talisman. Oh? The old man was somewhat surprised, his cold smile finally fading. I didn't expect you to be knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of beast soul is sealed within? I humbly ask for your guidance, Elder. This contains the soul of a heavenly water crane. The heavenly water crane is a top-tier, first-level water attribute beast, its power comparable to that of a peak chi refinement cultivator. Both beasts and cultivators can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to harness innate purple energy. Beasts also absorb spiritual energy to strengthen themselves, allowing their power to grow continually. On the surface, they may seem similar, but there are distinctions that cultivators must break through bottlenecks to advance in their ranks. This process can be repeated multiple times. For instance, a peak chi refinement cultivator may attempt to break through to the next stage. As long as they do not perish, they can continually strive for success. However, beasts have only one chance to ascend. If they fail, they lose the opportunity for advancement for life. In comparison to cultivators, beasts are evidently at a disadvantage in this regard, yet they possess their own advantages, exemplified by the heavenly water crane. If it fails to ascend to the second tier, it may never advance again, but its power will still significantly increase from its original foundation. Thus, while the heavenly water crane within this spirit beast talisman may not surpass a chi refinement cultivator, the difference is not substantial. Shen Yan was not well versed in the knowledge of beasts, yet he had heard of these common facts. A spirit beast talisman made from a failed advancement of a first-tier top beast. Upon grasping the value of this talisman, 2,000 spirit stones certainly did not seem excessive. Very well. Shen Yan reluctantly produced 20 mid-tier spirit stones and handed them to the old man. He took the spirit beast talisman, admiring it closely, feeling the powerful magical fluctuations emanating from it. A fleeting smile of joy crossed Shen Yan's face as he carefully tucked it away. Calculating the time, Shen Yan realized he had spent a considerable amount of time at the Three Talisman sect, and his gains from this trip were already substantial. He turned to leave the Three Talisman sect. Upon descending the mountain, Shen Yan summoned his flying sword spirit tool, transforming it into a streak of blue light that vanished into the horizon. His destination was naturally the Kuei Water Sea, and he followed the map provided by Yensheng towards that goal. The so-called Kuei Water Sea lay 3,000 miles southeast of Dingyun Island. Upon reaching the Kuei Water Sea, Shen Yan discovered many mortal fishermen engaged in activity there. After inquiring, he learned that these mortals were being driven by cultivators to locate the hidden treasures of the Watermoon sect. Shen Yan did not rush but first crafted a simple harpoon and constructed a small boat. He then skillfully maneuvered the fishing boat into the depths of the Kuei Water Sea. Bang! However, he had not ventured far when a loud crash reverberated, causing the boat to sway and interrupting his thoughts. Shen Yan turned back, observing coldly for a moment, before brandishing the harpoon and leaping into the water. Moments later, blood surged forth from the depths, gushing out like a fountain. Chapter 55 of the Secrets of the Kuei Sea. A shadow emerged, crashing violently through the water's surface and landing upon the deck of the fishing boat. It was none other than a fish, a colossal creature, its scales resembling armor, entirely jet black, with interlocking sharp teeth. Upon hitting the deck, the fish lay there, its body gushing blood from 2 grievous wounds that had pierced through it completely. With a splash, Shen Yan leapt out of the water, landing on the deck. Observing the struggling black behemoth, he wasted no time and seized the deformed harpoon in his hand, thrusting it with great force. Though the harpoon had warped, it could not withstand Shen Yan's immense strength as it pierced through the creature's head, pinning the monstrous fish to the deck. A foul spray of fish blood erupted, creating a scene both gruesome and shocking. Despite the harpoon having penetrated its skull, the creature continued to thrash violently, fighting for survival. Shen Yan stood by, frowning in silence, until the overwhelming stench of blood intensified, and the fish's struggles gradually subsided, ultimately signaling its demise. Shen Yan approached and yanked the harpoon from the creature's body. The weapon, now misshapen, was forged from iron or mine from Tianshushan, and its current state was disheartening. He surveyed his surroundings. The Kuei Sea was eerily tranquil, yet the presence of such a bizarre entity made him frown in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Shen Yan re-entered the water, determined to catch another black monstrosity. Following the same procedure, he dissected the creature, murmuring his analysis. This black fish possessed extraordinarily tough scales, and its flesh was remarkably dense, comparable to that of a first-tier demon beast. Furthermore, it appeared to be tainted by a malevolent aura. Even an ordinary martial artist encountering such a creature in the sea would likely become its prey. Gently probing the corpse, Shen Yan continued to ponder. Unlike the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, this malevolent aura, once it entered a being, would drastically alter the nature of both the mindless creature and any sentient cultivator, rendering them ferocious beyond comprehension. Pausing slightly, his expression darkened. The malevolent energy in the Kuei Sea must have a source, and if left unaddressed, it would surely wreak havoc upon the East Sea, potentially affecting the innate spiritual entities dwelling beneath the waves. The ocean was Shen Yan's domain. Despite the presence of various formidable sea beasts in the depths, it posed no threat to him, for as long as his strength continued to grow, he could procure the resources necessary for his cultivation from the corresponding waters. However, should the malevolent aura begin to spread, polluting the entire East Sea, no matter how powerful he became, what use would the tainted innate spiritual entities be to him? Thus, what exactly was happening in the Kuei Sea, where lay the source of this pollution? Shen Yan furrowed his brow, standing motionless on the wooden vessel, lost in thought for an extended period. Shaking his head, he cast aside these uncertainties. The lack of information rendered further contemplation futile. Instead, he decided to focus on locating the hidden treasures of the Shueihua sect. Perhaps therein lay a clue. Alternatively, it was possible that the cultivators of the East Sea had concealed critical information regarding the changes in the Kuei Sea. After all, he was merely a chi refining period cultivator, far inferior to the lofty foundation establishment and core formation practitioners. Drawing forth the Luyun sword, Shen Yan summoned his magical energy and began to process the peculiar fish. The creature's scales were exceptionally hard, impervious to ordinary blades. Only a magical artifact like the Luyun sword, powered by his chi, could effectively scrape its scales and bones. After deftly removing the scales and skin, Shen Yan's expression shifted as he gazed in astonishment at the fish's flesh. Contrary to his expectations of a foul-smelling, polluted appearance, the meat of this black creature was not only snowy white and translucent but also exuded a delightful fragrance, a stark contrast to its terrifying exterior. Pondering briefly, Shen delicately sliced off a piece of the fish and placed it in his mouth, savoring its sweet and tender texture. To his astonishment, the flesh was imbued with a rich spiritual energy. Although the innate purple chi it contained was scant, it was still a rare resource for ordinary cultivators. After thoroughly sampling the black fish's blood and flesh, Shen eyes widened in realization, his brow furrowed in confusion. Something was amiss. The spiritual energy within the fish was not pure. It seemed to harbor a peculiar aura capable of inducing disorientation, one that felt strangely familiar. Upon careful contemplation, Shen experienced a sudden revelation. This was the same unsettling sensation he had encountered when facing Su Daoqing beneath the depths of the sea. In an instant, he comprehended that the hidden treasures of the Shui sect must be located on the ocean floor. The sect's downfall was undoubtedly linked to the malevolent aura, otherwise, why would the creatures in other seas remain unaffected while those in the Kuei-Shui Sea were so tainted? The demise of the Qinglian sword sect and the Shui sect must be connected to the malevolent energy within the black fish. Shen was convinced of this, otherwise, it would be impossible for the creature to possess the same strange aura that Su Daoqing bore. Curiously, Su Daoqing's memory contained no references to such an aura. Was it that he simply did not know, or did he fail to acquire that fragment of memory? After pondering for a while, Shen ultimately found himself at a loss and decided to let it go. He sensed that a great secret lay hidden here. Returning to the matter at hand, he questioned whether it was truly wise for the cultivators of the East Sea to gather here en masse in search of the Shui sect's relics. Contemplating the piece of fish in his hand, he shook his head. He was merely a lowly chi refining period cultivator. These matters were of little concern to him. Even if the innate spiritual entities of the East Sea were tainted, he could still earn spirit stones and absorb innate purple chi. Yet, he wondered if the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal could absorb this malevolent energy. An idea struck him, and he tore off a piece of fish meat, placing it in his mouth while connecting to the divine seal, attempting to absorb the malevolent aura within. Unfortunately, Shen was disappointed. The spiritual energy was drawn into the divine seal, while the malevolent energy crystallized into a minuscule bead that fell into his palm. Had he not been the master of the divine seal, he would never have noticed such a tiny particle. A crystallization of malevolent energy. After a moment's thought, Shen retrieved a jade vial to store it, knowing that it might prove useful in the future. Even if it didn't, keeping it would not be a detriment. Chapter 56 The Rogue Cultivator. Zhou Qian. The Heavenly Emperor's divine seal is incapable of absorbing the malevolent energy for refinement, yet it can transform this malevolent energy into particles. This malevolent energy has the potential to enhance the physical strength of living beings. If I were to temper my body with this malevolent energy, over time, my physical strength would undoubtedly increase. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Shen mind, but he quickly realized that the immediate priority was not to collect the black particles from the malevolent energy, as such an approach would be far too inefficient. The secret vault of the Shui sect should contain a substantial amount of malevolent energy. I shall assess the situation when the time comes. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen cast his gaze downward and retrieved the pitch-black scales left by the strange fish. The scales of this peculiar fish belong to the water element, although their quality is too low to be of significant use. If their quantity is sufficient, perhaps I could refine a portion of water-type spiritual material from them. After all, the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal initially helped me consolidate the art of water manipulation, granting me an unparalleled advantage in the water element. Although I possess the Hunyuan Earth's magnetic mystical art, a paramount technique of my sect, I cannot afford to abandon my mastery of the water element. First, I shall find an island to serve as my base of operations. After much contemplation, Shen decided that while searching the secret vault of the Shui sect, he would also capture the black strange fish. This would yield two benefits, the crystallization of malevolent energy and a collection of water-attribute spiritual materials. Thus, he set sail in a small boat, beginning to wander the vast expanse of the Kuei-Shui Sea, in search of a secluded and uninhabited deserted island to temporarily establish his foothold. The Kuei-Shui Sea spans a vast area, naturally hosting numerous islands within its waters. It did not take long for Shen to discover a deserted island. This island, though small in size, appeared to be partially submerged by the sea. However, because of this, the small island was engulfed in mud and abundant vegetation. He anchored his boat at the shore and stepped onto the island, surveying the area before nodding in satisfaction. With a single glance, he discerned that the island was connected to an underground spring. This spring was quite peculiar, as most fish entered it but rarely exited, resulting in a scarcity of fish. Perhaps in a few hundred years, this spring could evolve into a spiritual spring, nurturing spiritual energy and ultimately giving rise to a spiritual vein. Through the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal's sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, Shen easily recognized the distinct qualities of the spring. The spiritual energy here was noticeably more concentrated than in other areas, though only Shen could perceive such a difference. First, I shall absorb a portion of the water spiritual energy from this spring. Shen took out more than 10 spiritual stones from his storage bag and arranged a rudimentary formation to absorb the water spiritual energy, placing some water attribute spiritual materials within the formation's core. This process would take at least 10 years to convert into water spiritual objects. Shen felt a pang of melancholy. 10 years was an excruciatingly long time. Nevertheless, some matters must be attended to, and he could only wait patiently. After setting up the formation and concealing its fluctuations, allowing the spiritual materials in the formation center to absorb the water spiritual energy autonomously, Shen steered his fishing boat back towards the island's periphery. Although he was a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, he was still relatively unfamiliar with the dynamics of the Kuei-Shui Sea. Therefore, he needed to swiftly comprehend the true nature of this place to understand the so-called secret vault. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. Isn't that Zhou Shun from the Yuxian sect? It's been a while. Shen furrowed his brow. May I inquire who you are? At that moment, he was disguised as Zhou Shun, and the fact that the other party recognized him caught him off guard. However, the attire of this individual clearly did not belong to the Yuxian sect disciples, prompting him to respond with a tone of indifference. I am Zhou Qian. I once sold elixirs in the Yuxian sect's market. You inquired about the prices back then. We are, after all, from the same sect. After a brief exchange, Xinyan learned that this individual's name was Zhou Qian, and like Xinyan, he was also a cultivator seeking the secret vault of the Shueiyue sect. While Xinyan initially paid little heed to this, he felt a surge of malevolence emanating from the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal as Zhou Qian approached, clearly indicating that the latter harbored ulterior motives. A shadow crossed Xinyan's face, but the next moment, he returned to his usual composure. He inwardly scoffed, suspecting that Zhou Qian, like Deng Yin, viewed him as an easy target. If Zhou Qian intended to scheme against him, Xinyan would not hesitate to retaliate. Zhou Daoist, why the lack of cordiality? However, to Xinyan's surprise, Zhou Qian seemed unfazed by his aloofness and instead displayed an overtly friendly demeanor. Noticing the other's excessive enthusiasm, Xinyan maintained an expression of indifference. It is you, Zhou Daoist. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger for idle chatter. After this brief response, Xinyan prepared to depart. Do not be in haste to leave, Daoist. Zhou Qian promptly activated his magical powers and leaped onto Xinyan's boat. I have urgent matters to discuss with you, Zhou Daoist. Please wait a moment. Urgent matters? Xinyan was taken aback. Regarding Zhou Qian's claims with skepticism. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished, and Xinyan declined politely. I appreciate your kindness, but I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Qian's eyes, but he quickly resumed his earlier warm demeanor. What a pity, since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. After saying this, Zhou Qian turned to depart, revealing a sinister expression on his face. This fellow truly fails to recognize his good fortune. However, now is not the time for confrontation. He's fortunate. Zhou Qian soon returned to his normal expression, continuing his search for his target. Xinyan observed Zhou Qian carefully. Although the latter feigned warmth, Xinyan remained vigilant, ready to counterattack should Zhou Qian make a move. However, Zhou Qian unexpectedly decided to leave, prompting Xinyan to question the true intentions behind Zhou Qian's actions. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. Regardless of whether Zhou Qian harbored malice or cunning schemes, it mattered little to him. As for whether Zhou Qian's departure would pose a threat to others, Xinyan was indifferent. Everyone in the realm of cultivation was accustomed to navigating treacherous waters. If one was not greedy, how could they be deceived? After wandering the Kueishui Sea without making any significant discoveries, Xinyan leisurely returned to the deserted island. As he stepped into the formation, he suddenly frowned and gazed ahead. Someone was approaching. After a moment, Xinyan recognized the newcomer to be Zhou Qian. Following Zhou Qian, there were 3 cultivators he had previously encountered at the Sanfu sect. These 3 were all male cultivators. 2 of them were a pair of brothers with the surname Wu, while the last was a plump individual who appeared somewhat silly, named Ma Kong. Xinyan concealed himself within the formation, silently observing the 4.At this moment. The 4 seemed to regard Zhou Qian as their leader, as he was a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, while the others were in the mid-stage. Zhou Daoist, is this the location suspected to be the secret vault of the Shueiyue sect? Chapter 57. The demonic cultivator, the eldest of the Hu brothers, inquired with palpable excitement. Naturally, they were eager for the rumored hidden treasures of the Shueiyue sect. However, after arriving in the Kueishui Sea region, they searched in vain for a considerable time, akin to headless flies, unable to uncover any trace of the sect's secret vault. It was then that Zhou Qian suddenly approached them, claiming to have discovered a deserted island that might harbor the fabled treasure, seeking their assistance. Here it is, but my esteemed friends, do not rush. Zhou Qian smiled, nodding, and then retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag. The hidden treasures of the Shueiyue sect are a coveted opportunity sought after by every cultivator in the Eastern Sea. While it is abundant in fortuitous encounters, it is not devoid of peril. I invite you 3 to assist me in exploring this hidden vault. As he spoke, Zhou Qian poured 3 medicinal pellets from the jade vial. These are the Qingling pills, which I procured at great expense. They can aid mid-stage Qi practitioners in breaking through their current boundaries. Should you 3 manage to ascend to the late stage, our chances of securing the treasure will undoubtedly increase. I kindly ask that you do not refuse. This is far too precious. The Hu brothers were taken aback, and Ma Kong wore a look of astonishment as well. Zhou Qian's unsolicited invitation to search for the hidden vault had already left them flabbergasted, and now he was bestowing upon them such miraculous pills. Although they feigned reluctance, a flicker of greed crossed their faces. The disparity between mid-stage and late-stage Qi cultivation is not merely a matter of level, but also of the depth of one's spiritual power. Yet, faced with the proffered pills, they still pretended to decline. A friend Zhou, such precious pills are beyond our humble means. We truly lack the worthy treasures to exchange in return. Indeed, I cannot accept such a significant gift without merit. These invaluable pills, I dare not indulge, Ma Kong added. However, Zhou Qian waved his hand dismissively, displaying a generous demeanor. My friends, you are being overly courteous. Your advancement to late-stage Qi is of utmost importance to me. Since I have invited you to assist, I cannot let you down. Please, accept these. With that, he directly placed the 3 pills into their hands. Since you insist, my brothers and I shall graciously comply, Hu Tai, the elder Hu brother, stated, adopting an expression of yielding as he accepted the pill and promptly swallowed it. Meanwhile, his younger brother Hu Zhan and Ma Kong hesitated, holding the pills without immediate consumption, instead casting glances at Hu Tai's fellow rogue cultivators in the Eastern Sea. They understood the necessity of being cautious. Given Zhou Qian's generosity, they could not help but harbor suspicions regarding the integrity of the pills. Although such skepticism might seem impolite, they were unwilling to jeopardize their lives for the sake of appearances. Zhou Qian, meanwhile, maintained a serene smile, though a fleeting glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. After a brief moment, Hu Tai rose, a hint of elation gracing his features. Thank you, friend Zhou. Were it not for your gifted pills, I would have been at a loss for how long it would take to break through. Despite Hu Tai's aura remaining unchanged, Xinyan noted a subtle shift in his presence. With a few days of diligent practice, his ascension to late-stage qi was all but assured as Zhou Qian nodded, responding with a smile. This is also to facilitate my plans. There is no need for you to be overly polite, Hu Daoyu. He then turned his gaze to Hu Zhan and Ma Kong. Are you two at ease now? Hu Zhan broke into a grin, while Ma Kong clasped his hands, expressing a sense of shame before swallowing the pill and settling into a meditative posture. Xinyan, positioned within the formation, observed with a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Though he was unaware of Zhou Qian's ulterior motives, he was certain they were detrimental to the three in front of him. It was evident that Zhou Qian had laid a trap, and it was laughable to see the three eagerly leaping into it. Xinyan recognized this clearly, yet he had no intention of intervening. Despite his own strength being sufficient to easily subdue Zhou Qian, he preferred to remain uninvolved. Misfortune and fortune arise solely from one's own actions. The world of cultivation is inherently brutal and bloody, and Xinyan had long understood the wisdom of self-preservation. Whatever consequences may arise would be borne solely by those three. Friend Zhou, we still require time to meditate and cultivate. Please grant us a few days until we advance to late-stage qi. Hu Tai attempted to curry favor with Zhou Qian. Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, his expression abruptly shifted, his body swayed, and with a thud, he collapsed. Elder brother! Hu Zhan exclaimed in shock, rushing to assist his sibling. Yet, he too felt the world spin around him, losing his balance, and Ma Kong suffered a similar fate. Zhou Qian, how could you have tampered with the pills? Friend Zhou, I bear you no grudge, nor have I ever wronged you. Friend Zhou, my brother and I have never had any misunderstandings with you. I implore you to exercise mercy. At this moment, the three finally comprehended Zhou Qian's treachery. They realized the pills had been laced with malice, yet, they could not fathom why Zhou Qian would squander 3 precious Qingling pills to ensnare them, given their combined wealth could scarcely procure a single one. Desperate pleas fell from their lips, but Zhou Qian remained unmoved. His expression morphed into one of ferocity. The pills you consumed were laced with spirit-dispelling powder. Do not expect to move for the next 10 hours. Spirit-dispelling powder? Zhou Qian, what exactly do you intend to do? The seemingly simple-minded Ma Kang's face paled suddenly, his voice tinged with fear. What do I intend to do? Why, it is to claim your souls, Zhou Qian replied coldly. My soul-calling banner is still lacking 2 master souls to reach completion. You can only blame your own misfortune. The soul-calling banner, you are a demonic cultivator? Upon hearing those words, terror etched itself upon the faces of the three. In an instant, they exerted every ounce of strength to escape, but regardless of how they trembled, the spirit-dispelling powder had shackled their spiritual power, rendering them mere mortals. Confronted by Zhou Qian's overwhelming aura, escape was entirely out of the question. The so-called demonic cultivator is, in essence, a practitioner of the dark path. While most cultivators pursue the heavenly way, adhering to gradual progress and solid foundations, some seek shortcuts, eager for quick success. The techniques they devise allow for rapid advancement with minimal effort, yet, the dangers inherent in demonic cultivation are manifold. Beyond a few well-established demonic traditions, most demonic cultivators in the realm are practitioners of fragmented techniques. Consequently, some resort to murder and theft, some engage in soul harvesting, and others descend into madness, acting irrationally. Xinyan was internally astonished to learn that Zhou Qian was a demonic cultivator. Zhou Qian was a well-known rogue cultivator in the Eastern Sea. How could he possibly be a practitioner of the dark arts? Chapter 58 Battle with the Demon Cultivator. After Zhou Qian successfully subdued the 3 individuals with his spirit control powder, a more sinister expression crept across his face. Esteemed fellow cultivators, the soul banner I have crafted has already extracted the souls of over 100 early and mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. Now, it only requires the souls of the 3 of you to achieve completion. I beseech you to lend me your assistance. Why have you targeted us? Hu Zhan trembled in fear, knowing that being subjected to soul extraction for the creation of demonic artifacts would render them restless even after death. Humph, who could blame you for your low cultivation and foolishness? Zhou Qian sneered. You are merely mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. Perishing in a place like the Kueishui Sea is utterly commonplace. Who would bat an eye? Upon hearing this, the 3 became even more despondent, pleading pitifully to Zhou Qian, yet, he merely continued to smirk, showing no intention of sparing them. Xinyan, concealed within the formation, maintained an outward calm while harboring a fierce killing intent. Zhou Qian had intended to kill him. His heart was indeed worthy of condemnation. Although he had not fallen into the trap, one could not be too cautious. As Xinyan pondered, Zhou Qian retrieved a small black banner from his robe. Although the deserted island was hidden, he feared prolonged delays and decided to extract the souls of the 3 without further ado. The soul banner was adorned with ghastly faces filled with resentment, sending chills down one's spine. However, Zhou Qian held the banner with an expression of exhilaration. For him, the heavier the malevolence contained within the banner, the more formidable its power became. Zhou Daoyu, I implore you to show mercy. In the future, we shall undoubtedly follow your lead, never daring to defy you in the slightest. Zhou Daoyu, we can assist you in capturing other cultivators to extract their souls, thereby enhancing the power of your artifact. The 3 begged desperately, already concocting plots to betray other practitioners to Zhou Qian in exchange for their lives. Xinyan scoffed inwardly. The world of cultivation had always been one of the survival of the fittest, where practitioners were selfish and self-serving. For these 3 to fall into Zhou Qian's hands was merely fate. Zhou Qian, however, let out a cold snort, expressing his impatience. Enough of your empty words. I appreciate your goodwill, but the soul banner requires only your 3 souls for its completion. Why should I engage in further efforts? With that, Zhou Qian raised the soul banner and began to sway it before the 3. Instantly, the malevolence on the deserted island surged, and eerie wails echoed through the once desolate landscape. As Zhou Qian moved the banner, Hu's brothers and Ma Kong turned pale, their lips turning white, their eyes devoid of spirit as they stared blankly ahead. The next moment, Zhou Qian began to chant incantations, and 3 wisps of ghostly flames erupted from the soul banner, plunging into the bodies of the 3, intensifying their suffering. However, it was not long before their expressions dulled, and the soul banner emitted a powerful attraction, forcibly extracting their souls from their bodies. Collect! Zhou Qian bellowed, and in an instant, the banner expanded dramatically. Soon, a ghastly and chilling skull materialized on its surface, which then opened its cavernous mouth to devour the 3 souls. After completing this step, Zhou Qian did not relent, his expression grew even more serious. He began to perform a series of intricate hand gestures, channeling successive incantations into the soul banner. Finally, he expelled a plume of black flame that engulfed the surface of the banner. Xinyan hesitated within the formation, contemplating whether to intervene. After a moment's reflection, he decided against taking action. For now his prior understanding of demon cultivators was limited. It was best not to provoke them hastily, lest he fall victim to any strange tactics they might employ. However, while Xinyan was reluctant to confront Zhou Qian, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing within. To his surprise, there were indeed others hidden on this desolate island. Had he not successfully crafted the soul banner, he might not have discovered the array concealed here. The moment the soul banner was completed, Zhou Qian sensed the array not far away. Although he knew not who had set the array, he was adamant that his identity as a demon cultivator must remain concealed, otherwise, his standing would be jeopardized. Thus, regardless of who this person was, if they uncovered his secret, they could not be allowed to live. Feigning to put away the soul banner and prepare to leave, Zhou Qian abruptly turned, swinging the banner toward the site of the array. How could a mere late-stage qi refinement practitioner possess such formidable spiritual awareness? Xinyan's pupils constricted at Zhou Qian's actions. Indeed, the world of cultivation was filled with the extraordinary. Zhou Qian, despite being a late-stage practitioner, had detected him, indicating that his spiritual strength surpassed that of a typical late-stage cultivator. Yet, Xinyan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, with his spiritual awareness approaching that of a foundation establishment practitioner. If Zhou Qian could sense him, it suggested that the demon's techniques had their merits. Regardless, Xinyan was not concerned about Zhou Qian's initial aggression. He would not fear a mere late-stage qi refinement practitioner, let alone a complete one. However, to guard against any peculiar abilities Zhou Qian might possess, Xinyan first cast a layer of water shield over himself, followed by a protective talisman. Subsequently, he drew forth the low-grade spiritual tool, the Azure Spirit Sword, left behind by Su Daoqing. With a gentle flick, he unleashed a beam of swordlight that cleaved through the array, hurtling toward Zhou Qian. A low-grade flying sword? Could this be the full-stage qi refinement practitioner, Fengping, from this treasure hunt? Zhou Qian's complexion shifted drastically. Magical artifacts were precious. Typically, only practitioners at the pinnacle of qi refinement could wield high-grade or even supreme-grade artifacts, with exceptional individuals possessing low-grade spiritual tools. As for why he did not fear that his adversary might be a foundation establishment practitioner, it was because Fengping would certainly not allow himself to be detected if he were indeed at that level. Moreover, although Xinyan's swordlight was fierce, it merely bore fluctuations of magical power, incomparable to the true essence of a foundation establishment practitioner. Zhou Qian's suspicion that his opponent was a renowned swordsman named Fengping stemmed from the fact that among wandering practitioners in the qi refinement stage, a figure named Fengping was notably famous as a swordsman. At that moment, Zhou Qian's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the situation ahead. He, of course, remained oblivious to Xinyan's unique circumstances. Xinyan, being an anomaly, was not inferior in strength to a foundation establishment practitioner at the early stage. I do not seek trouble with you, yet you dare to provoke me. Xinyan's expression hardened, and as his magical power surged, the Azure Spirit Sword cleaved forth another beam of swordlight. Even Fengping does not intimidate me. With gritted teeth, a fierce glimmer flashed across Zhou Qian's face. He once more waved the soul banner, channeling his magical power, and the island was soon enveloped in swirling black mist. This dark fog spread rapidly outward from his center. Meanwhile, countless icy needles materialized in Xinyan's palm, their shimmering surfaces reflecting a chilling light, revealing them to be Xinyan's disposable magical artifacts. With a flicker of cold radiance, the dense array of icy needles shot toward Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he clenched the soul banner tightly, frantically gathering the surrounding black mist. Ultimately, the mist coalesced into a translucent shield that stood between him and the incoming icy needles. Chapter 59 of the mysterious soul summoning banner. In the next moment, the sound of clanging echoed incessantly. Xinyan's ice needles struck against the shield, producing a cacophony of noise. Then, with a sharp crack, the shield shattered instantly. Following this, Zhou Qian spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, while Xinyan's ice needles were thwarted by the remnants of the shield. Ah! Xinyan was somewhat taken aback. His ice needles were merely low-grade magical artifacts, yet Zhou Qian's soul-summoning banner surprisingly endured so many attacks, which was utterly beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he promptly urged the Qingling sword once more, aiming a strike at Zhou Qian. Seizing the opportunity to take down his opponent, Xinyan felt compelled to pursue now that Zhou Qian was injured. However, in the face of the Qingling sword, Zhou Qian gritted his teeth as a white skull materialized upon the soul-summoning banner. The skull opened its gaping mouth and lunged ferociously at the Qingling sword. Crack, with a crisp sound, the sword light emitted by the Qingling sword was extinguished, while several of the skull's teeth shattered in the process. Zhou Shan, it's you. At that moment, as Shen Yan stepped out from the formation, Zhou Qian glared at him with gritted teeth, his heart now filled with a tinge of dread. This seemingly unremarkable individual possessed such formidable strength that he had previously contemplated schemes against Shen Yan, but the thought of a potential counterstrike sent shivers down his spine. Yet, a surge of malevolence welled up within him. What if you possess a low-grade spiritual artifact? The Soul Summoning Banner is a magical artifact that I painstakingly forged, its power surpassing that of even top-tier magical artifacts. If I can successfully establish my foundation, the Soul Summoning Banner could even evolve into a low-grade spiritual artifact. Moreover, Zhou Qian mused, his opponent was merely at the late stage of qi refinement. How many times could he truly wield a low-grade spiritual artifact? You might have killed the Hu brothers, but why provoke me? Shen Yan scoffed, conjuring another ice needle into his hand, causing Zhou Qian's complexion to shift between shades of green and white. He had previously experienced the terrifying power of the ice needles. Such formidable consumable artifacts were particularly effective against the Soul Summoning Banner. Despite his apprehensions, Zhou Qian understood he could not allow Shen Yan to strike, so he immediately waved the Soul Summoning Banner, shrouding the remote island in black mist once more. In an instant, ghostly figures emerged, accompanied by the sounds of anguished wails that echoed in Shen Yan's ears. Not only that, various horrifying apparitions surfaced before Shen Yan's eyes, creating a scene that could easily lead one to believe they had descended into hell. However, at this moment, Shen Yan remained unfazed, even sporting a sardonic smile. What a fool Zhou Qian is! If he truly possessed the capability to create such a grand illusion, his cultivation level would certainly not be at the qi refinement stage, nor merely at the foundation establishment phase. If his strength were indeed above the foundation establishment level, how could he afford to waste so much time dealing with a late-stage qi refinement cultivator? Illusions are impressive, but alas, they are of no use against me. Shen Yan murmured silently, channeling his internal energy to dispel Zhou Qian's illusion in an instant. After all, he had already solidified his spirit, elevating his consciousness to the early foundation establishment level, a realm far beyond Zhou Qian's reach, and nonetheless, Shen Yan's assessment of the Soul Summoning Banner had risen another notch. Its value had surpassed that of top-tier magical artifacts, and even foundation establishment cultivators would likely be drawn to it. It is essential to note that illusions do not equate to a lack of lethality. For cultivators are, after all, human, and they harbor their own fears even when aware that the sights before them are false. Their instincts can invoke an involuntary dread, thereby diminishing their willpower and preventing them from fully unleashing their capabilities. Yet Shen Yan was different. He had cultivated a resilient mind from a young age, and during his training in the Hunyuan skill at Jinzhou Bay, his will had undergone extreme tempering. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor's seal upon his chest did not emit any signals of threat, allowing him to disregard these illusions. However, he refrained from informing Zhou Qian of this. If Zhou Qian wished to expend his energy conjuring illusions to create an environment, so be it. Such a grand illusion would undoubtedly require considerable energy, and this was Shen Yan's first encounter in combat against a demonic cultivator, making the reduction of Zhou Qian's threat a fortunate circumstance. Facing Zhou Qian's full-on assault, Shen Yan directed the ice needles toward him once more, seeking to conclude the battle swiftly. Though the location was remote, he recalled that the Kueishui Sea had attracted numerous cultivators who could arrive at any moment. Realizing that his illusions had no impact on Shen Yan, Zhou Qian quickly understood he could not afford to waste his energy. He shook the Soul Summoning Banner, retracting the black mist that enveloped the island. Immediately, he bit his tongue, letting a stream of blood splatter onto the banner's surface, followed by a series of incantations. In an instant, the banner surged with ominous energy, and a spectral figure emerged from within, lunging toward Shen Yan with a terrifying wail, accompanied by the chilling winds of the island. Yet Shen Yan remained undeterred, intensifying his manipulation of the ice needles. Unlike ordinary disposable magical artifacts, the ice needles, bolstered by the water manipulation technique, displayed remarkable strength. Furthermore, Shen Yan invoked the innate purple energy contained within the Heavenly Emperor seal to propel the ice needles at great speed. As the ghost approached, Shen Yan's ice needles surged forward to meet it. In the next moment, the ice needles collided with the spectral figure, piercing through what appeared to be its ethereal form in an instant. So many disposable magical artifacts? How can a mere late-stage qi refinement cultivator afford such wealth? Zhou Qian, being discerning, was utterly astonished as he witnessed Shen Yan seemingly producing ice needles without restraint. His previous astonishment at Shen Yan's abundant supply of ice needles now transformed into a deep-seated unease. The realization that his opponent possessed a comparable level of energy and such a plethora of disposable magical artifacts weighed heavily on him. Having sustained severe injuries throughout their confrontation, he was at risk of being rebounded by the Soul Summoning Banner at any moment. Meanwhile, Shen Yan had only relied on ice needles and a flying sword, keeping Zhou Qian perpetually on the defensive. This cannot continue. Zhou Qian resolved, once again unleashing a stream of his essence blood onto the Soul Summoning Banner. With the infusion of blood, the banner flickered with dark light, and the ghost that had previously been immobilized by several ice needles suddenly broke free, lunging toward Shen Yan. Desperate measures. Shen Yan scoffed, raising a finger lightly, as a wall of water erupted on the island, effectively blocking the ghost's advance. Impossible. A second-tier spell? Zhou Qian gazed incredulously at the abruptly manifested water wall, realizing that such a barrier, capable of withstanding his ultimate trump card, could not possibly be a first-tier spell. It must be noted that this ghost was the most formidable creature conjured by the soul-summoning banner, yet it was now thwarted by a mere water wall. In Zhou Qian's understanding, only a second-tier spell or a spiritual artifact could achieve such a feat. Chapter 60 of the Death of Zhou Qian. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhou Qian found himself ensnared in a web of fear as Xinyan commenced the operation of the Azure Lotus Sword technique. In the next instant, the Azure Spirit Sword radiated with a brilliant light, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword energy that sliced through the air. A piercing and terror-stricken scream erupted from the ghostly apparition, which then transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. The now enshrouded spectre was involuntarily drawn back into the soul-summoning banner. Witnessing this, Zhou Qian instinctively recoiled, a palpable dread clouding his countenance. Xinyan's prowess was utterly beyond his expectations. How could a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage exert such formidable control? It was indeed Zhou Qian's misfortune, for the demonic cultivation technique he practiced was not without its strengths, and the soul-summoning banner he had painstakingly crafted possessed power surpassing that of an ordinary magical artifact. Alas, he had encountered the affluent Xinyan, and to engage in battle within the humid confines of the Kueishui Sea, his defeat was all but inevitable. At this moment, Zhou Qian recognized that pressing on would lead him to certain doom. Thus, he resolved to relinquish his efforts, shaking the soul-summoning banner to release all the black mist, which he then coalesced into a dark shield enveloping himself as he retreated. Do you wish to flee? It is too late. Xinyan scoffed, channeling the innate purple energy contained within the Celestial Emperor's seal into the Azure Spirit Sword. He then conjured over 20 ice needles and unleashed them upon the black shield surrounding Zhou Qian with wild ferocity. How is this possible? Zhou Qian's voice echoed as if in a fevered dream, his gaze transforming into one of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Xinyan was exerting all his might, his spiritual energy surging forth, determined to keep Zhou Qian anchored in place. No, impossible. How could you possess such an abundance of spiritual power? How could you have such vast resources? Zhou Qian's voice became a frenzied wail, his expression a mask of madness. My dear Zhou, you seem genuinely concerned for my well-being, but these queries are best directed to the King of Hell in the Netherworld, Xinyan retorted with a sardonic laugh, and then unleashed the full force of his power. The Azure Spirit Sword and ice needles pierced through the black shield, leaving a trail of horrific wounds upon Zhou Qian's form. When Zhou Qian extended a trembling finger toward Xinyan, words of protest forming on his lips, yet ultimately, his throat constricted with blood, and he fell, his face a portrait of unyielding resentment. Xinyan casually beckoned, and the Azure Spirit Sword returned to his grasp. He then retrieved the soul-summoning banner left behind by Zhou Qian, inspecting it briefly before stowing it away in his storage pouch. This battle had taken a considerable toll. The 100 ice needles had depleted a significant portion of the innate purple energy within the Celestial Emperor's seal. To fabricate such a quantity of ice needles again would require at least 1,000 spirit stones. Fortunately, Zhou Qian's storage pouch contained a wealth of spirit stones, and with the additional spoils from the Hu brothers and Ma Kong, this conflict could be deemed quite lucrative. After plundering the spoils of war, Xinyan cast the 4 corpses into the sea and erased all traces of the battle before returning leisurely to the formation. Seated upon the meditation mat, Xinyan began to reflect upon the encounter. As a demon cultivator, Zhou Qian's entire strength was vested in the soul-summoning banner, yet the rumored sinister and formidable spells were notably absent. Perhaps Zhou Qian's demonic heritage was flawed, possessing merely the means to craft the soul-summoning banner? As he pondered, a vague understanding of the strength of demonic practitioners began to form in his mind. Zhou Qian was merely a moderately renowned rogue cultivator in the Eastern Sea, yet he could forge a soul-summoning banner with power nearly equivalent to that of a low-grade spirit artifact. Moreover, his strength was merely at the late stage of Qi refinement. If he had achieved full refinement, the banner's potency would likely have escalated further. My methods remain too singular, I must diversify my repertoire of spells. Once his spiritual energy had recovered, Xinyan began to examine the spoils of this battle. Appending his storage pouch, a cascade of spirit stones tumbled onto the table, a veritable bounty of over 400 spirit stones, though he regarded them with disdain. Such a meager sum, he scoffed, but as he gazed at the soul-summoning banner, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Indeed, pillaging is the path of least resistance, though the dangers are undeniably high. Aside from the spirit stones, Zhou Qian's storage pouch contained only a few talismans and a jade slip. The slip emanated a blood-red glow, immediately indicating its nefarious nature. The jade slip was suffused with dark energy, and Xinyan surmised that it contained the demonic cultivation technique Zhou Qian practiced. Upon infusing his consciousness into the jade slip, after half an hour, Xinyan had memorized the entirety of the technique. Among demonic cultivators, it was unexpected to encounter such an astute individual, rather than mere opportunists seeking quick gains. However, possessing the Celestial Emperor seal, Xinyan had no intention of forsaking his roots to delve into demonic arts, yet, the jade slip contained valuable insights into the manipulation of the soul-summoning banner and several spells that Xinyan found quite useful. Should the need arise in the future, he could consider practicing them. Setting aside the jade slip, Xinyan's attention returned to the soul-summoning banner. He had personally experienced its formidable might, which was indeed remarkable. However, the power of the banner crafted by Zhou Qian would likely differ from that recorded in the jade slip. It was not that Zhou Qian's banner was ineffective, rather, the slip indicated that its power could rival that of a foundation establishment practitioner. After a moment of contemplation, Xinyan concluded that Zhou Qian's resources were insufficient, resulting in the banner not being fully refined and thus only manifesting a fraction of its potential. Aside from the jade slip and a heap of spirit stones, Zhou Qian's storage pouch held nothing more, likely having exchanged all other items for materials to enhance the banner's power. As for the Hu brothers and Ma Kong, their storage pouches contained merely a handful of spirit stones, a few low-grade artifacts, and some inferior elixirs. After categorizing his gains and placing them into his own storage pouch, Shen Yan drew upon the innate purple energy of the Celestial Emperor's seal and employed the water manipulation technique to begin refining ice needles once more. The process of creating these ice needles was rather straightforward. Utilizing the water manipulation technique to freeze water into ice, he then crafted them into one-time use artifacts, ultimately refining them to the level of low-grade artifacts with the Celestial Emperor's seal. Each ice needle required the expenditure of 10 low-grade spirit stones to purify a trace of innate purple energy, a luxury only afforded by Shen Yan's substantial wealth. Other cultivators, even if capable of such secret techniques, would likely refrain from such extravagance. After dedicating half a day to this endeavor, Shen Yan successfully replenished his stock with 200 ice needles, yet, he did not cease his efforts. Instead, he retrieved the purchased Diamond Talisman and Windwalker Talisman, meticulously securing them for safekeeping. After his confrontation with Zhou Qian, Shen Yan realized that while his combat prowess was formidable, his methods were somewhat limited. It was essential to remember that Zhou Qian, prior to his identity being revealed, was merely a moderately well-known rogue cultivator in the Eastern Sea. Among the practitioners in the Kuei-Shui Sea, many possessed greater renown, and furthermore, various disciples from sects would also venture into the Kuei-Shui Sea in search of the Water Moon sect's hidden realms. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Shen Yan resolved to invest the spirit stones he had acquired to thoroughly armor himself. Upon completing all preparations, Shen Yan, feeling profoundly fatigued, sought out a clean spot to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 61 of the first arrival at Twin Moon Island. At the break of dawn the following day, Shen Yan did not embark on a quest for the secret realm. Instead, he resolved to cultivate the Qinglian sword song, aiming to further his breakthrough upon the solid foundation of his perfected Qi refinement stage. In theory, a cultivator at the perfected Qi refinement stage could certainly attempt to establish a foundation, but to enhance the probability of success, it was ideal to first unblock the 8 meridians that connect the body to the dantian. Now that Shen Yan had attained the perfected Qi refinement stage and lacked any foundation establishment pills, his optimal choice was to endeavor to unblock his meridians, thereby increasing his chances of success in foundation establishment. Seated cross-legged upon a meditation mat, Shen Yan silently channeled the Shuiyuan Ju and the cultivation route of the Qinglian sword song. After 3 circulations of his qi, he then summoned the innate purple aura from the Heavenly Emperor seal and launched an assault on the first meridian. To Shen Yan's knowledge, the difficulty of unblocking the first 7 meridians was significantly less than that of the 8th, so with ample preparation and the assistance of the Heavenly Emperor seal, he swiftly unblocked 1 meridian. At this rate of cultivation, within a month, he would have unblocked the first 7 meridians. What constrained Shen Yan's advancement was not the availability of cultivation resources, but rather the capacity of his own body to endure and stabilize after unblocking the meridians. Generally, a cultivator would require at least half a month after unblocking their meridians to absorb enough spiritual energy to nourish their body, but with the innate purple aura, Shen Yan could bypass this process entirely. He retrieved a pile of spirit stones, crushed them, and began replenishing the innate purple aura within the Heavenly Emperor seal. First, I must acquire the linging grass that Yin Shang requires. Once I establish my foundation, I will swiftly eliminate Yang Yun and then flee far away. Having arranged everything in his mind, Shen Yan continued to drift through the Kuei-Shui Sea, adopting the guise of Zhou Shun. Although the Kuei-Shui Sea was vast, the number of Qi refinement stage cultivators in the East Sea was innumerable, making it exceedingly difficult to evade all encounters. Thus, Shen Yan did not conceal himself but rather greeted the cultivators he encountered with a bold demeanor, exchanging information with them, and soon he gained a concrete understanding of the situation in the Kuei-Shui Sea. Now, it had been nearly half a month since the sudden disappearance of the Shuiyue sect's secret realm, and many scattered cultivators had begun to band together, exchanging information in hopes of locating the secret realm swiftly. They had chosen a place named Twin Moon Island as their base for resource and information exchange. Upon learning of the location of Twin Moon Island, Shen Yan contemplated briefly and altered his course towards it. Twin Moon Island, situated at the heart of the Kuei-Shui Sea, was circular in shape, yet at its center lay a vast inland sea, resembling 2 crescent moons that formed this island. As Shen Yan drew near, a voice rang out ahead. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Zhao Xingkuan. I have not seen you on Twin Moon Island before. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Zhou Shun, a scattered cultivator, Shen Yan replied, currently masquerading as Zhou Shun, with his cultivation concealed at the late Qi refinement stage. Oh, so it is Zhou Taoist. Zhao Xingkuan clasped his hands in greeting, garbed in the robes of the Sainthood sect, and he himself was at the late Qi refinement stage. Might I ask if you have any knowledge of the Shuiyue sect's secret realm? Zhao Xingkuan wasted no time and directly broached the subject, displaying a somewhat impatient demeanor. Fellow Taoist, you jest. I have only just arrived here, Shen Yan responded, maintaining a cordial facade. As Zhao Xingkuan was so warm and a disciple of the Sainthood sect, he certainly would not treat him with the same coldness he reserved for Zhou Qian. Fool! Shen Yan internally derided Zhao Xingkuan. This was the Kuei-Shui Sea, not your Sainthood sect. Did he truly believe that his affiliation with the Sainthood sect entitled him to the reverence of others? To inquire about such secrets without so much as a preamble demonstrated a complete lack of discernment. Shen Yan found it hard to believe that a cultivator at the late Qi refinement stage had not ventured out for experience. While he harbored such thoughts, Shen Yan's face revealed a wry smile. Zhao Taoist, you may not be aware, but as a cultivator who has just broken through to the late Qi refinement stage, I am still in the process of stabilizing my realm and have little time to seek out the whereabouts of the secret realm. I merely heard that many fellow Taoists have congregated at Twin Moon Island, and I came here in hopes of fortune. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingkuan's disappointment was palpable, yet he did not doubt Shen Yan's words. After all, the Shueihua sect's secret realm was shrouded in mystery, with so many cultivators unable to locate it. It was indeed plausible that Xinyan, alone, had no information. Thus, he clapped Xinyan on the shoulder and said, there is no need for impatience, fellow Taoist. While the Kuei Sea is vast, we have already gathered over 100 Taoists here. It won't be long before we uncover the location of the secret realm. Let us proceed to our base. After you, fellow Taoist, Xinyan nodded earnestly, and together they made their way toward the base. Along the way, Zhao Xingkuan engaged in casual conversation, while Xinyan mostly listened, responding occasionally. Upon arriving before a modest hall, they halted. Zhou Daoist, this is the identity verification formation, designed to prevent any miscreants from intruding. As a disciple of the Yuxian sect, you merely need to present your Yuxian sect token to enter, Zhao Xingkuan explained as he produced a jade talisman to press forward. Suddenly, a ripple appeared before them, and Zhao Xingkuan stepped into the formation. Following suit, Xinyan retrieved Zhou Shan's identity token and entered the formation as well. To his surprise, even a temporary base was protected by a formation. Indeed, the East Sea's cultivation community is teeming with talent. Xinyan praised inwardly, though he held this display in contempt. After all, Twin Moon Island did not harbor any treasures. It was merely a temporary base. Such ostentation served only to complicate matters. With numerous cultivators in the East Sea, including rogue cultivators and demonic practitioners, was there any need to make such a fuss, as if they feared the rogue cultivators could not find them? Once inside the hall, Xinyan's disdain for the East Sea cultivators only deepened. The hall, appearing rather ordinary from the outside, was lavishly adorned within, with efforts wasted on such frivolous displays. When would they ever find the Shueihua sect's secret realm? At this moment, there were approximately 30 cultivators within the hall. Xinyan surveyed the room, noting that most were at the mid-Qi refinement stage, with scarcely a few at the late Qi refinement stage. Understanding this, Xinyan grasped the reasoning behind Zhao Xingkuan's earlier attitude. It was likely that this disciple of the Sanfu sect felt superior to these cultivators, momentarily lost in his own pride. The gathered individuals merely glanced at Zhao Xingkuan and Xinyan as they entered, then resumed their own activities, too busy to even offer a greeting. Xinyan was indifferent to their attitude. After all, his purpose for being here was to search for the linging grass, not to forge friendships, and he was in competition with these cultivators, so their unfriendly demeanor was entirely expected. Moreover, most were now suppressing their auras, and Xinyan had no desire to provoke unnecessary conflict. At this juncture, Xinyan had already learned that the cultivators on Twin Moon Island had agreed to gather every 5 days to exchange information. Chapter 62 The Gathering of the 100 Reforms. After exchanging a few words with Zhao Xingkuan, Xinyan discreetly found a corner to continue his cultivation, focusing on the breakthrough of his meridians. 3 days later, upon successfully opening the second meridian, the time for sharing news arrived. Su Daoyu, I wonder if today Fengping Daoyu has uncovered any information regarding the secret realm. I am not so certain. Although Fengping possesses the highest cultivation, Daoyu Hanin wields extraordinary secret techniques. She might bring forth good news. Both Fengping and Hanin, like us, are loose cultivators from the East Sea. Their familiarity with the Kuei Sea region cannot possibly match that of the disciples from various sections. If there is any news regarding a secret realm, I believe the sect disciples are most likely to discover it first. At this moment, the great hall was already filled with 70 to 80 individuals. Some cultivators huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Observing this scene, Xinyan couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Even cultivators, like ordinary mortals, delight in idle chatter. Having spent 3 days in the hall, Xinyan had gained some understanding of the relationships among these cultivators. Presently, the loose cultivators on Xuanyue Island were led by Fengping and Hanin, while the sect disciples were primarily represented by a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator from the Han Hai Xian zone. Fengping, with the highest cultivation, attracted many mid to late-stage Qi refinement cultivators towards him. Meanwhile, Hanin, although only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, possessed numerous secret techniques and was remarkably beautiful, garnering a multitude of admirers. A portion of the cultivators believed that the sect disciples were more reliable. It could be said that these individuals had not been present for long, yet they had already delineated their affiliations with clear distinctions. As for Xinyan, aside from the occasional greeting from others, there was little warmth towards him. While everyone was engaged in casual conversation, Xinyan suddenly sensed an unusual wave of magical energy approaching from outside the hall. Soon after, a fragrant breeze wafted in as a strikingly beautiful woman entered the doorway. This woman is formidable. A shiver ran through Xinyan. Her skills were exceptional, as she drew everyone's attention even before her arrival, clearly aiming to assert her dominance and establish her authority. Typically, cultivators with such demeanor are not to be trifled with, and in an instant, Xinyan felt a surge of wariness towards her. The other cultivators soon noticed Han Yan's unabashed display of magical energy and hurried to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, Daoyu Han, on your promotion to late-stage Qi refinement. Indeed, your innate talent is remarkable. Within just half a month, you have managed to break through to late-stage Qi refinement. Truly commendable. Thank you for your kind words, fellow Daoyu. I merely experienced a stroke of luck in my ascension, and in comparison to all of you, I still have much to learn, Hanin responded graciously. This woman possessed the art of persuasion. Despite having a large entourage, she did not exhibit arrogance, instead appearing lively and engaging, prompting a flurry of flattery from the cultivators. Xinyan inwardly frowned. Her magical energy was distinctly extraordinary. She either practiced a unique cultivation method or had employed special means to ascend to late-stage Qi refinement, clearly not a character to be underestimated. Moreover, while she was beautiful and seemingly approachable, no one received her special attention, indicating that her warmth was merely a tactic to win over the crowd. A futile endeavor among the assembled cultivators. Finding a beautiful and exceptionally talented female cultivator might be challenging in the realm of cultivation, but in the mortal world, one could easily find countless such individuals. He could not comprehend the thoughts of these cultivators. The most pressing matter was to search for the secret realm of the Shueihua sect, whereas indulging in flattery of a woman was utterly misguided. It was not that Xinyan had an aversion to women, but he understood that discovering a like-minded companion could not be achieved through mere flattery. Fortunately, the flattery directed at Han Yin did not persist for long. Shortly thereafter, a robust cultivator entered the hall, Fengping, who had reached the consummate stage of qi refinement. At this juncture, the three factions had converged in the Great Hall, and everyone's focus shifted towards the search for the secret realm. Fellow Daoyu, I wonder if anyone has made any discoveries regarding the location of the secret realm? Zhao Xingquan, representing the Sanfu sect among the East Sea cultivators, was the first to voice the inquiry. As Zhao Xingquan's words fell, Han Yin interjected, I have indeed made some progress, although I am uncertain if it pertains to the location of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up, invigorated by the prospect of having finally gleaned some information after weeks of effort. Han Yin's admirers showered her with praise. Daoyu Han is truly remarkable. Not only has she ascended to late-stage qi refinement, but she also diligently searched for the whereabouts of the secret realm. Truly admirable. Indeed, we East Sea cultivators should take Daoyu Han as our example. I believe she must have already discovered the location of the secret realm. Shall we not venture forth together to investigate? This cascade of flattery left some cultivators, who held a more neutral opinion of Han Yin, feeling exceedingly awkward. Ahem, at this moment, Fengping cleared his throat twice, interrupting the adulation directed at Han Yin, and spoke, I too have identified an unusual location. While it may not necessarily be the secret realm, it is certainly worth exploring. As he said this, he cast a glance at Han Yin, then surveyed the assembly, inquiring, do any other Daoyu have additional discoveries? After a round of exchanges, Fengping suddenly turned his gaze to Xinyan. This fellow Daoyu appears unfamiliar. Might you possess any clues regarding the secret realm? The crowd, now aware of Fengping's attention on Xinyan, prompted, Daoyu Zhou, although your cultivation may not match that of Daoyu Fengping, it surpasses ours. Do you have any findings to share? With someone initiating the conversation, the others fell silent. The assembly had unanimously chosen Fengping and Han Yin as their leaders. Should they indeed uncover the secret realm of the Shueihua sect, the leaders would surely be entitled to a share of the benefits. Consequently, they pooled their findings of any peculiarities to present to the leaders, who would then convey them within Shuangyua Island. Aside from the sect disciples banding together, the only leaders among the loose cultivators were Han Yin and Fengping. Among those present, except for Xinyan, everyone had voluntarily aligned themselves with either Fengping or Han Yin's factions. Now that both had uncovered something, it was only natural for them to seek to establish their authority. Xinyan, with his middling cultivation and solitary status, was neither a unifier nor an ally. He was, in fact, the perfect candidate to serve as a target for their authority. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Xinyan slowly began, speaking of unusual discoveries, I have indeed found something noteworthy. At this declaration, the assembly was taken aback. They had not anticipated that this Zhou Shun would also claim to have found something out of the ordinary. Was he merely putting on a facade, or had he genuinely made a discovery? Chapter 63 of the Apprehension of Fengping and Han Yin exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of surprise in their eyes. However, it was Han Yin who broke the silence, saying, Friend Zhou, may I inquire where it is that you have made your discovery? Xinyan shook his head and replied, I did not uncover a specific location within the waters of the Kuei-Shui Sea. Rather, it is the beings residing within that realm that seem peculiar. Peculiar beings within the Kuei-Shui Sea, what does that imply? Are you suggesting that the fish are somehow amiss? Surely not, for we have consumed a considerable amount of seafood these past few days without noticing anything unusual. Friend Zhou, you cannot possibly be suggesting that you have overlooked something and are merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric? At that moment, a wave of uproar ensued among the gathered cultivators, as they began to voice their accusations. Yet Xinyan remained silent in the face of their skepticism, allowing the clamor within the grand hall to gradually subside after a considerable while. As the most accomplished cultivator present, Fengping stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he addressed Xinyan, Friend Xin, would you be so kind as to elaborate a bit further? Xinyan nodded, retrieving a peculiar fish that he had prepared in advance from his storage pouch. He gestured towards it, I trust you are all familiar with this strange fish? At this moment, a cultivator nodded and remarked, indeed, this is the black scale fish, a specialty of the Kuei-Shui Sea. Though it is known for its exquisite flavor, it possesses immense strength. A careless bite could prove quite painful. Another cultivator chimed in, this peculiar fish only inhabits the depths of the ocean. It is rarely found in shallower waters, and it contains a small amount of spiritual energy, classifying it as a spirit fish. Seeing that the assembly recognized the black scale fish, Xinyan nodded in satisfaction, then chuckled softly. What you may not be aware of is that while the black scale fish indeed contains spiritual energy, it also harbors a certain ferocious aura. A ferocious aura? How could that be? I have consumed my fair share of black scale fish and have never encountered such a so-called ferocious aura. Friend Zhou, are you perhaps exaggerating? If you have not made any discovery, we would not be overly concerned. However, if you are merely spreading unfounded rumors, that serves no purpose. Once more, doubts erupted among the crowd. Xinyan raised his hand, scanning the faces of the many cultivators present. Rather than hastily explaining, he posed a question, as cultivators, I presume you are all familiar with various materials used in the crafting of magical tools. What are your thoughts on the scales of the black scale fish? This unexpected question left the attendees momentarily speechless, though it was not long before one responded. Indeed, the scales of the black scalefish are considered a material for crafting. However, this material is riddled with impurities. It would barely suffice for the creation of low-grade magical tools, and is best suited for one-time defensive artifacts. You are quite correct. Xinyan nodded in agreement, smiling as he continued, given the numerous impurities present in the black scalefish, since you all question my findings, why not allow me to refine the scales before your very eyes and see if the ferocious aura I speak of truly exists? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, taken aback. Could it be that a ferocious aura truly existed, but the black scalefish is a spirit fish? How could it contain such an aura? Let us not dwell on speculations. Once Friend Zhou refines the scales into liquid form, the truth will surely be revealed. Indeed, Friend Zhou, please proceed. The cultivators urged him on, and Xinyan wasted no time, retrieving a large cauldron from his storage pouch and tossing the scales inside. He then channeled his spiritual energy to begin the refining process. Being a low-grade material, the scales of the black scalefish were quickly refined. Various unrelated impurities were systematically eliminated, ultimately yielding a small, grain-sized droplet of black liquid. Dear friends, observe closely. Xinyan held his breath, concentrating as he gradually evaporated the black liquid, revealing a powdery substance that was a mixture of black and white in his palm. The white substance was the ash of the black scalefish's bones, suitable for crafting one-time defensive artifacts. But what, then, was this black powder? We are all familiar with the fish bone ash. Does anyone recognize what this black powder might be? The hall erupted into a cacophony of speculation. As the noise swelled once more, this was indeed the product of condensed ferocity. At that moment, Fengping spoke up, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and concern. Do you recognize this black powder, friend Feng? Han Yin inquired, her eyes glinting with curiosity. It was common knowledge that spirit stones were the crystallized form of spiritual energy, while this black powder was the solidified essence of ferocity. Fengping's revelation illuminated the minds of the assembly. Yet soon, another question arose: why would the black scalefish of the Kuei-Shui Sea harbor ferocity? One must understand that, like spiritual energy, ferocity is a product of a yin vein. Before I arrived in the Eastern Sea, I was cultivating in Moonfall City. Now you understand why I am familiar with the powder of ferocity. Upon hearing this, the gathered cultivators gazed at Fengping with newfound reverence. Moonfall City, notorious for its perilous reputation, was a place devoid of any great sex protection, rife with the most malicious of cultivators, including demonic practitioners, ghostly entities, and even various fiendish races. Who would have thought that a fellow cultivator hailed from Moonfall City? I am humbled. Han Yin regarded Fengping with a hint of wariness. Any cultivator who could survive for an extended period in Moonfall City was no ordinary individual. You flatter me. Fengping appeared unfazed by their trepidation, turning his attention to Xinyan. Your discovery of the ferocity within the black scalefish is excellent news for me, as it has allowed me to ascertain the whereabouts of the Watermoon sect's secret realm. What? Has Feng Daoist truly located the secret realm? Fengping's words sent ripples of astonishment throughout the hall, as the gathered cultivators momentarily set aside their apprehensions regarding his origins, gazing at him in disbelief. Indeed, I actually identified a gathering place of ferocity 10 days ago, but I paid it little heed. The Watermoon sect was originally a core formation sect. They were neither demonic nor ghostly practitioners, so I assumed their secret realm was not situated there. Pausing briefly, Fengping continued, however, it appears that the situation is not as I presumed. The Watermoon sect has only been extinct for a few hundred years. If there had been a yin vein in this vicinity, it would have certainly escaped the attention of the Watermoon sect. Now, with the fish of the Kuei-Shui Sea exhibiting ferocity, the only plausible explanation is that the secret realm harbors a leak of ferocity that has caused these fish to mutate. His assertions plunged the assembly into deep contemplation, and soon, they began to acknowledge the validity of his claims. Just as a yin vein cannot manifest abruptly, it requires hundreds or thousands of years of evolution to take form. Had the Watermoon sect discovered a nascent yin vein, they would undoubtedly have eradicated it, for yin veins give rise to ghostly beings, and the Watermoon sect would never allow such a threat to flourish. Since the Watermoon sect had not detected the yin vein, the only remaining possibility was that the so-called secret realm of the Watermoon sect was intrinsically linked to the yin vein or possessed treasures related to the ferocity. Chapter 64 Entering the Secret Realm. What a splendid turn of events. The secret realm had vanished unexpectedly, leaving everyone in a state of melancholy. Little did they anticipate that with the assistance of their esteemed companions, they would finally uncover its whereabouts. Zhao Xingquan, brimming with excitement, clapped his hands and proclaimed, there is no time to waste. I implore fellow Taoist Feng to lead us to the secret realm. Indeed, fellow Taoist Feng, we should hasten forth to confirm our findings, Han Yin interjected suddenly. Fengping glanced at Han Yin and then at Xinyan. Noticing Xinyan's silence, he nodded in agreement. That is prudent. Should we encounter any discrepancies, we can investigate the location discovered by fellow Taoist Han Yin. With that, he strode out of the grand hall and summoned a small boat that swiftly glided across the water's surface. The other cultivators promptly retrieved their respective magical artifacts, fervently pursuing Fengping. An hour later, Fengping halted by a shadowy island. Esteemed friends, this is the place where I sensed a malevolent aura. Let us search thoroughly to ascertain if the entrance to the secret realm lies here. As soon as Fengping's words fell, the cultivators dispersed, some ascending the island while others plunged into the water. Taoist Zhou, do you believe this location is indeed the secret realm we seek? Fengping curiously inquired, directing his gaze towards Xinyan rather than searching himself. After a brief silence, Xinyan replied, with so many cultivators accompanying you, fellow Daoist Feng, have you not already reached a conclusion? Feng Ping's pupils constricted at this remark, yet he quickly composed himself, feigning confusion as he asked, what do you mean by that? Xinyan chuckled, a strange smile gracing his lips, it seems you are not particularly concerned with becoming the leader of these scattered cultivators. Rather, you are eager to delve into the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Feng Ping's expression turned icy, his magical energy surged, indicating he was prepared to act at any moment. However, moments later, he unexpectedly restrained his power and complimented Xinyan, you truly possess exceptional insight. After this praise, Feng Ping's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Eastern Sea cultivators, a cold smile forming on his lips. The so-called leadership position among the Eastern Sea cultivators is merely a means to rally their support. You do not truly believe they would honor me as their leader, do you? Feng Ping's tone dripped with disdain, yet Xinyan understood his point. A mere handful of Qi refinement stage cultivators could hardly pose a threat to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. In the vast forest, there were all manners of individuals. While some cultivators might seek to align themselves with a stronger figure, it was unlikely that all would revere Feng Ping. Moreover, when faced with the allure of the Water Moon sect's secret realm, how could they forsake the imminent rewards for a trivial title? What do you intend to do? Feng Ping opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly a distant cry rang out, I found it. I found it, here is the entrance. The entrance is right here. Feng Ping's countenance changed abruptly. He disregarded further conversation with Xinyan and shot towards the speaker. Xinyan's expression shifted momentarily before he too decided to follow. Initially, he had contemplated leaving directly, but after some consideration, he resolved to first examine the talismanic treasures within the secret realm. Firstly, he had made a pact with Yen Shang, necessitating his acquisition of foundation establishment pills in exchange for Bellsound grass, thus making entry into the secret realm imperative. Secondly, he held confidence in his capabilities. Although Feng Ping and Han Yin had attained completion in their cultivation, he believed that should a confrontation arise, Feng Ping would not stand a chance against him. After making his decision, Xinyan swiftly arrived at the entrance, where the previously scattered cultivators had now gathered, with Xinyan being the last to enter. The entrance was a submerged stone cave, over a meter high, concealed amidst dense foliage. Here, there were neither fluctuations of spiritual energy nor any signs of malevolence, which explained why the Eastern Sea cultivators had been unable to locate it. Upon entering the cave, Xinyan discovered that the cultivators had divided into two factions, each facing off against the other. This is the entrance discovered by fellow Daoist Feng. Surely you do not believe you can enter the secret realm without paying a price, one faction scoffed. The secret realm of the Water Moon sect does not belong solely to Feng Ping. Why should we be barred from entry? Another retorted. Who knows if you will seize the benefits before us once you enter? Indeed, your sect likely possesses records regarding the Water Moon sect. If you know the locations of certain treasures, wouldn't that leave us at a disadvantage? Listening to the cacophony of voices, Xinyan quickly comprehended the situation. The cultivators aligned with Feng Ping sought to impose fees on Han Yin's faction and the allied sect practitioners. Naturally, the latter were unwilling, leading to a heated argument between the two sides. Amidst the escalating tension, Han Yin spoke up, we are all here for the treasures within the Water Moon sect's secret realm, are we not? None of us know the extent of the treasures hidden within. If we continue squabbling here, we risk returning empty-handed once other cultivators arrive with news of the secret realm. At her words, both factions paused in realization. One cultivator from Feng Ping's side remarked, let us set aside the matter of fees for now, the secret realm has been located, let us enter first. Han Yin was correct, the majority present were scattered cultivators, many at the mid-Qi refinement stage. Most treasures within the Water Moon sect's secret realm would likely hold little relevance for them. After all, even if they uncovered some valuable items, they may not be able to keep them. Rather than waste time arguing, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity now. Let us proceed within. In an instant, most of the cultivators surged into the secret realm, leaving Xinyan as the sole remaining individual. He pondered for a moment, then turned towards the cave entrance, his tone indifferent, fellow Daoist Han, I am the last one remaining. If you wish to enter, do so, if not, it would be prudent to leave at once. With that, he stepped through the threshold of the secret realm, his figure vanishing into the cave. Once Xinyan had disappeared, a figure suddenly materialized at the previously vacant entrance. It was Han Yin. She contemplated Xinyan's words, uncertain whether he had genuinely discovered her presence or was merely testing her. Yet ultimately, the allure of the Water Moon sect's secret realm proved too tempting to resist, and with a determined resolve, she also stepped through the entrance. Upon entering the secret realm, Xinyan felt a moment of disorientation, followed by a gradual clarity as the murky scene ahead sharpened into focus. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he found himself seated on a small patch of open ground, encircled by lush greenery that obscured his view. Uncertain of his exact location within the secret realm, Xinyan recognized that remaining in plain sight was unwise. Thus, he swiftly vanished into the dense foliage. Approximately half an hour later, a flash of white light flickered near the clearing, and suddenly, over a dozen Qi refinement stage cultivators appeared within the secret realm. These cultivators radiated vibrant auras, each evidently wielding high-quality magical artifacts. Among them, the weakest possessed late Qi refinement stage cultivation, while two remarkable individuals had attained the completion of the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 65 of the Heavy Casualties of Loose Cultivators. Here lies the secret realm of the Shueiyue sect. The three elders have already given their instructions, so I shall refrain from reiterating. Let us proceed according to the plan. The elder leading the group, a serious-looking man clad in a green robe, commanded with authority. Yes, Master Zhao. Yes, head of the Zhao clan. The assembled cultivators bowed deeply, their expressions filled with utmost respect. This individual is the patriarch of a clan within the Kuei-Shui region, and Zhao Xingquan, who had previously conversed with Xinyan, is one of his descendants. After Fengping provided the location of the secret realm's entrance, Zhao Xingquan notified his family, and he himself entered the secret realm. At the patriarch's command, the disciples displayed their abilities, transforming into swirling beams of light, vanishing into the dense thicket in the blink of an eye. Fellow Su, now that we have arrived at the Shui sect's secret realm, I hope you can assist our three families in the search for the moon spirit orchid. At this juncture, his tone grew grave. Any cultivators we encounter along the way, aside from our three families, must be dealt with, none shall be spared. Isn't that excessive, Zhao Daoyu? A hesitant voice arose from Su, who had entered with the Zhao patriarch and was the other fully realized Qi refinement cultivator on this expedition. Have you forgotten the instructions from my ancestor? The Zhao patriarch's expression darkened. The moon spirit orchid is an indispensable herb for my ancestor's advancement to the late foundation establishment stage. If my ancestor fails in this endeavor, it is likely that your foundation establishment pills will also be unattainable. Upon hearing this, the worry on Su's face gradually dissipated. Indeed, for the sake of the foundation establishment pills. He steeled himself, reasoning that a man without ambition is not a true gentleman, a man without ruth is not a true hero. After all, everything was arranged by the Zhao family, he merely needed to follow their orders. Thus, he silently nodded, his form vanishing into the dense forest. Xinyan stood atop a mound of earth, confronted by the lifeless body of a recently deceased individual. He recognized the victim as one of Han Yin's admirers, who had met an untimely demise upon entering the secret realm. The cause of death was peculiar. The body was a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, particularly the lower abdomen where the dantian appeared to have been violently ruptured, and the heart was conspicuously absent. A demon beast. Xinyan remained silent for a moment, a thought flickering through his mind. Within the Shui sect's secret realm, there existed not only a malevolent aura but also demon beasts. The term demon beast refers to animals that have absorbed the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth and have assimilated innate purple energy. Once an animal transforms into a demon beast, its intelligence increases. Though it cannot match that of human cultivators, it becomes cunning enough to pose a significant threat. Furthermore, the strength of demon beasts is often far superior to that of cultivators at the same level. Without protective artifacts, even a fully realized Qi refinement cultivator could perish if confronted by one, and those in the later stages of Qi refinement might also face dire consequences. The fact that demon beasts still exist in the Shui sect's secret realm after 300 years of being sealed suggests that this realm is quite extensive. The storage pouch has been taken. Was it the work of a demon beast or passing cultivators? Xinyan pondered, then waved his right hand, enveloping himself in a protective water shield before venturing deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had breached the secret realm had already begun to clash. Scenes of East Sea cultivators engaging in fierce battles were visible throughout the realm. Xinyan, employing a wind-walking talisman, nimbly evaded these conflicts. Suddenly, he raised his brows and halted ahead. Three individuals were conversing. They were loose cultivators who had entered the secret realm alongside Fengping. Beside them lay a bloody demon beast, resembling a calf, lifeless on the ground, clearly a casualty of their training. I hadn't expected Taoist Ju's combat skills to be so formidable. Were it not for your impressive display, we might have been thoroughly routed by this drilling mountain beast, one remarked. You flatter me, my artifact merely happened to counter this beast's nature. Without your assistance, I could not have vanquished it, Zhu replied humbly. Nonsense, today we have witnessed the prowess of a Qi refinement cultivator such as yourself, the others chimed in, all basking in mutual flattery. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of spiritual light flickered, and the trio's expression shifted. Quickly, conceal the drilling mountain beast's carcass. If it is discovered by the sect's disciples, we will be in grave trouble. Acting in unison, they deftly stowed the beast's body into their storage pouches and prepared to flee. Having already expended considerable mana to defeat the beast, they knew that encountering elite disciples of the East Sea sects now would likely lead to their demise. However, before they could escape, a streak of light appeared before them, startling the trio. As they raised their hands to attack, the figure revealed itself to be none other than Fengping. Zhu, exhaling a sigh of relief, noted that their leader had arrived. The other two cultivators also relaxed upon recognizing Fengping. It seems you three have had a fruitful encounter, he remarked, eyeing the ravaged earth with a teasing smile. Ah, merely a drilling mountain beast. Hardly worthy of your attention, Daoist. The trio humbly responded, to which Fengping nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak further, his expression suddenly changed as he looked behind the three. What is it? Influenced by Fengping's demeanor, the cultivators instinctively turned to look. In the next moment, Zhu felt a chill in his throat as his head was severed from his body by a flash of crimson spiritual light. The suddenness of the event left the other two loose cultivators stunned. They could hardly fathom that Fengping would turn on his OWN. As they turned to flee, Fengping merely chuckled coldly. Without any visible movement, another red light shot forth, decapitating the two in quick succession. Xinyan, observing from the shadows, noted that the red light emanated from a thin, crimson flying dagger. To his astonishment, Fengping, alongside Zhou Qian, turned out to be a bandit as well. However, Fengping hailed from a ruthless and combative background in Luoyue City. Killing and plundering was merely part of his daily routine. Watching Fengping effortlessly commit murder and theft before nonchalantly departing, Xinyan couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It appeared that within the Shui sect's secret realm, one must not only be wary of demon beasts but also contend with ambushes and internal strife among cultivators. Thus, the dangers within this realm were far more formidable than they initially seemed. From this point forward, I must exercise even greater caution. I must not fall into the traps laid by others. As Xinyan meticulously searched for the linging grass, he observed that the carnage within the secret realm had intensified drastically. After half a month of exploration, Xinyan had uncovered much of the Shuiwa sect's secret realm, yet countless cultivators had perished within. The once numerous loose cultivators had dwindled to a mere handful, having been decimated by mutual slaughter and ambushed by the Zhao family's disciples. Chapter 66 The Onslaught of the Demonic Beasts. The cultivators of the Zhao family are also facing a dire situation. Though these rogue cultivators may not possess the same level of power as those from the Zhao family, they still have some hidden techniques up their sleeves. In their desperate attempts to retaliate, they have managed to take down several disciples of the Zhao family. This secret realm is peculiar. Those cultivators who were once relatively amicable have begun to transform. Initially, they were able to team up, but as time progressed within this enigmatic domain, their murderous instincts have intensified, seemingly influenced by an unseen malevolence. Xinyan, possessing the Heavenly Emperor seal, finds that the malevolent energy that enters his body is directly expelled by the seal, manifesting as tiny black dots the size of needles. To date, Xinyan has gathered an ample amount of this malevolent energy, enough to fill a vial, indicating that the other cultivators, overwhelmed by such a significant influx of malevolence, must be experiencing drastic shifts in their mental states. However, in these past 10 days, Xinyan has not been without peril. In addition to encountering terrifying demonic beasts, he has also dispatched several rogue cultivators and Zhao family disciples who sought to challenge him. His swift and decisive victories have drawn the attention of these rogue cultivators and Zhao family disciples. Although they are unaware of Xinyan's true identity, they recognize that his strength cannot be underestimated. Yet, the Zhao family cultivators currently lack the time to confront Xinyan, for the dwindling rogue cultivators have once again formed an alliance to collectively resist the Zhao family's onslaught. Perched upon a cliff, the united rogue cultivators, filled with righteous indignation, prepare to fight for their lives against the Zhao family, who wish to annihilate them. The remaining cultivators, battling yet retreating, gradually manage to rescue those who are grievously injured or on the brink of death. Those who can survive under the influence of such malevolence are undoubtedly the elite among the rogues. Among them are the leaders, Fengping and Han Yin. At this moment, Han Yin remains calm, exuding an aura of chilling resolve. However, the warmth she once displayed towards all has long since vanished, replaced by a fierce glint of murderous intent in her eyes. After enduring numerous brutal battles, she has slain several of the Zhao family disciples, but she herself bears considerable wounds. Were it not for the healing elixirs she has accumulated over the years and the assistance of other cultivators, she would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, she now feels utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the imminent threat of the Zhao family disciples, she would have succumbed to the urge to rest. Most cultivators present share her plight. Some excel in combat, others in formation, and a few possess a myriad of magical tools. Each survivor relies on their hidden trump cards to evade a grim fate. At this juncture, as they gather together to support one another, a semblance of solace is restored. Feng Daoyu, why do you suppose the Zhao family prioritizes hunting us down rather than searching for treasures within the secret realm? Han Yin inquired, her brows furrowed in concern as she turned to the composed Fengping beside her. How should I know? Fengping replied with a shake of his head, equally perplexed by the Zhao family's actions. Logically, resources within the secret realm are finite. The Zhao family's desire to monopolize it seems utterly delusional. They would be better off gathering the resources rather than attempting to eliminate us. As for blocking the entrance of the secret realm, that is simply impossible. After 3 centuries of neglect, it must be riddled with countless vulnerabilities. If anyone attempted to seal off the entrance, the cultivators inside would surely find a way to escape through one of those gaps. Fengping had initially thought this way, which is why he dared to enter the realm. However, now the Zhao family seems to be pursuing them with a frenzied determination, leaving Fengping constantly on the run, much to his frustration. Regardless, we must prioritize our survival to effectively counter the Zhao family, Han Yin stated, taking a deep breath before encouraging Fengping. Your words hold truth. Only by staying alive can we consider other matters, Fengping concurred. Just as they were conversing, a sudden chorus of gasps reached their ears. Han Yin and Fengping exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they feared the Zhao family cultivators had caught up with them. However, they soon heard the distant sound of beastly roars, and an ominous premonition bloomed in their hearts. The other cultivators, previously resting, stood up, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they gazed into the distance. What is happening? Demonic beasts. A massive horde of demonic beasts. Several patrolling cultivators stumbled towards them, their faces etched with terror. Fengping's expression darkened as he extended his consciousness to probe the situation. Feng Daoyu, how many demonic beasts are there? As the most powerful cultivator present, all eyes turned to him. A great multitude of demonic beasts is rushing towards us, numbering in the thousands. Upon hearing this, the faces of the cultivators turned ashen. Having already exhausted themselves evading the Zhao family's relentless pursuit, the sudden emergence of such a vast number of demonic beasts felt like a death knell. Immediately, some cultivators sought to flee, for when calamity looms, self-preservation becomes paramount. Yet, in the next moment, those who attempted to escape found themselves barely 100 feet away when they heard a series of anguished cries. Green pecking birds. Fengping spat the name through clenched teeth, causing the others to turn grave in countenance. The green pecking bird is a low-tier demonic beast, its strength equivalent to that of a cultivator in the early stages of chi refinement. Though not particularly powerful individually, they travel in swarms, and even foundational cultivators would hesitate to challenge their might. Why must we encounter them at this moment? Han Yin's complexion turned pale, a chill creeping down her spine. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The sky echoed with the piercing cries of the green pecking birds, overshadowing the rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding forest. The few remaining individuals felt a surge of dread as they realized that a multitude of vividly colored, grotesque poisonous insects had encroached upon their vicinity. Everyone, do not panic. The green pecking birds feast on poisonous insects. They are natural enemies. We can take advantage of this situation. In this critical moment, Fengping, a cultivator at the pinnacle of qi refinement, finally displayed a hint of leadership. Alas, contrary to their hopes, the green pecking birds and the poisonous insects did not engage in a battle. Instead, they clearly set their sights on the cultivators. Attack! Hanin cried, brandishing a small bell-shaped artifact that enveloped her, unleashing a barrage of fire-based spells towards the advancing threats. The other cultivators gradually regained their composure, understanding that they could not afford to lose their footing in the chaos, otherwise, their doom would be certain. Only by uniting their strengths could they hope for a slim chance of survival. In an instant, the cliffside shimmered with multicolored spiritual lights as numerous cultivators unleashed their magical tools and spells in a frenzied assault against the green pecking birds and the poisonous insects. The feathers of the green pecking birds fluttered in the air, while the poisonous insects exploded in bursts of toxic matter, yet, these demonic creatures displayed an utter disregard for death. The demise of their kin seemed to incite their ferocity, driving them to charge once more towards the cultivators. Chapter 67 The Dismal Valley. Fellow Taoist Feng, be cautious. Amidst the crowd, Han Yin's delicate face paled as she turned to Fengping, exclaiming, someone is launching a sneak attack. What? Fengping was taken aback, and a sudden alertness surged within him. In the next instant, he deftly evaded a streak of swordlight. Who is it? Fengping glanced around, astonished and enraged that someone would dare to ambush him in such a perilous situation. Excellent perception, to have detected my flying sword. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the Qingzhou bird, Beastmaster Sumo. Han Yin's beautiful eyes flashed with a glint of cold light as she recognized the identity of the person before her. Sumo, at the pinnacle of qi refinement, how could he possibly be here? I had thought of you as a paragon of loose cultivators, yet you have turned into a lapdog for the Zhao family. The others, engaged in a bloody battle, suddenly changed color upon hearing Sumo's name. Sumo was a loose cultivator in the Eastern Seas cultivation world, having reached the peak of qi refinement, and with just a foundation establishment pill, he could ascend to the ranks of foundation establishment cultivators. Not only that, but his prowess was also extraordinary. It was said that he had once defeated a foundation establishment cultivator in the early stages through his beast-taming abilities. Though he had narrowly escaped death in that battle, it solidified his reputation as the foremost qi refinement cultivator in the Eastern Sea. The appearance of such a figure to hunt them down invoked fear and loathing among them. Upon seeing Sumo materialize, Hanin retrieved a spirit talisman from her storage pouch. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and activated the talisman die. In the next moment, a terrifying azure light enveloped everyone, and then that azure light erupted violently. Is this a minor teleportation talisman? Sensing the powerful magical fluctuations emanating from the talisman, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. The loose cultivators were naturally elated, while the Zhao family cultivators wore sullen faces. Even Sumo, who was about to command the Qingzhou bird and poisonous creatures, looked astonished at Hanin. Yet, in the next instant, the azure light vanished, and the previously besieged loose cultivators also disappeared without a trace. A flicker of gloom crossed the face of a Zhao family cultivator, who angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, this vixen actually possesses a minor teleportation talisman." The minor teleportation talisman, a second-tier spirit talisman, was capable of transporting foundation establishment cultivators away, unlike the first-tier teleportation talisman, which could only move a single qi refinement cultivator. Such a talisman, when utilized on qi refinement cultivators, could transport at least 10 of them at once. This precious item naturally attracted cultivators like moths to a flame. Possessing either a teleportation talisman or a minor teleportation talisman equated to having a life saved. However, it was worth noting that not even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators possess second-tier minor teleportation talismans, let alone first-tier ones. You cannot escape. Sumo bellowed in a low voice, before swiftly darting away like a bolt of lightning into the distance. While a minor teleportation talisman could transport someone a great distance if used for a single individual, the distance would be limited when teleporting multiple people at once. With his beast-taming abilities, as long as he had not exhausted his unique secret medicines to control these demon beasts, he could command all the demon beasts within the secret realm. Thus he was not worried about allowing these individuals to flee. Meanwhile, Xinyan stood beside a black mountain within the secret realm of this black mountain. Neither gold nor iron was exceptionally hard. Even Xinyan's flowing cloud sword could not inflict a scratch upon it. This was indeed the location marked on Yan Shang's map, where the bell-sound grass grew was standing silently beside the black mountain. Xinyan pondered how he might gain entry within. Despite exhausting all his means previously, he had been unable to enter, and now, gazing at the black hill, Xinyan felt a mix of admiration and frustration that he was not a disciple of the Watermoon sect, and Yan Shang had not imparted the corresponding method of entry to him. Should he simply retreat, he was somewhat reluctant, knowing that currently, only the first batch of loose cultivators, along with a select few sect members and the Zhao family, occupied the secret realm. If he delayed any longer, it was likely that the secret realm would soon be overcrowded. However, if he did not leave now, once the Zhao family completely dealt with the loose cultivators, it would be too late for him to escape. Though he did not fear the Zhao family's cultivators, being trapped within the secret realm without finding an exit could very well lead to his demise. While the foundation establishment pill was important, it paled in comparison to his life. Resolute, Xinyan prepared to withdraw immediately, gathering escape aids such as the Xian Yuan heavy water shield, diamond talismans, and wind talismans, before cautiously retracing his steps through concealed paths. Moving slowly, Shen Yan expanded the range of his spiritual awareness to its maximum, enabling him to detect any impending danger early. A day later, Shen Yan paused beside a small river flowing with black water, where strange black mist billowed above its surface, swirling ominously. Is that the source of the sinister energy? To his surprise, just as he prepared to leave, he discovered a spiritual object imbued with innate purple energy. Observing the floating black mist above the river, Shen Yan contemplated silently. At that moment, a gentle chime resonated from the Heaven Emperor seal on his chest, reminiscent of the first time he encountered spiritual herbs beneath the sea. After a moment's reflection, Shen Yan chose not to cross the river, instead opting to follow the stream upstream. Above the river, several Qingzhou birds soared through the sky, only to crash into the black mist moments later. Immediately, a chorus of mournful cries reached his ears, and within moments, all the Qingzhou birds were utterly eroded. The sinister energy has infiltrated their bodies. An insight from the technique he had acquired from Zhou Qian flashed in Shen Yan's mind. He retrieved the soul summoning banner, channeling his magical energy within, and then gently waved the banner. In an instant, the banner surged with malevolent energy, the wails of spirits echoed incessantly, and a similar black mist began to spread. Enveloped in the black fog, Shen Yan advanced toward a valley after an hour. The entrance to the valley was marked by a massive black rock, its surface riddled with cracks, from which sinister energy continuously emanated. Observing the surroundings of the black boulder, Shen Yan's expression darkened. Scattered around the boulder lay numerous eerie white bones, some appearing to be decayed beyond recognition, while others still bore remnants of flesh. These were cultivators who had sought to harvest spiritual herbs within the valley, only to succumb to the corruption of sinister energy that tainted their minds, leading to their demise here. A bittersweet lament flickered at the corners of Shen Yan's mouth as he utilized the Heaven Emperor seal to extract the sinister energy from his body while also activating the soul summoning banner to venture deeper into the valley. With every few steps, a look of vigilance crossed Shen Yan's face. Within the valley ahead, monstrous beasts were recklessly absorbing the sinister energy. A shiver ran down his spine as he was about to conceal himself, when suddenly, a fierce wind surged through the valley, and the lingering souls of the fallen cultivators merged with the spirits of the beasts, transforming into a colossal monstrosity. Chapter 68. The Foundation Building. Demon Beast. In his hands, Shen Yan held a talisman in each grip, cautiously observing the monstrous creature before him. Although there were numerous demon beasts guarding the spiritual herbs, the majority of them possessed rather mediocre magical abilities. Under the relentless bombardment of Shen Yan's myriad treasures, these demon beasts were forced to retreat in disarray. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yan felt a surge of elation. Just as he was poised to deliver the final blow to these creatures, an unexpected change occurred ahead. A chilling wind swept through the area, causing the demon beasts to undergo a startling transformation. They suddenly coalesced into a colossal monster, its eyes resembling brass bells and its head as large as a basin. This gigantic demon beast was enveloped in a layer of crimson malevolent aura. Observing the significant shift in the beast's demeanor, Shen Yan furrowed his brow. Although they had yet to engage in combat, he understood that their current defense was formidable. To prevent any further complications, he promptly drew the Qingling Sword. The Qingling Sword, a low-grade spiritual artifact, required a substantial consumption of innate purple energy with each use, yet its power far surpassed that of the Luoyun Sword. Faced with demon beasts whose powers were not inferior to the late-stage Qi refinement, he was more than willing to expend his innate purple energy. Concurrently, he raised his right hand, where 9 ice needles lay poised and ready to strike. Go! The ice needles shot forth with an unstoppable momentum, eliciting furious roars from the demon beasts. The malevolent aura surrounding their bodies surged violently, eventually solidifying into a blood-red shield, effectively blocking the ice needles from penetrating. Intriguing, Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, and with a swift motion, the Qingling Sword emitted a beam of sword-light directed at the shield. The power of a low-grade spiritual artifact was indeed formidable, and Shen Yan was confident in his ability to shatter the shield. The demon beasts clearly did not believe they could easily withstand this onslaught. The beast, fully aware of the Qingling Sword's threat, opened its massive jaws, from which a pitch-black, harpoon-like artifact erupted forth. Could it be a ghost cultivator's weapon? A shadow of gloom crossed Shen Yan's face. He had not anticipated that this enormous demon beast not only possessed immense strength but could also refine such a terrifying artifact. Ghost cultivators, much like regular cultivators, existed in the realm of immortality seeking enlightenment and longevity. However, unlike their magical or spiritual counterparts, ghost cultivators could not perish. They relied on spiritual entities or corpses to continue their path in cultivation. The materials needed for ghost cultivation differ from those of magical and spiritual practitioners, as they primarily absorb profound Yin energy. Their artifacts, known as ghost weapons, are predominantly Yin in nature and are activated by profound Yin energy. Confronted by the trident expelled from the demon beast's mouth, Shen Yan engaged in battle with the Qingling Sword. The two forces exchanged blows, soaring and tumbling in a dazzling display of spiritual and profound light, neither side gaining the upper hand. Seeing that its most powerful artifact was unable to subdue the cultivator before it, the demon beast did not wait for Shen Yan to make his next move. It unleashed another spell. With a resounding roar, the beast opened its jaws and savagely bit down on one of its own arms. Shen Yan, controlling the Qingling Sword, was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Such an act of self-mutilation could only signal a forthcoming powerful attack. After all, both the demonic and ghostly paths possessed methods of self-harm to enhance combat prowess. Even the celestial path had its own techniques, though they were seldom employed unless absolutely necessary. How could this demon beast, which had appeared to be an equal match, suddenly resort to such drastic measures? Regardless, Shen Yan would not assume the beast would foolishly harm itself, thus he heightened his vigilance. Just as he suspected, after the beast bit off its arm, it chewed it before opening its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of blood mist towards the trident and Shen Yan's Qingling Sword. Attempting to taint my flying sword, a chill ran down Xinyan's spine as he maneuvered the Qingling sword to evade the blood mist, simultaneously aiming the ice needles at the demon beast's head, preparing for a surprise strike. However, in the next moment, Xinyan's movements came to an abrupt halt. The blood mist enveloped the trident and shockingly began to dissolve it. This trident was not a ghost weapon. It was actually condensed from profounding energy. A sense of dread washed over Xinyan, making him regard the demon beast with even greater wariness. A beast capable of condensing profounding energy possessed power that could rival that of a perfected chi refinement practitioner. It is important to note that ghost cultivators require profounding energy to be swallowed and absorbed in order to reach perfection in their chi refinement. This demon beast had not only condensed profounding energy but could also transform it into an artifact, its strength surpassing that of a perfected chi refinement practitioner. However, Xinyan was perplexed as to why this demon beast would choose to dissolve its own weapon. The next moment, the beast's actions provided him with an answer. The melted trident gradually fused into the blood mist, causing it to thicken exponentially. Subsequently, the mist dispersed, compelling Xinyan to retreat, yet to his astonishment, the blood mist did not pursue him. Instead, it slowly engulfed the remnants of the smaller demon beasts he had previously slain. In the blink of an eye, these devoured corpses began to absorb the blood mist, and as the mist gradually dissipated, the once deceased demon beasts astonishingly rose once more. However, although they stood up again, the surface of their bodies bore no trace of malevolent aura. Instead, they were cloaked in clusters of hard, black-green fur, resembling ghastly apparitions, the art of corpse refinement from the ghost path. Xinyan's heart sank. The beast's capabilities were far beyond his expectations. Not only did it possess strength comparable to that of a foundation-building practitioner, but it also wielded the terrifying technique of corpse refinement. Scanning the zombie-like creatures covered in coarse black-green fur, Xinyan noted that each possessed strength at the late-stage chi refinement level, with some even reaching perfection. By converting their own flesh into malevolent aura and infusing it into the corpses, the greater the magical power of the zombies in life, the more formidable they became in death. A demon beast of foundation-building caliber could create zombies, and these zombies were not inferior to perfected chi refinement practitioners. It was utterly absurd. Xinyan found himself at a loss for how to proceed. It is well known in the cultivation world that zombies are as tough as iron and possess immense strength. An ordinary cultivator, lacking a suitable artifact, might find themselves outmatched even against a zombie of equal cultivation level. Moreover, he could see that there were at least 4 or 5 such zombies around him. Coupled with the foundation-building demon beast, it was clear that even a foundation-building practitioner would struggle to escape unscathed, let alone Xinyan, who was merely at the perfected chi refinement stage. Perhaps I should test the waters. However, endowed with the imperial seal, Xinyan was unwilling to retreat in the face of a few monsters. With that thought, he retrieved a talisman from his robe, channeling his magical energy into it until it ignited into flames, transforming into a soaring celestial crane. The celestial water crane talisman, capture the leader before subduing the rest. As soon as the celestial water crane appeared, under Xinyan's command, it swiftly surged forward, radiating with spiritual light towards the demon beast across from him. Chapter 69 is slaying the beast. Crack. Yet in the next moment, the beast made no move. Instead, a nearby zombie raised its obsidian black palm, its sharp claws gripping fiercely. In a flash of ghastly green ethereal energy, it forcefully repelled the heavenly water crane conjured by Xinyan, scattering it into a myriad of sparks. Witnessing this scene, Xinyan remained unperturbed, urging the heavenly water crane talisman to autonomously attack the zombie while he once again brandished the soul summoning banner. Although Xinyan had seldom employed this soul summoning banner, he understood that such a magical artifact, crafted by practitioners of the ghostly arts, must possess the ability to subdue these zombies. With a surge of internal energy, he infused the soul-summoning banner, and in an instant, a billowing cloud of black mist erupted from it. Within this dark fog, a series of anguished wails echoed. These were the souls of those who had been forcibly bound to the banner in their previous lives. Concentrate, Xinyan chanted incantations, and in the next moment, the wailing souls coalesced, transforming into a pitch-black skull that stared ominously at Xinyan. Go. Xinyan waved the soul-summoning banner and pointed forward. Instantly, the skull quivered slightly before hurtling forward like a streak of lightning toward the nearest zombie. The souls within the banner were all malevolent beings in life, imbued with a fierce aura, and after being refined by ghostly techniques, they became even more horrifying. Before falling into Xinyan's hands, the souls had already turned upon one another in a savage frenzy, leaving only a scarce few behind. However, this did not imply a reduction in the banner's power. Quite the opposite, the surviving souls were each extraordinarily vicious. Now, these famished souls emerged, immediately lunging at the zombie before them, intent on tearing it apart. Faced with the onslaught of the skull, which sought to devour it, and the heavenly water crane lurking nearby, the zombie naturally would not remain idle. It opened its mouth in a silent scream, extending its sharp claws toward the skull. In the next moment, the black mist churned, and the energies of the ghastly and the sinister intertwined, as the two undead entities clashed in a deadly entanglement. Having temporarily restrained 5 zombies, Xinyan turned his gaze towards the self-harming beast. After a moment of contemplation, he once again shook the soul-summoning banner, directing it towards the beast, which was exhaling black smoke. Summon, infusing his magical energy into the soul-summoning banner, the primary function of this top-tier ghostly artifact was finally revealed. On the banner's surface, a translucent figure emerged, disheveled, and with fingers like hooks, resembling a vengeful spirit. The ghostly figure opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp, interlocking teeth that appeared quite unsettling. As soon as this specter manifested, it locked onto the beast before it. Without any discernible movement, the specter flashed and pounced upon the beast, its jagged teeth sinking into its flesh. Roar, taken by surprise at the sudden proximity, a flicker of anger and panic flashed in the beast's eyes. It opened its mouth to emit a furious roar, then unleashed a stream of bloodlight that shattered the ghostly figure clinging to it. Yet, in the next instant, the dispersed figure reappeared upon the banner, lunging at the beast once more. Thus, the cycle continued. The beast would crush the ghostly figure, which would return to the banner and reattack, and before long, several faint cracks had appeared on the surface of the soul-summoning banner in Xinyan's grasp. Meanwhile, the beast was not unscathed. The sinister energy surrounding its body had thinned considerably, and its overall aura began to wane. Xinyan took a deep breath, surveying the skull engaged in a fierce struggle with the 5 zombies and the heavenly water crane. He reached into his storage pouch and produced a glimmering silver thread, the mid-tier demon binding lock. This was a trophy Xinyan had obtained from Ma Kang's storage pouch. He had refrained from using it earlier, as it had not been necessary. Moreover, the demon binding lock had been blood refined by Ma Kang. It is known that artifacts that have undergone blood refinement can still be wielded by other cultivators, but they cannot be controlled as adeptly. Additionally, the power of a blood-refined artifact cannot be fully unleashed by anyone other than its original owner. Thus, Xinyan typically avoided employing the demon binding lock. However, circumstances had changed. Now, lacking a suitable artifact to contain the beast, he ultimately chose the demon binding lock, the Xian Yuan heavy water shield. At this moment, Xinyan resolved to go all out. To ensure his safety, he not only summoned the Xian Yuan heavy water shield but also affixed 2 first-tier superior diamond spirit talismans to its exterior. In doing so, he ensured that he would be prepared for any eventuality. Even if the skull were to falter against the zombies or if unforeseen adversaries were to intrude, he would be ready to confront them calmly. Upon witnessing Xinyan's actions, the beast, entangled with the specters, immediately realized that Xinyan was about to unleash a devastating technique against it. Although formed from a collection of beasts, this massive creature possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human. In that instant, it roared furiously, shattering the specters before charging toward Xinyan. However, as soon as it took a step forward, the specters lunged at it once more, rendering it immobile. Roar, roar. This time, the beast did not opt to unleash a blood mist to dispel the specters. Instead, it spread the blood mist, forming a dark red net that enveloped the specters completely. Xinyan frowned. This tactic from the beast had genuinely taken him by surprise. The specters had indeed been ensnared by the beast's blood-red net, unable to return to the soul-summoning banner. However, Xinyan noted that the beast's form had diminished significantly, clearly indicating that this maneuver had exacted a considerable toll on it. Bind. The demon binding lock shot forth toward the now smaller beast, wrapping around it in a tight embrace. Roar. Yet the beast roared in defiance once more, its body suddenly splitting into 2 segments, one large and one small. The larger portion was ensnared by the demon binding lock, while the smaller one surged toward Xinyan, seemingly intent on finishing him off once and for all. Come forth, Xinyan smirked, unfazed by the wrath of the beast with its eyes wide as saucers. Azure Spirit Sword. The Azure Spirit Sword hovered in midair as Xinyan directly expended a trace of innate purple energy, bringing the sword down upon the smaller segment of the beast. With a swift slice, the smaller segment of the beast was cleaved in 2, struggling in futility against the overwhelming power of the Azure Spirit Sword to summon. This time, as Xinyan activated the soul-summoning banner, the specter ensnared in the blood-red net writhed in desperation. Although it could not break free from the net, it emitted an alluring aura, drawing the smaller beast toward it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As it drew closer to the soul-summoning banner, the sinister energy enveloping the smaller beast was gradually absorbed, until ultimately, the entire essence of the diminutive beast was transformed into ghastly energy and consumed by the soul-summoning banner. Chapter 70. A reunion with Han Yin. At this moment, the previously shattered marks on the soul-summoning banner had been mended and vanished without a trace. It seemed as if the banner had undergone a significant enhancement, shimmering with a ghostly light, invigorating both the skull and the specter. The skull, which had been at a disadvantage under the assault of 5 zombies, suddenly gained the upper hand, forcing the 5 zombies to retreat repeatedly. The specter was no less formidable. It sank its pressure-reducing fangs into the blood-red net with great force, tearing it apart and advancing towards the demon beast. The soul-summoning banner, indeed an exquisite magical artifact, not only summoned 2 expendable allies but also exerted a restraining influence on the ghostly arts. It would certainly require diligent ritualistic refinement in the future. Xinyan felt a surge of delight within. He had initially thought the soul-summoning banner ill-suited to his temperament, yet it had proven to be remarkably effective. After absorbing these souls, the banner transformed once more into a bone staff of arm's length, landing in Xinyan's hand. Unlike before, after absorbing the souls of these cultivators, the banner now gleamed with a deep, lustrous black, and the once rough bone staff had become smooth to the touch. The banner's end, enveloped in radiant light, evidently indicated an increase in power. A flicker of joy passed through Xinyan's eyes. The current might of the soul-summoning banner was nearly comparable to that of a top-tier magical artifact. However, to elevate it to the status of a true top-tier artifact, it would require the absorption of even more souls. Yet, Xinyan was not one to exhibit undue kindness, nor could he bring himself to commit atrocities by indiscriminately slaughtering innocents to extract their souls for the sake of crafting treasures. Thus, he resolved to let things unfold naturally, vowing not to miss future opportunities to absorb souls, but he scoffed at the idea of killing for that purpose. Although this battle had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. Indeed, one cannot attain wealth without encountering risk, just as a horse cannot thrive without nighttime fodder. His gaze swept over the skull, which was relentlessly tearing at the 5 zombies, and Xinyan gently shook the soul-summoning banner. The skull, as if having ingested a potent tonic, instantly became even more valiant. The zombies, formed from the remains of demon beasts, were already on shaky ground against the skull, and now, with its newfound strength, the skull swiftly devoured all 5 zombies. As he retrieved the Tianshui crane talisman, Xinyan noted its surface was dim, causing him a pang of regret. However, without the assistance of the Tianshui crane, the skull, despite its advantage over the zombies, would not have been able to contend against overwhelming numbers. Satisfied, he nodded and waved the soul-summoning banner, beckoning the still-hungry skull to return. Yet, the skull abruptly turned its head, fixing Xinyan with a gaze that radiated chilling intent. Xinyan's expression hardened, and he channeled his mana into the soul-summoning banner. In an instant, the skull, which had just exhibited ferocity, gaped its mouth wide and silently howled in anguish. Although the skull's face had previously shown no expression, it was now unmistakably evident that it was in torment. Releasing his punitive hold on the skull, it immediately ceased any further defiance, obediently dispersing into a collection of souls, returning to the soul-summoning banner. A self-inflicted hardship, Xinyan scoffed, stowing the soul-summoning banner into his storage pouch, and began to survey the battlefield for spoils. What caught his eye were 5 black orbs, each roughly the size of a fingertip. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a jade vial and carefully placed the 5 black orbs inside. First-tier corpse chi pills, which could fetch at least 100 spirit stones each when sold to cultivators of the corpse arts. Much like the demon cores of demon beasts, zombies also contained corpse chi pills formed from their own essence. These zombies were crafted from the limbs of foundational stage demon beasts, and thus the rich corpse chi within them naturally resulted in the formation of these pills. He then inspected the remaining storage bags left behind in the area, only to find with disappointment that they had long been corroded by malevolent energies, rendering them severely damaged. The spirit stones, magical artifacts, pills, and talismans contained within had lost their vitality, becoming little more than refuse. However, the most crucial item, the bell-sound herb, had indeed been acquired, along with a moon spirit orchid, making the venture worthwhile. Carefully placing the 2 spiritual herbs into a jade box, Xinyan activated his earth escape technique and swiftly departed. He had a certain understanding of the moon spirit herb's properties. It was said to play a pivotal role in the advancement of foundational stage cultivators. Furthermore, the moon spirit pill crafted from it could purify the earth's malevolent energy, expelling all impurities within, allowing cultivators to refine their mana to its utmost purity during the condensation of malevolent energy. As for the bell-sound orchid, Yan Sheng had mentioned it could suppress the bloodline of his family, but Xinyan was uncertain if it possessed any other effects. After Xinyan left the dim valley, on the cliff above the secret realm, streams of spiritual light flickered across the precipice. Not only that, as the spiritual light pulsed, the spiritual energy emanating from the cliff began to spread in all directions. A group of cultivators clad in Zhao family garb anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Elder, how long must the family head remain absent? Could it be that he has encountered danger? I am unsure, but the safety of the family head is not your concern. Yet, we have yet to locate the bell-sound orchid, and here we are with the watermoon sect's leading cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, he added, let us heed the family head's arrangements. We shall first set up formations to conceal ourselves and await his orders. Understood. As the command was given, the Zhao family cultivators transformed into streaks of escaping light. The remaining Qi refinement stage cultivators exchanged glances and each set off on their own tasks. Meanwhile, as Xinyan emerged from the secret realm, a flash of spiritual light appeared before him, and without hesitation, he unleashed a sword light to strike. Bang! Upon encountering the light, Xinyan was taken aback to find the figure before him was a familiar face. With a moment of concentration, he recognized the identity of the individual. It was Han Yin. She had entered the valley at the same time as him. How could she possibly be here? What troubled Xinyan further was that Han Yin appeared to be in a state of utter disarray. It was evident that she had encountered a terrifying danger, and Xinyan feared that he might be caught in the crossfire. While other men might entertain notions of protecting a damsel in distress, Xinyan harbored no such intentions. One should not engage in endeavors beyond their capabilities. There is nothing wrong with protecting a lady, but if it leads to one's demise, it is hardly worthwhile. Though he held confidence in his own abilities, he was acutely aware that Han Yin was no gentle soul, and he had no desire to become entangled with her. Conversely, Han Yin, facing Xinyan, was equally vexed. After finally obtaining some fortuitous opportunities, she found herself entangled with a fully realized Qi refinement cultivator from the Zhao family. Although she too was at the late stage of Qi refinement, facing an opponent at full capacity was a daunting challenge. Their previous encounter had lasted but a single exchange before Han Yin was utterly overwhelmed. Had it not been for her life-protecting artifact, she would have perished at the hands of her adversary. Even though she had narrowly escaped disaster, she was still unable to shake off her pursuer. The prior ambush by the Zhao family cultivators had already drained her energy significantly, and now she faced a formidable foe that even in her prime she could not contend with. To have survived was already an unexpected stroke of fortune. Chapter 71. The patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Wenxian, had it not been for the adversary's intent to capture her alive, she would have long since perished. Thus, after being repelled, Han Yin decisively unleashed all her talismans, barely managing to escape a dire fate. Just as she was about to flee, she unexpectedly encountered Xinyan along the way, nearly meeting her end at the edge of his sword. Zhou Shundao? Han Yin gazed in astonishment at the unexpectedly appearing Xinyan, her expression one of disbelief. Apart from Xinyan's vague warning at the entrance of the secret realm, she had not laid eyes on him since entering. With the Zhao family's relentless slaughter of loose cultivators, Xinyan's figure had been conspicuously absent among the few remaining practitioners within the secret realm. Hence, both Feng Ping and Han Yin had presumed that Xinyan, who had shown his prowess on Shuangyue Island, had perished within the confines of the secret realm. Little did she expect to meet him in such a desperate situation, and judging by his demeanor, he appeared utterly unscathed. Ah, it is you, Daoist Han Yin. Xinyan greeted her with a smile that belied his intentions, contemplating whether to eliminate her. At that moment, Han Yin took a cautious step back, regarding Xinyan with trepidation. What do you intend? Xinyan furrowed his brow, pondering if this woman possessed exceptional talent or a treasure akin to the Emperor's seal, enabling her to sense his murderous intent. Otherwise, how could she suddenly become so wary? Taoist Zhou, I am unaware of any misunderstandings between us, but please believe me, I am being pursued by formidable foes. If we do not leave at once, it will be too late, Han Yin implored, her visage filled with urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan scrutinized Han Yin before asking in a deep voice, formidable foes, how strong? As he spoke, a hint of disdain flickered across Shen Yan's lips. Within the secret realm of the Shueiyue sect, the highest permitted cultivation level was the peak of qi refinement. Yet, he not only reached that peak but wielded a low-grade spiritual weapon, his divine sense comparable to early Foundation establishment cultivators, his magical power far exceeding that of his peers, and with the soul summoning banner and the Tianshui crane talisman at his disposal, he had previously confronted and defeated a terrifying Foundation establishment beast. Who, then, could pose a true threat to him within the Shueiyue sect's secret realm, just a mere peak qi refinement practitioner? Before he could finish his thoughts, a yellow figure abruptly emerged from their left, radiating with an array of spiritual light, clearly adorned with numerous magical artifacts. Sensing the approaching presence brimming with magical power, Shen Yan scoffed coldly, just a mere peak qi refinement practitioner. With those words, the Lu Yun sword materialized in his grasp. Such a trivial peak qi refinement opponent was not worthy of him employing the qi. As for the soul summoning banner and the Tianshui crane talisman, he had no intention of using them either. As soon, Shen Yan discerned the appearance of the newcomer, a man with 3 wisps of long beard, exuding an air of ethereal grace, seemingly in his 40s, and bearing the weight of considerable authority. Yet, upon recognizing the individual before him, Shen Yan's expression turned indifferent as he inquired, "Are you the one pursuing Han Yin?" The newcomer was none other than Zhao Wenxian, the patriarch of the Zhao family, a peak qi refinement cultivator. Observing the scene before him, where Han Yin was being pursued, his brow furrowed slightly. Known for his meticulous planning, he preferred to act only after thorough consideration. If he aimed to encircle and eliminate these qi refinement practitioners within the secret realm while seizing spiritual herbs, he naturally needed to be well acquainted with the nearby cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wenxian suddenly realized, so it is you, Zhou Shan of the Yuxian sect. Zhao Wenxian had some knowledge of Zhou Shan, an inner disciple from the Quiet Cloud Island branch of the Yuxian sect, whose cultivation was at the late stage of qi refinement. Furthermore, it seemed that he had some connection with the true heir, Yang Yun, from Quiet Cloud Island, though to Zhao Wenxian, it mattered little. Let it be Zhou Shan, even if Yang Yun were present, she would still meet her demise within the secret realm. With thoughts racing through his mind, Zhao Wenxian cast aside his caution. A mere late-stage qi refinement practitioner could be so audacious. With his divine sense locked onto Shen Yan, he stroked his beard and chuckled, I never expected to find a pair of desperate lovers. How fortuitous it is to send you on your way together. As his words fell, he raised his hand, unleashing a fiery tongue technique aimed at Shen Yan. Faced with Zhao Wenxian's assault, Shen Yan's expression darkened. He lightly lifted the Lu Yun sword, directing a beam of sword light towards the fiery attack. Before confronting the beast, he could have easily overwhelmed Zhao Wenxian in a single strike. However, although his magical power had mostly recovered, his innate purple energy had diminished significantly. To conserve his innate energy since emerging from the Enmo Valley, he had been exceedingly cautious, refraining from using his innate energy unless absolutely necessary. If Zhao Wenxian did not trouble him, he had no reason to engage, especially since Zhao Wenxian was pursuing Han Yin, and he merely found himself caught in the crossfire. Yet, since Zhao Wenxian was intent on eliminating both of them, Shen Yan had no intention of extending him any courtesy. As Shen Yan drew his sword, both Han Yin and Zhao Wenxian involuntarily turned their gazes towards him. Han Yin expressed surprise, not expecting Shen Yan to take action against a peak qi refinement practitioner. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenxian was taken aback that a mere late-stage qi refinement cultivator dared to strike at him. Seeking your own demise. Zhao Wenxian scoffed, as the fiery tongue of flame surged toward Shen Yan, seemingly poised to engulf him entirely. However, just as Zhao Wenxian's words fell, the sword light from the Lu Yun sword effortlessly shattered the fiery tongue technique he had cast. Not only that, concealed within the light were 9 ice needles, aimed at the vital points surrounding Zhao Wenxian. As Shen Yan launched his attack, he did not forget to defend himself. After all, his opponent was a practitioner. One could never be too cautious about what treasures, akin to the soul summoning banner, might be in their possession. He promptly enveloped himself in the Xian Yuan heavy water shield, layering a set of first-tier upper-grade diamond spirit talismans atop it. Clang, 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 a series of crisp sounds echoed as the ice needles struck Zhao Wenxian, only to explode upon impact. The defensive robe and magical shield held firm. Shen Yan squinted, astonished. Indeed, as a peak qi refinement practitioner, Zhao Wenxian's magical power was formidable. Typically, late-stage qi refinement cultivators lack such capabilities. Exhausting all their magical power merely to cast a single shield would leave them drained. Likewise, Zhao Wenxian was equally astounded. A mere late-stage qi refinement cultivator possessed such a wealth of first-tier upper-grade diamond spirit talismans and disposable magical artifacts? Even he, a peak qi refinement practitioner, could not afford such extravagance. Inwardly, Zhao Wenxian mused, who exactly is this young man? How can a late-stage qi refinement cultivator possess such vast resources? Among the practitioners near the Kuei-Shui Sea region, there seems to be no one with such wealth. Chapter 72. The ice needles vanquished the enemy. As Zhao Wenxian mumbled to himself, in the blink of an eye, Shen Yan's flowing cloud sword had already arrived before him. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenxian continued his murmuring, sweeping his sleeve, and 2 azure beams of light shot forth, entangling with the flying sword. Almost immediately upon engagement, Shen Yan felt a surge of blood energy rising from his chest. Frowning, he realized that Zhao Wenxian's magical prowess was indeed superior to his own. Although the opponent's power lacked the purity of his own, it was far more substantial. It seemed that Zhao Wenxian had at least broken through 3 meridians, for such a profound energy could not be achieved otherwise. Xingyan was slightly taken aback but paid it no mind. With a gentle flick of his finger, he aimed the flowing cloud sword at Zhao Wenxian once more. At that moment, a flash of spiritual light darted past Xingyan. Han Yin had come to his aid. Xingyan cast a surprised glance at Han Yin, not expecting her to abandon the thought of fleeing and instead assist him. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Wenxian across from him furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and expelled a spherical magical artifact from his mouth. The artifact was a vibrant crimson, resembling a searing fireball. A top-tier magical artifact. Xingyan's expression shifted. Indeed, cultivators were unlike demonic beasts. One could never anticipate the trump cards their adversaries might possess. Contemplating briefly, Xingyan sighed and produced the soul-summoning banner. A demonic artifact. Zhao Wenxian's countenance changed, instantly recognizing the origin of the soul-summoning banner. A chill ran through him. Could it be that this young man had also dabbled in demonic arts? Zhao Wenxian had initially believed that with his perfected Qi refinement stage cultivation, he could easily overwhelm the two Qi refinement late-stage cultivators before him, even without relying on magical artifacts. However, upon witnessing Xingyan produce the ghostly artifact, he felt a sense of gravity in his expression. Southern Ming's leaving fire. Zhao Wenxian bellowed, and at once, the crimson artifact before his chest erupted, transforming into a terrifying firebird that roared towards Xingyan and Han Yin. Southern Ming's leaving fire. Xingyan's face darkened. He had not anticipated that this cultivator would possess such a hidden ace. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, taking a deep breath before unleashing 10 drops of Xian Yuan heavy water, which instantly formed layers of water shields, protecting both himself and Han Yin. Crack! The fearsome firebird struck the Xian Yuan heavy water shield, first shattering the outer layer of the diamond talisman, then rapidly dissolving the water shield itself. Truly, one of the main families in the market, such a method could pose a threat even to foundation establishment stage cultivators. Xingyan was inwardly astonished, applying another superior-grade diamond spirit talisman onto the Xian Yuan heavy water shield. Han Yin, who had been somewhat at a loss against Zhao Wenxian, now observed Xingyan's Xian Yuan heavy water shield and superior-grade diamond talismans, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. Nonetheless, she continued to form sword seals, directing her attack towards the Zhao family head, hoping to alleviate some pressure from Xingyan. Zhao Wenxian's expression grew more solemn. Although he faced two opponents without losing ground, the previous ease had vanished. This person must not be spared, he silently resolved, channeling his magical energy with even greater speed, striving to eliminate Xingyan and Han Yin in an instant. Meanwhile, Xingyan began to draw upon the innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor seal, continuously infusing it into the soul-summoning banner. Initially, he had wished to refrain from using the innate purple energy, but Zhao Wenxian was the strongest opponent he had encountered. Aside from foundation establishment stage demonic beasts, without employing the innate purple energy, he feared it would be difficult to subdue this man in a short time. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the area, and hundreds of specters drifted forth. Ultimately, these phantoms coalesced into a blood-red skull, howling as it charged towards Zhao Wenxian. After absorbing a multitude of souls, the power of the soul-summoning banner was no longer trivial. The electric flashes within the dark clouds crackled more violently. Swift! Zhao Wenxian uttered a true incantation, and countless small fiery whirlwinds erupted from the firebird, gradually converging to form a blazing fireball that hurtled towards Xingyan. You dare to contend with me in magical prowess? Xingyan inhaled deeply, his magical energy surging forth like a river bursting its banks, flooding into the Xian Yuan heavy water shield. Zzz. The Southern Ming's leaving fire collided with the Xian Yuan heavy water, producing a piercingly loud noise that made Xingyan furrow his brow. Meanwhile, Han Yin beside him had already become unsteady, clearly affected by the magical energies of the two adversaries, struggling to maintain her composure. The water screen formed by the Xian Yuan heavy water shield only held against the transformed firebird for a few seconds before it was utterly shattered as several layers of diamond talismans were pierced through, seemingly on the verge of depleting the Xian Yuan heavy water shield entirely, ready to strike down both of them. Yet a smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Xingyan's mouth. Perfected Qi refinement was ultimately still merely Qi refinement. How could one hope to obliterate his defenses with such limitations? With another vigorous wave of his hand, the Xian Yuan heavy water shield restored itself to its former state, and he affixed another superior-grade diamond spirit talisman. Zhao Wenxian's face flashed with disbelief. How could a mere late-stage Qi refinement cultivator possess such wealth? Contemplating this, he hesitated, having expended considerable magical energy in defeating other cultivators previously. If he recklessly employed spells now. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to try once more. If he could not prevail this time, drawing a deep breath, Zhao Wenxian was just about to launch another attack when he suddenly realized that his defenses were crumbling one after another. Han Yin's flying sword had already breached his front. Xingyan's face bore a hint of mockery as he waved the soul-summoning banner. In the next instant, ghostly mist surged forth, merging with the skull as it charged once more towards Zhao Wenxian. Had he underestimated them? A flicker of regret crossed Zhao Wenxian's mind. Xingyan proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated, while Han Yin, despite her weak defenses, possessed a sharp offensive. He found himself somewhat hindered. After a moment's thought, Zhao Wenxian gritted his teeth, about to turn and flee, yet the next moment, an overwhelming sense of threat surged into his heart, and he was seized by a moment of panic. What was happening? How could a mere late-stage Qi refinement cultivator pose a threat to me? As the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed 9 translucent silver needles appearing out of nowhere. Had it not been for his vast spiritual awareness, he would have been unable to detect these needles at all. A one-time use top-tier magical artifact. Zhao Wenxian gasped in shock, unwilling to face it head-on, and his body instinctively recoiled. In that moment, he appeared extremely flustered, yet no matter how he retreated, the 9 ice needles clung to him like a relentless shadow, refusing to let go. No! Zhao Wenxian screamed in despair, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that engulfed him in a blazing inferno, propelling him away. His clothing, accessories, storage bags, and spirit beast bags all fell to the ground. These 9 ice needles were not mere expendable artifacts, they were crafted by weaving the Xian Yuan heavy water into threads and condensing them using innate purple energy. If you were to perish beneath these artifacts, it would be no small loss. Chapter 73 The Mysterious Treasure. Returning to Silent Cloud Island, after vanquishing Zhao Wenxian, Shen Yan deftly maneuvered the flowing cloud sword to lift the items left behind by Zhao. He had no intention of sharing them with Han Yin, swiftly stowing them away in his robe before casting his gaze upon her. This woman had glimpsed his trump card, and the most effective means to conceal such secrets would be to eliminate any witnesses. In an instant, Shen Yan's expression grew increasingly frigid. Han Yin, sensing the imminent danger, trembled once more. After a brief silence, she raised her head to speak, but suddenly, a cataclysmic tremor interrupted their confrontation. Shen Yan looked up to see a dazzling black light erupting from a nearby cliff, soaring skyward and piercing into the depths of the secret realm. He exchanged a glance with Han Yin, and both harbored intentions of retreat. Shen Yan exhaled a breath of frustration, momentarily dispelling his murderous thoughts. Escaping was paramount. With a surge of magical energy, he took flight. Han Yin sighed as she gazed at the spot where Shen Yan had vanished, and reluctantly followed suit. It was not that she wished to accompany Shen Yan, she certainly did not want to place her life in his hands. However, no one in the Loose Cultivator Alliance had yet discovered other exits from the secret realm, leaving her no choice but to exit through the entrance. After 2 days of swift travel, Shen Yan finally reached the exit of the secret realm. However, he found it teeming with cultivators, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Should he be trapped here, even he, an unparalleled practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, would likely perish. To his astonishment, the cultivators at the entrance of the Shui Wesek's secret realm completely ignored both him and Han Yin. Although he was puzzled by this phenomenon, it was fortuitous for Shen Yan, and he quickly vanished from sight. As he moved further away, Shen Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that Han Yin was tailing him. He turned to regard her, a shadow of contemplation crossing his face as he remained silent. Was she contemplating silence? Zhou, my friend, do you wish to kill me? While Shen Yan pondered this, Han Yin spoke up. Her voice was melodious, yet the content of her words compelled Shen Yan to lift his gaze. Indeed, he replied without hesitation. Fear not, fellow cultivator. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I am not one to gossip. Oh? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow and stated, I certainly wish to trust you, but I hope those secrets remain in the hands of others. Han Yin frowned, concern etched on her face as she regarded Shen Yan, wary of his potential for violence. I swear before the heavens that I shall never divulge your matters to anyone else, or may my soul be extinguished. Han Yin hastily pledged. After a prolonged silence, Shen Yan suddenly shifted the topic. If memory serves, there is a particular treasure at the entrance of the secret realm in your possession, is that not so? Han Yin's expression changed dramatically as she regarded Shen Yan with disbelief. Do not presume that all the world's inhabitants are fools. Should unfavorable rumors about me emerge in the cultivation realm, do not think that evading me will ensure your safety. After issuing this warning, Shen Yan watched as Han Yin obediently retrieved a fragmentary magical artifact resembling a talisman from her storage bag. Only then did he soften his grim demeanor. Upon accepting the talisman, he ceased to engage with Han Yin and turned toward the desolate island buried with water-type spiritual materials. Han Yin, her expression shifting between dark and uncertain, gazed in the direction Shen Yan had departed, contemplating for a long moment before finally stomping her foot and changing her course. Upon returning to Silent Cloud Island and shedding his disguise, Shen Yan did not rush to tally his gains but instead indulged in a restful slumber. Upon awakening, he set out to find Yan Shang. Brother Yan, I have not failed in my mission. I have returned with the linging grass for you, Shen Yan stated directly upon encountering Yan Shang. He omitted pleasantries, recognizing that the pressing matter at hand was to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill from Yan Shang. Everything else could wait. Thank you, junior brother. Yan Shang exclaimed with elation upon hearing Shen Yan's words. He had been deeply concerned about whether Shen Yan would succeed in retrieving the linging grass. After all, since the news of the secret realm had first circulated, many sects, markets, and even loose cultivators had been skeptical. The Shui Wesek's sudden demise had been too enigmatic, with the entire sect's members vanishing without a trace overnight. Furthermore, there had been rumors that when the Shui Wesek's secret realm reappeared, a multitude of cultivators flocked to it, only for the entrance to vanish once more. The second emergence of the secret realm had naturally led to a decline in believers. However, as time passed, a family of cultivators possessing Foundation Establishment practitioners from the East Sea mobilized, piquing the curiosity of many. After thorough investigation, the truth finally emerged: the Zhao family's Foundation Establishment ancestor had suffered a grievous injury. Although he eventually recovered, it had compromised his foundational strength. After extensive inquiries, the Zhao family discovered that the former Shui Wesek possessed a spiritual herb capable of healing such foundational injuries. To seek this herb, the entire Zhao family of cultivators mobilized, even employing numerous Qi refinement practitioners, including Su Mo, who was renowned as the foremost Qi refinement loose cultivator in the East Sea. The Zhao family's grand mobilization alerted many previously unaware cultivators to the veracity of the Shui Wesek's secret realm. As many cultivators rushed to the Shui Wesek's secret realm, they unwittingly fell victim to the Zhao family's ambush. This action stirred a hornet's nest. It should be noted that not all treasure-seeking cultivators were loose cultivators. Some were disciples of sect families. Naturally, these individuals would not let the Zhao family's attacks go unpunished. Consequently, the Zhao family found themselves besieged by numerous factions and was swiftly annihilated. With the Zhao family's demise, the reasons for their ambush against loose cultivators in the secret realm were also exposed. The motive for targeting loose cultivators was rooted in the fact that the Zhao family's ancestor possessed a demonic secret technique. By absorbing the blood essence of a sufficient number of cultivators, coupled with the spiritual herb, not only could he restore his foundational injuries, but he could also advance further. Once this information spread, it attracted even more cultivators to pursue the Zhao family. Such a risk-free endeavor with substantial rewards and the potential for reputation was precisely what they relished. Upon receiving this news, Yan Shang had long assumed that Xin Yan had perished within the secret realm. After all, Xin Yan's luck had consistently manifested in the search for innate spiritual items, with no indication of martial conflict. Had Xin Yan met his end in the secret realm, his bloodline would not only fail to acquire the suppression of the linging grass, but he would also likely incur Yang Yan's wrath. He feared that survival would not be an easy feat. However, now that Xin Yan had unexpectedly appeared before him, Yan Shang was naturally overjoyed, especially since Xin Yan had brought back the linging grass, which left him almost incredulous. Chapter 74 The New Spiritual Spring and the Rules of the Hanhai Immortal Sect. I never expected that my junior brother would truly bring me the linging grass. He is indeed a benefactor to my Yan family. Yan Shang, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy as he grasped Xin Yan's hands, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Brother, you are too modest. In stark contrast to Yan Shang's fervor, Xin Yan maintained a calm demeanor. He subtly extricated himself from Yan Shang's grasp and, with a composed tone, inquired, Brother, I have fulfilled my promise and brought back the linging grass. I wonder about the foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Yan Shang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He adjusted his appearance, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he replied, I apologize for making my junior brother witness such a scene. With a glance around to ensure they were alone, he finally retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch. A look of reluctance flickered across Yan Shang's face, but after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and handed it to Xin Yan. Junior brother, this vial contains the foundation establishment pill. Please take it. Xin Yan seized the jade vial without hesitation, showing no intention of being courteous, for it was a crucial item pertaining to his future path. After a meticulous inspection, he confirmed that the vial indeed contained a foundation establishment pill, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Brother, you truly are a man of your word. Now that our contract is fulfilled, I shall take my leave. With that, Xin Yan turned to depart, needing to seek a location with spiritual veins to break open 8 of his meridians and subsequently establish his foundation. However, Yan Shang suddenly interjected, Junior brother, hold on. Xin Yan furrowed his brow and, with a chill in his voice, asked, What is it, does brother wish to retract his words? Yan Shang hastily waved his hands, his expression a mixture of complexity. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, Junior brother, your cultivation level is surely beyond the early stage of qi refinement, am I correct? At this remark, Xin Yan narrowed, I merely lament your generosity in bringing me the linging grass. While I have indeed given you a foundation establishment pill, it remains insufficient to repay you for your family's assistance. If your cultivation reaches the late stage of qi refinement, I might have a beneficial proposition to share with you. Intrigued, Xin Yan replied, As for the specifics of my cultivation, brother need not ponder over that. However, I am curious to learn about the benefits you mentioned. Xin Yan harbored a degree of trust in Yan Shang. Despite their brief acquaintance, he sensed that Yan Shang was not a man of duplicitous motives. It is not a matter of great significance, Yan Shang explained. There exists a spiritual land on the verge of becoming a spiritual spring. Should junior brother attain the late stage of qi refinement, you could report it to the Hanhai Immortal Sect and, upon paying a fee of spiritual stones, claim this spiritual spring. Does brother possess information regarding the spiritual spring? Xin Yan's expression shifted. If there were a spiritual spring to assist him, he would no longer need to seek out spiritual veins. He could completely rely on the spring to successfully establish his foundation. Indeed, your cultivation level is undoubtedly beyond the early stage of qi refinement, Yan Shang chuckled softly, producing a map and handing it to Xin Yan. I do have the location of a spiritual spring. According to my calculations, it should take no more than 10 days to take shape. Pausing briefly, Yan Shang continued, however, it is important for junior brother to know that the rules of our East Sea cultivation sects differ from those of the Central Plains. Although I discovered the spiritual spring, I cannot claim it for myself. Xin Yan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. After all, Feng Jun of Tianshan had occupied a spiritual spring to establish his cave dwelling. Why was it different at sea? Yan Shang sighed with a hint of melancholy. Junior brother, the succession of sects in the Central Plains is different. The Hanhai Immortal Sect has governed the East Sea since ancient times. Having ruled for countless years, the Hanhai sect has established a comprehensive set of regulations concerning sects, markets, and families involved in cultivation. Take our Yuxian sect, for example. While it may seem that we have core formation cultivators and dominate the coastal region, in reality, we are merely one of the sects under the jurisdiction of the Hanhai Immortal Sect, required to supply a significant amount of spiritual stones and cultivation resources every century. Xin Yan frowned and asked, why is that? Although the Hanhai Immortal Sect is powerful, it cannot exert absolute control over the East Sea, can it? Yan Shang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. That is precisely the strength of the Hanhai Immortal Sect. Our Yuxian sect's founding ancestor was actually a core formation cultivator from the Hanhai Immortal Sect, and all sect members take pride in being disciples of the Hanhai sect. You may not be aware, but the Kueishui sect, which has historically been at odds with our Yuxian sect, was also established by a core formation cultivator from the Hanhai Immortal Sect. The Hanhai Immortal Sect currently controls the Kueishui Sea region? Xin Yan inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Yan Sheng elaborated, the Shueiyue sect was once the sect of the Kueishui Sea region. However, after its downfall, a core formation cultivator seized its spiritual veins and established the Kueishui sect. That very Kueishui sect? Yan Sheng nodded and continued, the reason for allowing core formation cultivators to establish new sects was to openly claim dominion over the East Sea, leaving no room for dissent from the Southern Sea or Central Plains in the realm of cultivation. After explaining, Yan Sheng pointed to a black dot on the map, saying, this marks the periphery of our Yuxian sect, where the Hanhai Immortal sect has stationed a supervising elder. These elders are all Foundation establishment cultivators representing the Hanhai sect throughout the East Sea. They frequently traverse the region, seeking out seeds of cultivation and discovering spiritual lands and veins. The search for cultivation seeds is naturally to augment the sect's talents, while the discovery of spiritual lands and veins provides resources for the Hanhai Immortal sect. Xinyan nodded in understanding, quickly grasping the rationale behind the Hanhai Immortal sect's actions. It was to maintain control over all resources within the sect. Precisely, Yan Sheng affirmed, then added, thus, the East Sea cultivation realm has established a unique regulation that states all spiritual lands and veins, even those you may have painstakingly cultivated, theoretically belong to the Hanhai Immortal sect. However, the Hanhai sect has not entirely closed off avenues for loose cultivators to acquire spiritual lands. What avenues? When a cultivator discovers a spiritual land, they may not claim it as their own in name, but they can report it to the Hanhai sect's supervising elder. If it is a third or fourth tier spiritual land, there is no need to elaborate, such heavenly treasures naturally belong to the Hanhai sect, while the reporting cultivator receives a portion of cultivation resources or is recognized as a disciple of the Hanhai sect. After a brief pause, a flicker of indignation crossed Yan Sheng's face. However, if it is a first or second tier spiritual land, or even some spiritual springs or spiritual eyes, the Hanhai sect will not claim it for itself, but rather announce it to all cultivators in the East Sea, allowing them to come and seize the spiritual land. Chapter 75. The contest for the spirit land of Qinglian Island. Xinyan furrowed his brow and inquired, are you not concerned that this might provoke public outrage? Yan Sheng shrugged dismissively, retorting, the rules of the Hanhai Immortal sect have been enforced for thousands of years without error. Do you truly believe this is the reason? After a moment of silence, Xinyan grasped that Yan Sheng's implication was undoubtedly one of the survival of the fittest. Noticing Xinyan's silence, Yan Sheng did not press further, but continued, however, the cultivators who discover the spirit land are granted priority to claim ownership, provided they can withstand the challenges from other cultivators under the witness of the Hanhai Immortal sect. If the discoverer is a Qi refinement stage cultivator, are they expected to accept a challenge from a Foundation establishment stage cultivator? Xinyan asked, somewhat perplexed. Yan Sheng shook his head, you worry too much, junior brother. The rule of the Hanhai Immortal sect permits challenges only among those of the same rank, and only 3 challenges are allowed. For instance, if you discover a spirit land and report it, only Qi refinement cultivators may challenge you, and they can only use magical tools. Anyone who violates this will surely face the wrath of the Hanhai Immortal sect. Xinyan fell silent once more, recognizing the clear intentions behind the Jade Immortal sect's actions. On one hand, they sought to sow discord among the cultivators and prevent the formation of large alliances. On the other, they aimed to alleviate the resentment of loose cultivators towards the Hanhai Immortal sect. Nevertheless, for Xinyan, if the spiritual spring Yan Sheng spoke of were indeed genuine, it would indeed serve as an excellent opportunity for him to ascend to the Foundation establishment stage. As for the contest for the spirit land, he was indifferent. After all, those who came to challenge were likely to be backed by a powerful faction, while the defenders would not fight alone. Facing 3 opponents alone was impossible for a cultivator who was not invincible among their peers. Moreover, those who were invincible among peers would inherently possess sufficient cultivation resources, otherwise, achieving such a status would be implausible, thus creating a paradox. As for his defense, he harbored no such concerns. His need for the spiritual spring was solely for the purpose of Foundation establishment. Therefore, he must act decisively, instilling a profound sense of intimidation in those who dared to challenge him, extinguishing their covetous intentions. Only then could he secure a period of stable development. Thank you, senior brother. Should I successfully establish my foundation one day, I shall not forget your kindness, he said, bowing respectfully. This time, Xinyan did not summon the celestial crane but instead took flight on the flowing cloud sword. Yan Sheng watched Xinyan's departing figure, his mouth agape in astonishment. Xinyan did not hasten to locate the spiritual spring but instead retrieved the storage bag he had acquired in the Watermoon sect's secret realm, examining it meticulously. The item he valued most was undoubtedly the storage bag left by Zhao Wenchang, the head of the Zhao family. Upon opening it, Xinyan discovered a veritable mountain of spirit stones. After a careful count, his expression turned blank. It contained a staggering 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, the storage bag held numerous land contracts and various spiritual materials. After briefly surveying his other acquisitions, Xinyan estimated that the resources obtained from the Watermoon sect's secret realm could be exchanged for over 10,000 spirit stones, and he stored them away. His gaze finally fell upon the crimson spherical magical tool used by Zhao Wencheng during their battle. At this moment, the magical tool had lost its power and transformed into a dark red orb. Upon infusing it with his own energy, the orb immediately radiated a brilliant red hue simultaneously. Information about the orb flooded into Xinyan's mind. The supreme magical tool, the South Ming Fire Pearl, could transform into a South Ming Fire Bird to attack enemies when infused with energy, possessing power comparable to spells cast by Foundation establishment stage cultivators. It was indeed a pure fire attribute offensive magical tool. This was an extraordinary gain. Elated, Xin Yan recognized that he had acquired another means of attack, and since the South Ming fire pearl had not been blood refined by Zhao Wencheng, it was perfectly suited for him to utilize his object control technique for blood refinement. After absorbing a significant amount of innate purple qi using the Heavenly Emperor seal, Xin Yan proceeded to refine the South Ming fire pearl with his object control and blood refinement techniques before heading to the location of the spiritual spring as indicated by Yen Shang. 2 days later, Xin Yan arrived at the spot marked on the map. After a thorough search, he indeed found a small island at the junction of the Jade Immortal sect and the Kuei-Shui sect. This small island spanned merely 100 zhang, and from the outside, there was no sign of any spiritual energy fluctuations. However, Xin Yan was confident that Yen Shang would not jest about such matters, so after careful inspection, he finally located the spiritual spring as described by Yen Shang. Once confirmed, Xin Yan promptly reported the discovery of the spiritual spring to the nearest stationed elder of the Hanhai Immortal sect. Upon meeting, Xin Yan presented a bag of spirit stones containing 1,000 stones. After a customary exchange of pleasantries, a middle-aged man accepted the storage bag with a smile, secretly pleased with Xin Yan's demeanor. Rest assured, fellow cultivator, since you discovered this spiritual spring, it theoretically belongs to you. Even if someone attempts to seize it, they must face you in 3 challenges under the witness of our Hanhai Immortal sect. Thank you, Senior Xianji, Xin Yan replied, bowing. The two then made their way to the deserted island, where Xianji remarked with a smile, is this the spiritual spring you sought? Xin Yan smiled slightly and respectfully stated, Senior, you are quite perceptive. This spiritual spring has only recently taken form, and I intend to use this place for my cultivation. Thus, I plan to initiate a contest for the spirit land on this Qinglian island in 3 months. As he spoke, Xin Yan once again presented Xianji with a bag of spirit stones. Upon receiving the storage bag, a smile appeared on Xianji's face, reciprocating the gesture. As you wish, fellow cultivator. In 3 months, we shall commence the contest for the spirit land on Qinglian island. I hope you achieve victory and claim the spirit land. After bidding farewell to Xianji, the station elder, Xin Yan found himself alone on the island once more. 3 months later, at the juncture of the Jade Immortal sect and the Kuei-Shui sect, streams of spiritual light emerged from the water's surface, appearing near Qinglian island. The matter of the Qinglian spirit land had become known throughout the cultivation world. It was not a first or second tier spirit land, but rather a spiritual spring, of modest potential and average value. Such spiritual springs had historically been the targets of Qi refinement stage cultivators, so most of the cultivators who arrived this time were predominantly at the Qi refinement stage. However, with the emergence of the Water Moon sect's secret realm, and given the proximity of Qinglian Island to the Kuei-Shui Sea, the discerning began to speculate whether this spirit land had any connections to the Water Moon sect. Thus, under the machinations of the astute, the contest for the spirit land had taken on a different flavor. Many cultivators had also gained insight into the true identity of Xin Yan's disguise. Zhou Shun, an inner disciple of the Jade Immortal sect's subsidiary, Silent Cloud Island, was a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and yet a swordsman. How audacious for a mere late-stage Qi refinement cultivator to engage in a contest for the spirit land, showing utter disregard for those in the perfected Qi refinement stage. Ha, a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator dares to call himself a swordsman? It matters not, our opponent is merely a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this contest for the spirit land. Chapter 76, The Unashamed Cultivator. In the Grand Hall, 3 individuals were seated, each at the level of Qi refinement. The principal figure was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, exuding an air of solemn authority, having evidently reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Flanking him on either side were 2 middle-aged men, both in the late stages of Qi refinement. No sooner had the old man spoken than the man on the left suddenly erupted in anger, rebuking, this spiritual spring was first discovered by the Hu family. It was merely that at the time, it had yet to take shape, hence we did not report it. Yet Zhou Shun audaciously impersonates us, which is utterly disgraceful. The purpose of the three's visit was unmistakable, to contest with Xin Yan over the ownership of the spiritual land. In truth, the value of the spiritual spring was limited. It significantly enhanced the cultivation speed of Qi refinement practitioners, but was of little necessity to those in the foundation establishment stage. However, as the cornerstone of a family of Qi refiners, it was exceedingly suitable. Xin Yan's desire to monopolize it naturally stirred their envy, prompting such shameless remarks. We do not covet this mere spiritual spring, but he has wantonly slaughtered disciples of our families within the Watermoon sect's secret realm. This grudge must be avenged. Indeed, he has recklessly butchered our kin. This vendetta cannot be overlooked. The cultivator seated on the right slammed his hand on the table. He was also the patriarch of a Qi refinement family, his illegitimate son having perished in the secret realm, thus his fury was largely misdirected, though he harbored a covetous eye on the spiritual spring. He had intended to leverage the Watermoon sect's secret realm to elevate his illegitimate son's status within the family, thereby redirecting family resources in his favor. Unexpectedly, his plans were thwarted before they even began, and he lost his son in the process, leaving him filled with resentment. Yet, despite the wrath, reason remained intact. Xin Yan was in the late stages of Qi refinement, no less formidable than himself, and as a sword cultivator, his magical prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own. To seek revenge single-handedly would be sheer folly. He might even find himself slain by Xin Yan's blade. Uncle, your family has also lost disciples in the chaos of the secret realm. This vengeance cannot go unpunished. Su Mao turned to the white-haired elder in the principal seat. The elderly man cast a cold glance at him, his expression devoid of warmth, remaining silent. As the most powerful figure present, he was the ancestor of the Luo family, which had long-standing ties of mutual support with the Su family. Having immersed himself in qi refinement for several decades, Luo Ruoqin had attained the consummate stage. Among the various qi refinement factions under the Han Hai sect, he was not the absolute pinnacle but certainly esteemed. Thus, he became Su Mao's hope for revenge. With decades of mastery at the consummate stage, facing a late-stage qi refiner, even a peerless sword cultivator, he would possess a significant advantage. This was Su Mao's strategy to have Luo Ruoqin lead the charge while he reaped the rewards. However, such intentions were not lost on Luo Ruoqin. As a centenarian cultivator, he was not particularly inclined to engage in actions where the costs outweighed the benefits. Nevertheless, certain matters compelled even the eldest of families to act. Not only had the Su family suffered losses, but the Luo family had also endured casualties. As the venerable ancestor, failing to take a stand would reflect poorly on him. What of the morale of the clan? Though it was common knowledge that many disciples had perished at the hands of the Zhao family, they had to direct their animosity toward Xinyan. The matter of the spiritual spring was crucial to the interests of the family's qi refinement practitioners, and it might also be tied to the Watermoon sect. Thus, he had to take the lead in the contention, placing the blame squarely on Xinyan. If he abstained, the unity of the family would falter, making leadership exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, Luo Ruoqin finally resolved, Zhou Shun has ruthlessly slain disciples of my family, such a deep-seated enmity cannot go unavenged. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the sword cultivator possesses formidable combat capabilities. Although the adversary is merely in the late stages of qi refinement, he should not be underestimated. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the two men beside him and added, moreover, this individual is a disciple of the sect, and it is possible he has the backing of consummate qi refiners or even foundation establishment cultivators. We must ascertain our strengths and weaknesses. You are right, uncle, engaging recklessly in battle is indeed unwise. Only through understanding ourselves and our adversaries can we emerge victorious in every encounter. Su Mao concurred. Luo Ruoqin's analysis culminated in a decisive plan. In the first battle, we shall dispatch a consummate qi refiner to test whether the opponent has external support. In the second battle, we will send a late-stage qi refiner, with the hope of compelling the adversary to engage directly, thus allowing us to annihilate him. Should we fail in the first two encounters, I shall personally intervene in the third. Upon concluding his strategy, Luo Ruoqin fixed his penetrating gaze upon Su Mao, clearly indicating his expectation for the latter to engage in the first battle. Su Mao's expression shifted, comprehending Luo Ruoqin's intent. Though reluctant to take the field himself, he realized he could not back down from his earlier assertions, so he solemnly replied, rest assured, uncle, I will take on the first battle and unearth the true nature of this individual. Even if Zhou Shun chooses not to fight directly, we will at least ascertain whether he has hidden strengths. Indeed. Luo Ruoqin nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the other late-stage qi refiner beside him. Luo Shishu, though I appreciate your willingness to assist, your cultivation is but at the late stage of qi refinement. Entering the fray would only serve to make a mockery of yourself. Furthermore, it would be difficult to gauge the opponent's capabilities, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Luo Ruoqin glanced at him, not pressing the matter unduly. Zhang Shan Shizai, do not worry. I have already sent word to that friend Xu and I in this endeavor. He will fight the first battle, Su Mao will engage in the second, and I shall take the third. Even if Zhou Shun has myriad schemes, he is bound to suffer defeat. Friend Sun, could it be the wandering swordsman from the East Sea? Upon hearing this, both Su Mao and the other man were taken aback, to which Luo Ruoqin nodded, visibly relieved. If it is him, the first battle may suffice, and you need not take the field. Luo Ruoqin shook his head in response, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. If my three families had outstanding disciples, would I need to invite him for assistance? You must understand, the price of his involvement is that upon victory, the spiritual spring belongs to him, and he will compensate us for our losses with spirit stones. Su Mao and Jiang Shan exchanged glances, their thoughts racing, but ultimately they nodded in agreement. Uncle, do not place undue emphasis on a single spiritual spring. Should friend Sun acquire it, he may well establish a family, and then our four families can mutually support one another. That would indeed be a splendid tale. In truth, neither of them cared excessively about the ownership of the spiritual spring. Firstly, if more springs were acquired, they would not be entitled to partake. Secondly, Su Mao's motive for seizing the spiritual spring was to strengthen family unity, while Jiang Shan sought vengeance for his illegitimate son. Since you all agree, let us settle this matter. Meanwhile, on the island that Xinyan had named Misty Green Lotus Island, he had already set up the formation. His spiritual sense now rivaled that of the foundation establishment stage, and he had gathered ample understanding of the cultivators who dared to challenge him. Chapter 77, The Duel of Sword Cultivators. As far as he was aware, the Han Hai Immortal sect had confirmed that 3 families were dispatched to contend for the spiritual land. According to the rules of the challenge for the spiritual land, the highest cultivation level allowed for participants was the completion of the qi refinement stage, a level not easily found among ordinary cultivation families. Thus, Xinyan chuckled softly, realizing after a brief reconnaissance that his opponents comprised merely 1 qi refinement completion cultivator and 2 in the late stages of qi refinement. Moreover, the cultivator at the completion stage was an aging fellow, frail and decrepit, while the other 2 were not particularly adept in combat, leading Xinyan to speculate that they might have sought external assistance. Initially, Xinyan intended merely to repel the 3 families to establish his authority. However, upon hearing their justifications for vying for the spiritual land, thoughts of ruthlessly asserting dominance crossed his mind. The world of cultivation is indeed harsh, one must strive relentlessly, for to take a step back is to invite oppression. Only through asserting oneself with the sword can one secure a foothold in the realm of cultivation. As the conflict for the spiritual land commenced, the presiding figure, Xuanjizi, took the stage, followed closely by the representatives of the three families. Xuanjizi smiled faintly and proclaimed, "There is no need for elaborate explanations regarding your presence here. Let the contest for the spiritual land begin." With that, he cast his gaze upon Shenyan.at. This moment, a platform had already been established on Qinglian Island, where Shenyan stood, quietly observing the three cultivators who challenged him. He surveyed the gathering and then clasped his hands, saying, "I, Zhou, have drifted through life, seeking merely a place to exist. I hope the esteemed friends might grant me some leniency." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted, "You shameless scoundrel, how dare you show your face here? A person of such moral bankruptcy dares to claim this spiritual land. You will pay for your blood debts today." Shenyan turned to see the speaker was from the Su, Luo, and Jiang families. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Xuanjizi and inquired, "Senior, is it permissible for the contest for the spiritual land to be sullied in such a manner?" Yet, Xuanjizi merely smiled without responding, and Shenyan instantly understood. Xuanjizi had accepted bribes from the three families, thus, he decided against further words, directly stating, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you wish to seize my opportunity, do you think I cannot take your lives in return?" Upon hearing this, the leaders of the three families were elated. Shenyan had effectively acknowledged their claim, granting them a semblance of justification. However, Shenyan casually drew his flowing cloud sword and pointed it at the three cultivators, declaring, "I am right here. Come, if you wish to kill." As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from him, the brilliance of the flowing cloud sword instilling fear in the hearts of the three cultivators. Indeed, as the saying goes, those who kill will inevitably be killed in return. On the path of cultivation, life and death are fated. What grievances can there be? Xuanjizi added, solidifying the nature of the confrontation, causing the crowd to silently curse, "This scoundrel must have received substantial favors from Zhou Shun." Xuanjizi, representing the authority and will of the Hanhai sect, observed the reactions of the crowd with a cold smile. Though he was greedy, he was also principled. Once he accepted payment, he would ensure the task was fulfilled. Furthermore, as a steward of the sect, it was imperative to maintain a balance among the various factions, preventing anyone from growing too powerful and threatening their dominance. After a brief silence on Qinglian Island, one individual from the three families stepped forward. "What the steward has said is undoubtedly correct. On the path of the immortal, each relies on their own capabilities, and there is no need for excessive words." A young man stood atop a flying vessel, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was Sun Daoyu. Xuanjizi regarded him with understanding and smiled. "Sun Daoyu, do you wish to test your sword skills in the arena?" "Indeed," the young man replied with a grin, clasping his hands. "If there are no objections, I shall take the lead in this first round." Sun Daoyu? Could it be the sword cultivator Sun Zhang? A duel between sword cultivators. This contest for the spiritual land is destined to be thrilling. The crowd murmured, recognizing that he hailed from a Qi refinement family, the first in his lineage to reach this stage. Was he stepping forward to secure a foothold for his family? Although a single spiritual spring may not be as valuable as selling it directly, it was worth the risk of competition. Could it be that the Sun family had suffered casualties in this endeavor? Speculation ran rampant among the spectators, yet their outward expressions remained unified. "Sun Daoyu, you jest, how could we possibly fight among ourselves? With your prowess, you will surely emerge victorious," they encouraged, fully supportive of Sun Zhang, who nodded in agreement before turning to Shenyan, saying, "Zhou Daoyu, I hope you will forgive my intrusion." With that, he leaped into the arena, confronting Shenyan. Shenyan's expression remained indifferent, offering no words. "Very well, let the two of you determine who is superior in this first match," Xuanjizi announced with a faint smile. "Let this boundary be set. Whoever crosses it shall be deemed the loser." "Agreed." Sun Zhang nodded and then bowed to Shenyan, saying, "Daoyu, please." With that, Sun Zhang brandished his sword, summoning a flying sword that resembled a needle. Observing this, Shenyan did not hesitate. He gave a slight shake of his flowing cloud sword, replying, "Please." Sun Zhang's gaze sharpened as he witnessed this, and he chuckled, "Is that merely a mid-grade flying sword artifact?" With a slight smile, he pointed at his own flying sword, and with a swift incantation, numerous sword shadows burst forth from the needle-like blade, demonstrating exceptional swordsmanship. The splitting of sword light was a fundamental skill for sword cultivators. Though basic, it was formidable enough to challenge opponents. Yet, as three beams of sword light surged toward him, Shenyan remained unfazed, unleashing his flowing cloud sword with a dragon-like flourish. Clang! In an instant, a radiant sword light illuminated the arena, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes echoed, indicating the intensity of their combat. Sun Daoyu's flying sword technique had reached a small level of mastery. If Zhou Shun could not counter it, he would surely face defeat. Observing the two sword cultivators engaged in battle, the onlookers, all Qi refiners, formed their own opinions. Clang, clang, clang. The battlefield resounded with the clash of swords, sparks flying in every direction, leaving the audience in a state of awe, unable to keep up with the rapid exchanges. In a mere moment, the three beams of sword light retreated, coalescing into a battered flying sword, marred with numerous scars and several noticeable cracks. Seeing this, Sun Zhang's heart ached, yet he dared not show any sign of hesitation. He swiftly retreated outside the boundary, proclaiming, "Your skills are exceptional, I concede defeat." With a bow, he acknowledged his loss. Shenyan, seeing this, did not pursue but rather sheathed his sword and returned to the center of the arena. With a sigh of relief, Sun Zhang discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having narrowly escaped a dire situation. Chapter 78 The Slaying of Su Mao. What on earth is happening? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Just moments ago, the duel was fierce, yet suddenly, this esteemed Taoist Sun conceded defeat? Could it be a ruse? The spectators were left in a state of confusion. Only the group of Qi refinement practitioners appeared contemplative, their brows furrowed and thought. Xuanjizi, too, shared this sentiment, but soon relaxed his furrowed brow and turned to Xinyan with a light smile, saying, "Your swordsmanship, my friend, is truly extraordinary." Having said that, he announced to the assembly in the first match, Taoist Zhou emerges victorious. There are still 2 matches remaining, which Taoist will step forth to challenge. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained silent, save for Su Mao, whose gaze sharpened with unease, yet, with no other options available, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "I shall take the stage," he declared, descending into the arena. Coldly regarding Xinyan, he struck a pose and proclaimed, "Even if I perish today, I shall seek justice for the disciples of the Su family." Without awaiting Xinyan's response, he summoned his magical artifact, the flowing light shield. The shield whirled around him, enveloping him in its protective embrace, and he subsequently conjured a weak water pearl. This pearl could harness the power of rivers, summoning tumultuous waves, indeed a supreme magical artifact. Though Su Mao was not a sword cultivator, he possessed late-stage Qi refinement prowess and was the head of the Su family. Although the Su family was a lesser force within the Qi refinement realm, they excelled in the craft of artifact forging, and Su Mao himself was a master in this discipline. Thus, he wielded numerous magical artifacts, and in combat, he was not necessarily inferior to Sun Zhang. "Go!" Su Mao commanded, unleashing the weak water pearl, sending forth waves that surged towards Xinyan like a tempest. Xinyan remained silent, his sword moving with him, unsheathing itself as the flowing cloud sword's light intertwined with the furious waves, engaging them in a deadly dance. "Humph!" Su Mao scoffed coldly, retrieving another supreme magical artifact, an antiquated, ornate bell. He hurled the bell into the fray, and it immediately emitted a brilliant light, establishing a solid defense. With the flowing light shield, the weak water pearl, and this bell, 3 magical artifacts of the highest grade formed a formidable combination, showcasing the depth of his resources. Yet he was not finished. He produced a jade vial, from which he poured a spirit pill and consumed it. Beginning the process of refining it, the onlookers fell silent, marveling at his wealth and audacity. However, the rules did not prohibit the use of spirit pills, leaving even Xuanjizi with little to say. Buzz, amidst the surging waves, a sudden dragon's roar erupted, as Su Mao refined the pill, channeling his power into the weak water pearl, pushing its capabilities to the utmost limit. Water dragons surged forth one after another, seeking to drown his opponent within the tumult, yet Xinyan wielded his sword with the force to stir the seas, momentarily appearing unyielding, but finding it challenging to breach Su Mao's formidable formation. "Humph! What sword cultivators are these? Nothing remarkable." Witnessing this scene, Su Mao's cold smile deepened, yet he did not relent in his stance. He produced yet another supreme magical artifact, a chilling jade cauldron, within which flickered the ethereal image of an ice serpent. "Go!" Su Mao hurled the cauldron into the waves, and instantly, the water solidified into ice, sealing the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, the Qinglian lake transformed into a realm of crystal and silver, entrapping Xinyan within this icy prison. How could Su Mao possess such wealth, for supreme magical artifacts? The spectators could only twitch at the corners of their mouths. Even Xuanjizi could not help but sigh in incredulity. Outside the arena, discussions abounded, yet they bore no influence on the unfolding battle. Su Mao stood atop the bell, fully channeling the weak water pearl and the jade cauldron, as water dragons transformed into ice dragons, unleashing a frigid gale, intent on annihilating his adversary, vowing to free Xinyan within this crystalline confinement. He had previously employed this very tactic to slay a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The power of these 4 supreme magical artifacts was self-evident. The sole drawback was the immense consumption of spiritual energy. Fortunately, these 4 artifacts complemented each other, forming a cohesive system that significantly reduced the expenditure of power. Otherwise, even with his mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation, it would be arduous to simultaneously wield 4 supreme magical artifacts. "Su Mao, be cautious." Just as Su Mao was intensifying his power to obliterate his foe, Luo Ruoqin, observing from the sidelines, suddenly gasped in alarm. "What?" Su Mao's expression shifted, and before he could react, a resounding sword cry erupted from within the icy prison, akin to a dragon's roar. "On!" The clang of the sword rang out, its light surged like a dragon, as Xinyan soared into the air, transforming into a radiant specter, forcefully breaking free from his confinement. This was the realm of breaking the law with a single sword. Sun Zhang, also a sword cultivator, displayed a look of horror, unable to restrain his exclamation. Bang! Amidst the astonishment, a tremendous crash resounded, as shards of ice scattered, the sword light surged forth like a dragon's cry. Su Mao's complexion paled, and he hastily activated the flowing light shield for protection. The flowing light shield was renowned for its defensive prowess, rivaling even that of low-grade spirit artifacts in terms of protective capabilities. However, the sword light surged forth like an enraged dragon, and though it was but a single strike, its might far surpassed the previous sword light displayed by Sun Zhang. Under the weight of this strike, how could even a supreme defensive artifact stand? Bang! A resounding clash echoed, blinding sparks erupted, and the flowing light shield shattered in response. Su Mao, witnessing this, Luo Ruoqin's complexion turned ashen, and disregarding the rules of the arena, he leaped into the battlefield. Yet it was too late. The sword light descended like a dragon, slicing through the remnants of the flowing light shield, revealing the terrified Su Mao within. "No, I concede." Su Mao prepared to yield and save his life, yet the sword light showed no signs of stopping, delivering a fatal strike that instantaneously silenced his cries. Su Mao, a streak of white light surged like lightning into the arena, but he was still a moment too late. A sword light cleaved forth, colliding with him, bang, as the two forces collided, the sword light rebounded, landing several dozen paces away. Shen Yan staggered back, struggling to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Luo Ruoqin's hair stood on end, resembling a furious lion. Ignoring Shen Yan, he rushed to Su Mao's side, only to find him seated on the ground, the flowing light shield still swirling around him. The light of the magical power from the bell remained undiminished, continuing to protect him, appearing relatively unscathed. However, as Luo Ruoqin drew near, he noticed a crimson line of blood beginning to materialize from Su Mao's neck. Pooh! A muffled thud sounded as blood gushed forth, severing his head from his body. And the next moment, a sword light flashed, sweeping away the 4 magical artifacts and even Su Mao's headless corpse. Luo Ruoqin, forced back by the sword light, glared at Shen Yan with fury. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, Xuanjizi's voice echoed above him. Luo Ruoqin, do you dare disrupt the rules set by my Hanhai sect? A furious roar descended, instantly paralyzing Luo Ruoqin in place, unable to move. The crowd turned to follow the sound. There stood Xuanjizi, his own fury ablaze. How could he not be enraged? The contest for the Spirit Land was a battle governed by the rules established by his Hanhai sect. Now, someone had brazenly breached these rules, openly slapping the face of the Hanhai sect. As the steward of the Hanhai sect, if he did not take a stand, how could he justify himself? Chapter 79 The Celestial Energy of the Zodiac. As the fury of Xuanjizi erupted, Luo Ruoqin was jolted awake, hastily bowing his head in apology. It was my moment of desperation that led to my indiscretion. I implore the esteemed steward to forgive me. Humph. Xuanjizi scoffed coldly, concealing his wrath. Since you have spoken thus, I shall spare you this time. However, should you err again, do not blame me for reporting your rebellious actions to the sect. Thank you, esteemed steward. Luo Ruoqin nodded fervently, releasing a sigh of relief. Yet, his thoughts soon shifted, and he glared furiously at Shen Yan. You scoundrel, how dare you resort to such treachery? His words once again drew the attention of the crowd towards Shen Yan. Shen Yan raised a hand to silently wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, then replied, in a battle of magic, life and death are fated. If he can kill, must he not also be killed? After all these years, are you still so shameless? Luo Ruoqin was incensed by this retort but found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. At that moment, Xuanjizi interjected, in the arena, life and death are indeed fated. Since Su Mao has taken the stage, he must be prepared for the consequences. Casting a glance at Shen Yan, he silently marveled at his ruthless actions. He had not anticipated that Shen Yan would be so merciless as to slay Su Mao on the stage, complicating matters significantly. Nevertheless, the situation demanded resolution, even if it was difficult. Xuanjizi turned to Luo Ruoqin and then to the surrounding crowd. The second match is still won by Taoist Zhou, who will step up for the first match. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their gazes collectively fixed on Luo Ruoqin. At this juncture, who else but the elder of the Luo family could dare to take the stage? Zhou Shan proved to be a formidable swordsman, ruthless in his combat, entirely unconcerned about the potential for future enmity with the 3 families. Such a character, if one could not ensure a decisive victory, was best left undisturbed. After all, the opponent's decisiveness in battle was matched by his remarkable combat prowess. A mere late-stage chi refinement cultivator was capable of defeating a perfected one. Offending him would surely lead to a life of unrest. Meanwhile, the members of the Su family, having cried out in despair, turned their eyes towards Luo Ruoqin. At this point, their only recourse was the elder of the Luo family, a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. Luo Ruoqin ignored the pleas of the Su family, instead fixing his gaze on Shen Yan. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, for the third match, I shall naturally take my turn to learn from your esteemed skills. His voice was frigid. If it were possible to decline, he would truly prefer not to participate in this third match. After all, Shen Yan had already demonstrated his prowess, decisively defeating a perfected chi refinement cultivator. He was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Moreover, should Shen Yan's decisiveness lead him to break through to perfected chi refinement, his strength would become even more formidable. Now, as he prepared to step onto the stage for the third match, he felt no certainty of victory. In his estimation, even if he were to prevail, it was unlikely he could slay Shen Yan, and he would undoubtedly suffer significant consequences himself. Yet, he found himself with no other choice. The 3 families were interconnected, and Su Mao had perished at Shen Yan's hands, an outcome orchestrated by Luo Ruoqin himself. If he did not avenge Su Mao, the 3 families would inevitably grow estranged. Moreover, with Su Mao's demise, the Su family lacked a powerful cultivator to maintain order, yet they possessed a fertile spiritual field that piqued Luo Ruoqin's interest. Most importantly, for exquisite magical artifacts had fallen into Shen Yan's possession. If he could reclaim them, he would become virtually invincible in the chi refinement stage. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Ruoqin steeled himself and shouted at Shen Yan, let me see just how much you are truly capable of. As his words echoed, Luo Ruoqin's hair stood on end, his eyes flashing with a fierce brilliance, exuding an intimidating aura. Observers gasped. This old man had grown even more formidable. The Luo family's celestial energy technique was indeed extraordinary. It was said that this old fellow had once been a renowned battle cultivator. He had entered perfected chi refinement decades ago, and had he possessed a foundation establishment pill in his youth, he might well have become a powerful foundation establishment cultivator by now. Though Luo Ruoqin had aged, his physical cultivation had rendered him formidable. Even in his twilight years, his magical power remained unfathomable, undoubtedly making him the most powerful among those present. Could he overcome Zhou Shan? The crowd awaited the outcome with bated breath. Seeing this, Shen Yan spoke no further. Instead, he leapt into the air with his sword, launching the first offensive of the match. It appeared that Luo Ruoqin had placed considerable pressure upon him. Humph. Luo Ruoqin grunted coldly, opting not to use magical artifacts but to meet Xin Yan's fierce sword-like with his bare hands. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as Luo Ruoqin struck out with his palm, revealing clear manifestations of celestial energy behind him. The sharp white glow emanating from his fingertips landed heavily upon the flowing cloud sword, leaving 5 distinct marks. He had cultivated the Zhou family's body refinement technique, the celestial energy of the zodiac, to a remarkable level, only a step away from perfection. At that point, even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it challenging to contend with him, showcasing the might of this technique. Its unique celestial energy was a veritable weapon of slaughter, rivaling that of ordinary sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Ruoqin advanced aggressively, unleashing a torrent of celestial energy that pressed down upon Xin Yan with overwhelming force. He did not employ any tricks, leaving Xin Yan with little recourse. After several strikes, the brilliance of the flowing cloud sword began to dim. Zhou Shun had fought continuously against Sun Jiang and Su Mao, depleting his own magical energy significantly. Especially after shattering Su Mao's 4 exquisite magical artifacts with a single strike, he was likely at his limits. The crowd shook their heads, disheartened, and began to lose faith in Xin Yan's chances of victory. Even Xian Jizi furrowed his brow, contemplating how to resolve the situation. Clang! Just then, the flowing cloud sword erupted with light, but this strike was blocked by Luo Ruoqin. Xin Yan appeared to falter, staggering backward, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Meanwhile, upon the arena, Xin Yan's longsword was now scarred and cracked, his grip smeared with blood, a sight both shocking and tragic. This was the might of the celestial energy of the zodiac. Luo Ruoqin's hands were likely on par with low-grade defensive spiritual artifacts, yet, Qi refinement cultivators struggled to obtain a single foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, with Luo Ruoqin's strength, how could he have squandered his years in the Qi refinement stage? The crowd lamented, their gazes returning to the arena. At this moment, Xin Yan appeared gravely injured, while Luo Ruoqin charged forward with unrestrained ferocity, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to Xin Yan. However, Xin Yan's expression remained indifferent as he soared upward with his sword. The light upon the flowing cloud sword suddenly intensified, and then, a flash of azure sword energy surged forth like a cascading waterfall, aiming directly at Luo Ruoqin. Clang! At last, a thunderous sound erupted, dazzling brilliance momentarily blinding the onlookers. After a prolonged interval, their vision slowly returned, yet even then, their ears rang with a persistent buzzing that refused to fade. Chapter 80 of the Pursuit of Luo Ruoqin. At this moment, on the arena, Xin Yan and Luo Ruoqin stood facing each other. Luo Ruoqin, with his white beard and hair, exuded an imposing and furious aura, his hands pressed firmly against his chest, eyes wide with shock, anger, and disbelief. In contrast, Xin Yan appeared disheveled, his once jet-black hair now streaked with gray, resembling someone depleted of vital essence, who would emerge victorious. All eyes turned to the sole foundation establishment cultivator present, Xian Jizi. However, before Xian Jizi could speak, Luo Ruoqin fixed his gaze upon Xin Yan and hoarsely exclaimed, "Foundation sword technique, is that all you have?" Xin Yan's voice was raspy, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly on the brink of extinguishing. Nevertheless, he still gripped the battered Lu Yun sword tightly, his tone indifferent. Luo Ruoqin stared at him intently for a long while before finally speaking, "A mere spiritual spring, and you've achieved this level?" Unfazed, Xin Yan replied calmly, "I am not like you, who for the sake of a so-called family head, aged and frail, has resigned to never advancing to the foundation establishment stage. My life is devoted to the pursuit of the Tao. Even if I were to die 100 times, I would not regret it. This principle is beyond your comprehension." Luo Ruoqin opened his mouth to retort, but was suddenly seized by a wave of pain, causing him to tremble and taste blood in his throat. Ignoring him, Xin Yan coldly said, "At this point, if you still wish to contest for the spiritual spring, we can continue." "Good, very well." Luo Ruoqin gritted his teeth, then soared into the air, landing amidst the Luo clan members. "Ancestor!" The Luo clan cultivators were reluctant, but Luo Ruoqin bellowed, "Oh, we leave." With that command, the immense Luo clan ship activated, swiftly breaking through the sea's surface and speeding away. With their departure, Xin Yan's body suddenly trembled, and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Ah, what a futile endeavor, he lamented. The onlookers exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by Xin Yan's willingness to pay such a price for a mere spiritual spring. Xin Yan paid no heed to their reactions, he wiped the blood from his lips and turned to Xian Jizi, esteemed steward, "What now regarding the contest for the spiritual land?" Seeing his condition, Xian Jizi remained silent for a long while before finally stating, "Zhou Daoyu truly lives up to the name of a sword cultivator." After which, he turned to the crowd and solemnly declared, "In the third match, Zhou Daoyu emerges victorious, and from now on, the spiritual spring of Qinglian Island belongs to him." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, none daring to voice a dissenting opinion, and they each turned to leave. After they departed, Xin Yan still appeared as if on the verge of death. The reason for his act was that Xian Jizi, as the station steward of the Hanhai sect and a foundation establishment cultivator, might possess some spiritual sight techniques. To prevent him from seeing through Xin Yan's disguise, Xin Yan feigned weakness, hoping to hasten Xian Jizi's departure. Once Xian Jizi was sent away, Xin Yan removed Zhou Shun's disguise and connected with the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal within him. A stream of innate purple qi surged into his dantian, rapidly replenishing his depleted mana. In the blink of an eye, his aura was fully restored, and he showed no signs of blood deficiency. After waiting for half an hour, Xin Yan extended his spiritual sense to confirm that no one was secretly watching him before he plunged into the sea, employing the water escape technique to pursue the Luo clan ship. Although that vessel was a top-tier, large magical artifact, it had only managed to cover a few hundred miles in such a short span of time. Xin Yan pursued relentlessly, catching up to the ship within the time it took to burn a joss stick. Inside one of the ship's chambers, Luo Ruoqing sat upon a white jade platform, holding a spirit stone as he tended to his injuries. His body was still stained with blood, particularly the gaping sword wound on his chest that nearly pierced through to his back. A middle-aged cultivator at the chi refinement stage stood anxiously beside him, his heart heavy at the sight of his ancestor's grievous state. He had never imagined that matters would escalate to this point, where Zhou Shun could inflict such severe harm upon their ancestor. If anything were to happen to Luo Ruoqing, how could he, a mere mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, bear the weight of the family's legacy? Thus, it was understandable that the ancestor had decisively retreated, unwilling to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zhou Shun. As the spiritual light on the jade stone dimmed, Luo Ruoqing expelled a breath of foul air and finally opened his eyes. Ancestor! The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly approached, asking, "How do you fare?" "I am barely holding on," Luo Ruoqing replied, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon the sword wound in his chest. Though the injury had begun to scab, no longer bleeding, he could still sense an exceedingly sharp aura emanating from it. The foundation sword technique is indeed formidable. Luo Ruoqing sighed, murmuring, "I underestimated Zhou Shun." Ancestor! The middle-aged cultivator grew increasingly anxious upon hearing this. "Fear not." Luo Ruoqing reassured him, shaking his head. Although that sword technique is powerful, it requires direct cultivation to unleash its true might. Zhou Shun is merely at the late chi refinement stage. Even if he forcibly expended his vitality to unleash a strike, it lacks the foundation of true foundation establishment power. He may be able to vanquish others afterward, but he is still insufficient to threaten me. Ancestor's might. The middle-aged cultivator let out a sigh of relief, not forgetting to flatter him. "What might?" "It is merely a means of survival," Luo Ruoqing countered, shaking his head and sighing once more. "A sword cultivator is indeed a sword cultivator. My Zhou Tian Gang Chi technique has reached a consummate stage, and my physical body is thoroughly tempered. Even a perfected chi refinement cultivator would find it difficult to break through. Yet I was still injured by Zhou Shun's sword. I let my guard down." There is no need for the ancestor to dwell on it. Zhou Shun, having risked his life to wield his sword, is unlikely to live much longer. Once he is dead, we shall return to Qinglian Island and demand blood for blood. The middle-aged cultivator hastily consoled. Indeed. Luo Ruoqing nodded in approval and began to impart wisdom. With this individual is resolute and not to be underestimated. However, given his current state of vitality, he will likely act without restraint. Your ability to endure is commendable. We cultivators seek longevity. His actions may seem imposing but are ultimately self-defeating. You must not emulate him. Rest assured, I fully comprehend, the middle-aged cultivator replied with a smile, pleased to see that the ancestor shared his sentiments. What of the Su family? Hearing this, Luo Ruoqing's expression darkened. Su Mao's demise was not my intention. Upon returning to the East Sea, take a few individuals to pay your respects and ensure that the Su family's widows and orphans are not mistreated. This statement illuminated the middle-aged cultivator's eyes, and he promptly nodded. I understand, ancestor. Do not worry. Very well. Luo Ruoqing nodded, instructing, you may leave now. I shall rest and recover further. The ship must not slow down. We must return home swiftly. Once news of this incident spreads, our rivals are certain to take action. Understood. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and bowed as he exited the chamber. Luo Ruoqing then closed his eyes, preparing to cultivate once more and heal from his grievous injuries. Chapter 81 in Preparation for Foundation Establishment. At this moment, Luo Ruoqing opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt an inexplicable surge of unease, as if calamity were imminent. Could it be that those rival families have already received news? With a deepening frown, Luo Ruoqing sensed a vague disquiet within, yet discovered nothing amiss. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes again, channeling his energy to recuperate and strive to mend his injuries. Meanwhile, outside the ship, Xinyan stealthily infiltrated the vessel. His purpose here was to eliminate Luo Ruoqing and resolve the final complication. Some matters must either be left undone or executed to the fullest. One must eradicate the root to prevent future troubles. Given Luo Ruoqing's perfected chi refinement and his status as an elder of a formidable chi refinement faction, it was conceivable that he possessed treasures capable of enticing foundation establishment cultivators to take action. As he was at a critical juncture in his own foundation establishment, any misstep could prove fatal. Thus, Luo Ruoqing had to perish. Moreover, considering the opponent's abundant resources, killing him would yield a bounty from a cultivation family. Upon breaching the ship, Xinyan swiftly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, quickly locating the injured Luo Ruoqing. Once again, Luo Ruoqing opened his eyes, a wave of anxiety washing over him, as if disaster loomed closer. What could be the cause? With furrowed brows, he pondered. Although he was wounded, it was not fatal. Even if those enemies had learned of his condition and sought to ambush him, he believed he could fend them off. Could it be the work of Zhuangjizi? Just as he considered this, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his back. Such intense agony was unbearable, even for someone like Luo Ruoqing, who had weathered a century of trials. He cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Who was it? Amidst the overwhelming torment, Luo Ruoqing was jolted awake in shock. However, having struck true, Xinyan would not allow him the chance to react. All of his innate purple energy melded into the Qingling sword, and he swiftly severed Luo Ruoqing's head in an instant. Ancestor, ancestor! Outside, a chorus of gasps erupted, but the protective array prevented them from entering. Xinyan contemplated for a moment, choosing not to eliminate these individuals. He needed them alive to create chaos. Ancestor! The array was finally breached, and a throng of Luo family members surged in. Upon seeing their decapitated ancestor, their expressions turned to terror. With the ancestor dead and Su Mao gone, could their three families possibly withstand such a blow? News of the assault on the Luo family's ship quickly spread through the vicinity. In particular, Zhuangjizi, the steward of the Hanhai Xianzong, furrowed his brow upon hearing the report from his subordinates. To it was said that someone had infiltrated the ship and assassinated the Luo family's elder. Zhou Shan, but he immediately suspected Xinyan's involvement, but after careful analysis, Zhuangjizi dismissed his doubts. If Luo Ruoqin's death were indeed the doing of Xinyan, it would imply that Xinyan possessed formidable strength. Yet, how could such an immensely powerful cultivator risk everything for a mere spiritual spring? Indeed, he was gravely injured. How could he possibly have slain Luo Ruoqin? As the overseeing steward, Zhuangjizi was acutely aware of Luo Ruoqin's prowess. Even as a perfected qi refiner, without extraordinary means, it would be a challenge to defeat him. Thus, it was plausible that Zhou Shan's strike had severely wounded Luo Ruoqin, granting others an opportunity to exploit the situation. In such a case, the first suspect would naturally be those with vested interests. Was it the Luo family's enemies, or perhaps those ancient qi refiners? After thorough deliberation, Zhuangjizi initially suspected Xinyan, only to shift his focus elsewhere. Muttering to himself, he ultimately reached a decision and departed. Though unaware of the true perpetrator, it would not hinder my pursuit of a favor. On the other hand, Xinyan was assessing his gains. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, a supreme-grade magical artifact, and a cultivation technique. Without hesitation, he poured the spirit stones into his storage bag. The magical artifact was a pair of boots, akin to those worn by Yang Yun, which would exponentially enhance the user's speed. After securing the spirit stones and boots, Xinyan's gaze turned to the cultivation technique, the Zhou Tian Gang Qi method, a method for refining qi embodied. A minor achievement would lead to the mid-stage of qi refinement, while a major accomplishment could allow entry into the later stages, or even perfection. Indeed, one must kill and burn to reap the rewards. Alas, such actions cannot be taken frequently. Beyond the spirit stones, supreme-grade magical artifacts, and techniques, he also discovered talismans, medicinal pills, and jade slips of various methods. Truly, the wealth of a family's highest authority is astounding. However, Xinyan deemed it reasonable. A cultivation family that had operated for centuries would naturally amass great fortune. A bountiful harvest. After securing his spoils, Xinyan began to peruse the Zhou Tian Gang Qi method, immersing his consciousness to comprehend the technique, quickly grasping its essence. Upon completion, should there be subsequent techniques, he could cultivate the Zhou Tian Gang Qi body. Yet, after reviewing it, he furrowed his brow slightly. As one of the rare body refining methods in the cultivation realm, the Zhou Tian Gang Qi method piqued his deep interest. Just as Xinyan delved silently into the Zhou Tian Gang Qi method, the array he had set outside the island was suddenly triggered. Xinyan opened his eyes. Zhuangjizi has returned. He tucked the Zhou Tian Gang Qi method away and stepped out onto the small island, cupping his hands in greeting. The esteemed steward graces us. It is a great honor. He welcomed Zhuangjizi into Qinglian Island, observing the seemingly ordinary yet subtly transformed Qinglian Island, alongside the gray-haired youth before him. Zhuangjizi felt a pang of emotion. Taoist friend, upon acquiring the spiritual land, you must remember that according to our Hanhai sect's regulations, the spiritual spring must be remitted 100 spirit stones every 10 years. You must be prepared, for our sect's summons may arrive at any moment. Xinyan nodded, calmly responding, the junior understands. Thank you for the forewarning, esteemed elder. That is good to hear, Zhuangjizi replied, noting Xinyan's composed demeanor with approval. He then shifted the conversation. I am curious about the sword technique that severely injured Luo Ruoqin. From whence did it originate? Xinyan was taken aback. It was evident that Zhuangjizi was not a swordsman. Why would he inquire about this? Noticing Xinyan's hesitation, Zhuangjizi cleared his throat. To be frank, my tenure as steward is soon to conclude. Oh? Xinyan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Might I inquire where the esteemed steward is destined to ascend? Zhuangjizi shook his head. Ascend? Upon returning to the sect to report, I shall retire and enjoy my twilight years. Having said this, he turned his gaze back to Xinyan. You and I have shared some rapport, so there is a matter. He paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Xinyan, understanding his intent, replied, I humbly request your guidance, esteemed steward. With that, he presented a storage bag. Ah, how could this be? Zhuangjizi shook his head, yet accepted the storage bag nonetheless. After my departure, the one who will take over is a seat of the Golden Core stage from our Hanhai sect, named Yang Zhang. He is a swordsman. Chapter 82 of the Sect War. Upon hearing this, Xinyan fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed steward. Sighing, Zhuangjizi shook his head, rose, and said to my friend, I recognize your resolute disposition, yet there are matters that require patience and concession. After all, retreating a step opens up a vast horizon. With that, he paid no heed to Xinyan's reaction, patted his shoulder, and strode towards the exit. Take care, esteemed steward. Seeing him about to depart, Xinyan promptly stood to escort him out. Moments later, a streak of light shot away from Qinglian Island, and Xinyan stood on the shore, watching his figure fade into the distance. Yang Zhang, the core formation seat of the Hanhai Immortal Sect? It was understandable that the other party sought the Qinglian sword art, for the Qinglian sword sect was a renowned cultivation sect in the Central Lands, and it was no surprise that they had core formation cultivators in their ranks. When the time comes, I shall deal with Yang Zhang accordingly. And meanwhile, atop a peak within the Hanhai Immortal Sect, a pair of individuals stood side by side. Brother Yang. The female cultivator, adorned in the attire of the Hanhai Immortal Sect, revealed an alluring figure, gazing adoringly at the handsome, upright man beside her. I just received news that Uncle Xianjizi has gone to Qinglian Island. I suspect he is there to convey information about you to that rogue cultivator. Let him convey whatever he wishes. After all, a late-stage chi refinement rogue is little more than an ant that I could easily crush, the man known as Brother Yang replied with a dismissive smile. Moreover, Xianjizi's visit might serve my interests well. The matter of seizing another's cultivation method will undoubtedly face opposition within the sect, and Xianjizi, being a cunning old fox, might persuade Zhou Shan of Qinglian Island to offer a generous reward. Additionally, if he convinces them to present the complete text of the sword art to me, it could forge a beneficial relationship for us. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Your words ring true, brother. The woman nodded, finding Yang Zhang's reasoning quite sound. However, she soon furrowed her brow. But what if that rogue from Qinglian Island is unwilling to part with the sword art? Are you truly prepared to take action against him? At this, the female cultivator hinted to thus, brother, do be ready for the possibility of resistance. If Xianjizi fails to persuade him, even if you must seize the sword art by force, you ought to employ strategy. I have heard that Zhou Shan possesses a strong sword cultivator's spirit, resolute and unyielding. Hearing his junior sister's words, Yang Zhang raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of amusement, sister, you have misjudged him. In the past, in the contest for the Qinglian spiritual spring, he indeed fought to the death, even employing a sword art that Xianjizi had never seen before, resulting in a significant loss of his lifespan and likely hindering his future cultivation. However, to claim that he embodies the spirit of a sword cultivator is a misconception shared by you and the masses. In my view, Zhou Shan merely stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter, acquiring a foundational sword art by chance. Yang Zhang sneered, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his lips curling in disdain. Such individuals, lacking in heritage and sect lineage, must rely on their lives to strive upwards, and the fate of such cultivators often ends with their lives squandered and nothing to show for it. The female cultivator fell silent upon hearing this, and after a long pause, she finally nodded, her face reflecting admiration. Every word you speak is a gem of wisdom, brother. I have learned much. Yang Zhang smiled slightly, but then abruptly shifted his tone. Sister, while our sword cultivator artifacts are indeed formidable, we do not tread the path of reckless struggle. Zhou Shan's desperate attempt to seize the spiritual spring stems from his inability to see a way forward. I suspect his potential has already been exhausted. Even with the spiritual spring at his disposal, his cultivation is unlikely to break through. Were it not for my need to refine the sword slaughter using various sword arts, I would hardly spare a glance at a mere late-stage chi refinement cultivator. If he is willing to part with the sword art, I might consider offering him some assistance in return. If not, he should not blame me for being ruthless. Truly, you are an extraordinary man, brother. Gazing at Yang Zhang with adoration, the woman continued, you are indeed the core formation seed of our Hanhai immortal sect. I believe that during the sect competition, you shall surely overshadow all others and become the foremost prodigy of our sect. Ha, thank you for your kind words, sister. Yang Zhang laughed heartily, but then his expression grew serious as he shook his head. You overpraise me. While I am confident in my abilities, the other peers in the sect are not to be underestimated. To prevail in the competition, I must not only obtain the sword art in Zhou Shan's possession but also seek out other sword arts to ensure my success. The female cultivator nodded, then suddenly suggested, brother, since you require other sword arts, why not allow me to visit Qinglian Island on your behalf? You can then focus on searching for other sword arts. Yang Zhang was about to agree, but then he seemed to recall something and turned to caution his sister. Under different circumstances, I would not hesitate to accept your offer. However, tensions have arisen between the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect due to issues concerning the Shueiyue sect. Since Qinglian Island lies at the intersection of the two sects, I worry for your safety. Have the Yuxian sect and Kueishui sect clashed again? After gaining ownership of the spiritual spring, Shen Yan had entered seclusion, focusing on opening his meridians in preparation for foundational establishment. Though the chi refinement stage is considered that of a cultivator, it is only upon establishing a foundation that one truly becomes a cultivator. However, establishing a foundation is no simple task. Looking across Qingyun Island, there are hundreds of chi refinement disciples, yet only one foundational establishment cultivator, illustrating the formidable challenge of this endeavor. Shen Yan, although endowed with the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, which allows him to consume innate purple chi to enhance his cultivation, still found it insufficient to guarantee his successful establishment of a foundation. Furthermore, currently, both the purity of his magical power and its accumulation far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, the path of cultivation knows no retreat, and establishing a foundation marks the beginning of the immortal path. Without absolute confidence, Shen Yan could not force his way through the foundation establishment. Even if he were invincible in the chi refinement stage after reaching perfection, he would not wish to attempt foundation establishment lightly. Moreover, he also possessed the Hunyuan Earth Magnetic Profound Technique and the Zhou Tian Gangqi art. If he could successfully cultivate these, his cultivation after establishing his foundation would undoubtedly reach new heights. A month passed. 2 months passed. Ultimately, diligent practice bore fruit. After consuming a significant portion of his spiritual stones, he succeeded in breaking through all 8 of his meridians. During Shen Yan's seclusion, however, the Eastern Sea cultivation world underwent a significant upheaval due to a conflict between two powers. The Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect. The Kueishui sect accused the Yuxian sect of murder and robbery, claiming their disciples were ambushed. In response, the Yuxian sect asserted that the Kueishui sect had secretly attacked foundational establishment elders within their ranks. Both sides held firmly to their stances, leading to a heated dispute. Regardless of whether it was the Kueishui sect or the Yuxian sect, both were significant powers in the Eastern Sea, and there had always been underlying tensions between them, though they had previously suppressed their grievances out of mutual caution. Chapter 83 The Assault of the Kuei-Shui Sect. Currently, the subordinate factions are embroiled in conflict, with each side naturally defending its OWN.AS. The two major sects make their moves. The other cultivation powers in the East Sea find it impossible to remain uninvolved. Initially, they engaged in verbal skirmishes, which soon escalated to skirmishes among the cultivators. Unfortunately, the various factions have not yet resorted to all-out combat. The high-ranking cultivators on both sides are not fools. Despite their enmity and hatred, they value their own lives even more. The method employed by both parties is to drag things out, engaging in gradual battles while hunting down isolated cultivators from the opposing side. Although neither side gathers their disciples for large-scale confrontations, not even those at the Foundation establishment stage have been dispatched, they do conduct ambushes against each other's members, and any individual from the opposing side encountered is met with merciless slaughter. While such skirmishes may not cause grievous harm, they should not be underestimated. Upon learning that the Yuxian sect intends to engage in a war of attrition against the Kuei-Shui sect, Xinyan's countenance darkened considerably. In the past, he could have safely hidden on Jinglian Island during such a war of attrition, but now he finds himself on Qinglian Island. If he were to be surrounded and hunted by the Kuei-Shui sect, the danger would be immense. He could become a target at any moment. However, he is compelled to remain on Qinglian Island to pursue his Foundation establishment. The conflict between the Yuxian sect and the Kuei-Shui sect places him in a precarious dilemma. Moreover, although the Yuxian sect and the Kuei-Shui sect are engaged in a war of attrition, they do not shy away from employing other extreme measures. These cultivators, who typically appear ethereal and dignified, give Xinyan pause. He believes that even if he encounters a cultivator at the early Foundation establishment stage, he can still evade them, yet, should he face a mid or late Foundation establishment cultivator, he fears for his safety. He can only take it one step at a time. With a sigh, Xinyan reflects that he had originally intended to continue his cultivation, preparing thoroughly before breaking through to Foundation establishment. Yet now, circumstances have taken an unexpected turn, and he finds himself compelled to attempt Foundation establishment sooner than planned. However, before doing so, he needs to instill some fear in the cultivators of the Kuei-Shui sect to buy himself some time. After all, he is uncertain how long his Foundation establishment will take, and if he is interrupted during the process, he may suffer severe injuries or even face death. A day later, Xinyan surveyed the surroundings of Qinglian Island and indeed discovered numerous cultivators lying in wait. Feigning ignorance, he ventured out from Qinglian Island to fish for black-scaled fish in the sea. The malevolent aura within the black-scaled fish could aid him in refining his body, making this an opportune moment to gather some. To his surprise, he realized that his companion, Zhou, possessed such a secret technique, making him the first to notice the peculiarities of the black-scaled fish. Countless extraordinary individuals exist in this world, and today he has once again broadened his horizons. Just then, a loud voice echoed from all directions. Aroa was startled, snapping back to attention, and glanced around. Illuminated by bright lights from all sides, several large boats swiftly approached, encircling him in the blink of an eye while maintaining a distance, respectfully cupping their hands in greeting towards Xinyan. A few people exchanged pleasantries, but Xinyan remained unresponsive, leading to an awkward atmosphere that soon turned tense. Ultimately, it was the female cultivator who spoke up. A friend, you are a disciple of the Yuxian sect, but this Qinglian Island lies within the territory of our Kuei-Shui Sea. Your fishing for black-scaled fish here is rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Xinyan's tone turned icy as he replied, scram. Upon hearing Xinyan's furious rebuke, the group exchanged glances, frowning, yet they steeled themselves to respond. To be honest, we have come here to search for the remaining secret realm of the Shuiyu sect. This matter concerns the interests of all our fellow cultivators and is not merely for our own gain. If you insist on refusing to negotiate, then we have no choice but to. What will you do? If you intend to fight, then do it swiftly. If you wish to reason, take it up with the steward of the Han Haitian sect. At these words, the group fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Eventually, the female cultivator continued, since you are unwilling, do not blame us for taking offense. With that, she leaped from the boat, her magical artifact aimed directly at Xinyan. This person unleashed her full strength upon striking, as Xinyan had previously demonstrated his prowess by single-handedly defeating two perfected chi refinement cultivators, which instilled fear in them. Had it not been for orders from above, they would never have dared to confront him. Clang, a resounding clash echoed, sparks flying as the female cultivator was propelled back onto her boat. The tremendous force caused the boat to dip, sending waves rippling across the water, and the female cultivator staggered back several steps, barely managing to keep from capsizing. Despite this, her expression remained one of shock and dread, her body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, reputation precedes itself. The female cultivator's face paled, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Your powers are profound, esteemed friend. I am no match for you. Thank you for your mercy. Please forgive my offense. With a respectful bow, she hastily retreated with her vessel. Farewell. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, fell into a moment of silence before they all moved in unison. However, no sooner had they retreated than a brilliant red light, fierce as fire, surged toward Xinyan, swiftly closing the distance. Su Shangnan of the Kuei-Shui sect, I have come to experience your prowess. As the red light approached, a melodious voice called out, revealing a stunning figure charging forward. A member of the Kuei-Shui sect? Xinyan's gaze sharpened, his expression unchanged as he thrust his Lu Yun sword directly at her swordlight. Clang, the clash of metal rang out, sparks erupting as Su Shangnan, like a fleeting shadow, leapt again to unleash another strike. Yet she was no match for Xinyan's swiftness. The power within the Lu Yun sword surged forth, and in an instant, it broke through Su Xingnan's sword energy and struck her directly. Thud, a muffled sound echoed, crimson splattering as Su Shangnan let out a grunt, retreating as she transformed into a streak of sword light and fled. Consider yourself enlightened. Her arrival had been swift, and her departure was equally hasty. Within moments, both parties vanished without a trace. Xinyan merely smiled faintly at this turn of events, making no attempt to pursue. Su Shiji, how are you? Upon landing on the boat, Su Shangnan was immediately surrounded by her concerned companions. This individual's strength is unfathomable. Although she appears to be at the late Qi refinement stage, she is actually at the perfected stage, and none of us can match her. We must refrain from acting recklessly and report this to the sect. Su Shangnan uttered these words before disregarding her companions' gazes and departing with a cold expression. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. The conflict between the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect had already commenced. In ordinary circumstances, dispatching a single foundation establishment cultivator would suffice to eliminate Xinyan. However, with Xian Jizi on the verge of stepping down, the Kueishui sect was reluctant to cause embarrassment over a late Qi refinement cultivator and a spiritual spring at such a critical juncture. Yet allowing a late Qi refinement cultivator to occupy a spiritual spring on their territory was equally distasteful to the Kueishui sect. Thus, they dispatched their Qi refinement disciples, hoping to drive Xinyan away or even kill him, only to discover that Xinyan was far more formidable than anticipated, placing them in a dire predicament. Chapter 84:3 Masters of Qi Refinement achieve perfection, yet this matter holds no significance for Su Shangnan, who is presently consumed by her own concerns. In a hurried rush, she returns to her chamber, swiftly shutting the doors and windows behind her, before collapsing onto the floor, breathless and panting. Amidst her labored breaths, she tears open her clothing, revealing her upper body. There, on her smooth, jade-like shoulder, a gaping wound marred by a bloodied scar is visible. After catching her breath, Su Shangnan manages to prop herself up, her gaze fixed upon the horrifying injury on her shoulder, her eyes betraying a sense of unwillingness. To possess such strength in the later stages of Qi refinement, what level of power would this individual attain upon reaching perfection in Qi refinement, or even upon forming their foundation? As this thought crosses her mind, a flicker of hesitation appears in her eyes, but she ultimately steels herself and retrieves a jade vial from her bosom. The vial, a vibrant green and exquisite in appearance, releases an alluring fragrance as she uncorks it. Su Shangnan tilts the vial, and a golden yellow pill rolls out, which she promptly swallows whole. Gulp. Steadying herself, she channels her spiritual power, and instantly, the sword wound on her left shoulder glows with a fiery red light. Within that crimson aura, the sword energy gradually dissipates, and flesh begins to regenerate at a visible pace, the once terrible gash that nearly pierced her shoulder swiftly healing until her beautiful shoulder bears no trace of injury. After consuming the elixir, Su Shangnan waits a moment longer before returning to the deck, where she encounters a young male cultivator. This young man, strikingly handsome and clad in a vibrant scarlet robe, radiates an intense aura. Su Shangnan approaches with a respectful demeanor, albeit tinged with a hint of coldness. Elder brother. The young cultivator smiles in response. I am already aware of the situation. This individual possesses formidable strength, and naturally, you are no match for him. Let him be for now. Once our companions from Lingbo sect arrive, I shall personally eliminate him. Understood. Although doubts linger in Su Shangnan's heart, she dares not voice them and can only respond respectfully. The young cultivator regards his sister directly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. How severe is your injury? Su Shangnan remains silent, quietly loosening her garments. Observing Su Shangnan's flawless shoulder, the young cultivator nods. To inflict such harm with a single strike indicates that this person is indeed a formidable foe. I did not anticipate that the Jade Immortal sect harbors such a character. Su Shangnan dons her clothing once more. His swordsmanship is extraordinarily heavy and sharp, and his spiritual power is remarkably pure, truly impressive. Impressive or not, what does it matter? The young cultivator smirks, his voice cool. Once our ancestor eliminates the foundation establishment cultivators of the Jade Immortal sect, we shall take action. With 3 masters of Qi refinement joining forces, how can a mere late-stage Qi refiner withstand us? Su Shangnan nods, though uncertainty flickers in her eyes as she turns to her elder brother. If this continues, the young cultivator glances at her. Are you the only one with a compassionate heart, unable to restrain yourself from speaking up for them? Su Shangnan shakes her head, defending herself. Of course not. I merely believe that these sect disciples may become our allies in the future. If they suffer too many casualties at Zhoushan's hands, the young man gives a chilling smile, his gaze piercing. Shangnan, the conflicts among the immortals are as such. Do you think that those early to mid-stage Qi refiners are forced by the sect? They, too, seek to achieve some merits, understand? The rules within the Kueishui sect state that any cultivator who kills a disciple of the Jade Immortal sect will be rewarded, hence everyone is eager to hunt down solitary disciples of the Jade Immortal sect, especially since this is the Kueishui Sea, their territory. Su Shangnan falls into a brief silence before nodding. Little sister understands. Understanding is good, very good. The young cultivator continues. Recently, there have been frequent movements of the black-scaled fish in the Kueishui Sea, which likely indicates that the Fish King is about to emerge. The young cultivator, Su Jingyang, clad in a fiery red robe, suddenly becomes animated, quickly steering the conversation towards the critical topic. He narrows his eyes. The spirit fish is born of the Shueiyue sect, and the Fish King must certainly be related to another secret realm of Shueiyue. Zhoushan has a particular talent for fishing. It would be prudent to engage him in conversation. At this point, he abruptly halts, turning to soar towards a large vessel like a streak of red light. Su Jingyang has met a fellow cultivator. May I inquire your esteemed title? The young man before him, exuding an air of coldness akin to the icy northern lands, carries an aloof demeanor, Lingbo sect's true disciple, Zhao Ruoxu. Ah, it is Zhao Daoyu. Su Jingyang bows respectfully, his tone courteous yet not subservient. Beside Zhao Ruoxu stands a woman, adorned in a resplendent crimson palace gown, whose beauty is striking. Unlike Zhao Ruoxu's haughty disposition, the woman sizes up Su Jingyang before cooing playfully. Ah, so you are a companion of Su Jingyang. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the true disciple of Kueishui sect, and now that we meet, it is indeed as rumored. Su Jingyang offers a slight smile, then humbly replies, you flatter me. This esteemed companion must be the true disciple of Lingbo sect, Chen Hanyu? Chen Hanyu beams back, you may call me Yu Liang. Indeed, Chen sure is truly approachable. Su Jingyang shifts his gaze, surveying his surroundings. Have only the two of you come this time? Zhao Ruoxu remains icy and silent, while Chen Hanyu lightly laughs. Are the two of us not sufficient? Do you intend to monopolize this place, Su Jingyang? Certainly not. What merit do I possess to dare to claim exclusivity? Su Jingyang shakes his head, explaining however, with the Fish King imminent, and Qinglian Island being Zhou Shun's jurisdiction as per the regulations of the Hanhai Immortal Sect, he holds the advantage. If we are to compete for the opportunities within the secret realm of Shueihua, a fierce battle may ensue. Although both of you are strong, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Humph. Before he can finish, a cold snort interrupts him, and Zhao Ruoxu arrogantly declares, though the ants may be many, they are not to be feared. After a brief pause, he adds, moreover, whether that secret Shueihua sect was originally a foundation establishment sect, how could it possibly have only one secret realm? Furthermore, the dense malevolent energy within the Kueishui Sea makes the emergence of a secret realm inevitable. Continuing, Chen Hanyu states, Su Daoyu, should we 3 join forces without the intervention of any foundation establishment cultivators, there is absolutely no chance of failure. If you are agreeable, we shall take 4 parts of the spoils once the secret realm appears. How does that sound? Then let it be as you say. Su Jingyang readily assents, laughing heartily. I hope both of you will do your utmost. With the secret realm of Shueihua, we shall have no worries regarding the resources needed for our foundation establishment. As he speaks, his tone grows serious as he gestures towards Qinglian Island. However, prior to that, I would kindly request your assistance in removing Zhou Shun from the Jade Immortal Sect. Just as his words fall, a chilling northern wind sweeps in, causing Zhao Ruoxu and Chen Hanyu to simultaneously shift their gazes. Su Jingyang senses a change as well, turning to look back, only to see a fishing boat approaching from the distance. Chapter 85 of The Wealth of Xinyan, Zhou Shun. Su Jingyang's expression turned grave. Before Su Shangnan, he feigned a dismissive attitude towards Xinyan, yet internally, his trepidation towards Xinyan had reached an ineffable level. At that moment, as Xinyan navigated his small boat towards the trio, Su Jingyang's countenance shifted drastically. The members of the Kueishui sect, witnessing Xinyan's brazen appearance, gritted their teeth in fury, yet they found themselves at a loss, paralyzed by the fear of acting rashly in the face of Xinyan. With such a formidable figure, who would dare provoke him? However, Xinyan's audacity to confront 3 accomplished Qi refinement practitioners was tantamount to overstepping boundaries, yet, even in the face of such insolence, the onlookers could only endure, directing their attention towards the trio of Qi refinement masters. How audacious, in broad daylight, to dare act so brazenly within the territory of Kueishui sect, Su Jingyang scoffed, feigning anger and preparing to act. Su, my friend, let us not rush. Chen Hanyu interjected, restraining him. It is said that this man's swordsmanship rivals that of a foundation establishment cultivator, and he has discovered this spiritual spring. He may possess clues regarding the secret realm of the Shueihua sect. What the fairy Hanyu says is indeed plausible, Su Jingyang replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. This individual's swordsmanship is truly extraordinary, and his ability to catch such an abundance of spiritual fish suggests he possesses unique methods. He may indeed capture the Spirit Fish King and uncover the secrets of the Shueihua sect. Upon hearing their words, Zhao Ruoxu also suppressed his urge to strike. Since both of you speak thus, let us spare him for the time being. Though this is the territory of Kueishui sect, the Hanhai Immortal Sect has already marked this place as belonging to us. If any of you have matters to discuss, speak freely. Those without business may depart. The crowd fell silent, and even Su Jingyang, who had previously clamored to join forces to eliminate Xinyan, now held his tongue. Zhou Shun, do not presume that your strength grants you the right to be arrogant here. This is the domain of Kueishui sect, and the spiritual spring merely belongs to you. Should you provoke our sect, foundation establishment cultivators will come to seek you out, and even the Hanhai Immortal Sect will have no recourse. Xinyan chuckled lightly. He was well aware of their intentions. Was it not for the Spirit Fish King, if he were to take the initiative to act, it would mean tearing apart the facade of civility, after which the foundation establishment cultivators of Kueishui sect would be free to act against him. Once I capture the Fish King, I shall see whether you dare to act. Xinyan coldly smiled to himself, then sat at the bow of the boat, returning to Qinglian Island. The unique topography surrounding Qinglian Island, with its intricate underwater currents, posed a risk. Should the Fish King be frightened and flee, one could only wonder when the secret realm of Shueihua sect would resurface. Let Zhou Shun capture the Fish King first. We shall bide our time and wait for the right moment. Although they felt indignation, the group retained their composure, recognizing the larger situation, compelling several early to mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners of Kueishui sect to venture into the sea in search of the Fish King while keeping a watchful eye on Xinyan's Qinglian Island. Xinyan was acutely aware of their intentions, yet he remained unhurried, immersing himself in the cultivation of the Zhou Tian Gang Qi technique and the Hunyuan Earth magnetism art within Qinglian Island. Having acquired the storage bag of the ancestral patriarch of the Luo family, Xinyan had become quite affluent, thus he was not stingy with his spiritual stones, fervently refining the innate purple energy. In just half a month, Shen Yan had cultivated both the Hanyuan earth magnetism art and the Zhou Tian Gangqi technique to the pinnacle of what could be achieved in the qi refinement stage. The Hanyuan earth magnetism art served two primary functions. One was to enhance the practitioner's defenses, and the other was to manipulate geomagnetic elemental force. While enhancing defense is a common trait among earth attribute techniques, the effects of the Hanyuan earth magnetism art were notably stronger. The ability to manipulate geomagnetic elemental force became Shen Yan's trump card. The geomagnetic elemental force essentially embodies gravity. During combat, if Shen Yan feigned a misstrike with his Qingling sword, causing his opponent to lower their guard, he could then manipulate the geomagnetic elemental force to move their body unexpectedly, leaving them vulnerable to attack. In cultivator battles, even the slightest error could result in death. The effects of the Zhou Tian Gangqi technique were equally formidable. Not only did it enhance the practitioner's defenses like the Hanyuan earth magnetism art, but it also augmented their stamina and vitality. Moreover, upon mastering the Zhou Tian Gangqi technique, the qi emitted while channeling mana bore immense offensive power, ensuring that any cultivator struck by it would suffer grievous bodily harm. After mastering these two techniques, Shen Yan remained unsatisfied with his current state, prompting him to extract the black particles condensed from the Yinsha energy, using them to enhance his physical strength while simultaneously absorbing them with the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal. Through this process, after expending a considerable amount of innate purple energy, Shen Yan finally honed his body to a level comparable to that of a top-tier defensive magical artifact. The Hanyuan earth magnetism art and the Zhou Tian Gangqi technique also held the crucial benefit of increasing Shen Yan's success rate in foundation establishment. After mastering these two techniques, Shen Yan completely refined the high-grade magical artifact, the shadow tracking boots, obtained from the Luo family's ancestral patriarch, enabling him to match the speed of early-stage foundation establishment practitioners with the mere activation of his mana, and this was achieved without even cultivating relevant techniques. As for the four magical artifacts belonging to Su Mao, since they were damaged by the flowing cloud sword during Shen Yan's execution of the Qinglian sword technique, he could only regretfully store them away, intending to gradually learn the art of artifact refinement for repairs once he successfully established his foundation. After the passage of half a month, the trio of qi refinement masters from Kuei-Shui sect and Lingbo sect had grown somewhat impatient, yet there was still no news of the Fish King's whereabouts. Shen Yan, with his formidable spiritual sense, was fully aware of the unfolding events, having cultivated all his techniques to their limits. With all magical artifacts refined, the next step was to compel the cultivators of Kuei-Shui sect and Lingbo sect to act, allowing him to retaliate and establish dominance, ultimately buying himself time for foundation establishment. After meticulously inspecting his magical artifacts, Shen Yan stored away the Qingling sword and the soul summoning banner. The Qingling sword, being a low-grade spiritual artifact, could attract the covetous gaze of foundation establishment cultivators if openly displayed, while the soul summoning banner, being a demonic artifact, could provide Kuei-Shui sect and Lingbo sect with a pretext to eliminate him should they discover it. In lieu of the Qingling sword and the soul summoning banner, Shen Yan still possessed the flowing cloud sword, shadow tracking boots, and the south bright leaving fire pearl. Besides these three artifacts, he also had the heavenly water crane talisman, capable of summoning a heavenly water crane comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator, which, when combined with the firebird conjured by the south bright leaving fire pearl, would allow him to contend with foundation establishment practitioners in a short span of time. Chapter 86, The Terrifying Power of Spellcraft. Currently, the only shortcoming of Shen Yan lies in his lack of defensive magical artifacts. To safeguard against any sinister tactics that the Kuei-Shui sect and Lingbo sect might employ to pose a threat to him, Shen Yan melded 49 pieces of Xian Yuan heavy water using innate purple energy, transforming them into a fluid that could shift freely. With the water manipulation technique bestowed by the Heavenly Divine Seal, he shaped this pool of Xian Yuan heavy water into a protective water shield around himself, although this meant sacrificing the ability to transform the Xian Yuan heavy water into ice needles using the ice needle technique. The combination of the Xian Yuan heavy water shield and Shen Yan's formidable physique significantly enhanced his survival capabilities. Furthermore, he carried with him all 20 of the first-tier superior Vajra talismans, effectively transforming himself into a mobile magical artifact that even a foundation-building cultivator would struggle to breach in a short time. Having completed this, Shen Yan glanced at the spiritual spring before him and stepped outside. This battle merely required him to buy a month of time, after which he could consume the foundation-building elixir to become a foundation-building cultivator himself. At that point, he would return directly to the Yuxian sect's Jingyan Island to eliminate Yang Yun and fulfill his vendetta, freeing himself from any lingering attachments and allowing him to devote himself wholly to restoring the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal and pursuing the path of immortality. Emerging from Jingyan Island, Shen Yan disregarded the watchers outside and swiftly dove into the sea, diving deep and unleashing his spiritual awareness to search for the Black Scale Fish King. The cultivators of the Kuei-Shui sect and Lingbo sect could only probe the seabed up to 30 fathoms, and while there might be traces of the black scale fish, they would hardly suspect it to be the domain of the Fish King. Thus, Shen Yan descended beyond 100 fathoms, commencing a thorough search of the waters surrounding Qinglian Island. 2 days later, Shen Yan successfully detected the presence of the black scale Fish King in the depths of a trench. He manipulated the water to ensnare the Fish King, sensing the abundant innate purple energy within it. Shen Yan smiled faintly as he grasped it. He then swiftly swam upward, and as he broke through the water's surface, he launched the Fish King with considerable force, sending a brilliant golden light slicing through the sky and landing upon Qinglian Island. The Fish King. Zhou Shun has found the Fish King. He has taken the Fish King. Quickly, stop him, someone, stop him, go to the island and seize the Fish King back. Where are the 3 true disciples? Why haven't they acted yet? Act now. As they witnessed Qin Yan capturing the Fish King, many cultivators could no longer contain their excitement and began to converge towards Qinglian Island. Those who dared to linger near Qinglian Island were mostly audacious individuals. After all, this was the border between the Kueishui sect and the Yuxian sect. If surrounded by disciples of the Yuxian sect, they would face certain death. Of course, the reason these cultivators exhibited such reckless bravado and charged aggressively towards Qinglian Island was largely influenced by the malevolent aura emanating from the Watermoon sect's secret realm, prompting such a reaction. Act now. Not far from Qinglian Island, Zhao Ruosu and Chen Hongyu from the Lingbo sect exchanged knowing glances, each discerning the intent in the other's eyes. Zhao Ruosu soared into the air, transforming into a streak of cold light as he sped towards Qinglian Island, while Chen Hongyu, unwilling to lag behind, followed closely on her crimson glider. Seeing their urgency, Su Jingyang, the true disciple of the Kueishui sect, smirked slightly and addressed Su Shangnan beside him. Do not move from this spot, wait until I and the two true disciples of Lingbo sect have dispatched Zhou Shun before you come over. After saying this, he flew toward Xinyan on Qinglian Island. At this moment, on Qinglian Island, facing the onslaught of incoming cultivators, Xinyan remained indifferent. With a sweep of his sword, blood sprayed forth as the hot crimson liquid stained the sea. More than a dozen cultivators fell victim to a mere casual strike from Xinyan, meeting their demise on the spot. However, this did little to quell the avarice that stirred within their hearts. Leave the Fish King to me. Surrender the Fish King and I shall spare your life. Faced with the frenzied assaults of these cultivators, Xinyan merely curled his lip in disdain, then drew upon the innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, casting the spell, transform water into ice. In an instant, expending a substantial amount of innate purple energy, he unleashed the ice needle technique, freezing the surrounding sea into a pristine, crystalline expanse. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Ruosu and Chen Hongyu, who had just approached the fringes of Qinglian Island, widened their eyes in astonishment. Su Jingyang also halted in his tracks, staring incredulously at the magnificent scene before him. How is it possible for such a potent spell to be wielded? Not to mention a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, even a foundation-building cultivator would be incapable of such a terrifying display. Only a core formation cultivator could achieve this. Chen Hongyu murmured in disbelief, her expression dazed. How could Zhou Shun, this previously unremarkable young cultivator of the Yuxian sect, wield such fearsome magic? While the others stood in shock, Xinyan remained undeterred. With a gentle flick of his Luyan sword, he directed a beam of sword light towards the two true disciples of Lingbo sect. With a piercing sound, Zhao Ruosu, the true disciple of Lingbo sect, let out a pained cry as blood erupted from his shoulder, shockingly revealing that his entire left arm had been severed by Xinyan's Luyan sword. Brother Zhao! Seeing Zhao Ruosu lose an arm in an instant, Chen Hongyu gasped in horror and immediately grabbed him, attempting to retreat. Everyone, fall back. Do not be deceived by his illusions. His ice needle technique merely boasts an extensive range, its actual power is not formidable. As Chen Hongyu retreated, she shouted to the others. Following her lead, the remaining cultivators realized that Xinyan's ice needle technique had only frozen the ocean, and they had not suffered any real harm. This man possesses unparalleled swordsmanship. We must not engage him in close combat. We should attack him from a distance with spells, and he will surely be defeated. Su Jingyang also came to his senses and shouted behind Chen Hongyu as he quickly distanced himself. The other cultivators, awakening from their stupor, began to retreat. However, Xinyan merely smiled coldly. With the spirit stones he currently possessed, even refining 100 portions of innate purple energy would suffice. The idea that these cultivators could exhaust him was nothing more than a foolish dream, yet some actions could not be taken too far. A late-stage Qi refinement cultivator defeating dozens of Qi refinement cultivators, including 3 at full mastery, would surely raise suspicion. Xinyan's willingness to expend innate purple energy to create such a massive ice sheet was, of course, a ploy to trap them all. Now you wish to flee, it is too late. With a cold snort, Xinyan unleashed the innate purple energy from the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal in a frenzy, and in the next moment, the ice surface within 100 fathoms surrounding Qinglian Island shattered, the fragments seemingly coming to life as they hurled themselves towards the fleeing cultivators. Chapter 87 Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment. This chilling scene left all the cultivators utterly astonished. Some attempted to defend themselves, yet the shards of ice attacked from all directions. Xinyan frantically consumed his innate purple qi, and at this moment, each ice fragment wielded power comparable to a low-grade magical artifact. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators at the early and mid stages of Qi refinement had already perished tragically beneath the onslaught of the ice, leaving only a scant few late-stage Qi refinement cultivators and 3 fully realized true disciples. You are not even at the late stage of Qi refinement. Su Jingyang, battered and bruised, looked at Xinyan with a bitter tone and spoke with resentment. The assault of the ice was too abrupt, and its power too immense. Even he, a true disciple of the Kueishui sect, who had wrapped himself in magical energy and donned defensive artifacts, was unable to withstand the onslaught, sustaining severe injuries in an instant. The others, under Xinyan's relentless attack, were not faring any better. They stared blankly at Xinyan, already contemplating their fate with resignation. The sect will not spare you. You concealed your identity to lure Qi refinement cultivators to their doom. Both the Kueishui sect and the Lingbo sect will seek vengeance upon you. Suddenly, in the distance, Su Shangnan rushed towards Su Jingyang, desperately pulling out a healing pill while frantically shouting. Killers are always hunted down. You 2 surnamed Su and 1 Zhao must be related to those who previously contended for the spiritual territory, correct? In response to Su Xingnan's words, Xinyan merely replied nonchalantly before continuing, 3 venerable families of cultivators, yet not a single one boasts a foundation establishment cultivator. Is this not indicative of your sect's employing methods akin to those of the Hanhai Immortal sect to control the cultivation families under your jurisdiction? At this juncture, Shen found the Eastern CS cultivation realm rather tedious. With his words, the truth was laid bare before the three, their expressions shifting to discomfort, but they found themselves unable to refute him. Just like the ancestral figure of the Luo family, Luo Ruochin, with his talent and cultivation level, he could easily ascend to foundation establishment with but a single foundation establishment pill. Yet, despite possessing a wealth of spirit stones, he was unable to procure such a pill. How could this be? The only plausible explanation is that someone did not wish for the Luo family to produce a foundation establishment cultivator. This reasoning could elucidate everything simultaneously. Shen recalled Yan Shang's situation. He clearly possessed foundation establishment pills, having entered the Yuxian sect as a member of his family, yet Yan Shang remained stuck at the late stage of qi refinement. Contemplating the state of Yan Shang's chest and the bloodline issues he had mentioned, Shen couldn't help but feel a chill. However, he had no desire to alter the circumstances of the Eastern Sea cultivation realm. Firstly, he was not a native of the Eastern Sea, and secondly, he felt no sense of belonging to this realm. All he wished for was to establish his foundation as soon as possible, avenge himself against Yang Yun, and then depart for the Central Plains to explore the realm of cultivation there. Indeed, Su Mao and the others are dispatched from our Kueishui sect, but so what? Even if we perish here today, you shall not fare any better. Boredom, sheer boredom, Shen soared through the air on his flying artifact, paying no heed to Su Jingyang's words. Summoning the Nanjingli fire pearl, he lightly urged it, and a fiery bird shot forth at an astonishing speed towards Su Jingyang's eye. In the next moment, Su Jingyang's body crashed heavily onto the floating shards of ice on the sea surface, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, in the face of imminent death, Su Jingyang could not afford to linger. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony within, and clumsily activated his artifact to attempt to escape. However, in the following instant, a tremendous roar echoed as a Nanjingli fire descended from the heavens, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang's pupils constricted, his body trembled as he attempted to activate his artifact, but it had already been destroyed by the ice shards. By the time he reacted, it was too late. A blaze enveloped him completely. As the Nanjingli fire gradually dissipated, the silhouette of Su Jingyang emerged on the water's surface, his flesh charred to a crisp, resembling a desiccated corpse. Su Shangnan, too, was given particular attention by Shen, who nonchalantly incinerated her to a pile of ashes with a flick of the Nanjingli fire. Witnessing this spectacle, the few remaining individuals nearby were struck with horror, their desire to resist extinguished as they writhed in excruciating pain, utterly unable to move. Be more vigilant in your next life. Shen remarked casually to them before summoning the Luyun sword, infused with the energy of the Zhou Tian gang, to extinguish the last vestiges of their lives. With so many cultivators vanishing abruptly, the Kueishui sect would refrain from searching for the so-called Shuiwei sect's secret realm for the time being. However, it wouldn't be long before they retaliated with fervor. I must establish my foundation swiftly. Having tidied the battlefield, Shen manipulated the water currents to vigorously wash away the traces of conflict. Once all the bodies had sunk to the ocean floor, he retrieved an array plate to set up a defensive formation in preparation for his foundation establishment. Returning beside the spiritual spring, Shen crushed a portion of spirit stones to replenish the innate purple chi within the Heavenly Emperor Divine Seal, yet he did not rush to consume the foundation establishment pill. Instead, he took a moment to thoroughly relax his mind and spirit. It was not until the afternoon of the following day, once Shen confirmed that his state was at its peak, that he finally consumed the foundation establishment pill and initiated his ascent toward foundation establishment. As the pill entered his mouth, he immediately felt a cool, refreshing stream radiate from his dantian, and Shen, not daring to be negligent, began to operate the water yuan technique to absorb this refreshing essence. Once the medicinal power was completely refined, Shen felt that his previously peak state of magical energy began to transform. After merging with this cool stream, his magical energy circulated within his body, showcasing the benefits of his previously unblocked meridians. The obstructed pathways that would have required the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill to clear were already opened by him, and thus, not a single bit of the pill's potency was wasted. After a considerable duration, Shenyan's magical energy fully integrated with the cool stream, and as it circulated within him, it ultimately merged into his very being, vanishing entirely. At this moment, there was not a trace of magical energy left in Shenyan's dantian, yet he felt no urgency. This state indicated that his foundation establishment was imminent. For a cultivator at the chi refinement stage, the sole marker of ascension to foundation establishment is the complete conversion of their magical energy into true essence. True essence, in contrast to magical energy, not only bears a different name but is also of a superior grade. A portion of true essence can activate an artifact with the efficacy of 10 portions of magical energy, and furthermore, once magical energy metamorphoses into true essence, a cultivator's lifespan doubles. This is what all cultivators ardently pursue. As time flowed by, a month had swiftly passed. Sitting cross-legged upon the mat, Shenyan finally sensed the emergence of true essence within his dantian, distinct from magical energy foundation establishment, achieved. In the quiet chamber, Shenyan let out a long, triumphant howl, dispelling the pent-up restlessness accumulated over the month. Chapter 88. I am Shenyan. The ascension to the foundation establishment realm did not herald any extraordinary celestial phenomena, nor was there a cascade of golden lotuses. Rather, the surroundings of Qinglian Island had always been remarkably tranquil. However, upon stepping outside the confines of Qinglian Island, Shenyan keenly observed that a multitude of cultivators had gathered in the vicinity. It appeared that the demise of several dozen cultivators had failed to deter the practitioners of Kueishui sect. Shenyan, feeling somewhat troubled, rubbed his forehead. The reckless behavior of the Kueishui sect's cultivators, akin to moths drawn to a flame, left him exasperated. Just then, as he crossed the threshold of the island's protective array, his brows furrowed sharply. He beheld two enormous flying vessels drifting gracefully in the sky, each adorned with the insignia of their respective sects, one belonging to the Yuxian sect, and the other to the Kueishui sect. Finally, they have arrived. A peculiar smile crept across Xinyan's face as he gazed at the vessel of the Yuxian sect. These large ships, though merely inferior-grade magical tools, were highly valued by the cultivators of the East Sea as essential means of travel. The large ships were utilized during the qi refining stage and could only navigate the surface of the sea, while the flying vessels were operated during the foundation establishment stage, allowing for aerial travel. Initially, when the news from Hanhai Xian sect surfaced, reporting that Zhou Shan, a late-stage qi refining cultivator, had discovered a location of a spiritual spring, many cultivators of the Yuxian sect had felt displeased. How could an inner-sect disciple like Zhou Shan attempt to monopolize such a discovery? However, when it was revealed that the spiritual spring was situated within the territory of the Kueishui sect, public sentiment shifted dramatically. Had Zhou Shan truly been an undercover agent sent by the Kueishui sect, intending to lure the qi refining practitioners of Yuxian sect to their doom, for quite some time, the cultivators of Yuxian sect dismissed Zhou Shan's findings with scorn, hardly considering the notion of offering assistance. The events that subsequently transpired only reinforced their suspicions. A late-stage qi refining cultivator had defeated a perfected qi refining swordsman and had even slain a cultivator equipped with 4 magical tools, ultimately vanquishing the head of the Luo family, who had been renowned in the East Sea for decades. At this juncture, the Yuxian sect was entirely convinced that Zhou Shan's report of the spiritual spring and the ensuing battle for the spiritual land was a ruse orchestrated by the Kueishui sect. Consequently, the elders of the sect not only forbade their disciples from participating but also issued strict orders to maintain a distance from Qinglian Island, even expelling Zhou Shan from the sect altogether. This incident stirred considerable unrest on Jingyun Island, but before the turbulence could settle, an even more shocking revelation emerged from the outside world. 3 true disciples from Kueishui sect and several dozen ordinary qi refining disciples had vanished near Qinglian Island. Upon receiving the news, the Yuxian sect was initially skeptical, but their spies embedded within the Kueishui sect and Lingbo sect confirmed the veracity of the claims. This revelation led the higher-ups of Yuxian sect to reconsider. Perhaps Zhou Shan was indeed not a traitor, but rather a true hero. He had single-handedly slain dozens of qi refining cultivators, including 3 true disciples at the perfected qi refining stage, all without aid from his sect. What did this imply? It suggested that Zhou Shan's combat prowess could rival that of Foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, Yuxian sect promptly rescinded Zhou Shan's status as a traitor and hastily dispatched personnel to Qinglian Island, preparing to assist Xinyan in safeguarding the spiritual spring. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, the Kueishui sect also sent reinforcements to Qinglian Island, setting the stage for the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Zhou Shan's disguised appearance, the flying vessels that were in a standoff unleashed beams of spiritual light, converging toward Xinyan. Observing the leading figure, Xinyan's brow furrowed. The individual's cultivation was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and he had not encountered this particular disciple of Yuxian sect before. It appeared he was not an elder from Jingyun Island but rather a figure from the sacred grounds of the Yuxian sect. As for the foundation establishment cultivator from Kueishui sect, he paid little heed. That individual was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, akin to himself. Although he had recently achieved a breakthrough, he was confident in his ability to effortlessly contend with a peer of the same rank. Zhou Shan, come here, commanded the mid-foundation establishment cultivator, soaring through the air on his magical tool with an air of authority. Xinyan frowned. Despite being a disciple of Yuxian sect, the haughty demeanor of this individual was quite displeasing. Although he felt no allegiance to Yuxian sect, he had nonetheless rendered significant contributions. How could one adopt such an attitude? At this moment, the foundation establishment cultivator from Kueishui sect maneuvered his magical tool closer, casting a frosty gaze upon Xinyan as he coldly inquired, Zhou Shan, did you kill our true disciple Su Jingyang? The foundation establishment cultivator from Yuxian sect, upon hearing this, provocatively retorted, Xiang Chunfang, Zhou Shan is a disciple of Yuxian sect. When did it become your place, as a member of Kueishui sect, to question him? The countenance of the foundation establishment cultivator named Xiang Chunfang darkened. Despite the fact that his opponent's cultivation was superior, he showed no signs of trepidation. Lu Jing, if any other mid-foundation establishment cultivator from Yuxian sect had come, I would naturally show them some respect, but you, the 2 cultivators, upon meeting for the first time, immediately began to bicker, their interaction suggesting a pre-existing grudge. Lu Jing's tone faltered, seemingly struck by Xiang Chunfang's words, yet he found himself unable to act against him, as the current skirmishes between Yuxian sect and Kueishui sect were confined to the qi refining stage. Should he take the initiative to escalate the conflict, even as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he would be unable to withstand the repercussions from his sect. Moreover, though his cultivation was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his actual combat capability was not significantly superior to that of the early foundation establishment Xiang Chunfang, which explained why Xiang Chunfang exhibited no fear whatsoever. Consequently, Lu Jing redirected his pent-up ire toward Xinyan, glaring at him and bellowing, did you not hear me? Get over here. Xinyan's expression turned icy. It was evident that Yuxian sect had dispatched such a fool, indicating a complete disregard for either the spiritual spring or the contributions of a cultivator like himself. Or perhaps Yuxian sect had intentionally sent him as a provocation. Did they intend to exacerbate the animosity with Kueishui sect, escalating the conflict between the 2 sects? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he moved swiftly, guiding a beam of spiritual light toward Lu Jing. Zhou Shan, you have rendered great service to the sect. Upon your return, you shall be duly rewarded. However, I have one question for you. How did you, within just 10 years of joining the sect, manage to effortlessly slay dozens of cultivators? Lu Jing asked, his tone casual, as he caught sight of Xinyan approaching obediently. At this moment, the question captivated everyone's attention, not just Xiang Chunfang, but even the qi-refining cultivators from both Yuxian sect and Kueishui sect regarded Xinyan with curiosity. Chapter 89. A stunning display, of course. It is because I am a foundation establishment cultivator. Xinyan's voice momentarily faltered. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword light suddenly erupted from his body. In the next instant, the sword light split into two, fiercely striking towards Lu Jing and Xiang Chunfang. You are a foundation establishment cultivator? Both men were taken aback, yet before they could gather their thoughts, a terrifying sword light manifested, flooding them with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Zhou Shan had been capable of unleashing foundation establishment level sword techniques even while at the qi refinement stage, and now the opponent had already reached foundation establishment. A single thought flashed simultaneously in their minds, but there was no time left for further contemplation, for they understood that if they hesitated even for a moment longer, they would be cleaved by Xinyan's sword light. Damn it! Lu Jing roared, finding himself closest to Xinyan and completely unprepared. Faced with Xinyan's sudden ambush, he could only hastily conjure a true essence shield and desperately retreat, attempting to summon a magical artifact to counter the attack. However, Xinyan's Qinglian sword technique had already reached a remarkable mastery, and given that he was the one taking the initiative, his murderous intent was palpable. Lu Jing could not hope to defend against it. In an instant, the resplendent sword light struck Lu Jing, piercing through his body. Were it not for the profound foundation of a foundation establishment cultivator, that single strike would surely have claimed Lu Jing's life. Nevertheless, even so, Lu Jing was now drenched in blood. Xinyan's blow had grievously wounded him, and only one more strike was needed to finish him off. Yet, Xinyan abruptly halted, turning his gaze towards the not-so-distant Xiang Chunfang, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and appeared quite disheveled. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, might this fellow Daoist consider retreating? Xiang Chunfang, his complexion darkened with fury as he regarded Xinyan, felt an intense anger surging within him. However, the power demonstrated by Xinyan in that previous strike had made it clear that he was far superior. Although he was perplexed as to why Xinyan would suddenly attack two individuals alone, he chose to retreat for the sake of his own life. Damn it, Zhou Shan, what are you doing? Lu Jing gasped for breath, feeling the oppressive aura from the sword light unleashed by the Qingling sword gnawing at his true essence, rendering him incapable of healing his wounds. Behind Lu Jing, a group of qi refinement disciples were petrified, unable to comprehend how they had mistaken a supposed hero of the Yuxian sect for someone who would launch a ruthless attack on one of their elders. He is not Zhou Shan. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to the speaker. Yang Yun, are you the Yang Yun from Jingyun Island? By what right do you assert he is not Zhou Shan? The speaker was none other than Yang Yun, who had previously concealed herself among the crowd. Upon realizing that she had been discovered, a trace of delight appeared on Xinyan's face. Ah, I did not expect you, Yang Yun, to accompany Lu Jing. I had thought you would remain hidden on Jingyun Island until you achieved foundation establishment before emerging. Xinyan gazed at Yang Yun, a predatory gleam in his eyes that caused her to instinctively take a step back. However, as he had called her out by name and she was also a foundation establishment cultivator, she managed to suppress her unease, her tone laced with confusion. You recognize me? Xinyan chuckled, leisurely gesturing towards the direction of Jinzhou Prefecture. It was I who undertook the mission to protect your father. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Yang Yun's brow knitted tightly. Indeed, she had issued a mission to safeguard her father while on Jingyun Island, and it was Zhou Shan and Ling Qian who had accepted it, which was why she had dared to claim that Xinyan was not Zhou Shan. Now, since he could so easily unveil past events, it meant that either the true Zhou Shan had long since perished, and this man was masquerading in his stead, or Zhou Shan had met his end at his hands. The realization left Yang Yun's complexion pale. Regardless of whether this individual had replaced Zhou Shan or later impersonated him, it signified that the Yang family had fallen into his sights. You didn't Yang Yun's voice trembled. Her fear was not for the lives of those in the Yang family, as she had long since transcended the mortal realm and cared little for the lives of ordinary people. What concerned her was the two guardians within the Yang family, for they possessed knowledge of a foundation establishment cave dwelling. Are you referring to Yang Zhe? Xinyan tilted his head, feigning curiosity as he observed Yang Yun's increasingly distressed expression, which only heightened his amusement. Could it be this person? Xinyan retrieved a box crafted from sea stone from his storage bag and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it to Yang Yun. Take a look and see if it is he. Yang Yun instinctively caught the box and was about to open it when Xinyan produced another box from his storage bag. Or perhaps this one? Or this? He continued nonchalantly, if none of these are correct, there are plenty more in my storage bag for you to peruse at your leisure. As he spoke, he tossed his storage bag to Yang Yun, his words light, yet the actions were undeniably cruel. For at that moment, Yang Yun had already opened the stone box, revealing her father Yang Zhe's shriveled head. Her expression remained unchanged as she swiftly placed the head into the storage bag, her demeanor suddenly growing calm. Yang Lai was also killed by you, wasn't he? What a cold-blooded woman, Xinyan mused, clicking his tongue. In response to Yang Yun's inquiry, he merely nodded casually. Indeed, I killed Yang Lai, but it was for your own good. You likely do not realize that Yang Lai had betrayed you and colluded with Yushua Peak. If he had not been eliminated, you might have faced dire consequences from both of the true inheritors. I could not bear to let that happen. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that the Zhou Shan before them harbored a profound grudge against Yang Yun. He had not only slaughtered the members of the Yang family but had also disguised himself as Zhou Shun, lurking beside Yang Yun, gathering intelligence on her. A chill ran through the crowd. What kind of deep-seated enmity could drive someone to such extremes, especially Lu Jing, who glared at Yang Yun with a look of loathing, wishing he could flay her alive. If it weren't for her, how could Zhou Shun have ambushed him so ruthlessly? Yang Yun took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She secured the storage bag at her waist and fixed her gaze on Shen. Who exactly are you? It was worth noting that her master, the esteemed Yu Xingzhenren, had passed through the Yang family 12 years prior and chosen her to bring back to the sacred grounds of the Yuxian sect for cultivation. In truth, she had only been in the realm of cultivation for a little over a decade. How could she have possibly accumulated such formidable enemies? On the surface, Shen appeared to be at the late Qi refinement stage, but having severely injured Elder Lu Jing with a single strike, combined with his own admission of being at the foundation establishment stage, indicated that his cultivation must be no less than mid-foundation establishment. If he were truly a foe of her own making, why would he need to hide in the shadows? Chapter 90 of The Final Revenge. But if one had not brought trouble upon oneself, why would the adversary slaughter the Yang residents and target oneself so specifically? Yang Yun was utterly perplexed, and other cultivators shared her curiosity, particularly the disciples of the Kueishui sect. Initially, Shen Yan's injury to Xiang Chunfan left them anxious, but it now appeared to be nothing more than an internal conflict within the Yuxian sect. At this moment, the Qi refinement stage disciples watched Shen Yan and Yang Yun with eager anticipation, their expressions reminiscent of onlookers at a spectacle. They were not concerned that Shen Yan might resort to killing to silence witnesses. After all, he had refrained from exterminating Xiang Chunfang before, indicating that the latter's strike was merely a warning to keep the Kueishui sect from meddling. As for revenging the lost Su Jingyang, they did not even consider it. No sane individual would antagonize a foundation establishment cultivator over a mere true inheritance disciple. Who am I? Ha ha ha. Shen Yan laughed heartily, finally quieting down after a prolonged moment under the gaze of the crowd. He surveyed his surroundings with a disdainful smile. I am Shen Yan. Saying this, he ceased his masquerade and unveiled his true self. Upon seeing the somewhat familiar faces before her, Yang Yun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly losing her footing as she gazed at Shen Yan in astonishment. Why you, how could this be? You were just, for a moment, she stumbled over her words. Shen Yan was the very one she had personally brought to Jingyun Island, a mere mortal at that time. No, you can't be Shen Yan. 3 years ago you were just an ordinary person. How could you have suddenly become a foundation establishment cultivator? Yang Yan found it hard to accept this outcome. If Zhou Shun were indeed Shen Yan in disguise, then had she not become a jester over these past 3 years? Who is Shen Yan? Uncertain, but judging by Yang Yun's reaction, it seemed he held some connection to her. However, could it truly be possible for someone to transform from an ordinary cultivator to a foundation establishment master in just 3 years? Moreover, his strength was formidable. Let us observe further. Regardless of whether his true identity is revealed, one thing is certain: he bears a grudge against Yang Yun. Brother Yuqing has truly found himself in a moment of reprieve. He had been nearly driven away from Jingyun Island by Yang Yun's relentless pressure, yet fate had taken a surprising turn, leading to this unexpected situation. It was also Yang Yun's arrogance that contributed to this predicament. As a newly appointed true inheritor, she had monopolized the foundation establishment elixirs on Jingyun Island, relying on the ascension of Master Yuxing to the late foundation establishment stage. If one were in Yuqing's position, they would surely contest her. Did you not hear? The true inheritor of Yushu Peak on Jingyun Island has also been covertly working against Yang Yun. Yang Yun almost became betrothed to Zhu. Is this something you can speak of? That true inheritor from Yushu Peak was once a revered disciple of the sect, who later came to Jingyun Island. Who would have thought that Yang Yun would also be sent there by the sect leader? In no time, many Qi refinement stage cultivators of the Yuxian sect began to murmur amongst themselves. Some even grew bolder in their discussions. After all, the situation had become quite clear. The one masquerading as Zhou Shun, Shen Yan, harbored animosity towards Yang Yun. Although the origins of this enmity remained unknown, it was evident that Yang Yun was doomed today. Even if her Master Yuxing, were to arrive in person, this powerful Shen Yan would surely stop at nothing to eliminate her. Consequently, they had nothing left to fear. And meanwhile, the cultivators of the Kueishui sect looked on with curiosity, wondering if Shen Yan had truly ascended from an ordinary person to a foundation establishment cultivator in just 3 years. If this were indeed the case, then his talent must be extraordinarily rare, perhaps even comparable to the true inheritor of the Hanhai Immortal sect. Unlike the Qi refinement stage disciples, Xiang Chunfang of the Kueishui sect was no longer concerned about the injury inflicted by Shen Yan. He was already contemplating how to recruit Shen Yan into their sect. After all, with a grudge against the Yuxian sect, bringing him into Kueishui would not only bolster their ranks with a formidable foundation establishment cultivator but also diminish the Yuxian sect's prestige. As he pondered, Xiang Chunfang grew increasingly convinced of the merit in his plan, thus he calmly remained in place, watching Shen Yan and Yang Yun. I ought to thank you, Shen Yan said, sheathing his Qingling sword and brandishing the Lu Yun sword gifted to him by Yang Yun, slightly waving it in the air. You should be quite familiar with this sword, yes? I wonder if you now believe that I am indeed Shen Yan. Upon seeing the Lu Yun sword, Yang Yun felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The Lu Yun sword had been a mid-grade magical artifact bestowed upon her when she ascended to true inheritor. Now, confronted with this familiar item, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Shen Yan, you are also a disciple of the Yuxian sect today. You dare to ambush Elder Lu Jing. Do you not fear the sect's retribution? Yang Yun's thoughts raced as she grasped that she had reached a life-or-death juncture, and thus she attempted to deflect blame onto Shen Yan, hoping to instill a sense of caution in him. At her words, Lu Jing, who had been desperately attempting to heal his wounds, was filled with both shock and fury. Wretched girl, I am in this predicament because of your enmity with Xinyan, and now you dare to use me as a scapegoat? You truly do not know the meaning of danger. Even if you do not die by Xinyan's hand today, I will ensure you suffer when we return to the Yuxian sect. Lu Jing bowed silently, but Xinyan merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, sending a shiver of dread through Lu Jing's heart. Fortunately, Xinyan had no intention of killing Lu Jing. He hoped Xiang Chunfan would take care of that, allowing the conflict between the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect to escalate, diverting attention away from himself. Yang Yun, there is no need for further chatter, Xinyan said, gently twirling the Lu Yun sword in his hand as he regarded the pale-faced Yang Yun with a detached tone. Your Yang residents imposed tyranny in Jinzhou Bay, causing my father and mother to perish from unrelenting toil. This vendetta cannot be forgiven. He paused for a moment, memories of his childhood filled with paternal love and maternal care flooding back, and a subtle smile graced his lips. After a considerable time, he collected his thoughts and continued, moreover, your Yang residents forced me into servitude, subjecting me to endless humiliation within your halls. Although I have severed the heads of all the male members of your family and sent the women to the brothels, this hatred remains unquenched, for you still roam freely. Upon hearing that all the male members of the Yang family had perished, Yang Yun could accept that. However, the fact that the women had been sent to the brothels ignited a storm of fury within her. What was the brothel? It was a place where the female relatives of condemned officials were sent, euphemistically referred to as the teaching bureau, but in truth, it was a den of vice. Imagining her sisters, mother, and aunts being subjected to the whims of lecherous men, she felt an overwhelming urge to slay Xinyan on the spot, yet, the moment her gaze met Xinyan's, she was seized by a chill, for the look he cast upon her was akin to that directed at a corpse. Chapter 91 of the Death of Yang Yun. I, Yang Yun, opened my mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Xinyan had already ceased to pay attention to me. His gaze swept over all the members of the Yuxian sect, his expression brimming with murderous intent as he declared, Yang Yun must undoubtedly die today. Do any of you, Yuxian sect cultivators, have anything to say? With the repetition of this chilling proclamation, the members of the Yuxian sect fell silent. Even Lu Jing, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, remained tight-lipped, unable to respond. Yang Yun glanced around, stepping forward to produce a shimmering hairpin. Xinyan, even if I perish here today, I will ensure you do not escape unscathed. Despite her words, her gaze flickered uncertainly, her consciousness wandering among her fellow disciples, desperately seeking an escape route. Witnessing Yang Yun's desperate plight and her attempt to flee evoked a begrudging admiration in Xinyan for her tenacity to survive. Were she another cultivator, faced with a formidable opponent in the Foundation establishment stage, she would have crumpled to the ground in defeat. With a sudden burst of energy, Xinyan activated his shadowy boots, his figure vanishing from sight. In an instant, a faint silhouette flashed before Yang Yun, who found herself confronted by him. So swift, observing Xinyan's ghostly presence, the two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. Previously embittered by Xinyan's ambush, they now felt an unspoken relief. Had Xinyan harbored any intent to kill them, they would likely be dead by now. If the two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators felt this way, it was needless to say how the other Qi refinement cultivators fared. Apart from a few with extraordinary perception who discerned Xinyan's movements, the majority remained oblivious until Xinyan's flowing cloud sword had already pierced Yang Yun's dantian. Ah! Yang Yun let out a piercing scream, as Xinyan's strike obliterated her dantian. The perfected Qi within her shattered dantian violently distorted her body. Observing Yang Yun's tragic fate, the others were jolted into realization. Henceforth, they must either refrain from action or act decisively, for Yang Yun's fate today could very well be theirs tomorrow. Today, I shall first sever your path to immortality, and then your chance at survival. The cold voice echoed in Yang Yun's ears, twisting her expression into one of sheer horror. Though her dantian was damaged, it was not beyond healing. However, should she meet her end, all would be lost. Yet, with her powers diminished, she found herself unable to flee, let alone move normally, forced to watch helplessly as her own flowing cloud sword approached her neck. Stop! Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from the horizon, and upon hearing it, a flicker of hope crossed Yang Yun's eyes. Xinyan, however, merely smirked slightly. Finally, they have arrived. With a surge of sword light emanating from his flowing cloud sword, he swiftly beheaded Yang Yun, sending her and her entire family into the netherworld. Despite her beheading, a trace of joy lingered on Yang Yun's face. This was the moment Xinyan had been waiting for. From the moment Yang Yun made her appearance, Xinyan had orchestrated a display of confusion, astonishment, and doubt. Once his identity was revealed, he sought to leave her in a state of shock, regret, and despair. Yet, that alone was insufficient. He intended to instill a fleeting glimmer of hope in her despair, only to extinguish it, thereby allowing himself to truly relinquish this enmity. Now that Yang Yun lay lifeless, Xinyan's true essence surged forth, unleashing a torrent of piercing sword light that obliterated Yang Yun's corpse and the heads of all her family members. The cultivation world is rife with peculiar methods, especially with the presence of demonic and ghostly practitioners. As a perfected Qi refinement cultivator, Yang Yun was not without the potential for a transition to the path of the undead. Thus, he resolved to eradicate any potential remnants of her existence. As Xinyan extinguished all traces, the voice from afar approached the vicinity of Qinglian Island. Sister Yu Xing. Lu Jing's voice, tinged with weakness, called out to the newcomer. I have met Elder Yu Xing. The Qi refinement cultivators of the Yuxian sect respectfully bowed to the newcomer, then tactfully retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire should Elder Yu Xing and Xinyan engage in battle. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Kueishui sect retreated with palpable excitement, for the Yuxian sect was embroiled in internal strife. For the Kueishui sect, regardless of whether it was Lu Jing, Xinyan, or Elder Yuxing who fell here, it would be considered a fortuitous outcome. Although Xiang Chunfang hoped to recruit Xinyan, he believed that the simultaneous demise of the three foundation establishment cultivators of the Yuxian sect would also make for a splendid conclusion. Unfortunately, Xinyan had no intention of clashing with Elder Yuxing. Such tactics of dealing with the lesser before confronting the greater were all too common in the cultivation world. How dare you kill my disciple? Elder Yuxing appeared quite youthful, exuding a captivating grace, yet her expression was now shrouded in shadows, clearly enraged by Yang Yun's death. In response to Elder Yuxing's inquiry, Xinyan disregarded her entirely, returning to Qinglian Island to gather his array plates and cultivation supplies into his storage bag. Seeing Xinyan ignore her, Elder Yuxing was consumed by fury. She was about to strike when Lu Jing hurriedly interjected, Sister Yuxing, do not act rashly. Elder Yuxing cast a glance at Lu Jing, her eyes flickering with disdain. Not only did outsiders look down upon this fellow disciple, but even the members of the Yuxian sect found him quite disagreeable. However, she was still unclear about the situation here and, suppressing her emotions, inquired, Lu Jing, you just stood by and watched her get killed? Lu Jing let out a dry laugh, clearing his throat before explaining, Sister, you are unaware of the circumstances. Our previous conjectures within the sect were erroneous. That person is not Zhou Shun, but a disciple brought to the island by your apprentice, Yang Yun. Brought to the island by Yang Yun? Elder Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. When one becomes a true disciple, the sect allows the inclusion of mortals. This person must be one of them? Lu Jing nodded, having learned this from Yuqing, a true disciple on Jingyun Island. Elder Yuxing's expression quickly morphed into one of excitement. 3 years ago, I forcibly pushed Yang Yun from late-stage qi refinement to perfected qi refinement. This person must possess great fortune to have ascended from a mortal to foundation establishment in just 3 years. A glimmer of greed appeared in Elder Yuxing's eyes, as she became indifferent to Yang Yun's demise, her attention wholly captivated by the prospect of treasure. However, Lu Jing could only manage a bitter smile, cupping his hands towards Elder Yuxing and saying, Sister, this person is formidable, my junior brother is no match for him. Elder Yuxing dismissed Lu Jing's words with contempt. Although he was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she believed this person was at most early-stage foundation establishment, or perhaps even weaker. Chapter 92 Elder Yuxing in Highway City. With a clear understanding of Lu Jing's combat prowess, Yuxing's mind was consumed with thoughts of seizing opportunities from Xinyan. Her gaze swept across Qinglian Island as she contemplated the feasibility of forcibly entering the island. However, her brow furrowed in concern as she noticed a group of disciples from the Kueishui Gate approaching from a distance. After a moment of contemplation regarding how to deal with these Kueishui Gate practitioners, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, Oh no, the Yuxian sect has made a move against us. At this proclamation, everyone's expression shifted, for a conflict between the two sects would signify a significant escalation. Do not move. Several foundation building practitioners grew anxious, yet the Kueishui Gate disciples were unwilling to heed their warnings. After all, their very lives were at stake. In an instant, the practitioners flickered with spiritual light, summoning various magical artifacts to launch at the Yuxian sect disciples. The Yuxian sect practitioners, not to be outdone, also activated their magical artifacts, engaging in battle with the Kueishui Gate disciples. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, Xinyan successfully instigated discord between the two sects and began navigating the waters toward the Qian kingdom. Utilizing the water escape technique, he swiftly traversed the sea and reached the land within a mere hour. After paying respects at his parents' graves, Xinyan relocated them to a mountain with favorable feng shui to prevent the Yuxian sect practitioners from discovering and desecrating their resting place. He then proceeded toward a leisure city in the interior of the Qian kingdom, guided by a map provided by Uncle Feng. This celestial city, known as Highway City, stood as the largest cultivation hub at the junction of the Central Plains and the Eastern Sea cultivation realms. The choice of Highway City stemmed from a land deed he had obtained from Su Daoqing, which pertained to a shop within the city. Upon nearing Highway City, Xinyan sensed the rich spiritual energy of the area and mused, although the land is expansive, the concentration of spiritual energy here pales in comparison to the spiritual springs on Qinglian Island. It seems that the spiritual veins in Highway City are of low grade, or perhaps the energy has been confined, rendering it imperceptible to the outside world. Furthermore, the formations here are merely first-tier ordinary formations, serving only to isolate mortals without any additional efficacy. Possessing Su Daoqing's memories of cultivation, Xinyan was able to discern the formation in Highway City at a glance. As his spiritual power swirled around him, he stepped into the formation, where towering buildings loomed ahead, with only a single main gate for entry. Esteemed Taoist, the entry fee is 1 low-grade spiritual stone, announced one of the 2 guards in dark robes stationed at the gate, as one of them clasped his fists in greeting. Although Xinyan appeared empty-handed, these gatekeepers were not so short-sighted as to underestimate him. After all, practitioners in the cultivation world come in all forms, and it would be unwise to provoke potential trouble. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xinyan readily retrieved a spiritual stone from his storage bag and handed it over, receiving an iron token in exchange as he entered Highway City. The requirement to pay a spiritual stone to enter a celestial city is a common custom in the cultivation world. Should anyone attempt to forcefully enter, unless they could defeat the local ruler, they would either be expelled or even killed. In the realm of cultivation, one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing upon the innate purple aura. Upon stepping into Highway City, Xinyan was immediately enveloped by a wave of spiritual energy 10 times denser than that of the outside world. Indeed, a spiritual vein existed here, and while it might not compare to the core areas of certain cultivation sects, it was still vastly superior to the mortal realm. Practitioners could reside in the mortal realm for extended periods, yet the thin spiritual energy there made it nearly impossible to advance in cultivation. Maintaining one's current level was already a stroke of good fortune. Thus, aside from those who had lost hope or had resigned themselves to despair, practitioners seldom lingered in the mortal realm. After inquiring further, Xinyan learned that Highway City was established by 3 cultivation families, each with foundation-building practitioners stationed to maintain control over the city and prevent outsiders from seizing it. As he walked through the bustling streets, Xinyan noticed that Highway City bore little difference from the one he remembered from Su Daoqing's recollections. It offered a variety of cultivation resources for sale, including shops and caves available for lease or purchase. Practitioners and mortals were not so different. Even practitioners labored diligently to accumulate cultivation resources. Listening to the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares around him, Xinyan smiled softly, reflecting on the scene. Esteemed elder, would you require a guide? For merely 2 spiritual stones, you could gain a comprehensive understanding of Highway City in the shortest time possible. Do not seek him, I only require 1 stone. I have resided in Highway City for 12 years, chimed in another half a spiritual stone. Honest as the day is long, esteemed elder, my family has lived in Highway City for generations. I am the one who knows it best. Upon his arrival in Highway City, several mortals devoid of any magical aura surrounded Xinyan, respectfully introducing themselves. His previous demeanor of surveying the surroundings marked him as a newcomer to Highway City, and their role was to guide practitioners like him, charging a modest fee of 1 or even half a spiritual stone. Casting a discerning gaze, Xinyan selected one of the seemingly naive mortals, whose true intentions were detected through the divine sense of the Heavenly Emperor's seal. You, he said, tossing a spiritual stone as he smiled, please provide a thorough introduction. Thank you, esteemed elder, thank you. The mortal, elated by the gift of a spiritual stone, bowed deeply in gratitude, while the others sighed in disappointment and dispersed. These individuals were either descendants of practitioners or had been brought to Highway City by fortuitous circumstances. Perhaps constrained by their aptitude or lack of resources, they had taken on the role of guides to earn spiritual stones for cultivation or to support their families. Esteemed elder, my name is Cheng Shan. This is your first time in Highway City, is it not? The seemingly simple mortal inquired, striking up a conversation with Xinyan. Yes, I have only heard tales of Highway City before. This is indeed my first visit, Xinyan replied with a smile. Cheng Shan, though appearing guileless, harbored malevolent intentions, whether to lead Xinyan to a notorious establishment or to lure him into an ambush orchestrated by those who preyed on practitioners. In Highway City, personal duels were strictly forbidden, otherwise, the 3 major cultivation families would unite to eliminate the offenders. Unaware of Xinyan's suspicions, Cheng Shan eagerly continued, esteemed elder, Highway City offers the vast majority of resources required for practitioners' cultivation, be it medicinal pills, magical artifacts, or spirit talismans. Even various cultivation techniques and offensive spells are not uncommon. At this revelation, Xinyan's interest peaked, his smile widened as he asked, are there truly foundation-building techniques available? Cheng Shan chuckled, scrutinizing Xinyan closely before shaking his head. Esteemed elder, you just thought foundation-building techniques are exceedingly precious, ordinary shops would never display them. However, if you genuinely require them, I may have a few leads. I just wonder if esteemed elder has sufficient spiritual stones. Chapter 93. The Treasure Pavilion. It appears that one fears the inability to afford the cost, mused Xinyan with a slight smile. Choosing not to engage in further conversation instead, he pointed ahead at several formidable-looking cultivators and inquired, I merely asked about foundational cultivation techniques in passing, yet these individuals still carry the lingering aura of battle. Is it not said that private conflicts are prohibited within Highway City? A few figures hurried past, their expressions fierce and their bodies stained with blood, unmistakably fresh from a brutal skirmish. Cheng Shan followed Xinyan's gesture and chuckled as he explained, what you may not know, esteemed elder, is that these individuals are cultivators who roam the streets of Highway City. Lacking the skills for artifact forging or alchemy, and devoid of any knowledge of talisman crafting or formation, they resort to hunting demonic beasts to procure meager resources. Ah, I see, Xinyan remarked thoughtfully, observing the direction in which the group had departed. It seems that Highway City operates differently from the cultivation sections. I have heard that within these sects, missions to hunt demonic beasts are issued by the sect itself, and upon completion, one can not only sell the spoils but also receive rewards from the sect. Does Highway City lack such regulations? Cheng Shan, upon hearing Xinyan's words, scrutinized him with curiosity and asked, might you be a member of a cultivation sect, esteemed elder? A wave of anxiety washed over him. If Xinyan were indeed affiliated with a sect, the task assigned to him by his superiors would likely remain unfulfilled today. Xinyan waved his hand dismissively, feigning a melancholic expression. What fortune do I possess for such a title? I merely relay what I have heard. He shook his head, clearly reluctant to divulge personal information. Cheng Shan released a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Xinyan was not a member of a cultivation sect. He continued to elucidate, what you may not be aware of, esteemed elder, is that Highway City serves as a hub for the 3 prominent families to amass spirit stones. Here, aside from alchemists, artifact smiths, or those with particular skills, it is exceedingly challenging for others to profit. After a slight pause, he leaned closer to Xinyan, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Thus, some cultivators have taken to nefarious paths, choosing to ambush others rather than diligently honing their craft. I urge you to exercise caution. As he spoke, he inadvertently brushed against Xinyan, quickly stepping back. Thank you for the warning, Xinyan replied, feigning earnestness as he produced a spirit stone and handed it to Changshan. Were it not for your timely advice, I might have encountered such brigands upon leaving Highway City. Consider this spirit stone a token of my gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity, Changshan replied with evident delight, before asking, may I inquire whether your visit to Highway City is for the purpose of acquiring cultivation resources or perhaps to sell? I have a few items to sell, Xinyan stated candidly, demonstrating a burgeoning trust in Changshan. If you wish to maximize your spirit stones, I have access to certain black market channels. However, if you prefer a safer route, I recommend the Treasure Pavilion, jointly established by the three major families. Xinyan nodded, feigning contemplation for a moment before responding, then let us proceed to the Treasure Pavilion. As this is my first visit, it is prudent to prioritize safety. Your caution will surely serve you well on your cultivation journey, Changshan complimented before adding, please, follow me. He promptly led Xinyan onward, frequently introducing the various shops they passed. This is the divine armory established by the Chen family, where the artifacts are primarily forged from the black iron of Tianshan. Though the quality may not be exceptional, they are remarkably durable. Over here is the revitalization pavilion run by the Su family, where one can procure a variety of healing elixirs and potions to restore one's cultivation in mana. This establishment consists of scattered cultivators who have banded together to open a shop, dealing in elixirs, talismans, and various cultivation arts. Though the quality may be somewhat inferior, the prices are naturally more favorable. Here is Old Hu's shop, primarily selling food for spirit beasts at reasonable prices. The proprietor never reveals his true identity, yet the spirit-sensing insects he sells are exceedingly precious, often sought after by cultivators venturing out to seek treasures, as they mitigate risks. As they continued, Changshan enthusiastically described the surrounding shops, greatly broadening Xinyan's perspective on the world of cultivation. Indeed, the myriad arts of cultivation were not mere exaggerations. The diverse branches of practice were astonishingly vast and unexpected. However, Xinyan understood that while the variety of cultivation techniques was abundant, only the formation masters, alchemists, and apothecaries truly garnered high regard. These three disciplines were intrinsically linked to the lives of cultivators. Other arts might offer some assistance in cultivation, yet they were not deemed invaluable. Esteemed elder, we have arrived at the Treasure Pavilion, Changshan announced as they approached an opulent three-story building. He greeted the guards at the entrance before turning to Xinyan. Xinyan nodded and entered the Treasure Pavilion, where an elderly man in his 50s, sporting a well-groomed beard, approached him swiftly. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome, esteemed guest. Please forgive me. The elder clasped his hands in greeting, smiling as he said, I am Qian Muqing, the steward of the Treasure Pavilion. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Xinyan, honored to meet you, fellow cultivator, Xinyan replied with a smile, returning the gesture. Ah, Xin Daoist. May I ask whether your visit to our Treasure Pavilion is for the acquisition of cultivation resources or for selling? I have some trifles of little value. I would appreciate your assistance in assessing their worth in spirit stones. Xinyan produced a storage bag and handed it over, containing items he no longer required from Su Daoqing's storage. As Qian Muqing's consciousness delved into the bag, his expression shifted dramatically. A flying sword, a long knife, a protective robe, an abundance of cultivation elixirs, and some universally applicable spirit materials. This assortment of battered artifacts amounts to 20,000 spirit stones, while the ordinary talismans are valued at 12,000 spirit stones. The total for the elixirs comes to 140,000. How does that sound to you? Xinyan nodded slightly, releasing a hint of his foundational cultivation aura. Then let it be as you say. 140,000 spirit stones will suffice. Qian Muqing, now acutely aware of Xinyan's foundational cultivation pressure, suddenly grew solemn. Ah, so you are a foundational elder. I have been quite rude, my apologies, esteemed elder. I shall have the 140,000 spirit stones delivered right away. Do you wish to purchase anything else? Xinyan shook his head gently, then retrieved a jade vial and presented it to Qian Muqing. I ask for your assistance, my friend. These few elixirs are a gift for you. Qian Muqing was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands in refusal. Thank you, esteemed elder, but our Treasure Pavilion has a policy. I urge you to inspect the elixirs within the white jade vial thoroughly. Upon opening the vial and taking a careful whiff, Qian Muqing's expression transformed dramatically. These are chi-gathering pills that enable mortals to rapidly sense spiritual energy? And they are all of exceptional quality, esteemed elder, your generosity knows no bounds. Chapter 94 of the shop left behind by Su Daoqing. The so-called spirit-infusing pills are a unique type of elixir within the realm of cultivation. These pills are not intended for the use of cultivators, but rather for mortals. Their specific function is to enable mortals to swiftly perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby successfully refining their own chi. What do you believe is the value of these 4 spirit-infusing pills? A smile graced Xinyan's lips as he recalled that, in Su Daoqing's memory, the worth of such pills was several dozen times that of other elixirs. Qian Muqing pondered for a moment and remarked, as spirit-infusing pills are valuable yet scarce, the ones in the hands of the senior are of superior quality, and if sold, each might fetch around 200 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xinyan nodded in satisfaction. To him, spirit-infusing pills and other elixirs held no significance. He possessed the innate purple energy from the Celestial Emperor's seal and had no need for pills to enhance his cultivation or heal his injuries. As for magical tools and garments, he had even better options, thus it was more prudent to sell these items and exchange them for the spirit stones he truly needed. After Qianmuqing calculated the worth, he summoned someone to collect the items, his gaze toward Xinyan shifting to one of respect. While there were few who could present such a multitude of magical tools, elixirs, and talismans at once, he had never before encountered someone who could produce 4 spirit-infusing pills in a single breath. Moreover, given that these pills were all of superior quality, it was evident they had been crafted by the same master alchemist. Could it be that this individual was an alchemist himself? After a moment of contemplation, regardless of whether Xinyan was indeed an alchemist or had someone backing him, he resolved to cultivate a good rapport with him. After all, even if he were not an alchemist, given Xinyan's foundation-building cultivation, he would certainly hold a significant position within the immortal city. Should he turn out to be an alchemist, that would be even better. Forging a connection today might lead to further opportunities for elixirs in the future. Friend Shen, this is my first visit to Highway City, so I intend to find a place to reside before procuring my necessities. I hope you will understand. Xinyan declined with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qianmuqing nodded in agreement, responding with a smile. It seems the senior intends to settle here. In that case, I shall await your esteemed arrival in a few days. Xinyan clasped his fists and smiled in gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, friend. He continued the conversation by inquiring, Friend Xian, could you guide me on where to rent a cave dwelling in Highway City? Qianmuqing pointed towards the entrance of Baibauj and said, turn left upon exiting. It is about 100 paces away, and you will see it at once. Xinyan thanked him again, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he collected his materials and exited Baibauj. Having turned left and walked merely 100 paces, Xinyan indeed spotted a resplendent pavilion. As he stepped inside, a first-layer qi refining cultivator approached him respectfully, saying, Are you here to rent a cave dwelling, esteemed senior? Xinyan nodded, glancing at him as he inquired of this friend, I possess an ancestral land deed for Highway City. However, this deed is a century old. After my ancestors' passing, there were no cultivators in my family, thus we could not enter Highway City, and now that I have become a cultivator, I have come to inquire about it. Upon hearing this, the other cultivator smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, esteemed senior, Highway City is jointly established by the 3 prominent families. As long as the deed is indeed issued by them, it does not matter if it is 100 years old, even if it were 1,000 years old, we would still recognize it. The longevity of cultivators far exceeds that of mortals, so while such occurrences from decades or even centuries ago are rare, they are not unheard of. Moreover, as Highway City was built collaboratively by the 3 families, they would not contravene their own regulations. Although the value of the land deed is self-evident, it is not significant enough for the 3 families to breach their rules for it. Xinyan let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, yet he did not produce the deed immediately. Instead, he asked, How might I reclaim the cave dwelling that rightfully belongs to me? Just as the first-layer qi refining cultivator was about to speak, a female voice suddenly echoed from within the shop. Rest assured, esteemed senior. Highway City has its own regulations. Please present the land deed, and after I record it, you will be able to reclaim your dwelling. Xinyan squinted to see, yet he could not detect how the individual had appeared. However, as he felt no sense of threat from the Celestial Emperor's seal, it was clear that she bore no ill intentions. This friend, please, Xinyan said, slightly cupping his hands as he stepped forward to retrieve the deed. Curiously, he asked, I am Xinyan, is it common for Highway City to encounter situations such as mine? The female cultivator glanced at Xinyan and chuckled softly. Our Highway City has nearly 3,000 resident cultivators, with countless visitors. The transfer of land deeds is naturally a frequent occurrence. She took the deed, summoned a spiritual light with a wave of her hand, and after examining it closely, she said, A friend Shen, this deed is indeed a genuine document issued by the 3 families of Highway City. Please infuse your true energy into this jade stone, and you may reclaim your ancestors' cave dwelling. Xinyan was astonished by the simplicity of the process. Assured that the other party meant no harm, he activated his true energy and infused it into the jade stone held by the female cultivator, then expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. You are too kind, friend Shen, the female cultivator replied, shaking her head as she placed the jade stone back in its original position. Suddenly, she paused, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she returned the deed to Xinyan, saying, Cave dwelling number 42 in the Qi refining district, or store number 169 in Highway City. You may choose either. Xinyan, somewhat perplexed, asked, What do you mean by that, friend? The female cultivator explained, Your land deed did not specify an address initially and is a dual-purpose deed, allowing you to select either a cave dwelling or a store, but you must choose one or the other, so please consider carefully. Understanding now, Xinyan had not anticipated that the deed left behind by Su Daoqing contained such value. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided, then I shall choose store number 169 in Highway City. His choice of a store over a cave dwelling was made with careful consideration. While the spiritual energy within a cave dwelling was indeed richer, he had the Celestial Emperor's seal, which diminished his need for abundant spiritual energy. In contrast, the value of a store was higher. He was preparing to refine elixirs, magical tools, and talismans, and having his own store would enable him to be self-sufficient. Please accept this jade token, the female cultivator said after completing the necessary paperwork, presenting a jade token to Xinyan, and adding, This jade token serves as proof of your store. In the future, when the law enforcement cultivators of Highway City come to collect rent, you can present this token. Xinyan nodded, 100 spirit stones per year, I understand. The stores in Highway City originally belonged to the 3 prominent families that constructed the city. However, after Su Daoqing purchased this land deed, the store naturally became Xinyan's, yet, despite the store being his, Haiyue City would still require the annual payment of spirit stones, a method by which the three families harvested profits from scattered cultivators. Since you are aware, I shall say no more, the female cultivator nodded, instructing the cultivator at the entrance to provide Xinyan with a map of Haiyue City, and then courteously escorted him out. Chapter 95 of the Second Restoration of the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Seal. After bidding farewell, Xinyan quickly located his shop according to the map, but the location was not particularly advantageous, otherwise, it would not have been vacant. However, for Xinyan, it was sufficient, as he had never anticipated acquiring a prime spot, thus he felt no disappointment. He retrieved a jade talisman and pressed it against the shop's entrance. In the next moment, a flash of spiritual light illuminated the area, causing the door to swing open automatically. The shop was quite simple, consisting of a front hall and a back room. The front hall featured a counter and two shelves, while the back room was completely empty, indicating that he would need to furnish everything himself. Indeed, the three major families had meticulously arranged everything. Any necessities had to be procured with spirit stones from their hands. After securing the shop's formation, Xinyan set off once more to the treasure pavilion. "Senior, you have swiftly rented a cave abode?" Qian Muqing exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Xinyan return to the treasure pavilion. "It is all thanks to your guidance, my friend," Xinyan replied with a courteous smile. "I wish to procure some supplies for the meditation room, as well as some spiritual materials. I would be grateful if you could recommend a few." "You are too kind, Senior. The items required for the meditation room are already available as a complete set in our treasure pavilion, while the spiritual materials for cultivation will need to be selected by you. Here is a list of the spiritual materials we have in stock," Qian Muqing said, producing a yellow jade slip and handing it to Xinyan. As Xinyan received it, he immediately began to peruse the extensive array of cultivation materials, leaving him momentarily dazzled. After a long contemplation, he finally made his selections and handed the jade slip back to Qian Muqing. 50 portions of 100-year-old, 10,000 jin of, 10,000 jin of, 8,000 jin. Xinyan shook his head and chuckled. "You jest, my friend. The vast quantity of spiritual materials I require is merely for leisure during my cultivation. While the weight may appear considerable, most of it consists of merely basic spiritual materials. Please prepare them for me." After a brief moment of silence, Qian Muqing regained his composure and responded with a hint of awe. "Forgive me for my earlier assumptions. However, all the items you require are indeed first-tier 5-element spiritual materials, and we have ample stock available. You will need to wait a little while longer, as such a large transaction must be reported." With that, Qian Muqing smiled apologetically. "You seem to have an indulgent spirit, Senior. The quantity of first-tier spiritual materials you have requested is more than sufficient to sustain our treasure pavilion. As for the items for the meditation room, consider them a gift from me. Regarding the price for the 5-element spiritual materials, let us settle on 80,000 spirit stones." Xinyan nodded with a smile. "Your straightforwardness is commendable. No wonder you have managed the treasure pavilion so successfully. Let us proceed as you propose. I am most grateful. Please wait a moment, Senior." This time, Qian Muqing did not send someone else but personally went to retrieve the items. After more than an hour, he returned carrying a storage bag, presenting it to Xinyan. "Here are the items you requested. Please inspect and count them at your convenience." Xinyan accepted the bag, finding everything in perfect order. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Qian Muqing, he finally stored the materials and exited the treasure pavilion. Having procured the necessary supplies, Xinyan took out a formation plate to completely seal his shop, before commencing the setup of the meditation room, alchemy room, and weapon refining room in the backyard, all essential for a cultivator. After some time, once everything was arranged, Xinyan began to crush spirit stones, allowing their internal spiritual energy to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he connected with the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal in his chest and commenced absorbing the innate purple energy from the surrounding spiritual aura. After a considerable duration, upon reaching a total of 10 portions of innate purple energy within the divine seal, Xinyan's heart surged with anticipation. This time, he did not cease his intake of innate purple energy but continued to crush more spirit stones, striving to gather further amounts of the innate purple energy. In the next moment, a flicker of joy crossed his face. The innate purple energy within the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal had not reached saturation. When he was merely a chi refining cultivator, the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal could hold a maximum of 10 portions of innate purple energy. Xinyan had always believed this limitation was not due to the seal itself but rather a restriction imposed by his own cultivation level. Now that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, his hypothesis proved correct. The upper limit of innate purple energy within the divine seal had indeed surpassed its former boundary. However, as the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal absorbed more innate purple energy, Xinyan noticed something amiss. Even as the seal consumed the energy, he felt no increase in the amount within it. Could it be that, akin to when he initially consumed pills, the divine seal was once again in the process of self-restoration? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his speculation. The first time the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal exhibited its extraordinary powers, he had witnessed a scene within an illusory realm where the seal transcended endless time and space to arrive at Jinzhou Bay, ultimately sinking into the ocean. At that time, the divine seal was already in a state of disrepair, and it had taken a full decade of absorbing innate purple energy after he acquired it to unlock its chi refining capabilities, granting him mastery over the laws of water. Now, having reached the foundation establishment stage, it seemed the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal was poised to restore yet another portion of its functionality. With this thought in mind, Xinyan eagerly began to crush the spirit stones from his storage bag, replenishing the innate purple energy within the divine seal without restraint. By the following day, as fatigue began to set in, the innate purple energy within the divine seal finally reached its peak. After meticulously counting, Xinyan discovered that the upper limit of innate purple energy within the divine seal had increased from 10 portions to 50. Quite the achievement, Xinyan mused, before embarking on an exploration of the divine seal's newfound capabilities. Initially, he sought to delve into the 5-element laws, for the first gift the divine seal had bestowed upon him was the mastery of water laws. Having gained control over the water laws, he had been able to navigate freely within Jinzhou Bay, acquiring numerous innate spiritual treasures, thus soaring to new heights. Now, at the foundation establishment stage, it was only natural for him to test whether the divine seal had acquired additional functionalities. However, in the next moment, a profound and enigmatic piece of information surged into his mind from the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, reminiscent of the time he was still a mere mortal. This arcane knowledge unveiled the functions that the divine seal possessed at the foundation establishment stage. The ability to control the laws of water through the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal stemmed from a unique domain known as Fudi. To establish such a special domain, one would at least require the cultivation level of the core formation stage. Nevertheless, cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could begin to construct their domain, thus preparing for a future seamless transition into the core formation stage. Chapter 96 Alchemy and Artifact Refinement. The Blessed Land is a realm fashioned from the quintessence of the 5 elemental principles: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Presently, Xinyan has mastered the principle of water, leaving the principles of metal, wood, fire, and earth yet to be acquired. Upon receiving this information, Xinyan comprehended the advantages he possessed in the consolidation of these principles. The Qinglian Sword Sex Qinglian Sword Song can refine the principle of metal, while the Hongyuan Earth Magnetic Profound Art can cultivate the principle of earth. As for the principles of wood and fire, they necessitate corresponding techniques. To cultivate these techniques to the level of consolidating their respective principles, one must at least reach the perfected foundation establishment stage, also known as the false stand realm. Similar to the Qi refinement stage, the foundation establishment stage is also divided into 4 phases. The first phase is the early stage of foundation establishment, where the primary objective for practitioners is to cultivate their true essence to perfection. The second phase involves the condensation of malevolence, which entails seeking out the malevolent energies of heaven and earth to merge with one's true essence, thereby imparting the effects of malevolence to it. The third phase is the refining of the essence, where practitioners gather the essence of heaven and earth and fuse it with their already condensed true essence. The technique Xinyan acquired from the Luo family, the Zhou Tian Gangqi method, is a method for cultivating this essence. Although the Zhou Tian Gangqi produced is merely low-tier essence within the realm of cultivation, it is a coveted treasure for many mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners. The fourth realm of foundation establishment is referred to as the perfected foundation establishment, or the false stand stage. Practitioners in this realm aim to completely merge their true essence, malevolence, and essence into a singular entity, refining it into a rounded mass known as Dan Qi, ultimately preparing for the condensation of the Golden Dan. In comparison to ordinary foundation establishment practitioners, Xinyan must thoroughly cultivate 5 elemental techniques to perfection during the false stand stage, and then, at the moment of Golden Dan condensation, unify the 5 elements to form a realm. Thus, once Xinyan enters the Dan condensation stage, he will possess an additional realm compared to ordinary Dan condensation practitioners, rendering him invincible within that tier. To achieve this goal, Xinyan commenced his training. However, prior to this, he had already expended a significant portion of his spirit stones, a common affliction among powerful practitioners, who tend to consume resources at a far greater rate than their peers. After much contemplation, Xinyan resolved to pursue both cultivation and the arts of artifact refinement and alchemy, thereby amassing resources for his practice. After all, one cannot perpetually rely on unearned fortune or serendipitous windfalls. The world of cultivation is fraught with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and one might inadvertently provoke a Dan condensation practitioner or even a nascent soul practitioner over trivial matters. Half a year later, Xinyan sat cross-legged within the artifact refinement chamber. Before him lay a supreme artifact known as the Shanfang Ding, which he had procured from the treasure pavilion to facilitate his training in artifact refinement and alchemy. At that moment, Xinyan expelled the South Ming Lihua pearl from his mouth, a torrent of surging South Ming fire continuously infusing his true essence into the Shanfang Ding. As the temperature within the ding rose, Xinyan began to cast materials into it, repeatedly executing various incantations to condense the materials that had transformed into a liquid state within. After a considerable duration, a gleaming mid-tier artifact appeared in Xinyan's grasp. He expelled a breath of turbid air, slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy graced his countenance. I did not anticipate that the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal would also possess unique efficacy in artifact refinement and alchemy. While it may not directly elevate my skills to their utmost potential, the innate purple chi absorbed through the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal can enhance my success rate in crafting artifacts and elixirs. Thus, as long as I have sufficient innate purple chi, I can forge an ample quantity of artifacts and elixirs, consequently accumulating spirit stones. This cycle will alleviate my concerns regarding future cultivation resources. Initially, Xinyan was unaware of the enhancing effects of the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal on artifact refinement and alchemy. However, one day, a sudden thought struck him. Since the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal could heal his bodily injuries, could it also mend broken artifacts, elixirs, and talismans? Although his attempts yielded less than satisfactory results, the enhancement in artifact refinement and alchemy was an unexpected delight. Over the span of more than half a year, Xinyan successfully established his own shop, focusing on elixirs and artifacts. At first, he was only capable of producing low-tier elixirs and artifacts. Although these items were of modest quality, they were competitively priced, and before long, Xinyan's shop garnered a reputation within the celestial city, leading to a steady influx of orders. With the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal in his possession, Xinyan's success rates in both alchemy and artifact refinement surpassed those of his contemporaries, allowing him to recover the considerable spirit stones expended on the seal. At this juncture, his reserves of spirit stones had replenished to a total of 300,000. After securing the refined artifacts into his storage pouch, Xinyan tied 2 pouches to his waist, secured the shop's entrance, and made his way to the treasure pavilion. Typically, some scattered cultivators from the Celestial City would visit Xinyan's establishment to procure elixirs and artifacts, but his most significant client was the treasure pavilion. Initially, Zhen Muqing held high hopes for the artifacts and elixirs refined by Xinyan, especially since Xinyan had once gifted him 5 qi-gathering pills. Xinyan did not disappoint, although the quality of the elixirs and artifacts sold at the treasure pavilion was initially lacking. Their abundance and affordability allowed Zhen Muqing to profit handsomely. As time progressed, once Xinyan was capable of refining mid-tier artifacts and first-tier mid-grade elixirs, Zhen Muqing began to place even greater importance on Xinyan. Although Zhen Muqing had ascertained that the 5 qi-gathering pills did not originate from Xinyan, the value Xinyan demonstrated was sufficient to attract the attention of the 3 prominent families in the Celestial City. Particularly since he was a Foundation establishment practitioner, albeit in the early stage, he was still formidable enough to command respect within the Celestial City. After all, the strongest practitioners among the 3 prominent families barely reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. At this moment, upon seeing Xinyan's arrival, Zhen Muqing had already come out to greet him. "Senior Xin, please come in, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Xinyan regarded Zhen Muqing with surprise and queried curiously, "What brings this about today? I have not seen you so courteous before." Zhen Muqing let out a wry smile, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, and replied, "Senior, you are unaware, but your refined artifacts and elixirs are currently in high demand within the Celestial City. Some Celestial City markets and cultivation families from other locations have even sent individuals to procure and place orders. If you do not come soon, my treasure pavilion stock will be insufficient." Chapter 97. The sale. So it is. Xinyan smiled faintly, handing over the 2 prepared storage bags to Zhen Muqing, gesturing with his chin. "Here, these are the magical artifacts I recently refined, please take a look." He held no belief in Zhen Muqing's words. After all, he was merely a novice artifact and potion maker. No matter how high his production rate was, it could not possibly rival the output of the 3 great families that dominated the entire Immortal City. Zhen Muqing's remarks were merely a means to foster camaraderie between them, but Xinyan paid little heed to this. The attempt by the 3 great families to win him over was, in fact, a favorable situation for him. He had long understood a fundamental truth: only when one possesses value will others seek to ally with them. Thus, he refrained from puncturing Zhen Muqing's words and instead inquired, regarding news from the Eastern Seas cultivation realm, "Might you have any information to share?" Even after leaving the Eastern Seas cultivation realm, Xinyan remained attentive to developments there. After all, he had secretly instigated a conflict between the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect, and he was curious whether the strife between the 2 factions had escalated to the Foundation establishment stage or even the core formation stage. Lacking any relevant channels for information himself, he had directly entrusted Zhen Muqing with the task of seeking out pertinent news. As for whether Zhen Muqing might deduce his identity from this, Xinyan was unconcerned. Now that he had reached the Foundation establishment stage, even mid-stage opponents posed no threat to him, and thus he felt no fear. Cultivators were all engaged in a struggle against fate. If he, having attained the Foundation establishment stage, were still to hide in the shadows, then what would have been the purpose of his arduous training over the past few years? If he were to remain timid even in the Central Plains cultivation realm, why would he have left the Eastern Sea cultivation realm in the first place? Moreover, while the Eastern Sea cultivation realm appeared open, with no restrictions at the borders preventing Central Plains cultivators from entering, this was merely an illusion. The Hanhai Xianzone maintained strict regulations regarding the movements of any core formation cultivators entering the Eastern Sea. They must report their arrival, or else face immediate extermination upon discovery. Although the rules of the Central Plains cultivation realm were not as harsh as those of the Hanhai Xianzone, they were still far from lenient. Therefore, Xinyan harbored no concerns about core formation cultivators coming after him in the Eastern SEA. As for Foundation establishment cultivators, while he did not presume to be a match for them, escaping was certainly within his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhen Muqing cast a peculiar glance at Xinyan and, with a hint of hesitation in his tone, remarked, "Senior Xin, I have been diligent in monitoring the events in the Eastern Sea cultivation realm as you instructed. However, I am unsure why, but 6 months ago, 2 sects at the border of the Eastern Sea and Central Plains suddenly clashed, leading to the Eastern Sea cultivation realm sealing off the path to the Central Plains. Now, cultivators in Highway City are utterly incapable of gathering news from the Eastern Sea." Hearing this, Xinyan could not help but smile slightly. It seemed the dispute between the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect had indeed escalated. He was merely curious whether core formation cultivators had intervened. Nevertheless, the lack of information reaching Highway City was a boon for him, indicating that neither the Kueishui sect nor the Yuxian sect had the resources to pursue his whereabouts at present. To put it another way, while the 2 sects might be secretly investigating, they were likely searching within the Eastern Sea cultivation realm itself. Even the Hanhai Xianzone possessed few eyes in the Central Plains cultivation realm, let alone the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect. With this thought in mind, Xinyan chose not to press further. He smiled at Zhen Muqing and said, "Friend Xian, this time I have brought 30 inferior-grade magical artifacts, 10 middle-grade magical artifacts, 100 bottles of inferior-grade qi-nourishing pills, and 50 bottles of middle-grade qi-nourishing pills. Shall we proceed with the usual pricing?" an inferior-grade magical artifact typically cost around 3 spirit stones, while a middle-grade artifact required at least 30 spirit stones. The prices for pills were considerably more affordable, with 5 chi-nourishing pills per bottle, selling for just 1 spirit stone for 2 bottles, while the middle-grade pills were only 3 times the price. Let us adhere to the prices as stated by the senior. Qian Muqing agreed readily. Xinyan's offered prices were already significantly lower than market value. Under normal circumstances, a new inferior-grade magical artifact would still command a minimum of 5 spirit stones. After concluding their transaction, Xinyan did not rush to depart. On the contrary, he retrieved another storage bag from his robe and handed it to Qian Muqing, smiling as he asked, "Would you care to see the spirit talismans I have drawn?" Upon hearing this, Qian Muqing was genuinely astonished, exclaiming, "Senior, you can also draw talismans?" Spirit talismans, like magical artifacts, pills, and formation plates, were hard currency in the cultivation world. However, unlike magical artifacts and formation plates, which could be used repeatedly until destroyed, talismans were consumed upon use, providing no benefit to the user thereafter. Yet, despite this, almost every practitioner, whether in the chi refining early stage or foundation establishment late stage, would carry a few talismans, as the cultivation realm was fraught with peril. Whether facing bandits, demonic cultivators, or even the chance encounter with a fierce beast, one could never be too cautious. Hence, the most consumed resource in the cultivation realm was not magical artifacts, formation plates, or pills, but spirit talismans. Hearing that Xinyan had talismans in the storage bag left Qian Muqing utterly astonished. The previous generation had merely speculated. Before reaching foundation establishment, there had been no time to study. Now, having attained foundation establishment, he could chat to alleviate boredom while simultaneously earning resources for cultivation. Xinyan's humble remark, however, struck Qian Muqing as somewhat pretentious. It was already remarkable for an ordinary cultivator to master a single cultivation skill, yet Xinyan excelled in 3, making such a statement seem infuriatingly dismissive. Nevertheless, he only dared to grumble internally. Despite Xinyan's amiable demeanor, he understood that should he dare to overstep even slightly, even if Xinyan were to kill him, the 3 great families of Highway City would take no action against Xinyan. Senior is truly gifted. I am envious, Qian Muqing sighed ruefully, unsure how to respond to Xinyan. He could only open the storage bag and examine its contents closely. Inside were 200 inferior-grade diamond talisman, 100 middle-grade diamond talisman, and to his astonishment, superior-grade diamond talismans. Could it be that the senior could draw superior-grade talismans? Qian Muqing looked at Xinyan in shock, disbelief etched across his face. Superior-grade diamond talismans? Was he referring to first-tier superior-grade diamond talismans? Xinyan was somewhat taken aback as well. Could it be that the terminology for diamond talismans differed between the... However, he did not reveal his surprise and simply nodded indifferently. He speculated that what was referred to as diamond talismans corresponded to first-tier talismans, while diamond spirit talismans were likely second-tier. Chapter 98. The worth of Xinyan. The capabilities of one's predecessor are truly beyond the comprehension of a junior like myself. Qian Muqing once again bowed in admiration, then began to count the spirit talismans within his storage pouch. Esteemed senior, the total for the Vajra talismans comes to 3,200 spirit stones, along with the magical artifacts and medicinal pills. The total is 5,000 spirit stones. Would you prefer to receive spirit stones, or shall we procure some cultivation materials? After each transaction with Xinyan, Qian Muqing had grown somewhat numb to the staggering amounts of spirit stones involved. Typically, his dealings comprised 10 or 20 spirit stones, but since Xinyan's arrival, he had been handling sums in the thousands and tens of thousands. Let us convert it all into materials. Xinyan picked up a jade slip that recorded the inventory of the treasure pavilion and, after a meticulous review and a series of selections, he let out a sigh of melancholy. This venture has not only yielded no profit, but I shall also be at a loss of 10,000 spirit stones, which is indeed rather disheartening. Hearing Xinyan's words, Qian Muqing forced an awkward smile, his face contorting in discomfort as he responded, "Senior, your words leave me at a loss. The prices of the inventory materials are set by the higher-ups, and I do not possess the authority to offer you any discounts." Xinyan waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to put Qian Muqing in a difficult position. Given the latter's cultivation level at the late stage of chi refinement, had it not been for their acquaintance, he likely would not have had the qualification to transact with him at all. Relieved that Xinyan was not pressing him further, Qian Muqing hurriedly went to fetch the cultivation materials required by Xinyan. Seated comfortably in his chair, Xinyan took a sip of the spirit tea from the treasure pavilion, silently contemplating, now that my true essence has reached a significant level of mastery, to advance further, I must gather the malevolent aura. However, such malevolent energy is often found in treacherous mountains and rivers, or monopolized by powerful factions. Although there are some malevolent energies available in the market, they are mostly of inferior quality. The truly potent malevolent energies that could enhance a cultivator's prowess can only be obtained through barter or by aligning oneself with these factions. At this moment, Xinyan found himself in a quandary. He despised the notion of joining any faction due to his past experiences at the Yang residence, which left him averse to any form of constraint. Rather than joining a faction, he preferred to collect malevolent energy independently. Yet, to gather such energy, one must first ascertain its whereabouts. Previously, Xinyan had inquired with Qian Muqing, but the latter's condition was for Xinyan to join Highway City. After declining, Xinyan naturally understood that his hopes of obtaining malevolent energy or information from the treasure pavilion were dashed. After much contemplation, Xinyan ultimately decided to explore the black market. The so-called black market is a clandestine trading venue within the realm of cultivation, prevalent in various sects, bustling markets, and prominent families across major cities. Furthermore, Xinyan had acquired a black market VIP token from Su Daoqing's storage pouch, and he resolved to visit the black market shortly. Before long, Zhen Muqing arrived with a storage pouch in hand, addressing Shenyan, Senior, the materials you requested are all here, please verify them. Shenyan nodded, carefully inspecting the contents. Once he confirmed that all the materials were as he had specified and there were no discrepancies, he produced a pile of spirit stones and handed them over. I shall be entering seclusion for the next 2 months to study my cultivation techniques, and I fear I will not have time to come by. Should you have any urgent matters, you may leave a message at the entrance of my shop. Zhen Muqing respectfully clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your consideration." Shenyan chuckled lightly, storing the pouch close to him, and then made his way towards the exit. Watching Shenyan's departing figure, Zhen Muqing couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This young predecessor had successfully established his foundation at such a tender age and possessed an exceptional talent for cultivation techniques. Even though the Celestial City had denied his request for information on malevolent energy, it was likely that before long, this senior would also achieve mastery in malevolent energy, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Shenyan, however, remained indifferent to Zhen Muqing's speculation. Upon returning to his shop, he confirmed that no one had sought him during his absence, and then activated the formation to return to the refining chamber. While Zhen Muqing's magical artifacts and medicinal pills were merely of medium quality, Shenyan was already capable of refining superior-grade artifacts and pills. After all, other alchemists and artifact refiners primarily utilized earthly or mundane fire rather than the South Mingli fire, consuming spiritual energy rather than innate purple energy. Thus, both the quality of the products and their success rates were markedly inferior to Shenyan's. He had refrained from revealing his true abilities to avoid inciting envy. Being able to refine medium-quality artifacts was already astonishing enough, and there was little need to be overly ostentatious. Among the various cultivation techniques, Shenyan devoted himself most diligently to the art of artifact refinement, as he possessed 4 broken superior-grade artifacts from Su Mao and a collection of his own superior-grade artifacts. As long as his refinement skills enabled him to produce inferior-grade spirit artifacts, Shenyan could elevate his superior-grade artifacts to the level of inferior-grade spirit artifacts, thereby equipping himself with several advantages for his expeditions in search of malevolent energy. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Shenyan's hands continued their work, diligently studying the artifact refinement techniques acquired from Feng Jun's cave while simultaneously forging. Half a month later, 3 standard superior-grade flying swords were successfully produced, prompting Shenyan to extinguish the South Mingli fire pearl and step out of the refining chamber. He meticulously checked his inventory. His cultivation techniques included the water element technique, the primordial magnetic earth technique, the green lotus sword song, and the heavenly cycle vitality technique. In terms of artifacts, he possessed inferior-grade spirit artifacts such as the azure spirit sword, along with superior-grade artifacts like the soul summoning banner, the shadow boots, the Xian Yuan heavy water shield, and the South Mingli fire pearl. Regarding spells, he had obtained the spirit refining technique, object manipulation technique, and water escape technique from Feng Jun's cave, while he had ceased practicing lower-level spells such as the spring wind transformation technique and the water bullet technique. Additionally, the Green Lotus Sword Song came with the Green Lotus Sword technique, and the Primordial Magnetic Earth technique provided him with the Magnetic Elemental Force, both of which were his trump cards. In terms of spirit symbols, he possessed hundreds of superior-grade Vajra talismans and hundreds of wind travel talismans, sufficient for prolonged use. With the acquisition of the Magnetic Elemental Force, he abandoned the ice needles crafted from the ice condensation technique. After all, no matter how refined the means, an excess of methods was unnecessary. As for spirit stones, Shenyan currently had 14,000 inferior-grade spirit stones in his possession. As the adage goes, reviewing the old and learning the new, after rehearsing his spells once more and noting the darkness creeping in, he gathered his belongings and exited the shop. He took out the black market VIP token left by Su Daoqing, infusing it with his true essence, which elicited an inexplicable sensation within his heart. Transforming his appearance through the 3 souls concealment technique to that of Zhou Shan, Shenyan followed the sensation to a secluded area within Haiyue City. Releasing his spiritual awareness, he surveyed the surroundings, discovering that this area was inhabited by cultivators at the early and mid stages of qi refinement. Silently, he passed through, and after a short incense stick's duration, he arrived at a rather inconspicuous wooden door that appeared to hold great potential. Chapter 99 Intelligence of the Secret City in the Eastern Sea. Upon arriving at the wooden door, Shenyan had yet to push it open when he seemed to sense the approach of another. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a stoic cultivator. Shenyan's divine sense swept over, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that the entrance to the black market would be guarded by a perfected qi refining cultivator. The cultivator glanced at Shenyan and, after a brief assessment, seemed to ascertain that Shenyan possessed the token of the black market. Thus he spoke, "Are you here to attend the auction of the secret city, my friend?" Upon hearing this, Shenyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized there was an auction today. He also noted that the other party referred to the black market as the secret city, which he discreetly committed to memory. He nodded slightly in response. Indeed. The cultivator's previously tense expression relaxed somewhat, and he inquired further, "May I kindly request your secret city token?" Shenyan produced the token left to him by Su Daoqing. Upon seeing it, the cultivator's pupils constricted, and he regarded Shenyan with a hint of astonishment. "Please, senior, do come in." Shenyan was once again taken aback, but he quickly realized that this esteemed token seemed to be held only by cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as his purpose for visiting the secret city was to gather intelligence on the aura of death. Thus, he directly inquired, "When does the auction commence?" The perfected qi refining cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. With a courteous expression, he replied, Senior, today's auction is exclusively for chi refining cultivators, and it may not pertain to you. However, there will be an auction for foundation establishment cultivators in 2 months. Should you still be in Highwest City then, you are most welcome to attend. Shen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not expected it to be an auction solely for chi refining cultivators. Although he had only been in the realm of cultivation for just over 3 years, he found himself entirely uninterested in such events, yet, not wishing to have made the journey in vain, he pondered for a moment before asking, I seek to purchase some intelligence. Does the secret city have any provisions for that? The guarding cultivator was not surprised by his query, for within the secret city, one could acquire nearly anything, provided they were willing to pay the price. Even if the desired information was not readily available, there would be those willing to provide it for spirit stones. There is a place called Qianji Tower within the secret city. You may wish to take a look. With that, he stepped aside, inviting Shen to enter. As Shen stepped through the wooden door, he was immediately struck by the contrast between the dilapidated exterior of the wooden hut and the interior, where he discovered a circular door nearly 10 feet high. The space beyond appeared shrouded in darkness, though occasional flickers of spiritual energy could be discerned. Shen realized that the so-called secret city was established underground, indicating a connection to the 3 prominent families of Highwest City. It seemed that both parties had long since reached an unspoken understanding, otherwise, the 3 families would never have permitted the secret city to exist in such proximity. After all, one does not allow others to rest beside their own bed. Upon entering the circular door, Shen descended a staircase leading downward, soon arriving within the confines of the secret city. The ambience of the secret city appeared no different from the bustling markets of the outside world. However, it lacked the vibrant calls of vendors, and many shop doors were only partially ajar, hinting at the presence of secrets within. As Shenyan's divine sense swept through the area, he found himself increasingly disheartened. The majority of the inhabitants were merely chi refining cultivators, with scarcely a few in the later stages, and only one perfected chi refining cultivator serving as the gatekeeper. Strolling calmly along the narrow streets, Shen quickly located the establishment known as Qianji Tower. Upon entering Qianji Tower, a diminutive figure, resembling a gnome, emerged from within. This individual, a chi refining cultivator in the later stages, was one of the few Shen had previously detected with his divine sense. This esteemed friend, the gnome said with a slight bow, but upon scanning Shen with his divine sense, he was unable to gauge Shenyan's cultivation level, which sent a chill through him. This indicated that Shen was at least a perfected chi refining cultivator. What information does my friend require? The gnome inquired, cutting to the chase. Are you affiliated with Qianji Tower? Shen did not immediately state the information he sought, preferring first to ascertain the circumstances of Qianji Tower. Indeed, I am in charge of the operations here at Qianji Tower in Highwest City. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to express them, the gnome replied, showing no signs of intimidation. In his view, whether Shen was a perfected chi refining or foundation establishment cultivator, no one dared to act recklessly in this place. After all, the secret city had endured in Highwest City for so long for a reason. It commanded respect, and it was no exaggeration to say that even foundation establishment cultivators could be drawn here. What types of intelligence do you offer? Shen continued, intrigued. The gnome's expression remained unchanged, clearly accustomed to such inquiries. Qianji Tower possesses information on all matters of the cultivation world, updates on the movements of various sects, intelligence on high-ranking figures within the cultivation realm, changes in various secret realms, and news regarding rare materials and treasures. As long as you require it and can afford the price, we have it all. The gnome's confidence was apparent, and from his demeanor, Shen could tell he spoke with sincerity. That sounds quite promising. Shen nodded slightly. He then inquired, do you have any relevant intelligence regarding recent events in the Eastern Sea cultivation realm? The Eastern Sea cultivation realm? The gnome pondered for a moment before retreating to the counter, rummaging through some items. He then asked, are you interested in the overall developments in the Eastern Sea cultivation realm, or specific sect movements? Shen smiled faintly, looking at the gnome, and articulated each word carefully, information related to the disputes between the Kuei-Shui sect and the Yuxian sect. We possess such intelligence, but it will cost 100 spirit stones, the gnome replied after glancing at a jade slip in his hand. That is acceptable. Shen readily handed over 100 spirit stones, and the gnome accepted them before continuing. 6 months ago, the Yuxian sect and the Kuei-Shui sect engaged in a battle for foundation establishment at a place called Qinglian Island. A foundation establishment early-stage cultivator from the Kuei-Shui sect was killed by Yuxian sect's mid-stage cultivator, Yuxing. However, the Yuxian sect's mid-stage cultivator, Lu Jing, also perished in the chaos. 4 months prior, Elder Pangju of the Yuxian sect, under the witness of the Han Haixian sect, directly killed Zhao Mugu, a late-stage cultivator of the Kuei-Shui sect, resulting in a temporary cessation of hostilities between the two sections. 1 month ago, the Kuei-Shui sect ambushed and killed a foundation establishment cultivator from the Yuxian sect at Qinglian Island, reigniting their conflict. Consequently, cultivators are now prohibited from traversing the border between the Eastern Sea cultivation realm and the Central Plains cultivation realm. After conveying the information from the jade slip, the gnome looked at Shen with a smile and asked, are you satisfied with this information, esteemed senior? Shen fell silent for a moment before nodding, yet he still pressed further, are there no other rumors circulating? Chapter 100. The ruins of the Qinglian sword sect. His inquiry stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect had issued a bounty on him. After all, he had previously slain both sects' true inheritors along with numerous disciples in the qi refining stage, not to mention that 2 true inheritors of the Lingbo sect also perished at his hands. Logically, both sects should have long since sought his capture. However, the dwarf provided no relevant information. Could it be that the Yuxian sect and the Kueishui sect were colluding to conceal his situation, preparing to apprehend him in secret? This was not entirely unfathomable, considering that he had ascended to the Foundation establishment stage within 3 years, a feat undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. It was entirely plausible that the higher-ups of both sects sought to exploit the opportunities he possessed without divulging their intentions to the outside world. Regrettably, the information I just provided is the most comprehensive that our Qinji Tower has been able to ascertain. If the esteemed elder has any further inquiries, we at Qinji Tower can investigate, but the associated costs would be unnecessary. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Xinyan cast aside the topic. Taking a deep breath, he inquired about the matter that concerned him most. Where can one find information about malevolent energy near Haiwei City? Upon hearing this question, a look of surprise instantly crossed the dwarf's face, as he evidently realized that this inscrutable cultivator before him was, in fact, a practitioner at the early Foundation establishment stage. Consequently, a hint of respect appeared on his countenance. Esteemed elder, there are indeed numerous locations near Haiwei City where malevolent energy can be captured and collected, but most of these sources are of inferior quality and are unlikely to pique your interest. If a practitioner at the early Foundation establishment stage could casually search for malevolent energy to ascend to the mid-stage, they would not need to venture into the secret market for information. Thus, the dwarf continued to acquire mid-grade or high-grade malevolent energy. To my knowledge, one can only find Qinglian Sha within the remnants of the former Qinglian sword sect. Qinglian Sha ranks 64th on the list of extraordinary malevolent energies within the Central Plains cultivation realm, and it is more than sufficient for your needs, esteemed elder. Qinglian Sha, I have never heard of it. Xinyan was taken aback. Su Daoqing's memories contain no mention of such malevolent energy. After all, Su Daoqing was an elder of the Qinglian sword sect at the Foundation establishment stage, and if such a rare cultivation resource existed, he would certainly have known of it. Moreover, such a precious item would have left a profound impression, one that could not simply be forgotten. Though Xinyan's knowledge of the classification of malevolent energies was limited, it was by no means scant. For instance, Lu Jing of the Yuxian sect was scorned by all cultivators precisely because the malevolent energy he condensed was known as Peach Blossom Sha. This type of malevolent energy not only possessed inferior quality but also offered no advantages in battle. However, Peach Blossom Sha had the benefit of enhancing one's cultivation by harmonizing yin and yang. The cultivation realm is replete with such low-quality malevolent energies, thus making it relatively easy for cultivators to ascend to the mid-foundation establishment stage. The challenge lies in those who aspire to condense high-quality malevolent energies. Indeed, Qinglian Sha is a unique malevolent energy found solely within the ruins of the Qinglian sword sect, and it is said to have emerged only after the sect's demise. This malevolent energy is not without origin. Some speculate that it arose from unknown changes that occurred within the Qinglian sword sect prior to its downfall. Upon hearing this, Xinyan felt a stirring in his heart. The dwarf's words resonated with him. Some malevolent energies are innate, while others are artificially created. Qinglian Sha may very well be a product of the cataclysm that befell the Qinglian sword sect. For others, while Qinglian Sha is undoubtedly precious, it is not irreplaceable. However, for Xinyan, possessing the legacy of the Qinglian sword sect, the fusion of Qinglian Sha could undoubtedly enhance the potency of his Qinglian sword technique. Yet, he was not limited to this single technique. For instance, the Shuiyuan technique, though of lower quality, endowed him with water manipulation abilities through the Heavenly Emperor's divine seal, sufficient for condensing malevolent energy. Furthermore, there was also the Hunyuan geomagnetic profound art. Should he find compatible malevolent energy to fuse with, his strength could undergo a profound transformation. Is there any information regarding other types of malevolent energy aside from Qinglian Sha? Xinyan hesitated for a moment before inquiring again. The only malevolent energy of decent quality near Haiwei City is this one. If the esteemed elder wishes to learn about other malevolent energies, you must venture into the territory of the Luofu sect, which is the most prosperous area in the Central Plains cultivation realm. Not only can one find high-quality malevolent energies there, but even vital qi can be procured. The dwarf shook his head in response. Xinyan nodded silently at this information. The Luofu sect, akin to the Hanhai Xian zone, governs a significant territory within the cultivation realm. However, aside from the Luofu sect, there are several other sects in the Central Plains that can rival it, albeit with lesser influence and reputation. This indirectly suggested that the Central Plains cultivation realm is far more flourishing than that of the Eastern Sea. Xinyan possessed a token left by Fengjun, granting him the status of a disciple within the Luofu sect, yet, he was reluctant to join a cultivation sect and be bound by their constraints, thus dismissing the idea of going to the Luofu sect. Moreover, traveling to the Luofu sect's territory was utterly impractical. Haiwei City lay at the periphery of the Central Plains cultivation realm, and reaching the Luofu sect would require traversing treacherous terrains while constantly facing threats from wild beasts, demonic cultivators, and even certain cultivation families. While Xinyan was confident in his combat prowess, he could not guarantee his escape if confronted by a core formation stage cultivator. Remaining in Haiwei City sufficed for his cultivation needs. He had already established a tacit understanding with the three major families, and it was possible that as his cultivation progressed to the mid or late stages, he could even secure a position as a guest elder in Haiwei City, free from supervision. How much for this information? Xinyan inquired about the dwarf's suggestion without expressing any opinion. Asking for the price point 50 spirit stones, the dwarf stated a price, then hesitated, wavering slightly. However, esteemed elder, if you plan to venture to the ruins of the Qinglian sword sect, you must exercise caution. It is said that within the ruins, remnants of high-ranking cultivators from the Qinglian sword sect have transformed into vengeful spirits. These spirits possess profound cultivation but lack any intelligence. If you encounter them, it would be wise to avoid them early on. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Yan recalled the auction mentioned by the Qi refining stage cultivator who had been guarding the entrance. He inquired again, how much do you know about the auctions within the secret market? The dwarf chuckled and rubbed his large head. Esteemed elder, you have indeed asked the right person. The auction targeted at Foundation establishment cultivators being held in Haiwa City's secret market is jointly organized by our Qianji Tower and several other establishments. With that, he produced a jade slip and handed it to Shen Yan. Esteemed elder, please take a look. The items featured in this auction are recorded in this jade slip, and we hope to have your esteemed presence at the event. Upon receiving the jade slip, Shen Yan did not hastily examine it. Instead, he stored it in his spatial pouch and proceeded to inquire about a few nearby cultivation sects before turning to leave. Within the room, the dwarf pondered for a moment, recording the details of today's transaction, and ultimately penned a remark. This individual appears to be a cultivator from the Eastern Sea cultivation realm who has come to our Central Plains.